as well, and the A6s.
Oh, lovely.
So, and just to show they all
I
work
love the
together.
dragon.
You don't, yeah. So he's fabulous, isn't he? So I'm going to just start off by doing my background. So I've got just I kept this because I like the shape of it. So I just tore a bit of copy paper to make my to sort of give me the hill. So I'm just going to. I normally do this before the show. I haven't done this today, so.
Yeah, but it's useful because people like to see how these things come together.
So I'm just going to sweep, just to give me. Sorry, I have to hold my ink pad here. It stops it moving around too much. So I'm just going to sweep some colour across my page, and I just wanted the border, really, the sky to be blue. It does take a little while with the brush to build this up, so I won't. It will be a bit paler than it normally would be, but it's probably enough just to be able to.
Surprising the difference when you move that piece
It
away.
will actually,
though,
it will show up a lot more than you realise. Yeah, that'll probably be enough. So that will show, but I'm just going to leave my mask in place for the moment because I want to do some stamping over the top of it.
Okay.
So I hope that kind of stays in place, more or less. And then for my little castle turrets, which are these, which I thought went quite well with the sort of theme of it all. I had it here. There's a set in the A7s called Rapunzel.
Oh, so is this in the pick and mix?
This is in the pick and mix.
Right, okay.
It's the A7 pick and mix, and she's got this is Rapunzel with her letting her hair down, but she's just got this little castle turret.
Ah.
So I'm just I thought that would make a nice little
Clever idea.
castle.
And again, we've got the A6 stamps pick and mix. I think was it the A? Did you say A7?
This is A7
particular
pick
one,
and
right?
mix,
So we'll have
yeah.
a different item number for the A7 one. Again, it's in the brand section as well. So it might be a case that you just have a little look in the brand section there. Keep an eye open. Sometimes ends of calls, these different items can pop up as well. But that one is Rapunzel if you're looking for it.
Yeah, so there's a huge selection of A7s. I think it's almost every stamp Janet's done that's on the pick and mix at the moment. So it's a huge collection. So if you've got anything missing from your collection, now would be a good time to.
I suppose I don't know how you spell Rapunzel. To be honest, I was going to say pop it into the search field and you might find it, but I don't know how to spell it in the first place. So R-A-U-N-Z-E. Oh, I don't know. Not sure. Or we might have found it.
So I'm just going to do 5 of these, and I just had my finger in the way of that one, which is why I've missed it.
Lovely.
And I like to have them at different heights, so this is why I've got my mask in place as well. So at the end of the day, they'll all be sort of hidden behind the hill, but you'll see them.
Okay. Now, we've had a bit of a delve around, and the Rapunzel stamp is available in a variety of different bundles. So we typed in Rapunzel, well, Charlotte did, because I'm stood here standing. But if you type just a few words into the search engine, you'll see Rapunzel pops up in a variety of different bundles. So there you go, you can check them out. So there's all sorts there. So do have a little look. And again, because it's Janet's artwork, everything works so well together. So this one, you've got all sorts. You've got Trailblazer, you've got Frida in there, Rapunzel, Rescue Puppies, the Crafter. Oh, the Crafter, that's a useful one to have, isn't it? So again, there you go, you can see her featuring within that little set, but check out some of the other sets as well, because you will be able to find her in a variety of other ways as well, and maybe discover stamps that you didn't even know existed in the first place. So it's always good having a little rummage around in there, and that's in the brand section incidentally as well.
Right, so that's that. So I'm also going to do my little trees on the other side. So I'm using, for my trees, I'm using the rose bush from the one day special, which comes with the little guys with their deck of cards. So we'll put a few of these at this end.
Nice little stamp, that one, isn't it? As well?
It's really nice, actually. It's quite a nice, useful little set. And don't be afraid to go off the card as well. So it looks quite nice if you actually go off the card. And also, again, do things at different heights. Just I'm not stamping properly. So just do things at different heights, and it just helps you to put that back.
Just fills the area,
yeah, so it just kind of fills the area in. Just get that little wipe. So then my characters that are going to go over the top of here, I'll just stamp those out. I'll show you my finished one for the minute. So you've got my little witch, which is obviously from the one-day special, and then I've got the Red Queen, which is from the big bundle, the complete collection, and then I've got the
well, I said he's a dragon. I'm looking at now thinking, is he a pterodactyl?
He's
I'm
a
not sure.
pterodactyl, really. He's a pterodactyl. So he comes from the A6 pick and mix. So he's here. It's on a set called Dino's. And he's a really sweet little dragon. Well, he is. Yeah, I thought dragon. When I saw him, I thought, no, he looks like a dragon to me. And then the Red Queen, which comes from the complete collection, so she's there. Let's do it this way. So we'll put that on there. We'll do those two together.
So do you tend to find that when you're working with your designs, you build up a background and then you kind of stick the characters in place rather than masking and stamping?
Yeah, I'm not all that keen on masking because I'm not keen on cutting out, and I think if I've got to cut the mask out, I might as well cut the character out and put it over the top.
Enough, yeah.
I know you can sort of keep
and
masks.
sometimes you have to kind of think quite far in advance with masks, don't you? Which I can't really do, to be honest. So unless it's quite a simple design. But yeah.
So that's my two little characters, and I've got them cut out as well, so they're kind of ready to go.
Lovely.
I've got my little witch from earlier as well. And then my little cat that I used, I thought she's a witch, she has to have a little cat.
That's true.
My little cat comes from a set, again in the A7s, called Cat Love.
Aww.
And I just thought he was rather sweet, so I've sort of stamped him out as well.
Fabulous.
So he's quite cute. So that's him. This is what I enjoyed.
Is he in his food bowl?
He is sitting in his food bowl, yeah.
That's a hint if ever I saw one.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's what cats do.
They do, yeah.
So then I've used some little bits of ground. I wanted some little areas of ground. So this has come again from it's called Tremendous Friend. And Janet does a lot of these little sort of archy bits, which are really nice to add little extra elements to your design. And it just all builds it up. It just all makes it look more interesting if you've got all these little bits and pieces going on.
So it kind of connects the characters together, doesn't it?
It does, and it can give them something to
yeah.
stand on sometimes as well. So I'm just going to pop these in place.
Now, just to give you a bit of a time check, Janet, I think we've got, is it about 15 minutes or so left?
Okay.
If I'm looking at the clock, yeah.
Lovely. So we'll just pop these around here and there. Just a few.
Very useful little stamp, that one.
Just to give them a little bit of interest. And for my ground as well, just to add a little bit of colour and give it a little bit of texture, I've used one of my dies.
Oh, this is an interesting one.
Which is called Cells. And I just wanted to use it as a stencil. So instead of doing anything else with it, I like these little hexagon shapes. So I'm just going to put a little bit of colour along the ground, and again, not all over, just in little patches here and there, just to give it a tiny little bit of texture. So this is
nice, yeah.
Come out a little bit darker than my original one, but that's fine. I sometimes think if I do it too pale on the telly, it doesn't show up.
It almost looks like it's a mask that you're using there, but of course this is something that's the beauty of using dies. When you've got the die, you can cut them out as many of these as you want to and use them over and over again. The die itself, $11.99, so very affordable price. And don't forget, if that's going in alongside your complete collection, then you're spreading the cost of that over 3 payments as well, which means you're only paying an extra £4 to get hold of it on top of those payments that you're going to be making. So again, another consideration to make.
And then of course you can still use that. That's not gone to waste.
Oh,
you can still, depending what colours you want to do it, you can still use that for a different project. So let me just get some of my little characters in place, which I've completely lost.
Have they all run off?
Where do I have all my characters? Oh well. I'll just have to show you my finished sample, but I've just put that, I can't find them. I had all my characters cut out
they
here.
were there a
Oh,
minute
I put
ago,
the
weren't
stamps
they?
over the, no, here they are. I put the stamps over the top of them, so I thought
I was
got
always
them all
almost saying, and
somewhere.
then they all ran off and lived happily ever after, because that was almost what had happened.
So that's that, and then
Oh,
my
cute.
little cat's just going to go here. And then just to add a few little flowers in as well, I've used another set, which is called Raincoat. And you've just got these 3 little flowers on here, which I thought looked quite sweet, so we'll just stamp those as well. Run out of mounts.
And again, Janet always makes sure she fills as much of that area as she possibly can. So yeah, do look amongst all the other stamps that you've got from her collection for those additional bits and pieces. Like you say, these little flowers, very useful to have.
These are really sweet as well, and again, these are just all the little bits that turn it into a little scene. So let me just mask off this bit at the bottom here, because you can always change the height of things. If you don't want them the height, you can. If you just mask off a little bit at the bottom, you can just change the height of things. So
Very clever.
I've stamped out my little flowers. I'll just do another one of those, and then that one can be a bit taller there. I just have to mask this one off a bit as well. Oops. Don't know if I want to put that one in really. I haven't left myself quite as much of a gap as I did on my original card. So that's just going to go there, and then they're all going to pop into place. And then the only thing I do that would, obviously I've coloured everything in, and I like to just do a little squiggly line all along here, so it helps if you've got any bits that don't quite tie in with the edge, you can just tie them in so that it all kind of matches
Good
in.
tip, yeah.
And along there. So then you've got your little characters along there. And the words I've used have come from the Sentiments set. So we've got a set called Bring On the Sentiments
Lovely.
by Tracy.
Oh gosh,
this is
there's
in
loads on that
this is in the show today as well. So I've just used, all my words have come from there. So I've just stamped my words. So we've got Hope, which is there, which I've stamped there.
Look at that. Anything is possible. That's a
Dream
nice one.
and Quirky. So they're all just from the stamp. So once that's all coloured in and matted up, then that's what.
Perfect. Oh, Johnny, thank you. How cute. I love it. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, those sentiment stamps, incidentally, there's 24 sentiments on that stamp set. So there's a lot of content in there. You're only paying £12.99. So this is a really useful one. You can see those different words in there, but then you've got little phrases like special moments. As I said before, anything is possible. You've got your little hugs and kisses there as well. Every day is a journey. Isn't that lovely? All sorts of fabulous things. And of course, if you wanted to add that into your basket, you can do. Just £12.99. And again, if it's going in alongside your complete collection, then that £12.99 can be spread over 3 payments as well, making it a very affordable way to get hold of 24 very useful stamps. 921774 if you're liking the look of those. So there's lots to consider during this hour. Of course, it's an hour that's dedicated to our one-day special. So if you have just joined us, I know some of you joined us partway through the show where we are talking about our amazing one-day special. Now, this is a deal that was launched at 6 o'clock last night, and we had another show at 8 o'clock, which you can go back and watch on Rewind as well. And then, of course, we had our nighttime repeats. It's been a very popular one-day special, so much so that at this point, over 70% of the stock has gone. Yeah, it's been a popular one, hasn't it? And lots of you have been getting hold of this in addition to previous releases that we've seen from the lovely Janet, because she's done so many different releases. But the one that works alongside this one beautifully is our Alice and Dorothy collection, which is going to be in a bundle in a few moments. But if you're wanting these and you're wanting all of these wonderful stamps, you're going to get them all alongside your little acrylic acrylic block there for an amazing price there with a £5 saving. 2 flexi buys on this one, bringing it up to £39.94. Now, I mentioned a previous collection. So the previous collection that we've got is this particular set. Now, if you like the look of both of them, don't take any notice of the details on your screen, but we have to tell you about them. This is if you're wanting to go for this set by itself. It's almost like it's a second one-day special, to be honest, because you've got a £13 saving on this, sorry, £11 saving on this one as well, and you're getting your acrylic block in there. But the beauty is that bundle and this bundle have been put together in a big bundle, and of course big bundles mean big savings, and that's exactly what you're getting with this one. So the savings from each 2 of those different bundles is coming together, and you've got an additional saving. So for instance, everybody's saving at least £10 on top of those savings that we spoke of. All comes together at £26 worth of savings. So that is a really good saving to be had. But if you're a Freedom member, then you're actually getting even more so. £33.99 is your saving overall. So taking all the savings from your one-day special and that fabulous Dorothy and Alice bundle, all coming together, you've got a £17 saving in addition to the savings that you're going to be getting. But 70% of the stock here is gone, which excites me, because I think that what that means is there's lots of you that have gone for the Dorothy collection before, so you're naturally going for the one-day special, but there's lots of you that have not experienced these deals before with regard to these characters and going for everything. So lots of newbies may be joining us. So if you are a newbie with regards to Janet's artwork, welcome. She's made some amazing stamps, and we've got some amazing deals featuring these ones, as you can see here. Now, 201909, of course, we've got all sorts of different wonderful examples. First of all, featuring some of the characters that we've got within the one-day special. So you've got things like your playing cards, your little soldier playing cards, as you can see with these. And of course, the beauty is in the design. You can make it nice and simple. And of course, the fabulous little rose tree that they're adding the red paint to in the story is featuring in here. Again, you can build up your own story with these. So of course, you've got your different characters, as you can see, with those fabulous flamingos, which I think are absolutely adorable. Then you've got characters that, again, you can be building up your design. I love this. And again, utilising other things that you'll have from AALL Create. Fabulous little bunny featuring there. Or maybe you're going to go all deep and mysterious with this particular character here. And I love this because you've got depth and design with regard to this one as well. The little toadstools, incidentally, that's featuring from the complete bundle, because you will find those in the Dorothy and Alice collection. And here you go, your characters guarding the door, along with the help of the fabulous smiley cat, as you can see there, the Cheshire Cat. 201909 is a brilliant prize for an amazing array of different stamps, and lots of you taking advantage. So by all means, please do so. Now, we've not got long left within this hour, only about 7 minutes or so, so we're going to head over to Janet again. But one thing I will mention is she's going to be back with us again at 12 o'clock. So if you have just joined us, well done. You're in time for the last demo of the hour, but there'll be more when we get to 12 o'clock as well. So we've got about 7 minutes or so,
Okay,
Janet.
so that's really cool. So I thought I'd do a really cute little card, just really simple, and just something just to show you. You don't have to, you know, normally I do quite sort of complicated things, but this is just a nice, simple little card. So I'm starting off just by using, we've got a set of shoes, so they're in with...
Oh, I saw these. I think they're in with the
here they are with the little witch.
Ones?
So they're in these ones. So it's just with the Wicked Witch, and I just like the shoes, and I thought they deserved to have a little mention all of their own. So I'm going to pop them on a card, and I'm just going to do the background. So this is stuck on over the top here. So I'm just going to do my background on a square piece of card. So that's that. And I've just literally stamped these all around the edge, really. And when you're doing this, always do them in different directions so that they're not all facing in the same. You don't want them all just lined up in a row, so you want to sort of move them around a bit and have some coming in off the edge, have some at different angles. Those there.
Cute little stamp, that one.
It's really cute little stamp, and I think I don't know, somebody's done a card where they've just stamped these all round and highlighted one pair in red. I think it's in one of the design team. I can't remember who it was.
I'll have a dig around, see if I can find that one.
Look at that. So that's my shoes, and then just to fill that in with, I just found, because I just wanted a little bit more on that, in the A7 collection, All Good Things, there's just this tiny little flower.
Oh.
So I like looking for the teeny-weeny little elements in stamp sets, because they are useful. Don't ignore them. They really just work nicely with these. So just to fill in,
Like you say, perfect to make your own little background.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like to do these, and then you can colour them however you want them to be coloured. And obviously I'm only going to go around the edge because I've got a bit in the centre to...
I can't find the little design with the shoes on. It's got to be here somewhere. We'll dig it out.
I'll find it. Maybe it's on... I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point. It might be on the front somewhere, yeah.
It's... I think that will do. Let's put one more there.
Gosh, that hasn't taken long to build up at all.
No, it's just really quick to do. You can just build up nice little backgrounds quite quickly with these. I'll just stick that there so I don't lose it for later. So that's going to be my background, and then this is just going to go over the top. And once you put this over the top, it kind of changes the way it looks. It looks nicer. And then for my shop, because we've got in Janet's collection here, she's got a set of shops. This one's called To Market. It'll be in the A6 collection.
Oh, is that where the lemonade stand came from? Ah,
yeah,
I see, yes.
Yeah. So she's got a shoe shop.
Aha, clever.
So the two just had to go together. So I've got my set of shoes shop here. So this one we're going to stick, just pop that in the middle there. And just leave it to sink a little while so it stamps out. So that's my little shoe shop.
Oh, it's such a cute little design, that one.
And then also we've got a tree in here as well. So this is in the same collection. So we've got a tree. I'll just pop that.
These are kind of stamps that you never really put away, do you? Because
No,
you've got all the elements you use.
And if you've got a lot of Janet stamps, always just think about what will go together and look at the little elements, and don't... It's a shame they come in sets in a way.
Yeah.
Because it would be nice if you just had a huge, great big and had them all, so you don't think of, I must use this one with that set. You can just change them, mix them, match them.
I suppose you could change them and put like all your trees together and all your flowers together if you wanted to, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, the trouble is though, it's nice to have them in their little groupings as well, isn't it?
You don't know what to do for the best sometimes.
Yeah, it's tricky to know which way to do it the best.
And then my little character, I've used on my original card, which I'll show you here, I've used Alice, which comes from the complete collection. But I also thought we've got here Curly Girl.
Oh, of
which
course,
comes from the A6 collection, the A7 collection as well. So I just thought she would look quite nice like that as well. So all I've done, how long have I got? A couple of minutes. All I've done
about a minute and a half, or there or thereabouts.
Obviously, colour everything in. It's a huge difference once you colour it all in. And my little heart that I've used.
The little heart, where's that come from?
That's come from my borders. So this is a border. This is so difficult to say. It's called frayed threads.
Oh,
it's one of those tongue twisters.
If you don't mind, I'll keep quiet about that one, Janet.
Frayed threads. So I can only say it once. It's not one of those you can repeat.
To kind of pause before you say it, don't you?
And I've just taken the heart from that. So that. The heart's just come from one of those. It's just come from there.
Very useful. What a fabulous little card. I love it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I love it. So there you go. As you can see, when you're investing in any of Janet's sets, they all work so well with each other. But with this one, you're getting loads because, of course, if you're going for the bumper bundle with the details on your screen, you're not only getting your one-day special, but you're also going to get your Dorothy and Alice collection alongside. It's where Alice goes into Wonderland and meets up with all the guys from Oz. It's a brilliant bundle, and it's got a huge saving, especially if you're a Freedom member, and the ability to spread the cost over 3 payments. But bear in mind that complete bundle, over 70% of the stock has gone. Janet, thank you for your inspiration as always.
See you at 12.
Let's do it at 12, definitely. So make sure you tune in and join us as well, and you'll get loads more of ideas from our lovely Janet. But if you've got this deal in your basket, you need to be checking your basket out to make sure you can take advantage of it and not miss out. We will see you a little later. goodness, that woke me up then. Sentimentally Yours. Oh, we've got fabulous, our lovely Julia's here. And then we're going to be making bags. I cannot wait. And then we've got Stencil Up.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
A very good morning to you. Yes, it is part of our Flextravaganza event, so anything you pop in that basket can be split over 2 payments over November and October, no matter what the cost, and it's going to end on Friday. There you go. Let's say hello to our Julia. Good morning, my darling.
Hi, everybody.
She's been here for hours, haven't you? You were here when I was talking to myself earlier. I was bothering you with the questions about vellum. What gorgeousness have we got this hour?
We've got some pick and mixes from Sentimentally Yours, quite a few ranges, and so it's a good time to kind of cherry pick because some of them won't be back. I mean, I noticed when we came in this morning that one of the big backgrounds disappeared already.
Right,
so,
okay.
Yeah, so do make sure that if there's anything you're looking for that you grab it. And I don't know if Phil's sitting down at home. I don't know if he realises what the prices are, but...
we won't tell him.
Have a look. Yeah, don't tell him.
It's too late. Once it's on the screen, that's that. So basically, Julie's hinting there's big fat savings. So these have been on before, but of course not in the pick and mix configuration.
Not in the pick and mix configuration. The big backgrounds were launched at the kind of early summer, late spring time, and we did the journal page, the music background and the map background. And then following on there were another 6 released, and we've only got 5 of them. As I say, one of them's disappeared. Then we had the pair of Christmas ones, all the Christmas themed, which is your stars and your snowflakes.
Yeah.
Obviously the stars can be used at any time of year for any kind of celebratory, you know, birthday kind of event. And don't forget, you don't have to use them as a big A5 sheet if you don't want to. And then the final one was the daisies that was released as part of the Delightfully Daisies collection. So obviously you've got things for male cards, female cards. I mean, even the cogs you can make into a feminine card if you want to. It all depends on the colours. And don't forget that you can stamp and emboss. You can put the cosmic embossing powders on top, the twinkling ones. You can also stamp with your Versamark and pop your Luscious powders on top, and that gives you a really lovely finish too. You can cut out some elements, like some of the numbers. You can cut those out and decoupage those up, and then that changes the feature.
Looks so different.
Yeah, they do,
Look at
don't
that.
they?
And then I've got another one here just to show you how different that. I love this stamp. I mean, they're just, grungy kind of.
Yeah.
Can look so. That's so.
but
them
that
two are
pop
so
of red
different.
that's been popped on the top is really effective, isn't it? So, I mean, obviously, you know, the ones with the numbers are perfect for like your youngster cards, right the way through to adulthood as well.
Love that.
And they've all got this kind of torn edge to them on one side, which is as if it's been torn out of a ring-bound book. And they're all a little bit grungy, which means that if your stamping isn't brilliant, it's very forgiving. Obviously, the numbers one there, you can see it's got definitions included in there as well. You can pull out the pen and the little bumblebee. There's lots of elements in there, and the more you use them, the more you'll spot different things in them.
Yes, I love that fountain pen there as well.
Yeah, and the little pot of ink.
And you're going to come down to my favourite as well now.
Unfortunately, we don't have a journal page that's just pictures, just Mr. Martin. Can you imagine a journal page that just had Mr. Martin's face replicated all over it? That'd be great, wouldn't it? Next release, Phil.
This is the ledger. This is a lovely one as well. Sorry, I'm twiddling that around there.
Yeah, that's the ledger. I mean, I found my mum and dad used to do their accounts. They were never computerised ever, so they wrote theirs on books like this. And so I've been finding books like this, and it's very reminiscent of the old accounting books that you had, and they're just beautiful things, really. And don't forget that you can actually die cut these, so if you wanted to, you can use smaller pieces. You can also die cut your flowers from it, which is very effective, or do it the other way round and die cut it from plain card and then stamp on top. There's lots that you can do with it, and you can add your stencil work to it, whether you use your paste, whether you use your inks. They're just wonderful pieces to use as backgrounds or foreground images as well.
Yeah. And then the clocks, I mean, I'm going to bring in a card.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
That is a beauty. I'm going to bring in a quick card here just to show you how that timepiece there is embossed on that blue card.
Yeah, and embossed in white. And
how beautiful.
I'll give you a heads up, we have got 6 new colours of the Lustre card on at the moment. The Lustre card, it looks fabulous if you stamp and emboss these backgrounds on them. So, you know, get ahead and have a look at those.
There's so much detail on there, like you said.
They're just stunning, aren't they?
I love those separate hands of the clocks.
And you've even got, you know, the sand timers as well.
Yes, the sands of time there.
Yeah.
It's so good. Moving across there.
The journal page, I mean, the travel one, that's one
Always
of my
popular.
favourites too.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you can go... I mean, we are starting to travel a little bit more now. I'm still a little bit dubious about travelling. So you can go all around the world with this journal page here, and think if you're doing your journal, so you're using your ECD planner dies, you're using Studio Light planner dies, or even if you're just using your Happy Planner, you can put these in there and add a few photographs and do your memories.
That's a lovely idea. Love the footsteps through it.
Whether you've been to the places or not, it might be on your. I read a book recently. Instead of having a bucket list, you have a living list. So instead of doing something before you die, you have a list while you're living, and so you might have a list of places that you might want to visit while you can.
It's just the approach is different, isn't it?
Absolutely,
I love
the
that.
approach
Same thing,
is different.
Approach.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is just absolutely wonderful, and you can pull out those individual places as well. So I mean, remember we've got Valentine's Day coming up. I know we're not at Christmas yet, but we always have to think ahead as crafters, and obviously Paris is kind of thought of as the city of love, isn't it? So you could pull out the area that's got Paris in it and make yourself a Valentine's card just with that section there. Or if somebody's going to university or you know, living abroad for a while, you can pull out the suitcase. So there's lots of little elements in there that you can use.
Very versatile.
Yeah, very versatile.
Moving to sort of like the old map, the compass.
map.
Yes, I
so
love
the
this
map
one.
you could use in conjunction with some of those elements that I've just talked about from the travel page. Obviously, you
Gorgeous.
just turn it. So it's the only one that has the other orientation. So it's the only horizontal page because obviously you've got the balloon on there.
Yes,
but
the
obviously
ascension
you do move things around in your journals anyway. So you move the orientation of your pages around. But I mean, it's just stunning, isn't it?
Beautiful, layered up there, gorgeous. And then we're coming to two of my favourites now because I'm always a bit besotted with scripts and music.
Yeah.
This is phenomenal.
The
Look at
music
this,
is
the music
wonderful.
page. I'm going to twist this around. That would be lovely on music, wouldn't it? You know, layered up on actual music itself. It's so
or if you've got
detailed.
any old, you know,
back to
old
front.
note
Sorry,
paper
guys,
that's a
I'll
little
stand
bit kind of browny,
No,
you
it's
know,
not
how
brown.
your paper goes.
maybe
Also, I mean, you know, a lot of people know that I work with fairy hugs as well, and we had some fairies in the Christmas collection who were like carol singing fairies. They had little carol books in their hands, so that would work really well with this. So you know, you could use it in your Christmas makes. You could add some holly to it if you wanted to. So very versatile. So yes, that one is definitely a definite. And then script, you cannot have enough script stamps in your stash.
I agree. It's the law.
Absolutely, yeah. Whether you can read it or not, it doesn't really matter. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing to have. And the splodges are there. And you know, it doesn't matter if you miss bits because of the nature of these. It just doesn't matter. They're great for people to start their stamping journey with these pages.
I'm going to print in a lovely card there. You can just see it
in the
background. Isn't that lovely? So versatile again.
Yeah.
It's such a good all-rounder, that, isn't it? Just love it. Really, really beautiful. So pick and mix any two for £24.98. Don't forget one is already sold out. 867146, the big A5 stamps. Also on the show today, we have the flowers. Now, again, I've not seen these, but these are beautiful. Tell me about the flowers, Julia.
Yeah, so these are designed by Trudy Howard, who's been with Sentimental Yours for just over 2 years now. And these are her hand-drawn images. They're all A6 stamps.
Yeah.
And these were very, very popular when we launched these. So I was quite surprised to see these on the show. I don't know whether he did another run or not, but I was just so surprised that there's any left. They're great for colouring in, that easy colouring in. You can see by the packaging that Trudy's coloured them all in for you.
Yes.
So you can see where all the stems are, because when you've got the bunches and the bouquets, it's a little bit difficult sometimes. So you've got 2 bunches, you've got 2 scenes to choose from, and then you've got the daisies and the poppies, which are like separate elements. So you can build your own scenes, build your own backgrounds with those. You've got a few sentiments in there, you've got a few little butterflies in there as well. It has been a really, really popular set, and do ask to join the Crafting with Phil Martin and Sentimentally Yours Facebook group, because there have been loads and loads of samples. People absolutely love these stamps.
Beautiful to talk about the colouring in there. I mean, that's quite a sort of a loose, loosely done there. Just because she's very forgiving, like you said, Julia.
Yeah,
I love that.
And that's just
beautiful,
you know,
isn't it?
kind of just laying some colour down and then stamping on top.
Yeah.
So that's really easy to do.
Gorgeous, they really do.
I mean, obviously we do have a Remembrance Day this week, don't we? So
we do indeed, darling.
You may or may not get them in time for that, but it's still lovely to have your poppies anyway. And the daisies, in fact, that pink daisy card is one that Phil made on his opening day of his Sheffield store weekend before last.
Oh, lovely.
So that one hasn't been seen on TV
There
before.
we go, everybody. First time aired. £25.97. Pick any 3 for those A6 stamps. Any 3 there. 287684. And don't forget, you can split that over the 2 Flexi-Buy payments there. The Flex Stravaganza. So you can split that £25.97 over November and October. So December, I'm going backwards. I can't go back in time, sorry. So that it doesn't matter what the cost. New cardstock. I do have a favourite in here. Can you guess which one it is? It's to do with alcohol. It's the claret. Look at that.
The claret has got kind of a blue tinge to it.
That's why it's
It's very difficult to catch it. That's quite a good shot.
Gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. So these are
gorgeous.
6 brand new colours. Phil launched them the weekend before last on his shop. Not available anywhere other than from Phil, and now here.
Beautiful.
So they are, as you can see, they are. It's on a pick and mix, but you've got the copper, you've got the oyster, you've got silver moon, the claret, you've got the anthracite, and you've got that beautiful pale gold, which I'll use the last 2 in the shows this afternoon, so you can get a really good look at those. But
yeah, they are gorgeous.
They've got a coloured core to them. It's not the lustre core; it's like a solid colour core.
Ah, that's interesting.
But it's a true colour. So, for instance, in the claret, you don't have a pink core.
Right,
so you do have that claret colour as a pink. So that's great when you're die cutting, because sometimes when you die cut, you see the edges. So if it was a white core, you see a white edge, but you don't. You see a coloured core.
20 sheets of each, 60 altogether. Beautiful quality. I'm going to go claret. I'm going to go warm copper. And that's a very pretty soft gold, isn't it?
It's almost like a custard yellow, isn't it?
But I like it all the more for that.
Yeah,
it's so different.
Yeah, but he's called it pale gold. I don't know why he's not. I would have called it custard, but that's probably not. That's probably not classy enough to call it custard.
Custard. £22.49. I'm going with the custard. 692-269.
And don't forget that the original colours are still there in the pick and mix. So if you need to top up on any of your Christmas colours, then you can do that. But those are the 6 new ones.
Yeah. That's why we've got those on the counter. So yeah, don't forget all that pick and mix. Let's go to the website and have a look at those. So we have got the lovely strip stamps on the show as well today. Look at all these big savings. This is why we hope Mr. Martin is not watching. Can't be blamed for something it's on the screen. We're just merely the minions. We're just talking about it. So all there, lots of lovely savings. Got some lovely die sets and stamp sets there as well. Take advantage. If you've, like Julia said, if there's you've just missed it, or you didn't see when it was on, or you're just thinking I had my eye on that, but now I'm even more tempted. There is no reason why not, because of those big savings. And of course we've got the lovely watercolour brush sets as well, which are fantabulous. Yeah, all the essentials there. Right, let's go to our Julia. What are we looking at, my darling?
Right, so we're going to do a Phil Martin. So we're going to do 1 demo during this hour.
Okay.
I'm not going to overdo it, but we're going to do pretty much start to finish. Although I've done some of the colouring already, I'm going to show you the techniques. Okay, and I have done this to death already, but it's one of my favourite backgrounds, so we're going to do it again. So I've got this is an A5 piece of the Sentimentally Yours watercolour card, the super smooth hot press card. So it's lovely and smooth. It's I want to say 300 GSM, but I'm not sure whether that's right or not.
I'll just double check that for you.
It's either 300 or 350. I think it's 300.
Oh, it doesn't say for us, but it's a good old thickness there.
I think it's 300. I'm sure it's 300.
Yeah.
It is really thick, so it takes a lot of water, lovely and smooth for you to stamp on. And those that came to the store and saw me demo will see me do this. I've done it on my Facebook Live, but we're going to do it again because I like to do it.
People miss it. People miss it, Julie, you see.
So what we're going to do is I've got some oxides, sprays, and I've got carved pumpkin, kitsch flamingo, and I've got fossilised amber. So we're putting a load of water onto this, and this is a Diane Reevely technique.
Well, I haven't seen it, Julia, so it's new to my eyes, darling.
So this is a clean and easy way of using your oxide sprays. So give them a bit of a shake side to side, not up and down, because you don't want to block nozzle, even though I'm not using the nozzle. And we're just drawing with the nozzle, first of all with the fossilised amber, onto our card.
Tell you what, you've chucked a lot of moisture.
There's a lot of moisture on there, but the card can cope. Then we're going for our kitsch flamingo.
This is a gorgeous colour.
It is lovely.
Yeah. Num num num.
Definitely.
Go back to rhubarb and custard again.
This would go very well with Janet's flamingo on the stamps that she's got on her one-day special.
Life is a balancing act. I love that stamp set. Yeah.
I don't think she's listening. So it doesn't matter if you get some splodges, that just all adds to it. So we got some of that. We're going to give it a little bit more water because I can see where it's not moving around. So we're going to just move it around a little bit more. And then we're going to go for our carved pumpkin. With distress, you'll find that most colours work together. You know,
you can't go wrong.
You can go wrong. You can get mud, but
don't go for mud, everybody.
Distress is a wonderful ink, and there aren't many combos that don't work together. You know, you can bring in things like vintage photo and aged mahogany that will work really well together. They give you a very vintage look. So I'm quite liking that. That looks fab. Then we're going to take another piece of card, and this is where we get a twofer.
Yeah.
Didn't used to do this, but Diane does this. So if it's good enough for Diane, it's good enough for me. So just so we don't get too mucky, we're squidging it together. And you get two kind of different backgrounds by doing this.
Okay.
Now separate them off. Obviously you need to let these dry. So we've got one that's got like lines on it. This isn't wet enough, to be honest. This one's got lines on it, and this one's got just smooth stuff on it. This isn't as inky as they normally are. I'll show you ones that are inked up, but that's just a different background. Great for putting my big backgrounds on.
Yeah.
So don't worry if it's not perfect. These are kind of two bits that I've got dried from earlier. So you can see here on the one where I've drawn, you get the lines from the tube. So the darker colours sit in the lines that you've drawn in the card. Because the card's wet, it sinks into the lines. So you get that one. And then you've got this one that's paler, but without any tube lines on. So that's the one I put on top, and that's the one that's on the bottom. So these are great for stamping on. So these are obviously dry, but you can see they flatten out nice and beautifully. So
quality that card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one, so this is my whole A4 piece. So my two A5s on here.
Yeah.
So I've cut my elegant eyelets out of part of this, and this is going to be for my flowers. So let's do some stamping now. What's that from? That's from there. So first of all, we're going to stamp the main daisy onto my elegant eyelets. I'm going to use my platform. Make sure it's nice and anchored. And I'm going to stamp with Nocturne Versifying Clair because it's nice and juicy. But I'm not going to emboss. You can emboss if you want to. If you want to emboss, then just make sure you dust with an anti-static bag first. If you're going to die cut, and if you're going to stamp, make sure your card is 100% dry, because you don't want your ink to move or to... with the die cut, it just won't work properly if the card's damp. So you can see we've got this beautiful main image from the daisy, from Trudy's Stamps, and we're going to stamp this in the centre. Lots of tapping. Obviously the beauty of using the stamping platform is if I miss a bit, then I can go again. And I mean, you could, if you didn't want to do backgrounds, you could just do it onto a piece of watercolour card as is. It doesn't really matter. But sometimes it's nice to have that continuation of the colour right the way through to your background. Oh, it's not quite dark enough there. I'm going to go just a little bit more because I haven't put enough ink on that bit there, and that's going to bug me. Because I like to be able to use it. Even if I'm not using this one, it'd be homework for somebody.
We'll get that elegant eyelets ovals up. You get 11 dies of those, concentric ovals there. A4, on an A4 magnetic sheet for your storage. Very elegant indeed. They're lovely, they are.
They are. They're really...
£5 saving there.
Yeah. £5 saving, wow. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Didn't ask me. Right, so with the other piece, we've got our... your big background, your daisy set.
The lovely daisies, the
lovely
daisies. They're beautiful.
This was the last addition to the set. And I am going with my A5 acrylic block. Now, he hasn't put the A5 acrylic block on the show. I think he must have missed that one.
Oh.
But have a look in the brand shop, the Sentimental Yours brand shop, and I imagine that it's in there. You can, of course, use your stamping platform as well, but with the big backgrounds, I do tend to get a better result with the A5 block, which is really weird, but I do.
Okay.
So you can just make sure it's nice and inked. It is very forgiving, as I said. All of the journal backgrounds are very forgiving because they're a little bit grungy, and it's a background.
Yeah,
You can always
exactly.
put something on top of it. Don't need to stress. Just make sure your ink is nice and juicy. And it's just under an A5. You can see this is an A5 piece of card, and it's just under that. So we're going to go down here and give it a really good push all the way over. Don't kind of go up here like that. Just make sure you cover it all, just as if you were putting, heat setting and you're embossing. Just work through the whole stamp. And because the ink has now grabbed the card, I can pick the card up, turn it over carefully, keeping one hand holding it in, and this is my insurance policy.
Right.
That I've got all that nicely stamped.
Fabulous.
Doesn't it look good on that
Looks gorgeous.
background?
Could almost be fireworks as well. I love it.
Yeah, it looks
Beautiful.
fabulous on that background. So now we're going to do a little bit of colouring in. Now, you may or may not have noticed that in here we've got 2 butterflies as well. So my idea was originally to do that, but if I do that, which of course you can, because that'll make you a nice A5 card when you've got a little bit of matting and layering on. And of course you don't have to use the whole thing if you don't want to, but I lose my butterflies. So I'm actually going to, when I make my card, I'm going to offset it slightly so I can still see my butterflies. So to colour in, I've chosen a selection of the watercolour blending brush pens. So we've got some from set 4, some from set 3 and some from set 2. These are they. And they all kind of will coordinate with my backgrounds. Do you need to show this? Take the outside ones off first.
Yes, I was just tidying. They've all come in a bit higgledy-piggledy. I thought, wow, I can't believe the size of them actually, Julia.
I know.
They're huge. I was just
large,
arranging
aren't
some
they?
dies.
It probably says on the packaging how big those eyelets go
Yeah.
up to.
So look, 'cause this is
front.
the die set there. They are. They belie the size. So I was just arranging. Forgive me. I'm just going to hold this other. So yeah, they're big.
I'm sure it says on the front how big they go to, on that flag at the top. Can you read it?
Smallest 6 by 23, largest 198, so almost 20 centimetres, but 160 millimetres.
Yeah.
Yeah, big, aren't they?
They are big.
Beautiful. I wasn't ready for that actually. £13.99, £5 saving there, 055790.
Right, so to colour in, what we're going to do is take these 2 kind of orangey tones, and I'm not going to use because in each of the watercolour blending brush pens you get 2 water brushes, but I'm not going to use them. I'm going to blend the pen with pen, because you can do that as well, so the colour will be more intense.
Right.
So we're just going on to the daisy. So we just do that one first, and then we take this lighter one. Oh, that's the wrong one, Julia. That one. Not to worry. Just scrub it in. So take the lighter one. So I took a brown instead of an orange. And then we can blend the 2 together. And so obviously when you get your daisy, it's sort of normally darker in the centre, and then the petals go lighter to the edge.
So the watercolour brush sets, I realise there's different colours in them, but do you sort of get a comprehensive set in the 24? How does it work, Julia?
Yeah, there's, set 1 it was obviously the first one. And
Yeah.
set 1 gives you a good grounding for all of the colours in your spectrum. So that's a really good starter kit.
Right.
And then set 2 will expand on that. Set 3 is the one that has some skin tones in it. And set 4 has some great Christmas kind of colours. It has lots of greens in it. It has some reds. I mean, they all have reds and they all have greens. But
if you're looking to expand,
there's more reds in the set 4, and there's more greens in the set 4 than in the other sets.
Yeah.
But if you've never bought any, I would definitely go for set 1 first.
Right.
Unless you're colouring in lots of people, then go for set 3 first.
Cool.
And I would also do yourself some swatches, because you can see here where I've tried to pull out the pens where I'd used before. Yeah. And so I can kind of figure out which ones I used before. Yeah.
From which set.
I think there are, with the sets that you have here, there are my swatches because I lost them to here.
Well, they'll be in a cupboard somewhere then,
So
won't they?
they're definitely, yeah, with the pens here somewhere. But you can see as you go, and the background kind of melds into it beautifully, and we can use these kind of pinks colours and use the darker one in the centre. It's like a plummy purple, which is quite deceiving that you know, until you use it. And then we can take the pink on the outside and blend that in. It's really easy, simple colouring to do. So that's what we do with the daisies. And then onto the background. You could just use your background as is, absolutely as is. But it is nice to be able to come and marry the colours up, I think. So obviously with our butterfly, again, I'm going to the, is this the darker one? No, do you know, I cannot see today. I don't know what my brain's on. I want the darker one first. And you will find, because what happens with the oxides, when it meets water, so when it oxidises, then the colour doesn't tend to move underneath, whereas regular distress, you'll be able to move the colour. But oxides work a little bit different, so you're absolutely safe going on top of the oxides with your pens. You won't damage your pens. Occasionally, very occasionally, where you've not oxidised the ink, then you'll pick a little bit up onto the tip, but then you can clean the tip off onto a piece of card, and you know, you're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But can you see that graduation of colour between
definitely.
that there?
Yeah, it's palpable.
And then we can just take this light brown and just, you know, we're not worried about shading on the body, and we just add that on there. And exactly the same with our, check I've got the right ones, with our daisy. We've got a little bit that's folded over there, so we do that in a dark colour. You don't need to worry too much about going out of the lines on this, because nobody will be able to see it because of our background being the same kind of tones, which I like. This is kind of mindful colouring in for me. This is like, I'm not very good with necessarily with shading, and I do people, but I prefer not to.
Yeah.
But this is more of a leisure activity, and I think it turns the mind off a little bit doing this, and it's definitely a relaxing kind of colouring in for me, this one. And then we just bring in one of the pinks in the centre, like so.
Lovely. Would that be a good time to
that's
recap
fine.
to? Is that
That's
right?
fine, yeah,
Lovely.
yeah.
Fantastic. We're halfway through the show. Yeah, the big backgrounds, and I know Julia at the end, if we got time, she's got some beautiful samples showing you all the different ways that you can use the actual backgrounds themselves. The script is flying. Can I be really naughty, nick that? You know, it's my favourite in your pile, the script.
Oh, yes.
Do you know,
yes,
I literally went, oh, that's gorgeous. I'm
only
preempting
part
what
of
Julia's
one.
going to
It's
do.
only
But
part of
look
one.
at this, everybody. Bada bing, bada bong. Hey, look at that. Where'd you get where'd the butterflies come from, Julia?
The butterflies come from the stencil that's in the Sentimental Yours Compendium box kit #1. There's a bit of a jelly plate background with an AALL Create stencil in the back there, but it didn't turn out that brilliantly, so I put the butterflies on top. It did start with, again, an oxide background. Did it? No, it didn't. It is just all gel plate, actually, on the background.
Love that, Julia. I've stolen it from her.
You can have it, that's
Thank you.
fine.
Oh, I do love that. Right, off it goes. It's gone with me now. 40% gone of the script. It's very, very popular. Here it is on another beautiful card. Love that sort of tattered edge there as well that Julie was explaining. The forgiving of it, the sort of grunge element of the splodges, the torn edges. I just love that, especially for your journaling or card making. I think it's absolutely beautiful, very popular. Moving along, we've got the same sort of feel, but with music, which is absolutely gorgeous. And again, I love the idea that Julia was talking about the carol singers. You know, you could stamp that on the white card, and then your lovely die cuts. They're going to look beautiful. And then you look closer, you can see a dove, you can see postcard, you can see flowers there. It's layered up. There's so much. It's really interesting. Then we've got the world map. So this is the only landscape one. Let me just hold that round for you there. You can see the size of these. These are just huge. So again, another, wrong way around, Fiona. Another great one for your journaling, your travelling. Isn't that brilliant? Oh, I got it upside down again. Right, third's a dream. Third's a dream. There's our balloon ascension. That's rubbish, Fiona. I'm just going to put it back. I've been on a hot air balloon. It was brilliant. And then we've got our Big Ben, Eiffel Tower, the postage stamps, the travel. Again, multi-layered little bits that you can pick out that Julia said, the passport, you know, when we do get to go, where the footsteps, where you want to go, the living list. I love that rather than the bucket list. Then the clocks again. This can be so different. I've got a beautiful card here with the clocks. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. Time for a birthday, time to say hello. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, moving on to new things. Then we've got the ledger as well, the vintage ledger. That's a beauty as well. Love that. I can see so much versatility in that. Gorgeous background stamp there, the ledger there as well. Moving up. After that, we have the daisies that Julia was just working with, the vintage daisies, and explosive, beautiful butterflies and flowers. Gorgeous. Then we've got a Christmas pairing, but as Julia said earlier, you know, the stars can be congratulations. It doesn't have to be Christmassy, but you could make it very, very Christmassy, in fact. And then moving across, matching with that, we've got our lovely snowflakes as well. So they're the sort of the Christmas themes. Then we've got our clogs and our cogs, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful card here. With the cogs and again, a fabulous background stamp. Isn't that beautiful? And last but not least, again, very grungy, or you could be very elegant. Looking at Alison's sample here as well with our numbers, and I liked Julie's idea of cutting them out so they become a significant number. So different, both those cards. So what a versatile stamp that is. £24.98. Pick and mix any two. 867 146. Julia's also using the flower stamps. She's quite surprised. Not that these are on actually with this. Saving today, because this is all a different configuration. I've not seen them, so this is what happens. But the great news is, like me, you'd get your £7 saving today. So you've got the four sort of background ones, or sort of bloom, posy, I should say, singular daisy, singular, so you can build up that poppy, and then you've got that foreground, those meadow look cards as well. So pick any three. Yeah, great for colouring, Julia said. Very forgiving as well. If we look at this one. That was where's me poppy one? That was, yeah, this is beautiful. Isn't that lovely? I love that. Just the sort of splodges, and then the stamp over it, the sort of haphazard, happy accident there. And then that was the one Phil did with the daisies, first time on air. But you can just do some very simple beauty. I mean, look at that. And you've got that front cover there to give you a kind of steer, because they're quite big. Much bigger than how they appear on the front packaging, obviously. So it gives you a steer as to how to do the colouring there. Pick any three for £25.97, which is a Billy bargain. Now, you can pick your cardstock as well on the web, but we've got some new ones today, which is why I've got these on the counter. But it's, you know, you've got all the crispy colours on there as well. These are the brand new colours. So you've got your lovely warm copper there, our lovely moonlight, anthracite, our claret, our oyster, and our silvery moon. They've all got lovely names. My favourite, this is the one I think everybody should have in their life, is the claret, because it's deep mauve when you look at it, and then you get this blue. It's quite astonishing. Yeah. It's like those two-tone cars that go by, because it just looks like a proper claret, and then you see, oh, the blue. You know, those shimmery cars, they come towards you and you see the mauve, and then they go by and you say, oh, maybe you've seen that. Have you seen that, Julia? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
The metallic-y kind of.
Metallic, yeah. Metallic.
Two-tone.
You don't see many metallic cars nowadays. No, because it used to be extra money, wasn't it, to buy them? Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Or they've taken it to a garage to have a bespoke spray, haven't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, have your bespoke spray card there. £22.49, 60 sheets there, 692-269. Other colours on the web, of course, as well. Got some others, again, savings. We're hoping Mr. Martin isn't watching. These sentiments are fabulous. Essential sentiments and good vibes. Yeah, good vibes, like, you know, celebrate. Sorry I forgot. On your special day, enjoy yourself. There's a lovely one. You're my hero, that's it. Yeah, dare to dream. Follow your heart. Stay strong. Don't worry. Stay fabulous. Yeah, I love the short and sweet, but to the point. You can have the A5 set, both of those for £24.98, £5 saving. Woo! 120520. Also got some more elegant eyelets. Now this is in the circles. Remember, these were big. 14 dies there. Love that eyelet edge. It's quite dynamic now that I've seen Julia's here in the flesh. £30.99. They get to a big size. You can see the size there, 134320. And then we've also got the watercolour pens that Julie was mentioning. So if you're going in for the first off, go for set 1. You've got your comprehensive set there, 24. And again, seen Julia blend, very forgiving there as well. So that's got all your basics colours there as well, set 1 there. 29.99, 334 739. And then you can extend the range. You can go to set 2, which I believe, is that for the colouring the figures, lots of skin tones?
Set 3.
So that's set 3, sorry.
Yeah.
So ignore me. That's set 3. And then more greens and more Christmas colours in set 4. And set 2, what was set 2 about?
Set 2 is just like an extension of the colours.
Colours on set 1.
It's got a fabulous like denim blue in it, and there's a lovely pale blue in it. So that for blues, I really like set 2 because they're
There
two
we
of my
go.
favourites.
2 for the blues. I'll make me remember it. 29.99. Have a little look at the colourways. 845273. Are they nice to use, Julia?
They
look like they are.
Do you know, Phil first launched these, I think it was 2 years ago, actually, because I think we launched them just after Trudy joined Sentimental Yours, which was the same time I came back to the channel, roughly.
Yeah.
And I'm still using my original sets.
Wow. Wow. So that's the longevity in the amount of pigment in there and the watercolours.
Absolutely.
Gosh, that's amazing.
And I use them a lot. These are my go-to pens. I prefer these to any other pens.
Right, good
So
colour
I
with
use
them.
them a lot.
Wow. There we go. There you go, there's the testimony there. They're an investment and they'll last. 29.99. So we've got about 20 minutes, Julia, just so you know,
Okey-dokey,
darling.
that should be
Oh, you're using those lovely sentiments.
I'm using the stitch tabs, and I'm using the Good Vibes one.
Nice.
So, of course, silly me didn't bring a reasonable size piece of... I don't know what planet I was on when I did this.
You've got the world's tiniest piece of card.
I have got the...
for your stitch
Because I
sentiment
knew
there.
it would fit. So,
She's being thrifty, everybody. She's
I
being
am
thrifty.
being really... that's what you want, your last little bits of card that you cut off when you make a big card are so
I won't waste
useful for
those.
these. But because I actually want to put it in the stamping platform, I should have had like a bigger piece. But we'll see how we get on. I've got other ones.
It does
cut
the
out.
job.
It's fine. It's fine. So we've got make today awesome, dream big, and go for it. That's what really kind of emotive sentiments to get you going. Because I think that the colour scheme of the card is like a bright and cheerful one, so I think it kind of works.
Lovely.
So the ones that you need to make sure that you really ink are the negative ones, and what I mean by that is you can see as I'm inking it up, the one that's got the most black ink of it, they're
I
negative
see.
stamps.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that you need to make sure that you've got the most ink on.
You've got the most to fill there, haven't you, with the black?
Yeah, and I know that one's upside down. I've done that so I can still get my magnet on. Obviously, it doesn't matter because you're going to cut it out, and it's only on a thin strip of card. So you know, don't stress. I know it's upside down. Before anybody says anything,
It won't be for long.
it won't be for long. See, that's the right way up now, so I can cut that and.
Oh, they look great stamped out.
Yeah, yeah.
They look
Dream big,
fantastic.
go
Oh, I
for
love
it.
those negative ones.
Yeah, they're really cool, aren't they?
Aren't they just?
So if you were to actually stamp it onto coloured cards, so obviously where the white is, the colour
Yeah.
of the card would come through.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, so
yeah. Good,
yeah, that works. And then you cut those out, and when they're cut out, they're like so.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
Really eye-catching.
They are, aren't
Yeah.
they? So that's they. Then we're also going to, let's pull those off for a minute. I'll put those away properly in a
You're
sec.
getting both sets there for £24.98, £5 saving today, 120520. So you're covering all the gamut of occasions there, and feel good and cheering somebody up for sending a message there. So yeah, don't forget the Flexi Freedom
That's
business.
a fabulous offer, isn't it?
I've created a new
Have you heard Leonie try and say that?
extravaganza.
She can't say it. She just can't say it at all.
What-
She has
what
to
comes
take,
out?
I don't know, but she has to take a run up at it. I don't think she said it this year. She definitely, last year, she just couldn't get her head around it.
Extravaganza. I've just created a new one, Flexi Freedom. It doesn't exist, folks. That doesn't exist. Anyway, our Flextravaganza is whatever you buy. It doesn't matter what's in your basket there. It's going to spread over November and December. Why do I keep going backwards? So you just you don't have to have
You
a
just
certain
want
amount
to
you have
live
to spend.
this year all over again,
I
don't
do.
you?
I just want to relive it. Why? I'm just racing towards Christmas. I want to take a step back. I think that's what it is subconsciously. So I'm not ready.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's looming too soon.
So now we're using the Sweetheart flower stamper. Phil's put the matching stamps and dies on, and when you've got stamps that match the dies, it gives you other options with the dies, which is a really lovely thing to have. So obviously this is what's left from doing my oval. I have to watch my magnets on my my bracelet. They keep on picking them up. So we're just going to, obviously you can be a bit more frugal, but do make sure that when you actually put them on here, you've got enough space for the die to fit around.
Ah, yes, that's true, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Because
gotcha.
that's a rookie mistake,
It
that is.
I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah. And then again, obviously, we can stamp it. You can stamp and emboss if you want to. Do be careful if you're using your VersaFine Clair, because it is quite a wet ink and will take a while to dry. So I tend to put another piece of paper or piece of wax paper between the actual card that I've stamped and my plates, so I don't have to clean my plates on my die cutting machine.
Gotcha.
So give them a good old press, and you've got this beautiful design in the centre. So I tend to do them in pairs, so I then stamp them again, so I'd have 2 lots. So let's just fetch this out of here.
And we've got those stamps and dies on the web as well, with the discounts happening as well.
So in exactly the same way as before, I take my my orange and colour these in. I'll just do one. And so I just do the centre section. You can do the whole thing, but it's, you know, again, it changes depending on how you do it. So you could do the outer section in a different colour if you wanted to. I mean, although we're on a coloured background, it's nice to kind of highlight just the certain areas.
It blends effortlessly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They do. They're very forgiving, aren't they? They're brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. So then if you took the corresponding die from your set out, I'm not going to cut this out, but I'll show you. You sometimes have to figure out which one it is. I think it's that one.
Yeah.
And then when you pop it on, with this one, you'll see that you've got the kind of pointy bits. So these bits there, that pointy bit there, the die points to it.
Yeah.
And then you secure it like that with your low tape tape and pop it through, and it'll cut it out just with a tiny, tiny little border around the edge.
We've got some low tack tape on our 7-day savers at the moment, but I've just got aware that we've got the flower die and stamp set. They're £29.48, £7 saving, Julia.
Really? Wow.
I hope Mr. Martin isn't watching. Yeah, 212796.
I hope he's sitting down.
Trying to recover.
So what I've done is I've paired them up. So there's 2 of each, and then out of my claret card, I've cut the tiny, tiniest dies in the Enchanting Flower die set.
That looks so cool.
And paired those up and put those in the middle.
That looks
and
brilliant,
I've shaped
Julia.
them with my tweezers as well.
That looks so good.
Okay. So let's put this card together. I've got blue ink on my finger, so I don't want that on my card. So, done my mats and layers. So in the back, we don't have the embossing folders on today's show, but they're probably on the website. This is your it's your classic flourish.
It's
Claret
lovely.
and classic flourish. You're getting on my nerves.
I tell you why, I'm booing, because I saw that in the background to that one. I thought, that is gorgeous.
It is, isn't it? But it probably will be on the brand shop. So that's your classic flourish and matted onto out of pure white card, and then it's matted onto the claret. So I've matted this wonderful background onto the claret as well. Trimmed it down, obviously, and we're putting this on 2mm foam tape. I haven't quite done a Mr. Martin because I'm not kind of to like 56 minutes in and just taking the tape off. So I'm obviously doing it wrong, aren't I? Because
that's okay. You've got those lovely backgrounds to show me. You know, I'm a bit besotted with them.
Yes, I have. I'm
kind of had my eye on them throughout.
Mr. M would colour in the whole thing, wouldn't he, in front of you?
He would.
You can see that I've added the leaves. The leaves are the 2 greens, these kind of moss greens from the set 2. So they blend in really nicely as well. And we've got my lovely butterflies there. And then I've cut the next size of the elegant oval out of the claret card. And we're just stepping up this one piece of foam tape. So I've doubled up just there so that when I hang it off the edge, it'll be hopefully fine. So as I said, I want to see those as much of those butterflies as I can. So see if we can get our daisies nice and straight. There we go. I think that's straightish. Looking at the overhead. Look at those colours, don't they?
They're
pop?
gorgeous.
They're wonderful, aren't they?
They're absolutely stunning.
And then we've got some lush leaves here. Lovely debossed detail on there. And they're going to get my leaves. I think what I decided to do was put them just on the edge here, like so. And then my flowers are going to go on the edge here as well.
That's so incredible.
What to do my glue? There it is. There it is.
So we've got the lush leaves and the leafy fronds there. Julie's just using 4 dies. Got a saving there of £5, £16.98, 509149.
Is there savings on absolutely everything?
There is across the board. Yeah.
Oh my goodness me, Phil. Do you know about this?
I'm hoping he does. You know, I'm hoping he's just gone shopping or something. You know, taking a phone call, doing a business deal somewhere. On a Zoom.
Yeah, I think he's probably making space for more stock, maybe.
Yeah, this will be it, won't
New
it?
stuff. So that does mean that, you know, once it's gone, it's gone.
It's
you
gone,
know,
that's
so
true.
you do
yeah,
need
you did
to be
say
careful.
that at the start, Julia.
So
take advantage now while it's in stock and while you can get it. Yeah.
So we just put glue on the back of all these so I can do them at the same time.
Because we already had the one background go. I didn't even get to see that. That had gone before we started.
So we'll just put the big one in the centre there. And then go with the smaller ones up here, like so. It's quite a quick grab on the glue. And we'll just add a few extra pearls. And we need our sentiment as well, don't we? We'll put that on.
That's using that lovely claret card as well.
It is, yeah, the claret just
Of course,
really...
you can have 3 of the same if you wanted. You don't have got to go for the big mix of 3 different ones.
No.
We've got the new colours on the show today.
I don't know how many there are now. There is actually loads. I think there's something like 18, is there?
Is there?
I think there's probably 18. Because we had the pastels, we had the Christmas ones.
My producer, you can get it in a paper as well.
You can get a paper as well. So if you want to do, if you don't want your card to be quite so weighty, then
same colours but in the paper. So
in
you
the
choose
papers.
4, and you get 80 sheets for that, 120 GSM. Oh, that's lovely. $23.99, 74741.
And obviously it's a little bit cheaper than the card. It's less weighted than the card. If you know, you can cut your flowers out of it still. I know. Quite a few people prefer to do their flowers. I still prefer to use the card, but you've got the choices now, haven't you?
That's right.
Obviously, I've used watercolour card as well, which keeps its shape. If you actually shape your flowers and stick them together using the glue helps them keep the shape. So I'm just putting a little bit of foam tape. I don't know if I need all this foam tape, but we're going for it.
Going big, folks.
Yeah, I'm going big. I'm
big or bust.
Channeling my inner Martin. That's what I'm doing. And I've gone too far with that, and I don't want that sticking out of the edge. There we go. I think we're good. Let me just tidy that up because that'll bug me. I know Phil still uses his glue gel on his sentiment. So let's have a look. Let's get this the right way around. So we want Make Today Awesome. So we'll have that up there. Then we're going to have Dream Big. We can probably have
nice.
that and go for it down there, maybe like that. Let's do that.
Gorgeous. They are the Duo Essential Sentiments and Good Vibes, if I can speak. £24.98, 120520.
Yeah, these are from the Good Vibes. We use the birthday ones this afternoon. So hang that one up
fantastic,
there like that. It's nice to have the difference between the positive and the negatives, isn't it? Because Phil could have just done them or as your all as one thing, but it's nice to have the difference.
And the arrows in the different directions, like so.
Yeah.
That looks absolutely stunning, Julia.
So
Beautiful.
finished size is 8 by 8, if anybody wants to know.
You're with me later, aren't you,
I
Julia?
am,
We've
yes.
got have we got a different counter, darling, or is it?
We'll be doing the big backgrounds again, but we'll
Yeah.
be focusing on the slim strips in the 1 o'clock
Would
show.
you indulge me and show me some of your backgrounds then? We'll try and follow you, Julia,
Absolutely,
just
yeah.
because I was quite taken aback by
Okay.
by what medium you use and how different they can
do look different. And,
yeah.
I tend to, when I've got my big backgrounds, I do tend to stamp them all out and just see what I can do with them.
So we've got about
this
6
is
minutes,
this is your
darling.
snowflake. And this has been stamped with a blue VersaFine Claire. It's the
Looks so good.
I can't remember, Bluebell, I think.
Yeah.
And or Paradise, and it's got the cosmic clear embossing powder on top.
That looks
Wonderful,
amazing.
isn't it? This is just stamped the stars just in brown.
These are what we consider, I suppose, the Christmassy ones. But you said
Yeah.
the stars could be any
sort of
congratulations
celebration. That's just stamped
yeah.
in brown. The detail is tremendous.
I think that on craft paper looked beautiful.
Yeah, and stamped white on craft card is wonderful. This
the
is
embossing.
exactly the
Look at
same,
this.
and this is a grey VersaFine Claire Morning Mist with the cosmic silver embossing powder on top. So it's a lovely deep silver. So how different
I
do
know.
those two look?
So
you wait
different.
till you see the next one. The next one,
This is
this
great.
is Luster card. So this is your the original silver one, which I cannot remember the name of at the moment. New silver, that's it.
Oh,
And
right.
this is just with silver embossing powder on top. So that's silver on silver.
I like that. That's classy.
This afternoon we're going to put gold on the new pale gold.
The custard.
Yeah, the custard.
Gold
yeah.
on the custard.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, so that one's just grey.
Oh, the ledger.
There's your ledger.
Look at
That's
this, you journaling.
just straight on.
Love
But
that.
then that's on an inky background, just coming in like so, on an inky background.
That's such a good stamp.
Yeah. Here's your numbers.
Oh.
And that's just a monarch, a purple VersaFine Claire. But if you only stamp it on black
Yeah.
and put your luscious powders on top,
Ooh, look. So
how
different
wonderful
again.
does that look?
You see, that grunge really suits that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it?
That
And
looks
I have got
again.
the same one with the same powders on white somewhere. Where is it? Here it is. Because I did
They
this
just
at
look so
Bill's shop.
different. Yeah,
So this
look
is
at
the
that, you
same,
see.
same luscious powders on white.
Oh.
It's like a patina on the white.
Yeah.
Lovely, isn't it?
Oh, that looks great.
Yeah.
That's your numbers, that
Then
one.
we've got our vintage travel, just
Your
stamped
favourite
as
there.
is, yeah, with Monarch, and then on an inky background. So the same sort of background as I showed you at the top of the hour, but these are blues. So this has got tumbled glass on it. It's got cracked pistachio, and I think it's got a bit of mermaid lagoon on as well.
Love that, Julia.
This is stamped in black. But it's got the cosmic crystal embossing powder on it, so it's got a green kind of tinge to it. It's very difficult to capture it on the camera.
Yeah.
But it's got like a green tinge.
I can
'cause
see that.
Yeah,
Yes, you can.
that
I can see
tinge
that,
now.
Julia. Yeah. I like
Yeah,
that.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Isn't it?
More luscious powders on the timepieces. This is silver and gold.
Ooh, that looks a bit special.
Yeah, look at the
Lovely invite. Don't
yeah.
forget the time is, or
Yeah.
keep the date.
Yeah, so
That's
that's
a real
just stamped in
versatile one.
blue on the timepieces again.
Love those.
Another travel. The cogs. This is just stamped in brown. We're going to use the cogs this afternoon, so I'll show you a more feminine version this afternoon.
Yeah, lovely.
Snowflakes on another one of the backgrounds, exactly the same as before, and this is an example of using this stamp was stamped using the stamping platform before I got my A4 blocks. And so I've stamped and stamped and stamped, and I've got a bit of a blurred image. It's still usable, but that's why I prefer to use the actual acrylic block rather than the stamping platform.
Ah, I see.
And then finally, this one that Fee's just passed back to me. This is with a jelly plate background. We've got the stencil from the compendium box kit in the background there as well, and we've got a part of the script. So you don't need to use the whole thing
No.
at all. You can see a nice square background or squarish background on there.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for showing me those.
They are absolutely wonderful, wonderful backgrounds. And if you're missing your mojo and you don't know where to go, just make yourself some inky backgrounds, or even use pattern papers. If you've got pattern papers left over and you're not sure, you don't really like them, then just overstamp them with one of the big backgrounds, and you'll give it a new lease of life, and you'll get going.
That's
with
a
that.
good steer. I hadn't thought about
Yeah.
that. If you've got a background you're not too keen on,
Yeah.
just change it up
Yeah.
and then Yeah, come in and at it from a different angle, like you said earlier.
Another cool thing to do as well is to stamp and emboss onto just a white piece of card and emboss either in white powder or in clear powder, and then put your inks and your misters over the top, and they will resist your inks.
Yeah.
And you get quite nice backgrounds going on there as well, but you get obviously the dimension from the emboss. You can remove the emboss as well if you actually iron a piece of copy paper on top, and the emboss will melt and lift off, and you'll be left with a flat background. So there's just loads.
Never seen that done before.
Yeah,
you'll have to do that for me sometime. Never seen that.
That's a really cool technique. Yeah.
Oh, I need to see that with you sometime. I've never ever seen that. Thank you so much, Julia. We'll be working with different sets of stamps this afternoon.
We will be, yes.
Nearly 60% of that gorgeous script has gone, so please don't miss out. As Julia said, once they're gone, they're gone. The reason we've got these great prices is Mr. Martin's making room for new stock, obviously, with the new year. So, you know, this could be your last chance, so please don't miss out. We already had the sellout before we came to air. So if there's one you like, grab it. Don't forget the lovely brand new card stock as well. That claret is sensational. We've got the beautiful flowers, and of course discounts on the dies as well. The beautiful eyelets, the eyelet ovals, which are huge, folks, huge. Let me just turn that around for you. Pop it down there. We've got circles, we've got squares. But we'll see Julia again later on. Don't forget to check out your baskets. Let's have a catch up and see what's coming up. We're going to be bag making now, and then we are going to stencil up, and then meet our Janet again for the AALL Create Wonderland One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app, and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app, and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the Craft Store even easier.
Hello there and welcome. Oh my goodness, you have got a treat in store for this hour. We have got the most incredible fabrics and some amazing prices. So first thing I'm going to say is jump ahead and have a look, because some of these items I think we're going to be incredibly busy for, and I don't want you missing out before we get to them. But of course I need to introduce our fabulous guests today. Our lovely Margaret's joining us again. Hello Margaret, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you.
Now I must admit, I'm right, aren't I, to mention to people to jump ahead, because you've brought us some amazing prices.
They're fabulous prices.
They are.
I buy a lot of the fabric at two ways. One is I buy from the roll, so you pay the full wholesale price. And other times I get the opportunity to buy end of roll. So it's still exactly the same quality as the full price, but it's at a very, very, very good price.
And I know you're getting ready to bring us all sorts of new things as well.
Yes.
So having a bit of a clear out.
We are. I've moved from sewing at home to a studio just a few weeks ago.
Fabulous.
And I find lots of fabric that I had forgotten I had.
It surprised me, isn't it, what you find
It
tucked
is.
away?
So
now, one thing I will mention, any of the prices that we're bringing to you where we've got a special price, you are not only going to be getting your fabric, which is mentioned on the screen, but you are also going to get the most incredible lining fabric to work with these as well.
it's 100% cotton. And
Beautiful.
if you buy a ½ metre, you'll get ½ metre. If you buy 3 units, which is 1.5 metres, you'll get 1.5 metres of lining as well.
Wonderful. So everything comes in a full length. You're cutting
Yes.
to order with
Yeah.
these. I love that idea. So, shall I take you through them? Because have you seen that saving on your screen? Oh, my goodness. It's like a half-price deal. Phenomenal value. So, what have we got for you? We've got choices. That is the key thing. All of these beautiful fabrics. Now, we've got them in a little set. So, this first one, you've got 3 different options. The next one, you've got 4 and 5 options. So, we'll come to this one in a moment. But feast your eyes on these. How amazing do these look? And it's the quality, the sheer quality of these that's incredible.
They're all woven with merino wool.
Ooh, that's,
And
yeah, I
they're
can
woven either in
softness, yeah.
Scotland or Yorkshire.
Oh,
So-
okay. Now, we've got 3 different styles for you, so you can see this gorgeous one, which I love. It's almost like a denim blue meets navy, and it's kind of one of those ones that will morph into other colours, I think, depending on what you're working it with.
Depending on what colour you pick out,
Yes,
it
yeah.
changes the look of the bag.
Very much so. And it's got that gorgeous kind of mustard tone running through, which is very on trend at the moment. So this one is your first option. So what are we calling this one? Because some of them have got unusual names. Oh, you've got a little glint in your eye. You know, I'm going to trip myself up.
it can be tricky. That one is a Strathty tweed, and it's called Clachmore.
Clachmore. Okay. I don't know if that one has gone into my memory bank, but we'll give it a go. Clachmore. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So if you're wanting that one, then that is your first of your options. Now, this one is a lovely one because this has got like a neutral tone to it. So
It is.
classic look.
And again, with that one, if you pick up the sort of taupe tones or the blue
Yes,
tones,
yeah.
it again changes the look of the bag.
That's it. So if you like your camel tones, your neutral tones, then this is going to be a perfect one. But equally so, grey. And grey is a brilliant colour with regards to fabrics because it goes with everything.
It does.
Beautiful. Love it. So what are we calling this particular one?
It's Holland's Check. That's
Holland's
that's
Check.
an easy one.
Holland's Check. Lovely. There you go. So Holland's Check, if you're wanting that one. Clachmore.
That's right.
Holland's Check. Right, OK, that's 2 down, 1 to go. Now, this one is lovely. I love the boldness of this one. Beautiful.
Even though it's lighter than the next option along, it's almost pastel-y in tone. It's kind of muted.
Yes, yeah.
It's lovely.
And it's nice because you've kind of got spring-toned colours with that almost like a minty green that you've got in there.
Yeah.
But then you've got the earthiness of those gorgeous kind of red currant tones in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. So what are we calling this one, Margaret?
That one is Melrose Check.
Melrose Check. There you go. Love it. There you go. So those are your 3 options. Now, of course, the item number on your screen there is for all 3 of those. So you could go for ½ metre of each of them. All you need to do is come back and revisit and choose your options as you go. Now, for each of those that you're going for, your ½ metre, £19.99 is going to come with the equivalent of your lining fabric. So it's almost like you've got a kit almost, isn't it? You've got the elements. You just need to choose your pattern then.
That's right.
Love it. There you go. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, then the details are there on your screen. 710387. You Clachmore, which is this one here with that gorgeous blue in there. That is proven to be a very, very popular one. And don't forget, it's only while stocks last with regards to these deals. So make sure you get in nice and early while you can. So 710387 if you're liking the look of those. So as we move down, our next options, I'm going to keep my line in with me because you're going to continue to get this with these as well. But we've got 5 options with regards to these. And again, lots of beautiful choice with these.
They're really vibrant colours, nice and strong.
Very much so. Now, of course, if you liked that check that we saw a few moments ago, but perhaps you didn't want to go down the muted tones, well, you can't go far wrong with this one. My goodness, that is a happy tartan.
It is. That's Melrose Check Autumn. And we've
Lovely.
got samples in both of those.
OK. Oh, let's bring these forward so you can get an idea. Oh, I see, yes. Now, There goes the stand. Did they warn you about me wrecking the joint?
No, they didn't. They didn't mention that.
Oh, yes. I'm well known for it. So, let me show you this. How amazing is this? And it looks such a professional style bag when it's created with tweeds.
It is. The wool is it's a natural fibre, so
Beautiful.
it's not water resistant, but
Okay.
it's shower proof and it's easily cleaned.
Love it. There you go. So if you're wanting the look of that particular one, then of course that one is your Melrose with those autumn tones. Just very, very quick, I will mention the Melrose with the paler tones that we looked at just a few moments ago, because it's only right that I mentioned that one. And of course the details of that one is at the bottom of your screen. So with regards to these, that is your first choice, your Melrose Autumn. Then you've got these gorgeous, oh my goodness, this is a very, very traditional style tartan.
It is. I love the yellow and gold together.
They look good, don't they? Yeah. Beautiful. Of course, you've got that gorgeous blue, and they've almost got like a royal blue as well as a navy in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And what are we calling this one?
It's County Longford.
County Longford. Now, are these all different places that we'll find in Scotland?
Yeah.
Ah, I love it.
Well, County Longford's Ireland.
Oh, is it?
So that's an Irish one.
Very nice. Love it. So again, if you like that one, this is the first one that we're seeing with that kind of bold white running through it as well, which I think is a really nice look as well. So if you like the look of that one, then of course you can pop that one into your basket. And again, you can go for more than one of these if you're wanting to. If you're going for your continual lengths as well, don't worry, it will come as a cut piece. So if you go into double those quantities, then it will be a full metre and a full metre of your lining fabric as well. Now, this one is your wild geese. Now, I can see that. I can see that because it's almost like that kind of, it's almost like a mallard tone in this one as well, isn't it? Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. And this is a really nice one because it's picking out lots of different colours, so very versatile.
It is. It goes with lots of different colours.
Very much so. You've got your blues and almost like your teals in there. Then you've got the boldness of your red, that gorgeous kind of gold running through it. And then, of course, you can't fail to notice that fabulous white bringing it all together. So if you wanted to get hold of that one, then you can do. Now, this one. Oh, now we're going back to... Are we going back to this one? Limited stock already.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. OK, so, yeah, sorry I've jumped backwards there, but I think that's quite important. So if this is one that you like the look of, please don't wait till we get to the end of them. Make sure you're getting hold of that one straight away. So that's your Melrose Autumn if you're wanting that particular one. So we're jumping along, going past our flying geese. Now, these are very traditional style. These remind me of kind of tweed jackets.
That's right. That one is Glenkeith, and that's the tweed.
Beautiful. They remind me of my dad. I've gone all goosebumpy because he used to always have like a little tweed jacket that he used to wear with a little cloth cap best him. Absolutely beautiful. The quality is absolutely incredible. Now, this particular one, what were we calling this one again, sorry?
Glenkeith.
Glenkeith. So there you go. It's the last but one option on your screen, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. And then your last one that you've got here, again, another beautiful fabric. And it's the weight of these that's incredible as well. So again, this is your last one. And this one was Glen Tilt, and I forgot what the last word was, tweed. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice and easy, isn't it?
And again, we've got another sample bag where
Oh,
I picked out the sort of cranberry colour.
I'm off, and I've learnt my lesson. I know they're on little stands now, so I'm not knocking them over. Have a look at these. Aren't these gorgeous? Now, if you're looking at these and you think, oh, this is all good, I like this, I like these different elements, don't forget, do keep your eyes and ears open when you are checking out your orders, because these are always available to you as well. Things like your webbing, and we've got some amazing end-of-call items as well, so keep an eye on those as you're checking out your basket. But there you go. If you wanted to get hold of that one is your Glen Tilt tweed as well. First option, that autumn one that we were looking at, our first sellout of the hour, so thank you to everybody that's got involved with that particular one. We are going to have to say goodbye to that one. So sadly, it's not available in your autumn tone. Don't forget, if you like that boldness of those squares, we have still got it in the lighter tone, which is a really nice one to go for. But that particular one, sadly, we have to say goodbye to it. 022 762. You get a feel for the hour. It's going to be a busy one. So if you wanted to take advantage of any of these, please do not dilly-dally. Jump ahead, have a look. Make sure you're checking out your baskets as well. Now, I've got different item numbers for the next four products that I'm going to be bringing to you, but these are under the same sort of idea, where when you go for half a metre of these, then you will get your lining fabric alongside them. And I have to say, I bet you have been getting this one. This is so cute. Let me just tilt that down a little so you can see what we're looking at. These are adorable.
Yeah, very, very cute. This was one of the fabrics that I found. We had a carton. I thought, I can't remember what's in there. Opened it up and I thought, oh.
Gorgeous. And it's got a lovely fluid feel to it as well.
It's lovely and soft. It sews beautifully. It's the first demo that I'm going to be doing.
Ooh.
But it's a mixed fibre one. So it's cotton and polyester.
So you kind of got the durability with that then, with that little polyester element in there as well. You're liking your pooches though, already 10% of the stock has gone. And don't forget, as I mentioned before, if you're going for half a metre of this one, you will get your half a metre of your lining alongside it as well. And that goes for any of the different items we're sharing with you. But this one is your multi-dog, lots of different breeds appearing in there. Absolutely adorable, but it's a popular one. £13.99 if you're wanting yours. Please be quick, because you could potentially miss out on any of these. Now 138315 if you're liking the look of that one. Now we're kind of going navy tone with the next one, and this one has got a little bit of a leopard print look to it as well. Very nice one to go with your jeans.
It is. It's 100% cotton and it's denim. It's a beautiful weight and it sews beautifully.
I love working with denim.
I do, yeah.
Beautiful fabric to work with. A good width with this one as well. 1.5 metres wide, half a metre that you are buying with this one for £13.99. And again, as I mentioned before, you get fed up of me saying it, you're going to get your lining as well. And of course, that is perfect because of the light tones that you've got in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. And if you've not sewn with denim before, give it a go. At that price on your screen, it's well worth having a go with it because it's lovely. It's just one of my favourite fabrics to work with. £13.99, 025 087. But again, if you want to go for multiple lengths of these, they will come to you in a full length when you are placing your order. Now, this one, I had to come, you know when you see a fabric and you come along and you've got to have like a little touch and a little feel of it. This one is such an unusual one.
It is. I have a friend who collects special fabrics.
Okay.
And I only got a very small quantity from her of this, so that's, I think it's probably the smallest quantity that I've brought today. But it's ribbed silk and it has
amazing.
a backing on it as well.
It's beautiful. Now this particular one, as you can see, silk, ribbed silk. Now, as Margaret just mentioned, I'm going to flip that over just so you can see. It's almost like it's got an interfacing fused to the back of it already. So this one, pretty much ready to go, isn't it?
It is. You would just need a nice lining with that. And
do you know, if only we could get a nice lining, eh, Margaret? If only.
Cotton.
I love it. And of course, it's going to come with that lining as well. Equal quantities. So whatever you place your order for in your gorgeous ribbed silk, you'll get the equivalent within your lining. But as you heard from Margaret, if you like the look of this one, you need to be quick. I mean, this is going to look so elegant. Here, I don't think we've got a bag to show you with this one, but can I just kind of mimic what a bag might look like? she says. If we kind of look at like a flap going over on a bag like so, I mean, that is going to look amazing, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Very classic. And again, it's that grey. Grey is just such an easy one to work with. So, yeah, if you like the look of that one, £17.99, but 20% of the stock has gone. So please do not be too slow in placing your order for that one. But please, before you check your basket out, I'm going to actually show you this fabric the right way around because it is absolutely beautiful. This one has got that gorgeous lotus flower on. How amazing is this? This is a beautiful fabric.
It is, and it's a premium weight cotton.
Yes,
so it's not as heavy as canvas and it's heavier than quilting cotton, but it is beautiful.
Isn't it gorgeous? And so many fabulous colours that you could pick out there if you're wanting to look for a contrast with regards to your lining. You've got that gorgeous soft grey as well. This is going to be one that's going to see you through to the springtime, isn't it? It's beautiful.
It is, yeah. It'll cheer up a dull day.
I'm sorry. Is that flower there?
The lotus flower, but the colours would brighten up a dull day.
Very much so. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, cheer up a dull day. Sorry, I thought you were giving me a name of one of the flowers for a moment. Then I was thinking, oh my goodness, that's an exotic.
I might recognise a rose.
Well, that one there reminds me very much of when you go on holiday and you see those gorgeous kind of tropical flowers. It looks beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, don't forget, it is going to come with its lining. I'm learning so much during this out. Amazing. Can come with its lining, which, to be honest, I mean, look at that together.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely perfect. And again, £12.60 is not only getting you fabulous cotton poplin, it's also getting you the equivalent of your lining fabric as well, with your gorgeous lotus flowers. So you can see why I wanted to open that one up to share that one with you. So if you're wanting to place your order for any of those fabrics that was just shared with you, bear in mind that these are the ones that have got that lining fabric coming alongside it with some incredible savings there. I've not done as good a job as our Maddie has done, but miraculously she will put that right for me when we move away. 457900 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But don't forget, each of those last four are on different item numbers. but we have got the most incredible new fabric to share with you. And this is an incredible fabric because when you look at it, you won't necessarily be able to see the feature that we're going to mention to you, but it is waterproof fabric. Now, tell me about these, Margaret.
It's 100% polyester that's coated, and it's made in Europe, and it's very unusual in as much as it's easy to sew. You don't need a Teflon foot, you don't need a walking foot. It even adheres onto single-sided fusible foam.
Really? Because I did wonder that, I must admit, yeah.
A lot of people worry about it. They think they can't put an iron on it, but you can put a warm iron on it to take out wrinkles. And using just a normal domestic iron, you can attach it to the fusible foam.
Beautiful. And it is such a fabulous fabric. Obviously perfect for your bags. Now, I don't know whether you'll be able to... Can you kind of hear that? It feels and it looks... It sounds like a different style of fabric. To be honest, when you look at it, you wouldn't know. It's when you see... You have that feel of it, really, isn't it? It's when you get up close to it. But it's one of those ones that's going to make your bag incredibly durable. That's the beauty of this one. Of course, it has got that waterproof kind of property to it. Now, with regards to this, you're going to get 1/2 metre in your choice, including the fabulous hedgehogs, which I will tell you about in a few moments. But you've got lots of choice with regards to these. And I love this because this is one of the ones where you'll be coming in and getting more than one option of these. So let's go tropical to start with. Beautiful with your toucans in there and your gorgeous tropical flowers. And again, a nice one, solid black featuring in that one.
It is, and the colours pop with the black background.
Very much so. Beautiful, as you can see. So if you're wanting that particular one, what are we calling this one, sorry? Tropical. Yeah, pretty obvious. I couldn't see it there on the screen, but tropical if you're wanting that particular one. The next one that we've got, we're going into galactical with this one, and you've got your planets featuring on this one as well, with all of those fabulous constellations featuring there. So again, a nice one, navy blue. Nice. Beautiful. Then, if you're wanting to create a bag perfect for the season, this is adorable.
It makes beautiful tablecloths for Christmas.
Well, I was going to say that. Could you use these for things like placemats and tablecloths?
You can use it for almost anything. I've made aprons, cushions.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Tablecloths, placemats, raincoats, hats.
Wow.
It's endless.
What a brilliant idea. And I'm thinking as well, it's just suddenly popped into my head, maybe cushion pads on chairs and things like that, garden furniture and things like that.
We've got a cushion up there. I brought that one, if it wasn't the last show, it was the show before. And what I've done is outlined the flowers to give it an embossed look.
Oh, okay.
And you can do that with any of the fabrics.
Nice idea. We'll have a look at that in a little while. But if you're wanting your snowflakes, there you go. Details are on your screen, all under the same item number. Now, I love it. I love batik fabrics, and I love kind of the randomness that you get with batiks. And this is a similar sort of idea, except it's kind of got swirls in there. Very moody.
It's a lovely colour. There's that bag there. That's the...
Oh, let me go and get that bag then. Have a look at that. Feast your eyes on that for a moment, and I'll be back with you in just a few moments. I'll try not to clatter-bang too much. Oh, yes. Oh, I did clatter-bang, sorry. That was my foot this time. Honestly, I'm a liability, aren't I? Have a look at this. This is beautiful.
And that's a prototype pattern, so we haven't printed the pattern yet, but it was so lovely I brought it anyway.
Oh, well, thank you. Look for it. Is this a pattern that we might see here?
Yes.
Exciting. I know we've been chatting about December. You certainly need to tune back in next month and see Margaret when she comes back. Very exciting things on the horizon. But there you go. It gives you an idea of how you can actually create your fabulous bag, as you can see there. Beautiful. And don't forget, keep an eye open for your hardware as you're checking out your baskets, and don't forget your webbing as well, because it really does make the difference. And they're not always easy to get hold of, those gorgeous webbings that match so well with your fabrics. So that one, if you're wanting to get hold of that one, by all means, please do. That one's called Storm, which I think is a brilliant name because it is what it says. Beautiful. But if you like that tartan look, but you want the durability of that waterproof nature, we've got a couple of choices for you with regards to this one. And this one is a gorgeous one. Again, this one is called Hope Tartan, or the Hope Tartan, should I say. Gorgeous. Straight away, I'm thinking of football colours with regards to this one.
It is.
If you're a football fan, maybe these are your team's colours.
The Hope Tartan is one of my own design tartans.
Oh, I see.
And on the original set, when it's woven in wool, it's quite a big set.
Right.
And I thought, we'll shrink it down and have it printed onto waterproof.
Ah.
But that's the original one that's hanging
We've
there.
got some hanging over as kind of like our decorations.
But I love the colours so much that I thought, Might be a little bit big and waterproof, so we got it shrunk down so it's almost like a check.
Well, it's nice because if you're using it on a smaller project like a bag or something like that, then it's nice to have that smaller repeat, isn't it? So beautiful. And of course, if it's the case that you're using it in your bag making, brilliant. Can you see now which one are we looking at now? Let's have a little look. So it's one of the ones that we've got hanging up over...
The blue and burgundy.
Oh, the burgundy one.
Yeah.
Right, I think we're honing in on that one. There you go. Gorgeous. So there you go. If you wanted to get, those are the original tartans. Just notice the bags with these as well. Just on our display, just to the side of where those fabulous fabrics are. Top shelf, we've got some amazing bags created using some of these as well. So I'm not going to try and get them down because I'll just make a clatter bang. But here you go. You can have a look at these here as well. And these are utilising the 2 tartans that we've got in your waterproof fabric. So the first one, the little dress is a little dress made out of the original tweed.
It is.
Isn't that cute? Beautiful. That is so sweet. I love that.
And I think the name Hope, it was such a significant thing last year when I first designed it. It was just seemed appropriate.
No, it's a good, good phrase, good word. Lovely. So there you go. So if you're wanting your hope, then that is the lighter of the 2 that we're looking at. Now that deeper purple tone, which is beautiful. Now this one, I believe we've got a little trickier name with this one.
Cars of Gowrie.
Yes. Again, sorry?
Cars of Gowrie.
Cars of Gold. Now I noticed this, I think, on your logo that we've got on the screen, haven't we?
Right.
So
that's one of my own designs as well.
Oh, I see.
And
beautiful.
it's named Cars of Gowrie because the land between Dundee and Perth cities is called the Cars of Gowrie.
I see. Ah, there you go. Makes sense, doesn't it? And what a gorgeous colour as well. Got purples in there, light tones in there as well, and of course the black element in there as well. Really nice, like that one. So those are your 2 tartan options with regards to your waterproof. But then we are looking at what I think looks absolutely beautiful. It's got that Scandi look about it, and this is where we're taking a little trip into the Scandinavian forest. Let me just bring that down a little bit because you can see it a little better there if I do it like that. So there you go. You've got your foxes in there, you've got your stags, your deers there, and of course a little nod to Christmas as well.
It is. It's just kind of a hint of Christmas.
So it might be that you've got a special shopping bag that you're going to be creating to take your Christmas shopping with. Well, you can't go far wrong with that. Love these 2. Look at those. Oh, love birds, bless them. So there you go. If you're wanting to get hold of that one, that is one of your options. Now, 2 more options to share with you, including those fabulous hedgehogs we saw a few moments ago. Now, this one, this reminds me an artist. I can't, for the life of me, I can't think what the artist's name is. Yeah, I'm sure many of you. Is it Van Gogh?
Oh, Van Gogh. Whichever you prefer.
Yeah. I just recognised it, and that would be it with those gorgeous swirls in there. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So this particular one, if you're wanting to get hold of this one, we're calling this one Starry Night, and I love that pop of yellow in there. It looks amazing, doesn't it?
It is. It's lovely.
Absolutely gorgeous. And then the last, but by no means least, your fabulous little hedgehogs that we looked at right at the top of your selections. And again, $11.99 with regard to these ones. 523,387. Each and every one of them absolutely beautiful. But as you can see, they're absolutely perfect for you to stitch with. Just sew with it in just the regular way, I'm guessing. You can see top stitching going on with this. So
you just sew it as you would any other fabric.
Gorgeous. Love it. Oh, we've actually got another option to share with you. I don't know why we've not got it here, but have we got a picture of it? Oh, it's on the website. Let's have a little look on the website and then I can tempt you that way. Nice.
There was a little bit of a couple of the designs from the last show that were left. Just there might only be 1 or 2. So that'll be why it's on.
Oh, I see. So yeah, if you like this, look at this one. Even more vulnerability with regards to them. So make sure you're quick with these ones. So yeah, if you're wanting any of those waterproof fabrics, 523,387. Again, if you're going for multiples of those, then you'll end up with your larger quantities. Could be 2 that you're going for and getting a metre. It could be that you're going for 3 and getting a metre and a half. Just make sure if you are getting hold of them, then make sure you're doing it sooner rather than later, because we're having a very busy hour and I know lots of you are taking advantage. But as I said, keep an eye when you come to check out your baskets, because there are some end of call items that you certainly do not want to miss out on. Pop anything into your basket. This is how your end of call items work, and it's important because we've got Flextravaganza going on, so you might as well take advantage of them while you've got the chance. So when you check looking at your order, if you're shopping online, what will happen is they will pop up as you complete your order. And what you can find is if you add any of them to your basket, you come back in, they kind of refresh and you'll find other ones there. Now, if you don't shop online, don't worry, our call operators can help you, but they'll offer these items to you. So for instance, here you've got that lovely bundle there where you get your 2.5 meters there of your polyviscous and your lining bundle as well, so that's a useful one. These are definitely worth looking at. They are incredible and brilliant value for money. Look at that price there, and it's almost like a gabardine quality fabric, absolutely beautiful, and you're going to love those. So yeah, take advantage of those while you've got the opportunity, and keep an eye open for your bag hardware, your webbing, all those things that you need, because they are all available for you on the website. Now, of course, it's busy. If you're wanting to ask any questions, now is the time to ask them. studio@thecraftstore.com if you're wanting to get in touch. And of course, we've got Margaret here. And Margaret, you've got your first demonstration lined up with that fabulous dog fabric.
We are, and we're starting at the end first.
Okay, fair enough.
Because we very seldom get to the end of a demonstration, I've never really been able to put the bag together and do the final top stitching.
Of course, yes.
Because it's always at the very end. So today we're going to start with attaching the lining to the bag.
Brilliant.
We're going to also put in the turn lock.
Okay.
And then we'll do the top stitching so that you can actually see the bag finished.
Lovely.
And then we'll do a demonstration of some other bits and pieces.
Wonderful. Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so this is the bag completed, and we've got the lining as well. And what we're going to do is fit the turn lock to here, and I've already measured it so that we're in the right place, and we'll just make sure that we put the slits in the right place. Always put a pin across so that when you do your little slits, you don't go further than you need to. So it's just a case of putting in the stitch ripper and cutting up to the line of the pin, because you don't want to go any further. So that's it through, and then we use the little gizmo.
See, these are brilliant, and these little tools come to you in a bundle. So you've got these, and there's actually 3 of these, I think, in different colours, isn't there?
Yes, one for your worktop, one to keep, and one if you're going to classes.
Ah, good idea.
Just in case.
It's a really useful set, and you can see the details on your screen there, £29.97. So it's kind of like a combination. So we've got, obviously, the 3 that are similar to the one that you're working with there. What are the other tools that we've got in here?
The turquoise one is what I call my turner-outer.
Turn-around. Oh, I love that phrase.
Poking out your corners on things like a slip pocket or tight corners when you're doing a flap, I always found quite tricky. And I used to use a bone folder to do it.
Okay, yeah.
So in a chat with, I have friends Irene and Joe, and Irene makes bags too. So between us, we nagged Joe, who makes these tools for us. So that was the design that we came up for. The point is a right angle. So it means that when you're pushing your corner out, it pushes the 2 sides too.
Yes, yeah.
And then the curved one is if you've got a curved flap or a curved bottom of a bag, it smooths it out without giving you sharp corners.
Yeah, and sometimes when you push things through, it kind of gives them a bobbly end, doesn't it? So I love the fact that you've got that with your right angles there and your rounded edge there. And then, of course, you've got your additional tools in there. Joe's bag template, as you can see there, which is going to be useful when you are working with your patterns. And, of course, you've got those fabulous ones that we just saw Margaret working with. £29.97. Beauty is, if you are placing your order and you want to spread the cost, then you can do. Flextravaganza, you don't have to wait for your order to get to £60 at the moment, because we've got that deal running. Now, if you're wanting your bag making templates as well, we can help you with those as well, because we've got a fabulous array of those. So if you're wanting to get hold of your template, then here you go, £9.99. So that's the purple one by itself. So if you don't want to go for it as a full set and you're wanting to go for that one just by itself, then you can do £9.99 for the price. And that one, 104641. Thank you, Margaret. Back over to you.
Okay, so we just put the little gizmo over the turn lock. And the design of these has kind of evolved, and we can now do 3 different sizes of turn lock, because some are a little bit longer. So we just place it over. Now, this is a really difficult thing to do for the camera, but we've got the prongs here, and because this one is H640 rather than the stiffer fusible foam, this is a little bit easier to do. Now, this bit you put onto the counter, and you just go inside and push the 2 prongs sideways, and the top of the gizmo gives you a nice flat surface.
Okay. So that's kind of sitting inside of the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, yes.
See, without it, you'd be wobbling.
Yes, you haven't got the...
to fit it.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
That's how it looks on the inside.
All perfectly secure, lovely.
Okay, so that's that one attached. And what we're going to do now is attach the lining to the bag.
I'm so glad that you're doing this way around, because like you say, during an hour, there's no way we could get to this point usually.
No, never.
Yeah.
And when I do, it's usually rushed, and that's not the way I like to sew.
Yeah.
I always try to encourage people just to take your time. You know, enjoy the process. Whether you're doing the simplest of bags, and this one is a fairly simple bag, it's not difficult to make, but take your time and enjoy it. And, you know, you've got a stitch ripper.
That's
if
true.
you need to use it, use it. And actually, the waterproof fabric, you can unpick it. It doesn't leave holes. Yeah.
We'll have a chat about that waterproof fabric in a little while. I've got so many questions I want to ask about it.
Right, so all we do is match up the seams, making sure the flap and the tabs are to the inside.
Now, just while you're doing that, Margaret, I'm just going to mention to people the fabric that you're working with has been one of the most popular ones during this hour. You're loving that dog fabric. You're going to get your ½ metre for £13.99. You're also going to get the equivalent of lining fabric with it as well. So it's a very popular one. Over half of the stock has gone, and you are getting lots and lots of different pooches featuring on there. There's all sorts. You recognise your little pooch on there. You've got Dalmatians on there. You've got little Spaniels. You've got Labradors, Collie dogs. All sorts featuring on there, as you can see, a little beagle as well. So yes, if you like the look of this particular fabric, then you need to make sure you're going to be quick, because half the stock has already gone, and you're going to get the lining fabric as well. And you can see with regards to this, you've got a huge piece of fabric there, so way more than you're going to need for one bag. But I'm sure you'll be utilising it in lots of different ways. And of course, you could fussy cut some of these little characters as well.
You can fussy cut them, and you can also do cushions and dog beds and such like.
Good idea. There you go. If you like the look of that one, 138315. So how are you getting on over there, Margaret?
Right, we're just pinning along the top. I sometimes use clips, but we had a mini mishap last time. I had got my demos ready fairly early, and I'd used clips.
Ah, okay.
And by the time I came to do the demo, the clips had all slipped. So if you're using the waterproof fabric, use pins.
Well, that's the thing, because I must admit, if I was working with a waterproof fabric, I'd think of it being in the same way as when we use like oilcloth.
Indeed.
Sometimes you don't want to use pins because it can mark it can cause holes, but we don't have to worry about that.
No, because the base of the bag that I'd made on here was a bit crooked, I thought, I wonder if I could unpick it, because I had to take the whole base off, and it unpicked beautifully and re-sewed nicely.
Perfectly.
No holes.
Like it.
Right, so that's the lining pinned to the bag. And just take the toolbox off.
Wonderful. So this shows to give you a little bit more area with regards to passing it around.
The Juki DX7, which is one I bought from here, has a nice wide free arm.
Ah,
so
okay.
it takes quite bulky bags.
Wonderful.
Right.
And is this a pattern from one of your designs?
It is. This is the Avi bag.
Avi bag, lovely.
Yeah, I think on today's show we've got the Avi bag, the large messenger, and the Betty bag.
Wonderful.
So it gives a little idea of the
We'll have
range.
a look at those in a while.
Okay, so we just stitch all the way around, and on this one I'm using a 2.6. If I was using foam, I'd go up to 2.8 for this particular machine.
Now, I'll pop the details up on the screen for you with regards to Margaret's bags, or bag pattern, should I say. We've got a collection of different patterns that you can choose any one of these, and there's loads of different choices, including the Avi one, as you can see there. You've also got the Betty bag in there. Some good, clear images as well, so you know exactly what you're investing in. And the beauty is you're paying just £11.99 for whichever of those patterns you choose to go for. And, of course, they're all on the same item number, so if you decide to go back in and choose a second, third, or even fourth one, then you're not paying any additional post and packing. And don't forget, during this hour and all of our hours right the way through till Friday, you can place your order and spread the cost over 2 payments regardless of the amount of your order. You don't have to get your basket up to £60 at the moment, no, because it's Flextravaganza, and it means you can get hold of those goodies and spread the cost if you find that a little easier on your pockets. It's a good selection of bags there, Margaret. I like those.
There is, I think we've got about 17 patterns, and I've got 3 in production.
Oh, exciting. Oh,
So,
she's teasing us. I can see.
More to come. December's going to be good.
It's going to be a busy month. We've got all sorts of fabulous things coming.
And the patterns are all printed full size. There's no need to
Oh, so you
adjust.
don't have to enlarge or anything
No.
like that. Oh, good.
One of the things that I had previously done was the patterns were more wordy than photographs.
Okay.
So all my new patterns will have photographs as well as a story. I told the story like I was standing beside you and telling you how to make the bag.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is fine for some people, but some people are visual learners, so...
No, photographs are always good. And do we see any videos from you with regard to bag making or anything?
No, me and IT aren't the best of friends. However, I have a website where I sell bespoke items.
Okay.
And on there we have embedded into the website a couple of the demonstrations for the tools.
Ah, okay. So you can get to know how they work.
One of these days I'm going to make a whole bag and have it recorded so that everybody could see.
First one is the worst one. Once you've done the first one, that's it. You'll be doing them over and over again.
I press a button on my phone and it does what it likes. Not good. I was doing the show proposal on a spreadsheet a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, yeah.
And it started to do really strange things.
Right.
And I was kind of losing the plot with it. And it turned out that my file had dropped onto the corner and it had pressed, I think it was the control button.
Oh, on your keyboard. Oh,
On
I've
the
done that all the
keyboard.
time. I'm like, why is my computer making such a funny noise? And then I realise I'm leaning on the space bar.
I had to shout at my daughter who still lives at home, help!
Come and save me.
So we're just pinning this
fabric
now.
looks beautiful as a bag.
It is, it's lovely. And I've used the H640 on this one because I thought it'd be a lovely dog walker bag, you know, just for
Nice,
putting the
yeah.
treats and poo bags and such like into it. So we're just pinning this round, making sure that the lining's all the way down and nice and flat.
Fabulous. You can see how easy it is to work with this fabric. Nice long pins with these as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, these are my sort of go-to pins. Because they're fine and thin, they don't last as long when you're making bags as they would with dressmaking, but they're just so easy to use and they don't leave
You can see where they are as well,
Yeah.
can't you? Yeah, 'cause the last thing you want to do is leave any of them in there.
And I try really hard not to sew over pins. Don't like sewing over pins. Right, so we're just going to top stitch this now.
Wonderful.
Actually, what I'll do is I'll change the bottom spool because I've got black in and the lining is light.
Oh, so you'll see it from both sides, yeah? That's
Yeah.
good advice, yes. But sometimes you might not notice until you stitched all the way around and then realise,
That's right, and it gives that extra professional finish to your bag.
Isn't it
If
just
it's kind of colour matched.
Now, of course, the fabric that we're seeing in use at the moment has been one of the most popular ones during this hour. So much so that 3/4 of the stock has gone. Now, we've got an amazing price with this one. And the beauty is you are going to get your feet. It's actually double the size of that one, but my arms aren't long enough, to be honest. So I fold it over, so I thought it'd be easier to do that way. And you can see you've got all those fabulous designs of your dog's feature in there. I love that idea of making it into a little dog walker bag, maybe. And again, if you just like your dogs, then make it into a bag. A nice little crossbody bag, maybe. Check out the patterns, I'm sure you'll find one in there. Now, the beauty of this one is, when it comes to you're paying $13.99 for your half metre, but you are also getting your lining fabric as well. So as soon as this arrives, if you've got your pattern good to go, then straight away you are able to make an amazing bag. And the half metre is such a usable size when it comes to bag making, because of course the width that you've got there, loads of width. So if you are wanting to do it crossbody, you've got plenty of room for your straps there, and of course the main body of your bag there, absolutely beautiful as well. So if you're liking the look of that one, the details are on your screen. $13.99, but I can see from the corner of my eye that Margaret has sorted the bobbin out now. So what are we up to next?
So what we're going to do is now top stitch with the lighter thread underneath that.
Okay,
will
lovely.
Not show up on the lining, and I've increased the stitch length to 3. As I say, you know your own machine, and and what size stitch works best for you. And I usually give about 1/4 of an inch of a seam allowance for this, but what I often tend to use is the width of my foot. I find it gives a really good guide, so
yeah,
that's
they
what
are
I tend
useful,
to do.
aren't they, those, yeah. Of course, you can nudge your needle over as well, then, yeah, you're just keeping an eye on
That's
the
right.
edge of the foot.
So we just go round.
And the webbing and everything, we can get hold of those pieces from you as well?
We've brought the webbing for a couple of shows now. You get 5 2-metre lengths.
Oh, okay.
And it comes in the 25mm and the 40mm width. And it's the same with the hardware. It comes in both sizes and in 3 different colours.
Ooh, Charlotte's on it. She's on it. She's got all the images to share with you. And this is brilliant because sometimes it's a bit tricky to get the right colours, but here you can see Margaret has done that for us. So you've got everything from your solid tones with your black and your navy, you've got red, you've got your neutral tones. Ignore that extended delivery. That's purely down to the last time it being so popular that it had to go on to extended delivery, but we have got it ready for you to get hold of alongside your fabric that you've placed in your order for as well. So 255 000. It's a brilliant bundle, as you can see there. So are you going to get all of those? Is that all of those? Or was it
Yeah,
choices
you get
of
5. No.
My
There's
goodness, wow,
5
I
different
thought you had to choose.
No, 5 different colours in each pack.
Wow.
The colours will vary from show to show.
Right.
But what I've tried to do is include a navy, a black and a brown. And then the beige and the red will sometimes be purple or green.
The thing is though, when I know when you're choosing your colours, you've got a mind on your fabrics as well.
Indeed,
so
yes.
there'll be something in there that's going to match up with your fabrics. You'll probably find there's 2 or 3 choices you could go to as well. So that was your 25mm. We have actually got it in a wider width as well. So if you're wanting it wider, then here you go. Similar sort of idea. So you're going to get all your different colours featuring in here. Again, contents may vary with regard to these, but a good selection of colours and 2 metres in each one of those. So 5 metres, well, no, actually it's 10 metres, isn't it? Because you're getting 5 different colours. So £12.49. Brilliant value for money, but that is the wider one, 40mm wide, 403485. And we see this regularly appearing with your bags that you've created. So, yeah, thank you for bringing that to us.
Previously, you used to do the whole kit, and the next show is going to be a spectacular sale price for some of the kits. Because, again, we found ones that had been left from shows before, so we're going to have a clearance on that, so that's to watch for next time.
Fabulous. So that's when you're next in December?
No, I've got a show at the very end of November, the Black
I know.
Black Friday weekend.
I know the one, yeah. Brilliant.
So some
big event going on there.
savings there.
Definitely.
And
it's around the 26th, 27th of the month,
that's
isn't
right.
it, towards the end of the month. Margaret, you're going to be shocked at this one because I've just heard in my ear. Is that 15 minutes, did you say? 15 minutes left on the show.
Okay.
We've been having too much of a good time, haven't we, in the chat?
We're enjoying ourselves. Right, so that's the top stitching done. And as you can see, because we've used the lighter one on the inside, there's no stitch line.
That's such a professional look.
And what I always do, and I'll just take a couple of seconds to do this, I'll not do it
no problem at all.
Stupendously. When you finish sewing your bag, and particularly if you've used the single-sided fusible foam, it needs just a wee press, and it makes such a difference to how your bag looks. And if you use these little irons and sleeve boards, you can get right in and sort out all your wrinkles. Wonderful. I won't iron it all, but I'll show you some of it, because this bit, once you've given it a press, makes an awful difference to the finish of the bag.
Gives it a crispness, doesn't it, when you press it? Yeah.
It's the details that kind of add to the professional finish of the bag.
Beautiful.
And as you can see, that presses up beautifully.
Absolutely fabulous, and it's all those finishing, touching the webbing, the hardware, and of course the way it's pressed. Thank you, Margaret. The dog fabric, oh my goodness, I need to tell you, it's now limited in stock, so the last few of you placing your orders for these are going to get your order satisfied. Don't forget, it is going to come with the equivalent of your lining fabric as well. So the moment this arrives, all you need to do is decide on your pattern and you are good to go. $13.99, do not miss out on it. 138315 if you want to take advantage of that. Now, before we go back to Margaret, very quickly, actually, I need to speak to you about your waterproof fabric as well, because this is another one that has been incredibly busy as well. I had a little kind of pot of water to do a demonstration and all sorts to show you, because obviously when we talk about things being that waterproof finish, on this particular one that I've got here, we haven't got a spray bottle for some reason, but if I just pop the water on there, you will see that the water kind of beads. I don't want to pour it down there because obviously it's going to go running onto the floor and stuff like that, but can you see? It literally is just running away, just like you would do with an umbrella or something like that. So you can, we're going to play Chase the Raindrop now. So there you go, you can see that it doesn't get absorbed into the fabric, it literally runs off the surface there. Oh, there you go, demo of there you go, that's some of my finest work, there. So yeah, that's the equivalent of all of the different fabrics. So they've all got that kind of content in there that means that it's going to drop off now, it's going to drop off and go onto the floor, and then we'll have to get one of those little kind of warnings that nobody slips on it. Is it going? Hey, there it goes. So £11.99 each one of those, half metre with regard to these. But we have had a sellout on this one. So which one has gone? The Storm. Oh, good choice. Yeah, sadly, we've had to say goodbye to it for this particular visit. But yeah, good choice. You're going to love that one. But all of the others are available, so it doesn't matter which one you go for. They are phenomenal value for money and a brilliant fabric to work with. 523-387, £11.99 as well. Now, we've been talking a lot about hardware and webbing and things like that. So we just thought that we'll just show you how you can get hold of that as well, because when you are placing your order, it's good to have everything that you need all in one go. So here you go. You've got a whole selection of different tones, whether it's the silver tone, whether it's the antique brass look that you're wanting, whether you want the most incredible kind of like multi-tone. Oh my goodness, it's all amazing. You're going to love all of these. And again, keep a note of those item numbers. They're always useful to have those item numbers so you can visit those as often as you're wanting to. That is the beauty. We've also got something that I've not really had a chance to share with you, but very, very quickly, the strip rolls as well. I know that you found these and we haven't had a chance to tell you about them, but these are brilliant. Now, these are kind of a bit of a lucky dip, but what you've got here is your fabulous strips in a whole variety of different tartans. Now, you're going to get one of these. These are just examples of what they are going to be. 20 strips on each of those. They're 3 inches wide, which I'm guessing makes them good for things like your handles and your straps.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that you can do with them. You can also quilt them like that, but this is the chevron pattern.
Yeah.
And this is one that Eileen did. What she recommends is that when you've done your cut a piece of your fusible foam and start at one corner and work your way down. But quilters and patchers, they'll know this technique.
I think it's like chevron quilting or something like that. It's got a name to it, but yeah, you'll be able to find that. But you'll need your fabrics in order to do this, and you've got a brilliant price there. £34.19. A brilliant array of different fabrics, as you can see, and the perfect opportunity for you to get them during this particular show, and spreading the cost, of course, as you can do because of Flextravaganza. So if you like the look of those, details on your screen, 782755. So Margaret, we're going to come back over to you.
Yep.
What have you got planned next, my dear?
We're going to use the slip pocket as a way of demonstrating the turner router tool.
Oh, lovely. Okie dokie.
So I haven't changed my thread, so it'll
I
show up
can't believe
nicely.
that the time has gone. Have we got another show with you today, Margaret?
No, just one today.
No. Oh, no, it's a travesty. We've got so much that we could have talked about and all this bag making we're doing.
I know, I could go endlessly.
So this is kind of the pocket and this is the sort of pocket that would be an internal pocket with a little zip on there or something like that usually?
Well, I have a demonstration for a zip one as well, but I doubt that we'll get there. But what I wanted to do was just do a slip pocket, because quite often when you pin them out and press them,
yes,
they end up not a genuine rectangle.
That's true.
And the turner outer tool helps with that. Gives you a nice square corner.
I love that. Turner outer. Every home should have one.
Absolutely. And I've just gone back to a 2.4 stitch length.
Okay.
For this.
Wonderful.
We just leave the opening at
Is this the same fabric that we're getting included with these?
Yes, it's the same one. It's the
really
same
nice
one.
quality.
It's a beautiful quality.
Yeah.
It was a roll I found again. I hate to think what I'll find when I go up in the loft.
Oh, don't. Well, I've done exactly the same. I had a loft with a lot of storage in there, and it's like, oh my goodness, I don't even remember buying this one.
No. So we just cut the corners off as you would normally.
Okay.
Making sure you don't cut any threads.
Okay.
And just turn it out as you normally would.
You just start it off with your fingers, okay.
Yep, just poke it through.
What sort of size opening do you tend to leave when you're turning things through?
When I'm doing a bag, I leave the biggest gap possible because it does the least damage to the bag as you're turning it through.
That's true, yeah.
And I always hand finish the inside of my bags. Right, so we'll just poke that through as you normally would. And
okay. A magic tool.
Magic tool, which I have a nice bright pink one. And when you put this in, because it's got these two straight angles,
of course, yes.
it gives you that
nice crisp edge.
Yep.
Brilliant.
So we just do that with all the corners. And this works on your bag flaps as well.
Well, anywhere that you needed to turn through. I mean, this is a brilliant device.
So it comes nice and sharp, and there's no risk of it coming through because it's stopped by the edges of the fabric.
No using your scissors anymore.
No. And if you were doing a curved flap on your bag, you use this rounded corner to smooth out
that is brilliant.
The seam, and it gives you that lovely smooth.
I love it. Now, it comes as a little collection. We've already seen one of the tools being used earlier on when Margaret was putting those fabulous plasters in place. So you're going to get 3 of those included within there. You're also going to get, obviously, that turner outer, which I think is a brilliant name. And you're also going to get this third tool in there as well, which is your Joe's Bag template. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of these, then all of these come together in the deal that you've got on your screen. But we have got Joe's Bag template available by itself, $9.99 if you're wanting to go for that just by itself. But to be honest, having them all together, it means you've got all those fabulous elements there to make life so much easier for you. And of course, with Flextravaganza, it turns out it's only £15 really, isn't it, that you're having to pay today along with your post and packing. So 866158. And you can see as you're pressing that, Margaret, I mean, that really does make the difference, doesn't it?
It does, because previously I had to pick away at it until I got it to a nice rectangle. But as you can see, that's done it easy peasy.
Perfect.
And if we have time...
We've got about 5 minutes left.
OK, we'll stitch along the top.
Wonderful.
And it'll be in back thread, but we'll have I've got a bit of embroidery. Just do a simple one.
It's a nice, pretty little stitch. Now, don't forget, if you're placing your order for anything during this hour, well, in any of the hours, right the way until Friday, you've got Flextravaganza, meaning you can spread the cost of anything you're placing your order for. So even if it's one of those items, like we've got on the screen there, $19.99, where you wouldn't normally be able to spread the cost unless you made your order up to £60 or more, then you don't have to worry. It means that for just £10 today, along with your post and packing, you will be able to get that gorgeous tartan fabric on its way to you. And the beauty is, because we've got that amazing deal that Margaret's brought to us, you are going to get your equivalent fabric with your lining as well. So that goes for any of the tartans that we've got on the counter here. We've got 2 different item numbers, so everything's on the website. So do jump on there. You've got options and also those gorgeous fabrics where we lost the dog fabric earlier on. For each one of those, you are going to get that additional fabric with your lining. And if you go for multiple lengths, then you will actually find that everything comes as a complete piece. So there's no cut length until you place your order, and Margaret is checking those orders off. So which decorative stitch should you go for,
I
Margaret?
just went for the first one, which happens to be the noisiest one to do, so I'll try and do it really quickly.
Oh, that's pretty.
And I do this instead of, I used to originally do what I call train lines, track lines.
Okay, yeah.
2 rows, and this is to stop the top of the slip pocket gaping as you use it, and it strengthens it.
Oh, we don't use those decorative stitches enough, do we? So it's a perfect opportunity.
I think probably for almost every bag I do, it's just straight stitching, using different stitch lengths. So I've picked this one, but it's not been the quickest one to pick.
That's okay, don't worry. Well, Margaret, do we have a date for it? I know you're coming back during our Black Tag event, so is that the next time that we're going to see you?
Yes.
Which, to be honest, it's only a few weeks off, isn't it?
It's 29th.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think it's a weekend event, so yeah.
So I'm on the Monday. And then I'm back on the 22nd of December, and I have 2 shows that day.
Lovely. So yeah, do keep an eye open. I'm sure you'll get to hear about our Black Tag event towards the end of the month. There's all sorts of fabulous companies bringing us some amazing deals during that weekend. But talking about amazing deals, we have got them during this hour for you, so you don't have to go very far. Now, what's gone now? The hedgehogs. Oh, it was the water, wasn't it? It was the water demo. That works for all of these. So, oh, I don't blame you. They are absolutely adorable. But yeah, sadly, we've had to say goodbye to. If you have just joined us, this fabric that we're looking at now is incredible. We've lost 2 of the options with regards to them, unfortunately. But it's a brilliant fabric because it's got a feel about it and an essence where it's got waterproof nature. So it's beautiful fabric to work with. You use it in exactly the same way as you would do any other fabric. You don't need any special feet or anything like that. But the thing is with it, it has got that waterproof element to it. Where's my little pot of water? Which one should we look at? Should we go for this one? Should we go for this one? Because what you've got with this one, I don't know whether you'll be able to see actually, because I've chosen one that's got most patterns. Should we go for the purple one? There you go. What you'll find with this is when you actually put the water on and just throw the water over everything, it's got that waterproof nature. So as those droplets of water, if it does get wet, literally will run along the surface. Where's it gone? Fast raindrops. Hold on. There we go. Oh, there we go. I better not do any more than that because I'm literally drenching everything. But you can see that it's just literally just running off. It beads and runs away absolutely amazingly. Got a huge puddle on the floor. I love this fabric. I could play for hours.
It's lovely and it sews beautifully. It was going to be our last demo, was attaching it, but I've got it cut out, and as you can see, that's just...
And that's fused on there with the iron?
I haven't fused it, but that was what I was going to demonstrate.
But you can do that? Yeah.
Yes, and I would suggest when you're fusing any of your interlinings is to use a full-size iron.
Okay.
The little prim is fabulous for tidying up and for doing your
but you need the coverage,
linings and the weight of the bigger iron. And because you're using a warm iron rather than a hot iron, just take your time. It'll take a little bit longer than it would if you're using a hot iron.
Perfect. Lovely tips there.
And if you're uncomfortable, you can use a lining cloth.
Perfect. Margaret, thank you. Can we do it again sometime?
Absolutely.
I've thoroughly enjoyed myself during this hour. Now, I hope you're checking out your baskets because we've been very, very busy. You've had sellouts during this hour, but don't forget about your hardware and your webbing. And if you've not got a pattern yet, you need to pop one of those in your basket for you check out. Stay tuned, more coming up. Now you certainly want to stay tuned. We've got the most amazing looking set coming up. We've got stencil up. Then we are back with the one-day special before we retune our lovely Julia.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. One of the aims of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good morning to you. Now, like the last hour, we've only got 1 hour with this lovely lady, and it is our lovely Lorraine, and the company is Stencil Up, your company. Good morning, Lorraine.
Good morning.
And now I've seen you. This is your 5th time with us. I've not had the pleasure of working with you personally, but I've looked adoringly across the studio at your beautiful stenciled artwork.
Okay,
it's stunning.
thank you.
This is your business. You set it up, didn't
yes,
you? Tell me a little bit about it for those of us not met you, Lorraine.
Set it up about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Just a very small sort of hobby business, really, while my family was young, and as they grew up, the business has grown, and wall stencils, craft stencils, wooden kits. It's just growing all the time into different products.
Fantastic. And so this is about maybe just changing up furniture that we've got, creating artwork.
Yeah,
I mean,
feature walls instead of using wallpaper.
Yeah.
We've got some photos later to show of some furniture, using the stencils on furniture.
Yeah.
So yeah, my main customers are furniture upcyclers.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So we're looking to renew. This is the show for you. Got a lot of new todays as well, so we'll take you through everything. Please shop ahead on the web, of course, and we'll tell you all about Lorraine's social media sites as well. But let's introduce you to the stencils. So this is called the Lattice Complete Collection. 4 beautiful stencils. They've all got their individual names. The first one being Fez. The second one, what's this one, darling? I haven't got that one.
That one is Classic Moroccan.
Classic Moroccan.
Yes.
I was thinking Moroccan tile. Looks like Moroccan. Then we've got, the names are on here, Safi and Zagora. Beautiful. So there is that set. What's the thinking behind this set then, Lorraine?
They're all based on Moroccan designs. Yeah, and they're all repeating patterns. So one stencil you can repeat to create, you know, multiple sheets of paper or on furniture. So they've all got registration points that all line up.
Fantastic. So the alignment is, whatever the surface area we're covering, is easy enough to understand.
Yes, there's a guide on the back,
and
that shows you the points where everything lines up to repeat the pattern. And once you've done it a couple of times, it, you know, it gets easier. You can then
the flow. Yeah, fantastic. And we're going to see Lorraine getting into the flow in a bit. And she does have a YouTube tutorials. We can't remember the link, but if you go to the website www.stencilup.co.uk, there is a direct link there. So it'll come to us eventually. 4 for the price of 3, I should mention. Yeah, brand new today, £10 saving. So you're paying for 3 basically. 6069 020. What mediums can we use through the stencils, Lorraine?
I recommend water-based paints, because then they clean off really well.
Okay.
You can use oil-based as well, but any kind of emulsion, gilding wax, any kind of paint, painter's acrylic works.
Yes.
So really anything. Sometimes people use them for spray painting. It's a little more tricky to clean them afterwards.
Right. Okay. So that's really the thing, isn't it? It's just about being able to clean them afterwards and keep them pristine and get the most usage out of them.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Right, 069020 for the brand new Lattice Complete Collection. Favourite, I'm going because this is a big favourite of mine and my producer Emily's. It is the classic, it is the stunning Art Deco. Now, have these been on before?
They haven't.
No.
And this
They're the brand new
range,
set.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Well, this is a range I developed with a furniture painter, Shona Murphy. She runs Made by Murphy, and she actually has a mentoring group as well. So we're going to see hopefully some photos that some of her group have produced on furniture. And she approached me to come up with some Art Deco designs with her. So we worked together.
Stunning.
And this is just a few of them. We've got more, but these are the popular ones.
Oh my goodness, they are breathtakingly beautiful. We have got those photos. We're just uploading as we speak. There might be just a slight delay. £36.96. Again, £11 saving. So again, it's like you're paying for 3 and getting one as an extra bonus. These really are timeless. Oh my word, I've just seen the piece of furniture.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Look at
That's by Shona.
Oh my word. That is stunning. Do these have names as well, Lorraine?
They do. That one is Deco Dreams.
Deco Dreams.
And as you can see, it's also a repeating pattern, so it works really well just as a single motif. But the lines at the side, you can then just repeat it and have it going along as a border.
Imagine the dullest pine dresser, painted up, and then the stenciling. That is stunning.
It's lovely, isn't
I
it?
literally, my gasp was genuine. We're going to show you some more later. We're not keeping you in suspenders. We're just trying to upload those, okay? So that's the Art Deco set, 912254. Again, popular, 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 brand new, beautiful, Mr. William Morris. Oh, these are stunning. Tell me about these then, Lorraine.
So these are all elements that I've picked from the William Morris designs of the wallpaper that we're
just going to do that, yeah.
So that's from Bellflower. There's two distinct motifs in Bellflower. So we have Bellflower 1 and Bellflower 2. That's Bellflower 2. Then we have Thistle at the bottom.
There's our thistle there.
And then Seaweed. So that's an element from Seaweed.
So my two, these are Bellflower 1 and 2 at the top, are they, darling? Yeah.
Yes.
And then Thistle, that's the classic, isn't it? We all recognise that. And the Seaweed, my goodness, these are stunning. I've got some here that you've done through onto the card here. There's our Bellflower 2. How beautiful. And so again,
you can repeat that, yes, as
Yeah.
a border. That goes as a border going up or down.
That is
it's a nice
beautiful.
horizontal border.
There's our classic thistle. I love this, yeah. So obviously the repeat pattern there,
Yeah.
how beautiful is that?
You could use it just as a single motif on a piece of furniture or on some
Yes.
cushions.
Or just like you know, if you had I don't know, a light and you just under the light, or just something to pinpoint or focus something singular. That is breath. That's my favourite. That is beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, these are going to be very popular because we have the material and we were talking about timeless, weren't we, again?
Yes, yeah, they
It's
are.
just so, it's like everybody's found William Morris again. You find it on clothing, you find it on, well, very expensive wallpaper, quite frankly. My friend did his house and his house, my friend did his house. He balked at the price of the wallpaper, put it that way. He should have come to stencil up, shouldn't he? Not stenciling, creating his own. That's the beauty, because you can over and over and over again. £31.88, 499,553. My friend did his ass. Right, let's move on to a Christmas motif now then. These are beautiful. Tell me about this collection then, Lorraine.
So again, it's just a repeating pattern. All of them repeat. I like to use them for creating my own gift wrapping.
Oh,
Christmas.
yes.
So on some sugar paper, there's a big push about not using foil and making sure that it's recyclable. So using some paint, using up paint on some sugar paper, you've got a really nice environmental friendly way of wrapping, and all the patterns repeat to make an overall design.
So do we get the pop-outs as well, or is he just rogue?
Sometimes. That one's rogue.
It was
Sometimes
deliberate.
they end up in the packet.
He's a bit rogue. It's not necessarily he's going to be there, but if it's not quite punched out, he might be in there, which I quite like, actually.
Yeah.
I think people would
make
like
use
that.
of them.
Yes, they would make use of them. Crafters would, yes. I say leave it in there. We'll pop them out. And then our lovely... They're like a proper, like, I'm thinking the red and white, the Scandi Christmas kind of thing.
They are, yes, sort of Christmas jumpers.
Yeah, the Fair Islands, what have you. Aren't they beautiful? Yeah, really, really lovely. So that's a gorgeous brand new set there, £29.80, £10 saving again. You're paying for the three, getting that one as an extra bonus, 525432. Now, brand new today, and I'm grabbing my roller and my brush. This is a set. This is brand new today. So this is the Bellflower that we saw, is it?
Yes. So this is the overall pattern.
Ah, that one there, yeah. I can see it's repeated there.
That's right. And it's a two-part stencil, and that makes it much easier to do two different colours, because you can do your first colour with first stencil, and then you go over the top.
Overlay, I can see it. Yes.
And then you don't end up going into that other design.
Gotcha. We can do that lovely tonality of colour. And then this bit I'm holding, you were explaining this to me off air, Lorraine.
So that is a top edge stencil.
Right.
And I use those up tight to the ceiling or to the cornice.
Right.
The coving, because it allows you to get really close to the ceiling, which is much easier than trying to use one of the really big stencils and fold it in and get close.
Yes.
This one, you just line it up and you can get right up close to the ceiling.
Nice.
And it gives you a nice starting point.
Beautiful. So we can go around that. Oh, there's a brush, cornice coving, what have you. And we get our roller, our lovely sponge roller, and our lovely brush there, our fantastic bristle brush there as well, included. Now, we got that on 2 flexi-buy payments of £24, 634244. I'm sure you appreciate there's a lot going on here. So that's the William Morris brand new today Bellflower wall stencil. And here, well, you know I'm already a bit besotted with this. I mean, I just think this is amazing. Look at the seaweed. This is stunning. So is the same idea with these two here, what you just explained to me there,
So
Lorraine?
we have the top edge stencil with that. It's a very large top edge because it's an offset repeat. Instead of just moving across, you've got to move diagonally across the wall, so it's quite a big top edge stencil. And then the small ones that you're holding are details like the veins of the leaves that you can then put on afterwards. You don't have to, but it just gives it a little bit more texture.
Wow. So again, is this the first layer, and then we've got our second layer?
No, there's only one layer with that, and then you go over with the smaller ones to.
Oh,
for
I see.
the
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I can see the difference now. Wow, they are incredible. And again, our roller and our brush, 857743. So this is the seaweed wall stencil, £54.99. You're saving £11, brand new today, and we've got that on 2 flexi-buy payments. All will become clear with our demonstration, but we have only got this 1 hour as well with our lovely Lorraine. So let's have a look at the website, where we can shop by brand. Stencil Up are on there. You can get stencils individually, apart from those big new ones I've just showed you in the triumvirates. They're only available as a set. But for instance, the Art Deco ones, I mean, we saw that beautiful piece of furniture. I think we've just uploaded the other ones now. We'll show you in a bit. So you can have the complete collections, or we've got those individually. If there's one that, you know, you're just thinking, that thistle, I'd love that on my book. I'd love that on my tablecloth, you know, if you're using your art fabric and what have you. So do have a little look online as well. We do, oh yes, the Christmas decorations, which I know Lorraine's going to get to. The Stencil Up Art Deco Christmas ornament kits, always very popular, self-contained, absolutely brilliant. So we'll come to those as well. So if you want to shop ahead, please feel free. But I think it's time to see what's what and how do we do it. And yeah, let's get stuck in, Lorraine.
Right, we will start with seaweed. I will put the main stencil to one side and show you how the top edge stencil works.
Okay.
First of all, I'll pop that down.
So this is how you've done these beautiful ones behind you, is it, Lorraine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those two, they're both seaweed.
Seaweeds,
and you can
those
see
two
by
little ones.
using different colours, you get a very different effect.
Very different.
Yeah. So the first thing to do is every stencil comes with a guide.
Gorgeous.
So it shows you where the registration points are, which on this one we've got a point here and a point there, where it all lines up to get that repeating pattern. So it's important to look at the guide, familiarise yourself with the design before you start. So that's the most important thing. I like to use spray adhesive because that holds all the small areas in place, but I also like to use some masking tape just to keep it a little bit more secure on the wall, because they are quite heavy. So I'm just going to give this a quick spray with some adhesive.
I suppose this is a great one to, when you first get them, to try out on a scrag end of your wallpaper rolls, because we've all got them. We always keep a bit of spare wallpaper rolls, don't we? In case, I don't know why, in case we think someone's going to rip off a giant piece. But you do, though, don't you?
You never know when you're going to need it. You just don't know.
I never need it. I never do need it, but this would be ideal.
But they all do come wrapped in some sugar paper, A1 sugar paper, so you can try them out on the sugar paper.
Right.
And it's a good idea to try out first.
Of course,
especially if you've never stenciled before. But I also say that even if you have stenciled before, every stencil's different, every brand of paint is different, the amount of pigments that are used. So you can use one paint and it goes well, and then you could change the paint and you might find it bleeds.
Right, okay.
So it's important to get to know the paint that you are using. So we use the dense foam roller with this.
Which is why you've supplied that in the kit, haven't you?
Don't use a normal emulsion roller because it holds too much paint. And these small ones allow you to get into all the details. It's a bit easier to control. So you load it up with paint, and this is the important thing. You then take off most of the paint.
Why do we do that?
Because you don't want to put wet paint on, because that's when it's going to seep underneath. So it seems crazy to load it up and then take it all off.
Yes, it does, yeah.
But this is
I'm glad you told me, because that's why I've got the instructions.
Yes, this is the big mistake. The main mistake people make with stenciling is they don't take off enough. And you see, I have taken off quite a lot.
Yeah.
And this will allow me to put a bit more pressure on.
Because it is a good dense sponge on your roller that you give us, isn't it? Right.
And I start off quite light.
Is there a starting point on the stencil we should start from? You
No,
know?
just wherever you feel like it. Really doesn't matter. And you just put sort of medium pressure. And perhaps I haven't put enough adhesive on that, so you can just hold it down in places. And you just gently go over all of it. Now, if I was using really wet paint, it would seep underneath.
Yeah, you wouldn't have that clarity of the preciseness of the stencil.
It is important to use a dry roller. And you'll find as you go on, you build up more paint on your roller and you don't need to reload quite so much. But this is a new roller, so I might need to go back and get a little bit more paint.
I'm quite astonished just how different this looks against the white behind you there, Lorraine. We're just looking behind you as you're stenciling. And the dark blue, it's the same seaweed stencil, but
exactly the same, yes.
So different on the dark background and the white background. It's really quite exquisite.
And it's worth thinking about that when you're doing your decorating. You might have a colour scheme in mind, but it's worth thinking how would it look on a darker background or a lighter background. And I also offer a service where if people are unsure and they tell me the colours they're thinking of using, I can do a digital mock-up so that they can compare.
Oh, that's nice.
And that's just a free service if they just want to get in touch on email. And I can do a very quick mock-up.
So you're on Instagram, you said?
Yes, stencil_up.
And you're on Facebook?
Yes, Stencil Up on Facebook.
Okay, what are the Twitterage?
No, I don't.
That's all right.
I
No, I'm not condemning you for that. That's fine. I'm just checking. I'm just trying to go through all the social media
I haven't got
sites.
into that. I think because the other sort of interest, Pinterest is...
the Pinterest, yeah, that's the
Pinterest
one,
and
isn't it, the
Instagram,
visual?
they're the visual ones,
that's
yes.
right, yeah. Of course. You've got to check. We've got to be everywhere at all times, haven't we?
I'm nearly finished, and I'm going to add a bit more colour on the flowers.
So would you say mainly for these big ones, it's for your furniture, it's for your papers? What would
walls.
The walls, yeah.
And you don't need much paint at all. A small tester pot. I use these tester pots. They're 250
Oh, okay.
mil, and that will do about 3 to 4 metres of wall.
Wow. And is that just an ordinary emulsion, Lorraine?
Yes.
Yeah. Now you're getting the bristle brush. Why?
Yes.
What's this?
Because I'm going to pick out some details now in the flowers.
So we get the bristle brush in there as well.
Same as with the roller, you need to take off the paint so it's virtually dry.
Okay.
And then you can apply. I like to stipple.
Yeah.
You can also swirl it on. If you do a swirling, you tend to sort of blend a bit more. And I really don't worry about going over the edges into the leaves. It's just nice. Each time you stencil, it's going to look slightly different to the first time. No area on the wall is going to look identical to another, and that is the beauty of stenciling. It really comes alive. Load up and get a bit more paint. So this is why I provide a roller and the brush.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this, it's just an extra step.
Yeah. It's a very firm packed bristle brush, that one. It needs to be, doesn't it, for your stippling?
Yes, it does. And then you can add a little bit in there as well.
Ooh.
Swirl that in, just blend the colours. You get a softer finish by swirling.
Yeah.
I've got one more flower over here to do.
So this is just the one of the two for the seaweed, isn't it? If memory serves me right. Is that
So
right?
this is the top edge.
The top edge.
So you would use this one. As you can see, it's quite tight there.
Yeah.
You would put some masking tape there and put it close up to the ceiling or to your coving.
Right. Oh, wow.
And
Look at the
ripple that
magic,
off.
everybody.
And then you would continue along the wall using this registration point here that would go there, and that would allow you to do the entire top of your wall.
Wow.
So when you finish going along the top, you then take your main stencil, and you can see that one lines up.
Oh, I see.
There. See the 3 points where it lines up?
Yeah.
And then we put the stencil in here, and that's going to give the continual pattern all over the wall.
Travelling down, yeah.
So I'll just do it. I can't do the whole thing because my piece of paper is too small, but I'll just give this a spray and finish off that pattern.
Beautiful. So this are the two centre ones that we're concentrating on at the moment that you see just behind Lorraine there. So it is the seaweed William Morris. So we've got it on the light with the green and the turquoise, and we've got the grey on the dark teal there as well. So those two there. Same stencils, just the different colourway as Lorraine was explaining in terms of the backgrounds. It totally changes it up. Brand new today. You do get the dense wee roller and the bristle brush, £54.99. You're saving £11, 857-743, and it's one of two brand new sets today. The second one being, is the other one the bellflower?
The bellflower, yes,
that's right. Which you can see sandwiching our lovely seaweed either side there as well. So if you want to shop ahead for that, again, looks so different on the dark teal and then against the white. So, yeah, that's the one there on the left. Yeah, gorgeous. So that's the bellflower set as well with the border. Beautiful.
So now I'm using the main stencil, and this is the one that you would use over most of the wall once you've done the ceiling.
So, I mean, if I walked into your house, if I stand still enough, would I get stenciled? Is everything stenciled up?
I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad with stenciling.
I just think
I do have a wall in my studio where I test the designs out, so that's always changing.
Ever changing.
Yes,
oh, lovely.
which is quite nice. But sometimes I don't want to paint over them.
No, because you like it. Yeah.
So, hopefully you'll get an idea of this,
Oh, wow.
how the pattern will then seamlessly all work together.
Continuous, yeah.
But then we've got one more part for this, which is adding a little bit more detail on top.
Ah, yes, I'm intrigued by these,
So
the two smaller ones in the set.
down.
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, so this will then sit on top afterwards. You
Should
don't
we wait
have
for it
to
to
use
dry,
it.
obviously?
No, you don't
No?
need to.
Oh, you're going straight, no.
Because
no,
you've taken off most of the paint and it's gone virtually dry.
Yeah.
You can
We're
get
good
on
to
with
go.
it straight
Oh,
away.
great.
So I'm just lining this one up, and you can see this sits on top of the leaves and the stems. So I'll give this a little spray. And then we can add another colour on top. I'm going to go with the dark blue again, but you could use a third colour.
Beautiful.
If you want to add extra. So you see that sits on top.
We have got those. We've got some more images loaded up as well of the lovely Art Deco stencils on the show today on the furniture. I mean, there's a lot of popular programmes now, isn't there? Upcycling, repairing.
Yes, it's really popular.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we had that time, didn't we, during lockdown, and also not to be wasting things, you know.
Exactly. There's some beautiful furniture out there getting a second lease of life and being brought up to date.
Yeah, there's quite a few people made little businesses out there. I know my friend down in London has.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yeah.
Some of the photos we showed earlier.
We've got some more of those, yeah.
Yeah, these
They're
are
breathtaking.
Painters sort of working full time, producing like works of art really on furniture.
Yeah. So again, it's just going over the bits that we can see in the stencil.
You could do this with the roller as well.
Oh, could you? Okay.
Yes. Put it up here.
So this is just the extra layer of detail.
Yes.
Ah, yes, I can see it on the grey now, and on the white, on the leaves. I can see it. You've done
it's
it.
quite subtle, but it does add a little bit.
Yeah, it's sort of a.
It's optional. You don't need to add it on, but I think it does add a bit to it.
Yeah, I can see on the leaves on both sets now. It's sort of a paler white on the grey, and then a sort of a grey on the teal on the white. Yeah.
So if I peel that one
Detail.
off. There you go.
Oh,
it's
that's
just giving you a
lovely.
little bit more on top.
That's amazing. And there's no, you know, it does not look like you've done stenciling, if that makes sense. It's
Yes,
like a
yeah,
proper
I think
wallpaper.
that sort of adds a bit more to it. And then there's another one here which is for the smaller leaves. And as you go on, you realise where all the pieces go, and it becomes sort of second nature, lining it up and putting the stencils on.
Beautiful. Fantastic.
That's
Thank
that
you,
one.
Lorraine. That is the stencil of William Morris Seaweed Wall Stencil. The bellflower as well is new today. You get the 3 pieces, well, in that case 4. You also get your lovely firm roller and your stipple brush, as it were. 069, that's that. We've moved on. This is the Stencil Up Lattice Complete Collection. So we've got the smaller A4 stencils as well. This is with a Moroccan theme. You have got a great saving on this, £10 saving. 4 for the price of 2. So again, 4 for the price of 3, sorry. You've kind of got that ability to, no matter what the expansive area you're covering, you can have that continuation. There's no edges as such. We're all right to continue the theme. So you can get these individually, but of course the saving, you get 4 for the price of 3. This is Zagora, and then we have Fez, and then we have, is this one the Safi, and then we have the Moroccan tile as well, which I haven't got the picture of, but there it is. So all 4 of those, absolutely stunning. Don't forget we've got Flextravaganza as well, so if you wanted to split that cost of £29.80 over November and December, you can. So 4 for the price of 3 there, 069020. Art Deco, now we've got those photos loaded for you as well. Absolutely exquisite, brand new. This is our most popular collection. I'm not surprised either, but I mean, they're so timeless, aren't they? I mean, they're just, there's just an elegance, isn't there?
Yes.
There's just a beauty and an elegance. I love architecture that has it, furniture.
Yes.
It's just exquisite, isn't it? We'll have a look. Now, this literally took my breath away, this lovely, just a sort of chest of drawers. I mean, it's transformed, isn't it,
It
Lorraine?
is, yeah. It's beautiful, and the gold on the navy just is so elegant.
Oh, it's just beautiful. And then maybe the addition of some new handles there, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, I love it. Retro.
That's geolattice.
Yeah.
So you can see there how it repeats.
Now, you see, that would have been Nana's old sideboard cabinet.
Yeah.
Looking very dull and ancient. And that
Sort of
has
60s.
absolutely, transformed it, isn't it? We've all seen a Nana cabinet like that, haven't we? Probably lived with it if you're my age.
And there's a
That
full
is-
picture of it.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So again, that's made by Murphy.
Oh, that's beautiful
That's
as well.
another one, geolattice again. Just used in one colour that time, so
Love it.
effective.
Just your ordinary everyday, completely transformed.
Yeah.
And we've got an, oh my word, look at that. Now you see that, you can see they're just bog standard tables. Look at the legs. But look at the top, that's beautiful.
Yeah. I'm picking out the different colours. So that's a
I
really
love that.
versatile stencil. You know, the
With the
picture
legs.
before we could see it was just one colour.
Yes.
And they've gone to town with
Nester
that.
tables.
Yes.
That's very 70s. I
Yes.
love it. We had the Nester tables. Nobody wants the
Brought
Nester
back to
tables anymore,
life.
but if it looked like that, yes, please. That is beautiful. Oh,
Gorgeous.
oh.
That's one of my favourites. That's
That
Shona,
is-
made by Murphy, who I've put the collection together with.
You know, you see so many display cabinets like that. I've seen one as well in a sort of second-hand shop. I love them because I love the old furniture.
Yes,
I've got
yeah.
the radiogram and everything in the lounge. I love that.
It's
You
gorgeous.
sort of display your ornaments. That is beautiful.
Yes, yeah.
Hope you've had inspiration from that. Art Deco collection, £36.96. Again, £11 saving, 912254. And then the beautiful William Morris. You've got the 2 bellflowers there at the top. Just giving them a little twizzle there for you so you can see those. Absolutely stunning. The absolute classic thistle, which, you know, as Lorraine said, you could use these individually, couldn't you?
Yeah,
As singular
just
pieces.
small motifs on a
Yeah.
small piece of furniture.
Beautiful.
A cushion.
Cushion, yeah, I love the idea of the fabric. So popular. So you get all 4 of these, absolutely stunning, 499,533. And if you don't believe me, look, there we go. How gorgeous is that? Stunning, isn't it? So you can get these individually as well, I should say. Sorry, I keep forgetting to say that. You can get the stencils individually, but of course by having the 4, you've got that saving of £10. So it's almost like you're buying 4 but paying for 3. 499,553. I think some of those are going individually. And then moving across to our Christmas motif as well. And I loved your idea of, of just sort of the sugar paper creating wrap. your own wrapping paper.
Yes, yeah.
Beautiful. Gorgeous. Got your proper Fair Isle there. Oh, we've had a question, Lorraine. Can we make... Oh, so if I upscale my furniture, can I sell it? I mean, can we make it to sell? Is there,
Yes,
is there a licence I need to pay for to pay
it's
you?
absolutely fine. No, all
we're
my
good to go.
customers, they all sell their furniture, so
Lovely.
yeah.
Start your own little cottage business there at home. £29.80 for the Christmas stencil up as well, 525432. Now, I showed you the large new ones which are decorated behind Lorraine. We've got some other ones today as well. So this set... now this is that strip you showed me a moment ago. This is this
that one is Larkspur, which is on the end, the purple one.
That is, I don't know if we can get that. So might be taxing my Christopher too much. Larkspur is to the right of Lorraine, in the purple. Would you wave your hand at it for me? Thank you, Lorraine. We're just trying to move our cameras to it there. So this is the Larkspur. Has this been on before then, Lorraine?
Yes, we had that on the first show.
That is beautiful. So that's a 2 stencil piece, and is that the same idea with that getting close to the
top edge?
The top edge of your ceiling or your cornice
yeah.
coving, or that is beautiful. So that's the Larkspur. 2 stencils in there. Comes with your roller and your brush. 467870. And then we've got the Marigold, which is that strip.
That's
there.
right.
So this is the Marigold, and again the 2-part stencil. And then I can see that these are the extra detail bits there. I can see.
They are the registration points.
Ah, forgive me. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. They're beautiful. So that is this one here, the Marigold. There we go. That's it there. That's the Marigold. So that is exquisite as well. That is beautiful. We've got on 2 flexible payments of £24, 907-845. Let's show you the decorations, because I know we've got those coming up as well. We've only got this hour with Lorraine, so if you've got any questions. This is the Art Deco. You get 6 designs, you get the backs, you get the stencils. What else do you get in there, Lorraine?
So there's 6 designs at the front in wood, and they're an adhesive backing.
Yeah.
Then you have the 6 backs, the 6 stencils, a stencil brush, and some gold and silver ribbon.
Lovely. So we can use those stencils over and over again.
Yes,
and
you can.
Yeah, beautiful. That's the Art Deco number 1, £35. We've got Art Deco number 2. Different designs again, so everything that Lorraine, and we've got the instructions there as well. Brilliant instructions there. £35, 579 176. They're gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. And then we've got the Victorian Christmas. Did I hear that right? Is it Victorian Christmas, Lorraine?
Victorian, yes.
Yeah.
They're all based on Victorian Minton tiles in cathedrals.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do you know what immediately made me think of those Victorian fireplaces, the tiles up the side?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, they are stunning. They're so beautiful, aren't they? I love those. I thought I would have been all over the Art Deco, but actually I'm swayed by the Victorian tile. And then Oriental Christmas.
Yes.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful patterns.
Yeah, they are lovely geometric patterns.
Gorgeous.
Repeating.
And those stencils are there to reuse then. 658-670, or get some more. We often have MDF rounds, and we could go away and make some more, couldn't we then?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, my darling, what are you going to show us now?
Should we do a demonstration of the decorations?
These are a lovely gift. They come in a lovely, I should say, lovely little presentation
We'll get
box,
some
beautifully
out.
presented. So if you are thinking of posting, you know, that's a nice little project for us to get going on. That is gorgeous.
Okay. So let me find the guide, the instructions. I've got them somewhere. So each pack comes with instructions, and it tells you which stencil lines up with which onlay design.
I see.
So these 2 line up, and that way you know you're going to you can do your 2 colours quite confidently. So that's important, just to line up. So spend a bit of time making sure you've got the right stencil for the right
job.
onlay. They all have a backing all the way across, and that means you can use things like resin. I have some designs.
I'm going to give you one that she prepared earlier, just so you can see where we're going with that.
We've got the finished one. We've got some with resin as well, and because there's a backing all the way over the back, once you stick it down firmly, you can then flood the little areas with resin, and there's no risk of it seeping through.
Oh, nice.
So, but the simplest way is to paint your backing and use your stencil. So I'm going to give that a little bit of a spray. And then you line up the back and the hole, like so. So I've just painted this backing white. I've just used normal emulsion paint for that. And I'm going to use this blue again. It's quite nice. Same idea as with doing the wall stencils. You want to take off all the excess paint. And then just stencil on top.
Lovely project to do, and then a time, you know, a timeless piece for all time, isn't it? Because we always dig out those decorations year after year, don't we, and pop them on the tree.
I always think it'd be quite nice to paint, to write on the back with a gold pen and use them as gift tags as well.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
Then
that's really special.
The recipient can keep them as a nice decoration. So that's that first bit, and then you can see when I put this on top, we've ended up with the two colours.
That's what my cousin did for a wedding, for our placemates. Our placemats were little Christmas ornaments.
Oh, nice.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, how lovely.
With our name on it. And then, so I've still got that, so I put it on the tree and all sing his wedding.
Oh, lovely keepsake.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm just going to use some gilding wax on this one. Got some gold, because I find it sits really well on the plywood.
Ooh, nice.
You can just
and
sort
it gives
of
it a bit
paint
of
it on.
Yeah. Beautiful.
See, it covers nicely. Or you can use them, spray paints work very well on them also.
I quite like the pattern you're making underneath. Could you spray over that and create a...
You could. So this is effectively a stencil.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just giving that a little coat. And then once you've finished it, you peel off your backing.
Oh, nice. So I don't even have to get my glue out?
No, you don't.
We're good to go.
And then
Gosh, that was quicker
line
than I
up.
thought.
Oh, I haven't lined that up quite right.
And then we've got our lovely ribbon.
And then you've got the ribbon, so you can immediately hang it up.
Gorgeous. And explain to me, could you grab one of those enamel ones? Is that all right? Explain to me enamel, because these are really quite beautiful as well.
Okay, so this one is with resin. So as I said, because the backing is the adhesive all over, you can then flood the individual areas with resin without it risking seeping through to the other parts. So I've used 3 different types of resin with this. So painted it gold first, applied it to the backing, and then put the coloured resin in it.
Because we've got a resin show later, well, we've got a Zuri show, mould show later on, and often people have a little bit of resin left, so I just thought that was such an interesting idea.
Yes, yeah. It's got a sort of jewel-like quality
it is,
to
yes,
it. Yeah. And then on the cathedral ones, I've used some gold leaf at the back of those.
Oh, wow. That is effective, Lorraine.
Yeah. And that's just emulsion paint on top.
The gold leaf, that is beautiful.
So that works well.
That is gorgeous, yeah. Yeah, beautiful. So 4 different sets there. And are you going to do another one, my darling? Is that?
I'll do another one.
Yeah.
Because I like to use paint pens. I think they work quite nicely. If I show you, you don't have to use a stencil. So this one I've used paint pens.
Is this a Victorian tile, that one?
No, this is from the Art Deco.
Oh, the Art Deco.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So you can use the actual onlay itself as your guide.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can find that design. There we go. So I've painted this one gold. You can put it in place, and then using a pencil, if I can find one, you can mark out areas that you might want to pull out in different colours. So I'm just using the onlay itself rather than the stencil.
Yeah.
We do that. A line there, and a line there. And then you can use some paint pens to fill in. And it just allows you to add a few more colours than with the stencil. And this time you want to go slightly outside the line so it's sitting underneath.
Yes, you don't see any white.
Yes.
Yeah. Christine's emailed in. Do you have the sugar paper for sale on its own?
I don't, no. There's always a couple of sheets with the stencils.
Yeah. So we can recycle that and make our papers.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's quite readily available though.
Yeah.
A bit more. Ooh, that's just a white one. Add some gold.
And so this is going straight in with our paint pens. Lovely.
It's quite nice for children as well to sort of just do some colouring in on the backings, and then when they put the
you
design.
could even, yeah. I mean, I don't know how big the biggest square is, but you could, if you had a little stamp or someone's initials or date.
Yes.
Freehand.
Yes, you could.
Into that middle bit there, really personalise it, like you
Yeah.
said. But you can do that on the back as well, obviously.
Or the backing, you could decoupage the backing, so you've got a design on the back. Or I think we've got one that I've done blending on.
Okay.
Just a simple
a little shifty. Oh, this one. Is that the? I keep knocking everything over. If I hand that to you, if you bring that into shop there,
okay,
and I'll knock over a bit more.
So this one just blended with a brush from the dark blue to the pale, and then put a silver onlay on top. But that's really quite effective.
That's lovely. That
Very
ombre of
simple.
the blues
Yeah.
there. That is beautiful.
So you can get really, really creative with colours, with the backing, and it makes a nice gift, something nice to hang on your tree.
Gorgeous.
So with these, always remember to go the other side of the line.
Yes, so
it sits underneath.
Yeah.
Missed a bit of gold there. You can always spray them afterwards with some gloss varnish if you want them really to shine. Let's see what other colours I've got. A bit of black at the sides here. So it doesn't look like much when you're drawing them on here.
Yeah. But once you put that front piece over it, yeah. So we've got 4 different sets. We've got the Oriental, you've got the Art Deco 1 and 2, and we've got our Victorian Christmas, which are really quite beautiful.
I think the Victorian one is possibly the most Christmassy.
Yeah,
it's quite traditional.
Well, you've done you've alternated red and green, which is lovely.
Yes. Very traditional colours.
Well, the idea of the gold leaf as well, even more luxury.
So you can go over that as much as you need to, but as you can see, you then pop on top, and you can create as many colours as you like. Done here with the pinks and the lilacs. So you just have a bit of fun with them, really.
Gorgeous. Right, I'll have a quick recap, and then can we come back to some A4s, maybe? Is that what's the plan?
We can.
Yeah,
Should
lovely.
we do some Christmas ones?
Let's mention the Art Deco and the William Morris, because they seem to be the front runners. We have got our Moroccan tile, we have got our Christmas. Now, you can get these individually, but obviously a set of 4 means you're paying for 3 and getting the 4th one as a bonus. So this is the Art Deco Complete Collection, brand new today. Which one is my favourite? Well, you see, that was rather breathtaking on the furniture. But as a repeat, that is amazing. But then that looks so good on those nested tables, isn't it? I know. I'm such a Pisces. I'm all over the place, aren't I? Isn't that incredible? And nested tables, yes, 1970s nested tables. Actually, that's probably a little bit modern looking at those legs. But Nana's sideboard, that cabinet where she displayed her, I don't know. Sometimes it was drinks, sometimes it was ornaments. Yeah, that's 60s. That's 60s. Oh, yeah, we've all seen it. But the retro, I mean, it's just in, isn't it? See, I love the old furniture like that. And then you can just, that's changed it up completely. That's so good. I mean, how much would you pay, in a well-known shop that is the place name for, it doesn't exist anymore, does it, where you live? Habby, what's it? And the various John Lulus of the world. You pay a fortune. And then the William Morris. I know you can buy individually or you can have the set. Go for the set because, individual, the front of a book even, you can go small scale, doesn't also be bit large scale. Could do just a singular piece. 912254, £11 saving for those. A cushion, I love the fabric paint idea, I love that. A tablecloth, the paper tablecloths that you get for Christmas, the reds, the whites. I mean, you can just make it your own, can't you, with your stencils and a bit of your emulsion. That boring white, You could do, and then do a table piece. Everybody could have their own wands, the table mat. And, oh, brilliant. And then get your little decorations as well. And then with the William Morris as well. I mean, the thistle is iconic. The seaweed is beautiful. And then Bellflower 1 and 2, just stunning. And of course, these are designed so that you can do ad infinitum, the repeat, as it were. 31.88. You can get these individually, but again, get the 4. You're paying for 3. 4.99. 553. The seaweed, the seaweed, the seaweed, I hear you. That is just beautiful. Yeah, look at that. I love the two-tone colours there that Lorraine has done. It's stunning. And then the thistle. I mean, that's Mr. Morris all over it. It's like he walks amongst us. Isn't that beautiful? You could just have borders. Yeah, transform the ordinary and make it extraordinary with these stunning stencils. 499 553. Quickly show you the website, and then Lorraine's getting ready with a bit of A4 stencilage. You can get them individually, like we said. We've got the brand new large stencils for the walls, for your furniture as well, and some of the others there. You've got the Fez Moroccan craft stencil there. You can get them individually as well. So just shop by brand, stencil up. That site, that furniture stencil, that's the classic, the United one, isn't it? That's classic. Oh, they're all beautiful. That's the trouble. Flexi Extravaganza, though, makes it easier. Spread the cost over November and December. Yeah. Beautiful. Make your Christmas wrappings. Transform that ugly bit of paper that you don't like, the one side, use the other side, stencil on it. Right, off you go, Lorraine. We've got, how long have we got, darling? 10 minutes. 10
okay,
minutes.
so we're going to go with the knitted star stencil, and this is the sugar paper that all the stencils come wrapped in, the big ones. It's quite readily available online if you just sort of tap in sugar paper A1. That's going to be big enough for wrapping paper. So I'm going to just give it a quick spray with Spray Mount. Give it a little wave so it dries off a little bit before you apply it. Pop it in place. And with this I can show you how the repeating pattern works. So as before, we're loading up the roller, we're taking off most of the paint. There we go. And just straight on top.
It'd be lovely on a box as well, you know, if you just had some to craft paper on a box, and you could just transform that, can't you?
Yeah, you could pull up the star and just have it on a gift tag or a card to go with it. We actually had some of these as a fundraiser at our primary school a couple of years ago, and it went down really well, and I'd made up a load of paper and it sold really well, but then I did another one where children would come to the stall and make their own wrapping paper and take it away with them, and it was just so popular, and they just really enjoyed making their own paper.
Lovely idea. And if you had fabric paint, do your own tea towel, we were saying.
Yes, you can.
Create your own Christmas jumper.
That's a great present for grandparents, isn't it? Some tea towels.
And then they'd be so proud, I made the paper in this, you know.
So as you can
this is
see,
how the repeat
it's
pattern
just
works.
a repeating pattern. The stars just line up there.
Gosh.
And on the packaging, it shows a registration guide.
Yes.
So you know exactly where to line it up. But it's kind of obvious.
Yeah. That looks beautiful. That looks so good, doesn't it? So this is the Christmas collection. You're getting 4 of these. So we've got the individual like little motifs with the Christmas trees and the hanging little baubles or decorations there, stars. Lovely.
I think this could make quite a nice Advent project with children, just making some wrapping paper in time for Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's one continual line. And then you would just go back here.
And repeat.
And you can line it up there. And just repeat until you finish it all.
Oh, that looks so cool.
If you use something like sugar paper, it's recycled paper anyway. You can then recycle it afterwards. So.
And if you missed this earlier, we were saying about you don't have to wait for it to dry because Lorraine's wiped most of it off. We're good to go and just crack on, aren't we?
It's
kind of what you want to do, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't want to thickly load it. You want to wipe off the excess there.
And every now and again, you might want to check the back of the stencil just in case there's any paint on it. Give it a little wipe, but you don't need to do it too often.
We think the roller you can get as an end of call as well, if that is if you're not buying the big stencils, because it comes in the big sets. But yeah, as an end call, you can have that as an add-on. Your stencil fabric medium, oh great, as well as your foam roller with £6.49. Brilliant.
So with the fabric medium, you just add the same quantity of paint, like emulsion paint
Yes.
or artist acrylic, mix it all together, and then it works on fabric.
No way.
You just make sure you wash your fabric first with no fabric softener, just detergent.
Yeah.
Then you stencil in the same way. Again, it's the dry roller technique.
Yeah.
Then you iron it with a medium iron, and then it's washable.
And I can just mix that with whatever kind of bog standard emulsion I've got going on.
Any emulsion, yes. So
that's alchemy. That's magic.
Yeah. It's quite nice. Then you can tie it into your decor. So if you want to do cushions to match
with
your wall,
specific colour, that
yes.
and you always have a bit of that paint left because you never know.
Exactly.
It's a bit like the roll of wallpaper, isn't it? A bit of touching up.
Yes.
And you also, I keep it because I forget what it was I bought. So if you just want to, you know, to renew it, as it were, not completely change it, you've got a reference, haven't you? But there's always a bit at the end of the tin.
That's right. There always is.
That is the best thing ever.
But equally, you don't need much paint even to do a whole wall. So if you just wanted to buy a tester pot, that would be
right, you said
enough
that
to do
at
an
the start.
entire wall, a sort of 3 to 4 metre wall. It's very little paint.
We're all been out now. There's be no testers in the shop. We're all dashed out to go and get them. Just shows you how quickly that came together. That is so pretty, isn't it? I do want a jumper in that now. In teal and white.
You could do a wall in it as if you fancied for Christmas, a border. One of your walls.
Beautiful.
There we go.
How lovely is
And then
that?
we just carry
And
on.
then repeat.
Or you could just use it as a strip.
What are we going to look at now? Have we got an Art Deco, or will you indulge me with a Morris? Or
we could go back to Bellflower because that's a 2-part stencil, so we do 2 different colours with that. So that might be a good one.
Love.
Okay.
We've got about 6 minutes. We've got the
Let's move
Bellflower
that one out
on
of the way.
the small A4, and we've got the Bellflower on the large. So those 2 centre pieces, sorry, the 2 outer pieces, I should say. This one here. And the one furthest most on the teal, so that's the Bellflower. So we've got that as the large stencil for your wall or larger furniture. And then we've also got it as the brand new set in the William Morris. But you can get it as an individual A4 as well. We've got Bellflower 1 and 2. So if there's something, you want something on a smaller scale to achieve some beautiful upcycling. I mean, that, again, just on the front of a book. I know I'm keeping it really simple, but I love that. Posh as tea towels, lovely cushion. Get that fabric add-on. I think that I've never heard of this stuff. I think that's the fabric medium. That's just magic. That is. Just add it. I love the fact I can add it to the paint that I've got that I did the kitchen in or whatever, and it's matched perfectly. It's brilliant, isn't it? So that stencil set's £31.88, and it's a different price for the larger one, obviously, that Lorraine's going to show us now.
Okay.
Lovely.
So this is Bellflower. Again, you have your registration guide that shows you where it all lines up, and it's quite easy with this one. We've got the top edge for your ceilings, but I won't do that one at the moment. Basically, you'd go along your ceiling with that first, and then you'd use the continual pattern after. So I'll just pop that to one side. So it's a 2-part stencil. You can see they line up together, and it's just a really easy way of creating 2 different colours, or you could have someone helping you, going along behind you.
Okay.
So we'll start with this one.
We've got about 5 minutes, just so you know, darling. Just
okay. Try to be quick. So spray, the spray mount, pop it into place. Just use the pale colour on this one. And again, wiping off.
That's key,
always
isn't it?
important.
Wiping off that excess.
I think that the most inquiries I get when people are stenciling for the first time and it's not working for them.
Yeah.
First thing I say is, have you taken off most of the paint? And usually they haven't.
And that's why you get the
And
leakage,
that's why,
the bleeding.
yes. So with the examples I've got on the wall, I've pulled out some more details with the brush. So if you've got time, you can just pick out the flowers, but I won't as we're running out of time.
And we can find Lorraine on her website, where you've got YouTube videos. There's a link there as well on the how-tos, you know, if you like to watch and listen again. Obviously, we're on Rewind as well. You can find her on Instagram, Pinterest. Yeah.
Bit more paint. So I quite like this design. It's quite a naive, simple design. It's quite traditional, but it's effective, and it's a good one to start with. If you've not stenciled before, and if you're a little bit worried about doing it, it's quite a forgiving design. So once we've gone over with the first colour, we can remove it. And then I'll go and get the second colour.
Very pretty. About 2 minutes, just so you know. Do you know when you're back with us again, Lorraine?
Sorry?
Do you know when you're back with us again, my darling?
Oh, December. Mid-December, I think.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. So I've now lined up. So we've got these points and there. And then we can use our second colour.
Lovely.
I've got time. Be as quick as I can.
So have we got, what are you up to in December with this? I know it's not long anyway, but...
I've got a couple more Morris designs that I hope will be ready for then. So going over these.
What's the weirdest thing you ever stenciled?
I don't think there is. I don't know. No, I can't think.
Or strangest request a stencil?
I mean, I've done some stencils for sort of face painting and things like that.
Okay.
But no, it tends to be quite boring, really, just walls and.
That's okay. It can be. It can be quite ordinary. It doesn't have to be.
I'm sure someone somewhere has done something quite unusual with them. So this is really easy to do your second colour, and you could have, if you've got two people doing the stenciling, one person goes along the wall doing the base colour, and someone can follow on behind with the second colour, and you'll get it done in a very short space of time.
My director stencils some flagstones.
Oh yes, that's getting quite popular.
Is that? I'd never heard of this. That looks amazing, by the way.
Yeah,
stenciling your flagstones.
Yes, and tiles. And so
oh
I've
well,
got some
tiles, yeah.
Stencils, yeah. So
I'm impressed.
that could be the next show. Maybe I could.
Yes, stencil a flagstone. Bring a flagstone with you.
Yes, not too big.
You carry that flagstone with you all the way from Cambridge, please. That looks stunning. Massive thank you, Lorraine. That's the bellflower. That's the large stencil set there with your roller and your brush. 2 flexi pencils, £24, 634244. Brand new today. But of course, we do have the smaller A4s as well, and you can get them individually. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the 1 hour we had with you. I feel like we packed it all in.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Just about.
Thank you so much, my darling.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing your photos the next time Lorraine is with us in December. Send them in advance so we know what you've been stenciling, the flagstones, the furniture, the cat, I don't know. Just let us know. Let's have a catch up and see what's coming up on the craft store. Thank you, Lorraine. Well, we're going to join Janet now for the AALL Create Wonderland One Day special. And then I'll be joining Julia for the Sentimentally Yours Pick a Mix. And then we've got Boy Knitting.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched.
When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's midday, so it's a fresh look at our one-day special. It's a deal that you might not have been introduced to yet, so don't worry, I will take you through everything. All you need to know, though, it's a deal that was launched last night at 6 o'clock, and the price on your screen is only for this 24-hour period, taking us up until 6 o'clock this evening. Now, I've got the details of the one-day special popping up on your screen, and that indeed is what we've got in front of us, a wonderful set of stamps. But as you probably saw a few moments ago, we have got a bumper bundle that we'll share with you in a few moments. I'm going to put the details at the bottom of the screen just in case you want to get involved nice and early. And of course, as we have had during every single one of those one-day special shows, we've got the lovely Janet joining me again during this. Hi, hello there again.
Hello there.
We had a lovely time this morning.
We had a wonderful time, yeah. This is a very fun collection.
Well, it is.
Nice one to be doing.
It is. And we always love it when we see a new collection from Janet Klein, because she's got a really quirky sense of humour. She's got a real clever design sense where she can capture, literally with the way that an eye is positioned or an eyebrow is altered, to really get the personality across with regards to a whole host of different characters. But this one-day special is following on from a set that we've seen previously. That's where the bumper bundle comes into it, because you can get hold of both of those sets. But let me introduce you to your one-day special. Brilliant collection of stamps, all on a theme. We're going off to Oz and Wonderland with this one-day special. And you can see you've got a set of 5 A7 stamps. You're also going to get your acrylic block with these as well. And these are following on from the Alice in Wonderland and the Wizard of Oz collection that we saw previously. But more about that in a moment. But these are brand new characters. They're fabulous.
These are fantastic characters. And as you said, Janet has a lovely way of designing that, for me, everything's just quite amusing. I love the characters of the faces. I love the little expressions on their faces, and the words that go with it as well. You can, I think the design team have had a lot of fun with these cards.
Some really
they've
clever
made
little
some
phrases.
really fun samples, and you can bring out your sense of humour. And nice cards to, if somebody needs cheering up.
Yes.
It's just really nice to send a little quirky, funny little card to help cheer people up. So it's a lovely collection, this one.
And as I said, Janet's style, I mean, she brings us a whole host of different stamps, so you'll be able to look at these and think, oh, they sit perfectly alongside this stamp that I've got from a different collection, or this stamp that's coming in the future, because that's the idea. When Janet creates, of course, she knows what her back catalogue is. Indeed, this fabulous one here where you've got the lemonade stall, this is from a previous release, but works brilliantly, doesn't it?
Absolutely, they all work together well, and there's a whole selection of A6s and A7 stamps that Janet's done previously, and they will work with these. There's a lot that will work with these.
But then you can get truly creative with these. I love this one here with a Cheshire Cat, and you've got little glistening eyes and the dimension with this one as well, so you can get creative in all sorts of different ways.
Yeah, that's Jo Elliott, so that's a fabulous card. She's very clever with her colours and everything, Jo, so yeah. And using the bats and things, that was from a Weekend Wow that Abs bought a few weeks ago, so Yeah,
Again,
works with
together
everything, not just
beautifully.
with Janet's. Don't only just use them with Janet's, use them with, through the other designers as
Now
well.
this one here, and the lovely Debbie has put this one together, and Debbie creates lots of stories with her scenes that she builds up.
And the door, so she's used stencil in the background, and the door there is actually one from Bipasha. So again, don't mix and match your designers. They
Very
do work
much
with
so.
other designers.
They are all absolutely brilliant. Now, whether you're just taking one little character, and can you believe this is supposed to be the evil witch? She looks so cute.
She's such a cute. I love her little face. And the cat comes from another set, and the bats obviously come from another set as well. So, mix and match, always mix and match.
And this character here, looks so dapper, doesn't he?
He's fabulous.
Absolutely amazing. Now, 3/4 of the stock has gone. Oh, it kind of gives you that kind of, it's a bit of a psychedelic look, isn't it, with that one? That's the only way I can
Is this
put it.
Philippa?
That's a good phrase.
Is that Philippa's done that one? She likes her psychedelic colours.
I love it. And you had so much fun, the design team. I mean, they've come up with some fabulous ideas. I love this. That is a flamingo with style, isn't it? And of course, utilising those fabulous legs. And then, of course, you can see that was the one we were looking for before. We couldn't find it in the last hour.
Yeah.
I love it. So that one is your additional set. So if you've already got your fabulous set with your Dorothy and your Alice collection, then this is something that you're going to want to add into your basket. 2 flexi buys at £19.97. But 3/4 of the stock has gone of that one. So if you are adding this into the kind of a extension of what you've already got, you need to be quick with regards to this. But equally so, it might be that it's the first time that you've come across these. Well, these are following on from an original set, the details of which are popped up on your screen. So this one is your Alice and Dorothy collection. So again, you'll see lots of different elements featuring here where you've got characters from both of those different stories, and of course they cross-pollinate with the one-day special that we just looked at. So of course you've got the different characters. You've got little Alice herself. Obviously that gorgeous little innocent face giving you the opportunity for you to create all sorts. Then you've got Dorothy and Toto appearing with this one. And all those little phrases and sentiments. You've got scarecrows in here, you've got flying monkeys, you've got all sorts of characters that I'm sure you will relate to. But the beauty of this is this design set is available now, again, with the details on your screen, 413612. But if it's the first time that you've come across Janet's style and you love the style of both of these collections, well, good news, we have got an incredible saving where you can get both of them together. Now, you've probably noticed as we've been bringing these up, they've got savings. So, of course, we saw earlier on that we've got £11 saving. We've got another £13 saving, I think it was. But it's all accumulated, and the details on your screen are in addition to those savings. So £10 saving on your screen is actually in addition to the £16 saving that you're going to get across your one-day special and your other bundle, which means you're actually saving £26 if you're not a Freedom member. And I say if you're not a Freedom member because if you are actually saving £33.99 because you've got that additional £17.99 saving that you can see on your screen. And you will get everything. You'll get both sets of stamps, you get both of those little acrylic blocks there as well. And this has been a very popular bundle as well, and rapidly approaching 3/4 of the stock as this bundle has gone. Beauty is with this one as well, you've got your 3 flexi buys. So where we mentioned 2 flexi buys with the one-day special, you've got an additional flexi buy allowing you to get hold of everything. If you are a Freedom member, for just £23.96, and then your creativity starts. Love these little Toto running off with the little ruby slippers there. They're brilliant stamps. I mean,
they are fabulous.
Just brilliant opportunity to add personality to a project.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can use your own sense of humour and your own sense of style with these as well. So it's AALL Create always let you make the decision how you want to use the stamp. You can use them however you choose to use them. So these work nicely, clean and simple designs. They work good with grungy backgrounds. They work obviously in your journals, and I mean we tend to make cards here, but they work equally well in for your journals or your scrapbooking or your mixed medias or anything. And you can do large projects, small projects. I did a sort of a big 8x8 one yesterday, and then I did ATCs as well. So
this little bird, is this a Tracy Evans stamp?
Yes, so that's that's with Tracy's Blackbird. So
Yeah.
fabulous with the scarecrows.
Isn't that brilliant, Naked?
Yeah, it's Joe, isn't it? Joe Rice.
I love it. So there you go. Both of the collections coming together with a phenomenal deal. As I say, if you're a Freedom member, you're saving £33.99. You've got your 3 flexi buys, making it an incredibly affordable £23.96. And of course, that is delivered to your door with that first payment. We've done a quick reckoning. We reckon that it's over 50. Well, it's over 50, definitely over 50 stamps. It's just we're not too sure because there's a lot to count. But over 50 stamps for certain. 201909. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, then please do so. But of course, the beauty is that you can spread the cost. At the moment, we are in Flextravaganza, which gives you the opportunity to take advantage of loads of amazing deals and spread the cost. You don't have to wait until your order gets to £60 or more, which is usually what happens when you're looking at placing your order via Flexi Order. But on this occasion and right the way through until Friday, doesn't matter what you are spending, you can spread that cost over 2 payments. Sometimes it's 3 payments, like you can see with the deal that you've got on your screen. Also means you can add anything else in and spread the cost of those goodies as well. So have a good look around. There's all sorts of wonderful things that you can add in and spread the cost of as well. But of course, we want to see these demonstrated, don't we? And we've got the perfect person to show us how, the lovely Janet. So what's the idea behind your first demo?
So the first demo, I thought, because normally with Janet's designs, I colour them in and I cut them out, and I just thought it would be nice to do something if people don't like, well, I don't like cutting out, but cutting out or colouring in very much, because not everybody does. I love colouring in, I can sit and colour for ages, but not everybody does. So I thought just to show you how you can do things without a lot of colouring in. So what I've done is I'm going to use, these are twinchies, so they're little 2-inch squares. So, and I like to part stamp my design, so I've got loads.
Oh, okay, right.
So actually, I'm just going to put this on a piece of card, because if I keep stamping just off my mat, it just messes the mat up too much. So I know you can't see them very much, but you will be able to.
Okay.
So
it's all cut to the same size?
All cut to the same size. So they're twinchies, but I've actually done it at 5 centimetre squares rather than 2 inches, which is almost the same. And I just thought it's nice to see that these characters, you don't have to stamp the whole image. They look nice, just partly stamped. And also just, I thought, you know, you don't have to colour them in. So, and if you're going to do this, do these at a bit of an angle sometimes as well. Don't cut them all straight. They just look a little bit more quirky if you kind of put them in at a little bit of an angle.
Selfies, aren't
yeah,
they?
They're like, yes. That's a good way of putting it, actually. Little selfies, yeah. So I'm mixing and matching from the current one-day special, but also from the big bundle as well. So for the whole bundle. And what you could do with these is if you wanted to stamp them, you could stamp and do sort of a whole set with the Alice collection and a whole set with the Dorothy collection. So you could do it that way. On my ones, I've just done them randomly, but you could do that, or you could put all the girls together and all the little characters together, and you could chop and change how you wanted to do them. So they're just nice. It's nice. I like just seeing what they look like, because they look quite cute like that, I think. I'll do my little witch.
I love it.
Who really
Fabulous
isn't that.
card. And I love it because, as I was saying about the eyes, I mean, the two little soldiers that you've got there, you've got one looking to the left, one looking to the right as well. They look amazing.
And they're kind of looking
well.
at each other. And part stamping somehow brings out elements that you wouldn't have seen otherwise. Sometimes it kind of concentrates where you're looking, I think. So you kind of just look at different parts of the stamp. Oh, I like her little face.
It's funny because it's the same stamp and you're only stamping part of it, but it looks totally different for some reason when you kind of crop out areas.
It does.
You're
so
really
this
concentrating on a particular area.
This is Dorothy now. So we've kind of these were the original. Those ones with the one-day special, and now I'm just doing some from the original. So that's Dorothy. And then we'll do Alice and the Queen as well. And all of these, the whole collection, obviously if you use them in context with everybody else, they are the Wonderland and the Oz sort of characters. But they all work equally well out of context, and you could just use them for anything.
Just like a little fancy dress.
Fancy dress little queen, and you've got Alice here who I'm just about to stamp, and she's just a little girl. She's got nothing necessarily that says she's Alice. She's just a little girl with a little bow in her hair, and you could use her for all sorts of. Oops. Yep. So she doesn't have to be Alice at all. She can be anybody you want her to be.
I'm just looking through the stamps. I mean, you've got such a wide selection, because I was thinking it's brilliant because you've got like the little Toto, the little dog.
Yes,
and I was thinking,
he's
we've
really
got
cute.
the cat in this. We've got flamingos. We've got a white rabbit. We've got teacups and teapots, and there's absolutely
there's
loads of
and
content.
you
when
can.
you think
There
about
is.
it.
There's lots, and you can. When you look, there's a Nana's Kitchen A6 set, so that would go
Yes.
with your tea cakes
Yeah.
and your all of those, and you've got the. I did one with the lemonade stand earlier on, so you've got your trifle there, and so there's lots and lots. If you look through your stamps and look at what you've got, look through the pick and mix, see what else you fancy going for that would work with it, because there is loads that work together really nicely. I'm going to do one with the car for my other next demo. So.
Oh, okay.
So there. So
I'm
there's
just
our
trying to
little
find the one with the
characters.
flamingo with the stripy tights, because it just made me laugh so much. I thought it was fabulous.
They're good fun.
They are good fun. It'll be here. It'll be here too. I know I've already shown it to you once, but I don't know what I've done with it now. That's me all over.
It'll turn up. Oh. So there's my little Tin Man. So they look really cute. I really enjoy doing them like this. And
I
I'm
need
just
that
going to
stamp,
do.
don't I? If only I had a brain, I'd know where I'd put it.
I'm doing my little white rabbit as well. And again, the white rabbit, although it is the white rabbit, and he's got his clock and on the stamp set it says I'm late. But again, just a rabbit with a jacket on. He doesn't have to be necessarily in Wonderland.
True, yeah.
So they do work really well. Sorry.
They work brilliant, and I love it because Joe has used that exact one that I was talking about. I found it now, and I
Yes.
didn't get to read the actual sentiment on there, but I'd forgotten that there's a stamp in there as well, which I think is just so in keeping with that. So you've got one flamingo there with stripy tights on and little red ruby slippers, and saying, "I'm not crazy. It's just my reality is just different from yours." Isn't that brilliant? I love it. Totally different character to your run-of-the-mill flamingos.
Yeah, they are. They're really cute. So what I've done, obviously I've stamped out more than 9 there now, but is to choose which ones you want to use. And what I've done with these, oh, little cat, he could be upside down because he's the Cheshire Cat, but what I've done him that way. So I've decided I'm going to just pick out an element of each one to colour, and I'm going to add some hearts later on. So I'm just going to pick out, I've put my specs on to do this, a couple of little elements just to colour those in.
I'm just looking at those all laid out, and I'm suddenly getting a kind of recollection of The Usual Suspects. Almost look like they need those little height lines at the back of them, their mug shots.
So I won't do all of this, but just a few little bits. Maybe do his tie there. And do his little bow.
Oh, adorable.
And don't know, I have to do a broomstick, I think. So just pick out like the hair there, and his nose, and obviously colour in a little bit more carefully than I'm doing as well. But just pick out little bits and pieces. So, and then this is a watercolour pencil, so I'm just gonna.
Okay.
You just add a little touch
Just
of
move it
water.
around a little.
Yeah. Just add. Again, take a lot more care than I'm doing. It takes me ages colouring in at home. I just sit and do it for ages.
It needs that little bit of colour.
It does.
doesn't
It just needs a
Very
little bit, and it
effective
will tie
technique.
in later on. And then just to finish these, all I've done with these as well is I'm going to just. You have to edge them. Nothing works unless you edge them. And it just ties in like all the little lines at the bottom. So where you've got here, it kind of doesn't look finished.
Yes.
But when you add your edge to it, it just kind of finishes it all
Kind of
off.
Seals the edge, doesn't it?
That's a very good way of putting it.
It's a
It
really
seals the
good
edge.
technique. I love this. They are just like little photos. You could almost make like a little photo album, couldn't you?
You could, yeah, you could. And you can see the difference it makes on the white card as well. Once
Oh, yeah.
I'll compare two in a minute. I'll move away from my messy area. So just from there to that one, you can see the big difference it makes. Just edging it really does. So
it's so much easier than matting and layering them all.
Yeah, it's, you do have to. Depends what pen you use, how long it takes for it to dry. So you do just need to be a bit. I'm forever smudging it and getting fingerprints everywhere, so I must remember to learn to leave it to dry before I move it. But I'm really bad. I do it with everything. Is this dry yet? Oh no, it's not.
You're doing a grand job.
Stick my fingers in, and so I won't do all of them because obviously it's a bit boring to watch. But that's kind of how I'm going to do that. And then I'm just going to pop these out of the way a minute.
Wonderful.
And I'm going to do my background. So for my background, I've just used the border stamps, and I've used...
Oh, these are useful ones.
These are fabulous ones. So this is organics. So I think it's on the counter, it's in the show today, so this is organic. And I'm using this one. These are fabulous. They're by Louise Nelson.
It's a nice set. You've got 3 on there.
Yeah, and they're really nice for sort of pattern building and everything. And for backgrounds.
It comes in a duo set, doesn't it? So,
I think it might do, yeah.
There's 6 stamps in total, so yeah, with regards to that one, it's brilliant value actually, because you're getting 3 border stamps on each one of those stamp sets, giving you 6 in total for just £15.98. I mean, that's phenomenal value for money, isn't it? And also, of course, the beauty is if you're popping this in alongside your complete bundle, then you can spread the cost over 3 payments as well. So very, very useful ones to have. I love it. It's almost like Jack and the Beanstalk, that one, isn't it, in the middle there? Or, to be honest, if you're not placing your order for the complete bundle and you just want to get hold of these and spread your costs, you can do, because the Flex Extravaganza is allowing you to do so. We've got loads of different ways that you can work with these, and they're just a really useful one for building up scenes, adding that content, and of course alongside many other things that you'll have within your stash as well. So if you like the idea of getting hold of those, then do bear in mind you're going to get both of those for just £15.98. Nice ones. I think you used those ones earlier as well.
I did. I've used these quite a lot. Yeah, no, I've been using these. These are nice. So these are early stamps. They're not the quite early ones. But
the index on them is 117 and 116. I know lots of you do collect them. We need a collector card, don't we, or something like that, where we can tick them off.
We can tick them off. I think Tracy and Janet have actually done some for theirs. If you go on the AALL Create Fanatics page on Facebook, I think there's somewhere in there. I don't know exactly where, but there's a link. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. Don't hold it against me if I'm wrong about that.
We wouldn't hold anything against you, Janet. Don't worry.
But I think Tracy and Janet have done them.
These, can you actually bend and curve them as well because of them being quite slender stamps?
Yes, you can. So these you can curve round and do it however you want them to go. Yeah,
very
you
useful.
can.
They're proving to be very popular.
I'm not surprised, actually. They're really nice stamps. So I'm just sort of doing a little crazy background here.
And the beauty is that, let's just work this out. So it's £15.98, but you've got £10 saving, which is brilliant. And then, of course, if you want to spread the cost, you're looking at, where am I, about £7.75? £7.99. Oh yeah, because it's nearly £16, isn't it? Divided by 2, £7.99. There you go. So very affordable way of getting hold of them, and they are incredibly useful. When you look at these, I mean, the variety of different ways you can use them is incredible. Because sometimes when you look at them, they almost look like an animal print. Some of them, but they could look like cobbles or pebbles.
Pebbles, and depending what colour you do them as well. If I did this multicoloured, it would look completely different to just doing it.
They almost look like gemstones as well.
Yeah,
actually,
you could. That would be nice, actually. Yeah, you could colour them as gemstones. So this is hickory smoke I'm using.
It's nice as well. Sometimes you use something that's not a solid black, isn't it? With it, yeah.
I like with backgrounds. I quite like these days. I don't like plain backgrounds so much anymore. Okay. I've been with AALL Create too long now. Can't just have a plain background. But I don't like it to be that busy either. So it's quite nice to have sort of something you can just. I just want to fill in this little gap at the top.
Clever design could morph into all sorts of different ideas. And that's just one of the 5 that you're getting in that set. So you imagine what you can do with all the others. Sorry, one of the, well, you got an additional 5, yeah, sorry. It's one of the 6, sorry.
So I'll just pop that back there. So that's my background. So I'm just going to decide how I want all my little cards to go on here now. So it's a case of just arranging them how I want them to go.
I love that because it looks like the little soldiers looking across at the Tin Man there.
That's just, obviously they're not all edged yet, so I would edge them all.
Fabulous little idea.
Oops. So you see the big difference it makes edging them. You've definitely got to have them all edged. And then I have gone some right off the edges. How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll put one down here. And then when I did this, I've hung them over the edge and then trimmed them. So I've actually trimmed them to a straight edge, but I hung them all over the edge and trimmed them. And my little hearts, so I've got my little hearts that I just decided to put on here as well. They've come from the rainbow set. So this is Follow the Rainbows.
This is a cute
it's
set
in the
as
A6
well,
pick and mix, and I've just chosen this little heart here, which I think, are there any luck? Yep.
No,
so
something that AALL Create do, and they do so well, is they bring us pick and mixes in a variety of different sizes. We've got the details on the screen for your A6 size, and you've got lots of different ways of getting hold of these. This particular one, you're going to choose any 5. Now, there's loads and loads to choose from. It's always an item number that's worth keeping a hold of, and if you've got your wish list, now is a good time potentially for tick some of those items off, because with regards to these, for each 5 you're going to get, you're going to be paying just £29.95. In fact, you're saving more than you're spending on these, and you can still take advantage of Flextravaganza. So if you wanted to choose any 5 of those, you'd just be making a payment of around £15 today, and then your second payment in a month's time. So there's absolutely loads there. We've also got similar sort of picker mixes for your different sizes as well, things like your borders, your A4s, and also your A7s as well, which of course very in keeping with the size that we've got with the one-day special bundle. So I'm sure if you're wanting to look for any more of Janet's designs, you'll find some of them within that A7 picker mix as well. So it's all on the website, actually. It's a comprehensive range. How are you getting on?
So that's fine. I just thought I'd finish edging off the last few while you were away, because I didn't like them not edged.
One of those things niggling away.
Yeah, it has to be edged. I'm sorry, it had to be done. So so then once I've put everything on, we're nearly done there, really, with this one.
Oh, it's a fabulous idea.
I'll just pop those in.
And this one's utilising characters from both sets, so we've got the complete collection on the screen for you.
Yeah. So that's kind of how it's going to go, and then I'm just going to pop my little hearts, just nestle them in as well.
Cute little heart.
So everything, I will just need to rearrange them all a bit better again, but that's kind of the basic premise of how I've done. And then as I say, I glued them all on, and then I just cut the edges so that it all just works in, and just popped my little hearts on. And then when you put it on, I've edged my main piece in black as well, so then once you put it on, I would put that onto a bigger card as well. So then
and like
that
you say, very clever technique where there's just one little bit of colour, so not complete coverage. I love it. Janet, thank you very much. Let you get ready for your next demonstration while I give you guys a little bit of a review. So, of course, the one-day special is featuring the brand new stamps. So it's the first time that we've seen these, and they are an extension of the original set that we saw with Dorothy and Alice. But this one, we are still dipping our toes into Wonderland and the Land of Oz. So these are going to extend the usability of those stamps if you already have them in your stash. But don't worry, I will tell you how you can get hold of them if you don't already. And these are brilliant because you've got a comprehensive range of different elements and fabulous phrases and sentiments that just keep it all together, and give you lots of opportunities to create. You'll also use these stamps in loads of different ways. The rose bush there, I mean, you could use that just by itself with a little happy birthday or a happy anniversary. It wouldn't look out of place. And who doesn't need a flamingo stamp in their life? Oh my goodness, definitely. And they've got such personalities, especially the footman there, the frog footman. I think looks amazing. And the Cheshire cat, I mean, that's a smarter cheer any day, isn't it? So if you wanted to get hold of your one-day special, the details are on your screen there, 90685550. Now, rapidly approaching 80% of the stock has gone, and you've got a phenomenal saving. You're saving £5 on that one, bringing that price down and giving you the opportunity to spread the cost over 2 payments. But as I mentioned, it's following on from an original bundle. Now, the original bundle featured Dorothy and lovely Alice. So again, we're dipping into Oz, we're dipping into Wonderland. And with these, you're going to get, oh, I forgot to mention the acrylic block. You're going to get the acrylic block in this set as well, and that is the perfect platform for you to actually get those pristine printouts when you are stamping with these. So again, the characters, the essence of these, all related around Alice and Dorothy, and again, they're perfectly sized to work with the one-day special. You've got some fabulous phrases, some wonderful sentiments, and again, they are beautiful to work alongside. It's kind of been split over 2 opportunities, and that's why we've got this fabulous opportunity to get hold of the originals. Now, if you haven't got any of them, but please, please, please do not place your order for your one-day special and the details on your screen, because we've done it for you. We've got a bumper bundle where we are giving you an additional saving, and it's definitely worth going for them all together with this price on your screen here, because everybody's saving at least £10 in addition to the savings that you are seeing on both of these bundles, which means that you are going to be saving, was it £26 I think it is? Everybody's saving at least £26. Now, if you're a Freedom member, you're actually saving even more. You're saving £33.99, which is a considerable saving, and it means you're going to get all those fabulous characters, all of those wonderful sentiments, and so much fun and humour as well. And you've got the ability to spread the cost over 3 flexi buys rather than your 2 that we mentioned earlier on. So if you wanted to go for the complete bundle, it's been a popular bundle as well, just as the one-day special has. So over 75% of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, the details are on your screen, as you can see. 201909, 3 flexi buys, £23.96. But that opens up your flexi order, which gives you the opportunity perhaps to add some of those additional goodies that we've seen Janet working with. And there's loads to choose from. We've got a few that are featuring within this show, but also all those elements we saw on the website. But what about a few bad bears? Well, here you go. If you want your bad bears, then we have got these available. This stamp set has got 11 of those bad bear stamps, but there are a range of these, so there are more on the website. And again, it might be that you saw the bad bears previously and you thought, oh, it's just not the right time for me to get hold of them. Well, now definitely is. Because of Flextravaganza, you don't have to worry about paying that £9.99 today. You can spread that cost over 2 payments, which makes them very affordable. And they're a fabulous set of stamps, as you can see there, with that stitchy detail on there and a certain element of badness about them. 017725 if you're wanting those, then why not pop them into your basket? But these next set of flowers, I think, are such a useful set to have, because you'll be able to use them in a whole host of different ways, and they work beautifully alongside the one-day special. You can see you've got these freestyle flowers, absolutely gorgeous, as you can see, and the idea behind these is you can utilise them in loads of different ways to work alongside. Let me just drop that in there. See, straight away, your flamingos. No essence of, obviously, Wonderland with regards to these, because they're just flamingos. And as you can see there, they are flamazing. That's a brilliant phrase. Absolutely brilliant. But you could utilise them alongside the bad bears as well, because bad bears like flowers, as you can see. £9.99, again, a very affordable stamp and a very useful one to have as well. So if you like the look of those, 328389. Now, you are loving your borders, and we've got quite a selection of them here. So before you check out your basket, do have a look at all of them. You're loving this frayed border one, and I love this idea because I don't know about you, but I've tried to get that effect. I've got my black pen out and I've kind of done my doodles and my marks. You never quite get them right, do you? It's never quite, it's either too gappy or too condensed. Well, with this one, you have got 3 stamps here, and this is where you'll find those lovely little scribble hearts as well. And they're a really nice set of stamps. Now, don't forget, if you want your border blocks, we have got those on the website as well. And you can get hold of this one for as little as £5, spreading the cost over 2 payments if you're wanting to. So 712010, a very useful set to have, and it just gives you that stitchiness, that wonderful kind of frayed edge look as you got to with that. It's almost like a Hessian look, and of course you could build up a background with this one. Useful little stamps to fill in those little gaps. When there's a bit of a gap, then you can use something like that. In fact, you could potentially use the next set as well. So this particular one, you've got, and I think we saw Janet working with this one in the last hour. So you've got 2 stamp sets with these. They're borders, but you've actually got 8 stamps in total with regards to these. So let me turn these round, because when you've actually got the detail on there, you can kind of see the finished result. But you can't always see that with these, they are individual stamps as well. So with this one, this is made up of, I don't know how many we've got on there. quirky circles. You've got 6 stamps on there. Now this index number, or the index numbers of these two, 77 and 78. So we're going quite a distance back with regards to the designs from AALL Create. So these are potentially ones that you've not come across before. Again, incredibly useful to use, and definitely ones that I'm sure you will want to add into your stash. £15.98. You've got a £10 saving on these. So if you have just come across them, then what a brilliant time. But just be aware, half of the stock has gone. 177,285. If you're liking the look of these are brilliant, and they're perfect for you to add depth, for you to add interest, to add kind of little quirkiness. You just need a few little words with regards to these, and a little kind of inky technique, and there you go. You are creating something that looks absolutely amazing. Some fabulous ideas, and with regards to these, you can see you can actually build those up and fussy cut them really, really well. So nice set, that one, and I'm glad that you like the look of those ones. So 177,285. Now, of course, Janet was working with those fabulous borders a few moments ago, where you're getting 6 of these. These are so useful to have, and you're loving them as well. That's the beauty of these. So if you're wanting these, different item number, as you can see on your screen there, but a £10 saving, 210178, and 2/3 of the stock has gone. Again, relatively early on within the range, 117, 118 if you're wanting these, and they are just very, very useful ones to go for. And lots of you have been using these, or popping them into your basket, should I say, and they're brilliant because they are fabulous scene builders with these. Again, filling in those areas if you have got little areas that need filling. 210178. Can I show you this set? Now, this is a set that Janet's been working with during pretty much all of the shows, to be honest. It's a really useful set. 24 stamps here. Words of inspiration, and I love this. Anything is possible. This way up, that'd be a good one with the flamingos, wouldn't it? Capture each moment. I mean, that was perfect if you're doing kind of little your photographs. And I love this because you've actually got a little barcode there as well. That is an actual stamp. I think it's a brilliant one. And the actual word at the bottom there, I don't know if you'll be able to see, it says create. Brilliant idea. Fabulous for things like your journals, fabulous for your planners as well, and incredibly affordable at £12.99. So if you like the look of that one, then the details are there on your screen. And again, spread the cost if you want to as well. But nearly half the stock has gone of that one. Busy hour. Oh, I've not mentioned the dies yet, have I either? There's a whole host of different dies that AALL Create bring to us. And these are brilliant, especially if you're wanting to add additional detail. Although we did see Janet working with some of these as stencils earlier on. Stencils and masks, making your own. How clever is that? 497238. Now, your moon and your stars one, you are loving this one. Now, half the stock of this one has gone. So, yeah, it's a nice one to get hold of. There's a lot of content featuring within this particular one. And certainly one I would consider getting, because it's one of those ones that could just simply be a card front by itself, or you could just use little elements of it. Really clever design, and there's elements within here that you will recognise, I'm sure, from additional stencils that we've got, from stamps that we've got as well, because we do see these kind of shapes, especially the crescent moons. We see those coming up time and time again, Janet.
Yeah, so Abs and Bipasha have done a selection of stencils and stamps with crescents and moon, stars as well. So yeah, so they work really well with those.
Clever designers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been cut out and just put back into the kind of the recess that's been created, and then a few little bits and pieces and sentiments. I think it's really clever. £11.99. Again, spread the cost if you want to over 2 payments. It'll work out just shy of £6 for each of those payments. 497,238 for that particular one. So we're off on a journey, I believe.
We're off on a little car trip. So I like things to have some sort of logic behind them. So in my car here, we've got the Queen, and this is her chauffeur taking her off on a journey somewhere. So I thought he worked really well as the chauffeur. So we're just going to recreate this. So I'm just going to start by doing the background, because it just needs to dry, and well, I have got a dry one, but I'll just show you how we do this. So I've squished some ink. So this is ripe persimmon.
Okay.
And I'm just going to spritz that. And then I'm going to just dab my card into it. Look at what I've got. Penelope Pitstop.
Everybody's coming up with different chauffeur characters.
Yeah. What was the my favourite one was Parker.
Parker, that was right, yeah.
So I'm just going to dab that as well, because I want that to dry a little bit, but dabbing it gives it a little bit more texture. And then for the bottom area, I'm going to use fossilised amber.
coming up with a whole. I didn't realise there's so many films where you've got chauffeurs and
chauffeurs and ladies.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that.
Good choice of colours. I like these together.
Yeah. Put that there. So obviously that's got to dry. That's quite wet, and it will dry, but it's. I've got one that I have. Although I have got an additional little splash from.
Oh, it just finishes it.
Which is just adds a little something to it. And just dabbed it off. So that's my background. So I'm going to start by doing my ground, and my ground is done with one of these fabulous border stencils, border
back
stamps.
with them again.
Here we go again. Back to my borders. So this is border marks, and I'm using this one. So I just thought that looked really good as ground. So we'll pop that on my block.
These ones have been really, really popular. I mean, we've seen Janet work with them over and over again, and I think you're realising just how useful they are. Over 60% of the stock has gone. So yeah, £15.98. I mean, it's a brilliant price because you've got that £10 saving with regards to these. So you've got your 2 sets of stamps within there, 6 stamps overall, and they are incredibly useful to have. Here we go. This is the correct one, but over 70% of the stock. Oh my goodness, even more urgency with regards to those then. So 210 178 if you like in the look of those. And as I say, go back and watch the shows and you'll see how Janet's used them. She goes to them time and time again, so a useful set to have.
So I'm just going to stamp all across the card, just with that. Just let that sink in a minute. And then that just, I just think that just gives you ground.
I could never do that. I know
no, you couldn't.
People say, oh, it's just a wiggly line, but you could never get it like that.
No, you can't. I don't know what it is. It's quite difficult to do random.
Yes.
If you're doing it yourself, you can't do it. It's quite hard. Right, so that's my background sorted for the moment. So now I'm going to stamp my car. So
now the card, it's probably come from the Pick and Mix, hasn't
this
it,
has come from the Pick and Mix.
So
this
the A6 one.
is the A6 Pick and Mix. It's called Road Trip, and you've got your car here, and it's got some nice sentiments on there as well. So this is a fabulous one. Again, this is another one that gets used an awful lot with all the cuties because it just works well with all of them. So you can look at your cuties and think, I could put this one in the car, I could put that one in the car, and you can put.
You could have the flamingos.
You could have the flamingos in the back.
To the beach.
All going to the beach. Yeah, you definitely could. So we'll just pop that there.
Good size stamp, that one.
It is a good size stamp. So that's the A6. So you can't, your A7 blocks aren't big enough for this one, but. So you need your A6s.
We've got those on the website as well, so yeah, you can pop those into your basket.
So while I'm here, I might as well do my stamping. So I've got my Queen, the Red Queen, who comes from the big bundle. She's buried under here somewhere. Here she is. So she's with, I don't know what that one's called, Alice and Queen, that's called. So she's the Queen part. So I'll pop her on there, and then we've got my Frog Footman as well. So he's fabulous. So he's from the One Day Special. So we'll stamp them out. And I like his face. I like the expression on his face. He makes me smile.
So it just reminds me of Toad in Wind in the Willows.
Yeah,
as well.
A few people have said that. Is that who it is? Yeah, so it could certainly be something like that as well. And then I've used, I wanted a little sun. So I found a sun in a set here called Flowers and Sunshine. So this will be in the A7 Pick and Mix.
Ah, okay,
And I've just found the sun there.
Love it. Now, the Pick and Mix that Janet's just referred to, this time we're looking at A7. So within this one, you can choose any 8. Now, if you're thinking, oh gosh, I don't know if I can choose 8. We've got nearly 100 different options, so I'm sure you'll be able to find 8. There's loads. I'm not going to go through all of them, but what I do urge you to jump onto the website and have a little look. So with this one, you can choose any 8. £39.92 is the price with these. Those are the flowers and sunshine that Janet's working with. And of course, if you do go for these, you can spread the cost as well. Spread them over 2 payments, or if you're going for your bumper bundle, then you can spread the payments over 3 payments if you prefer. There's all sorts on there, so do keep a note of that item number, because I think you'll review that and go back to that time and time again to fill in those little gaps of your collection, because we will collect these. They've all got that indexing number, so you can keep a record of them as well as you go. How are you getting on over there?
Okie doke, so we've done that. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to put my little car on his little bit of road, put my little queen in the back, put my little footman. Obviously, I've got to cut bits of him because his feet. I mean, you could have it with his feet showing,
It's kind of like
Flintstones, yeah. But I would probably cut those off. So,
or you could just open the door and let her in.
You could.
You might not be driving yet.
You could. So that's how that's going to go. So I just want to add a little bit of edging to this, something around the edge. And I've used the leaf I've got. It's come from another A7. It's called Tea Time. And it's just got this nice little leafy stamp here.
Well, that's useful, because within the complete collection, you've got your tumbling teacups, and you've also got like a little teapot.
You
as
have,
well.
yeah. So you can always mix and match. Yep.
Just give you a very quick update with regards to those border stamps, technically sold out, so thank you to everybody that's made their purchases for these. So yeah, please be quick. Let me turn them around that way, it's a little easier for you to see them. So yeah, if you wanted to get hold of these, please do be quick and check your baskets out. I'll keep you updated, but for the time being we're going to have to say goodbye to those ones. Something very, very quickly. Bit rude, bit naughty of me, but I'm going to do it anyway. We've got a 7-day saver as well. Now this is one that you may well have overlooked previously, because it's way back in the collection, number 29, and this is a brilliant one, and something that AALL Create do so well are those layered stamps where there's a lot of content in there, where you don't have to worry about building up the layers because the artist, the designer, has done them for you. And Bipasha's done them on this occasion. Now this is a 7-day saver, so the price on your screen is good until Sunday morning at 8 AM, so it's only recently been launched, but of course sometimes they do sell out before we get to the end of the 7-day saver. So if you're wanting yours, 897473, and again you can spread the cost of that one, even though it's only £9.99. While we've got Flextravaganza going on, you can get hold of it and spread the cost. If you go to order this, say Saturday, it'll still be a 7-day saver, but you won't be able to spread the cost because Flextravaganza will have been brought to a close by then, so make sure you get in nice and early with regards to that one. How are you getting on over there,
I have to say Protractor is one of my favourites. I know I say that an awful lot, but Protractor is a fabulous, fabulous stamp set. Right, so that's my little, oops, he nearly fell out the car there. So that's going to go there. So I've just stamped a few little leaves, and again, all I've done with those, I won't do them all, but I like to just colour them, just to make them stand out a little bit from the background. I didn't want this to be sort of brightly coloured. I wanted them just to kind of tone in, but I didn't want them to, so I haven't done them green. But I just wanted them, if you just colour them a little bit, it does just make them stand out from the background a bit more, rather than just being just plain black, stamped in black. So let's do that with those. And then I'm going to use my little rose bush. So this has come from the 1-day special.
Useful little stamp, this one.
This is a nice little stamp, yeah. This is a really nice one. Get rid of my black edge, and I think I've got a bit too much on here, so I'm just going to mask that off. I would normally just use copy paper at home. I wouldn't do this with good card normally, but so that's just going to sit there.
Oh,
going to be there, and then I think I'll just do my edging. So my edging, and the background. I haven't done more in the background. So this all comes from a set of flowers. So this is called Flower Pops. Okay. So it's an A6. So it will be in the big pick and mix.
Oh, I've got some news for you guys. If you thought you missed out on these, I've got a bit of an update. We've actually, our buyers have been in touch and we can get hold of more of these for you. They're now on extended delivery though, so it's an extra 3 days with regards to these, which is the 11th, which I think is Thursday. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of them, you can still get hold of them. It's just a slight delay with regards to them. So 210178. Well, that's good news, because they're nice, those.
So I'm using the daisy from the flower set, Flower Pops, and I'm just using the same ink colour, Right Persimmon. And I didn't really want the background to be plain because we can't do plain backgrounds anymore, but I didn't really want it to have a big pattern in it. So if you use the same colour, it makes it a lot more subtle.
Ah, nice stamp, that one.
It is a good stamp, yeah. So it's a bit like fireworks as well, really.
It does actually, yes, good point.
So I'll just ink that off, and then on this same stamp set there's all these little so this is a sort of deconstructed flowers really, but obviously you because they are deconstructed, they're really easy, so you can just use the flower heads, you can just use the stems as little borders and things, or you can put them all together and make your own little flowers, and then you've got your little face here. He sits inside in the centres of these, so you can mix and match across your design, so you can completely make your own flowers. It's a fabulous set. It's good fun. But I'm just going to use this as a little edge.
Wonderful. Make a nice frame, that one as well.
It does make a little frame. So we'll just pop you there.
Again, it's just those little bits of interest, isn't it?
Yeah. Just adds, and it's always nice to just frame your work somehow or other. It just draws everything into the focal point.
You're getting busier and busier in this hour. Lots of you finalising your orders. Now, there's the border that you can see going horizontal. It's kind of the separation between the orange and the yellow. That comes from one of the sets that lots of you added into. It's actually this one that you've got here. So both of these are coming within the bundle on your screen there, but 70% of the stock has gone of that one. So you're getting a lot within there. And don't forget that one, although it's a border stamp, it's lots of individual stamps, which of course you could put together as a border if you want, or you could utilise it to turn it into a border, a background, whatever you want it to be. But 70% of the stock has gone. Now, something else that is very, very popular, again, you're loving these sentiments, but 80% of the stock has gone of this one. My goodness. And this is where you've got phrases like inspiration is all around us, quirky, vintage, amazing, inspire, and of course you've got that fabulous barcode with the word create underneath. Again, £12.99, a phenomenal value for money for 24 stamps, and the ability to spread the cost as well, because it's Flextravaganza, so you don't have to make your order up to £60 or have anything else on a flexi order in your basket at the same time. So I think maybe that's the next new thing, Floxy order. For you little
Floxy. I thought you said Flopsy. I thought we were doing rabbits.
Could be arranged.
So I've used the sun. So this is kind of it finished now, but I've used the sun in this case. But I also thought if you wanted it to be a bit more quirky, you could just pop the little Cheshire Cat sitting in there as well. He could be sort of peeking over the edge. But I think I'd like the sun better. And then all I'm going to do is just finish off with a couple of sentiments which come from the car. One which is Escape the Ordinary, which I thought was quite appropriate.
So which one have you gone for?
So I'm going to just pop that down there.
Escape the Ordinary.
Escape the Ordinary, and then Journey as well. Oops. Just going to go there, and then if I bring in my finished card, once I've coloured my car in and everything, that's what that's all done. So, and I coloured my little roses in as well, just to make them stand a bit more from the background.
Oh, fabulous! Love Perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So there you go, so many different ideas and designs and ways to work with these stamps. I mean, they're all incredibly useful. And the techniques that Janet's been sharing with us, of course, can be applied to any of the stamps that you've got within your complete collection. And that's the way that lots of you have been getting hold of these. It was kind of originally 2 different bundles, the latter of the 2 being our one-day special, but we've got this opportunity for you to get everything together. But let's take it right back to the beginning, because your one-day special, the details popping up on your screen there, that's where you're going to get this wonderful set of acrylic stamps. Now, these ones, you've got your acrylic block and your stamps, should I say. You've got your 5 A7 stamps, and you've also got your A7 acrylic block. So the moment this arrives, you can start using that block to create your designs, to build up your scenes, to create your cards, your journal pages, your planner pages, whatever you're wanting to use these fabulous characters for, you will find a reason for using them, and you'll use them alongside other things that you've got within your stash. So the one-day special, you've got a £5 saving, as you can see on your screen, but over 80% of this, one-day special stock has gone. My goodness, we've had a very busy hour. Now, of course, we have stock of these that hopefully will see us through until 6 o'clock tonight, and that's when we'll launch a brand new one-day special, but sadly the price will go up at that stage. Now, we have got the original set. We referenced these previously. This is your Dorothy and your Alice collection, and these ones are now available. So you might already have them. That might be where you're going for the one-day special. But if you've not got these and you like the look of the one-day special, hold fire for just a few moments, because I'll tell you a way that you can save even more. But if you're just wanting to go for your Alice and Dorothy set, the details are there on your screen. This is establishing that you're making another £11 saving. So you can see all those savings are adding up, and you've got the ability to spread the cost as well. But I promise you a bumper bundle, and a bumper bundle is indeed what we have for you. With this one, you're going to have all the savings that we've referenced, so the savings from the one-day special and the Alice and Dorothy bundle all being brought together with an additional £10 saving. So that means you are saving at least £26 with this particular bundle. And I say at least because if you're a Freedom member, you're actually saving more. You're saving £33.99 because you've got an additional £17.99 saving. You're going to get 57 stamps in total. My goodness, that's a lot of stamps. You're also going to get your 2 acrylic blocks, because you'll get one from each one of those sets, and it is all coming to you for a phenomenal price. And you've got 3 flexi buys. So if you're wanting to get involved with this one, you're just looking at £23.96, and then you can start creating your characters. You can start creating your patterns, your designs with regards to these, and having loads of fun. And that's exactly what we've seen Janet doing with these over the one-day special shows. I love this one. Building up the scenes, using stamps that you've already got, or going a little bit quirky. I love this. Kind of plays with my mind a bit, but I love it. But then you could be doing something that Janet was doing earlier on. It was building up that scene with all the different characters. So, of course, you could be doing that. Now, with some of these, you've got kind of the cross-pollination of the 2 sets coming together, because they work so well together. And that's the beauty of this. When you do start working with them, you use them in so many different ways. And now, Janet, we're back with you again at 4 o'clock with more from these.
More from the same ones, and similar mixing and matching across the range as I like to do.
I love it, and you do it so well. You really do. And I have to say, I mean, the design team have really had fun with this. I mean, this one here from Joe, I think it's such a brilliant idea. Actually got a paintbrush on there.
Yeah, Joe likes to add little bits and pieces to her cards, so there's always something added.
Isn't it?
I love 3D element.
Absolutely amazing. Now, of course, these are all the examples that the design team have come up with. Lovely Philippa. I love this. I mean, simplicity is key sometimes, isn't it? And it's just getting all those shoes, building up a background, but just one little pair of ruby slippers, and the sentiment that says it all. There's no place like home. I love it. So there you go. If you wanted to get hold of your one-day special, then please do so. Of course, you've got the ability to get hold of this alongside your pick and mixes as well. We've got a variety of different bundles of those. So if you're wanting your A6, because of course we've seen Janet working with a lot of these, including the car a few moments ago, you will be able to find them featuring here. Now, I'm not going to go through all the designs. There's absolutely loads of them there, but you're going to choose any 5 of those for just £29.95. It's a brilliant savings. It's kind of like a better than half price deal, and because we're in Flextravaganza, you can spread the cost as well. But don't forget, Flextravaganza finishes on Friday, so make sure you're placing your orders sooner rather than later. Janet, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hayley.
It's been a fabulous time.
Fun.
You're back at 4 o'clock, sadly
at
not
4.
with me, but I hope I'll work with you again very, very soon.
Thank you.
Now, of course, if anything in your basket, now's the time for you to be checking your baskets out, including things like your one-day special. Now, do stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming up. We've got fabulous Julia joining us after the break, and Jenny Raymond's in the building as well, so we're in for a fabulous afternoon. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yes, Julia's here with Sentimentally Yours, and we've got a little bit of boy knitting, including some fabulous looms. And then we're back with Ecoline brush pens and inks. Ooh.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
A very good afternoon to you, and you join us for the second of two shows today. We have the Sentimentally Yours Pick and Mix Savings Hour. I've renamed it, and Julia's here with me. Hello, darling.
Hi, everybody.
What time were we doing this morning? 9 o'clock, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 9 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're going to concentrate on some different stamps in this hour, aren't we?
Yeah, we're still going to use the big backgrounds, but we're looking at the slim strips in this demonstration.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've got some lovely, what do we call them? The strip boards?
Slim strips.
Slim strips.
Yes.
Slim strips. So there's a dragonfly butterfly motif here, but don't think they're all the same because they're not, are they, Julia?
No, we've got 3 dragonfly themed pieces and 3 butterfly themed pieces as well.
So we can mix these up. We haven't got to go 3 dragonfly, 3 butterfly.
No.
There's some lovely sentiments on there, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, today's show is a perfect opportunity for you to kind of cherry pick which ones you might be missing, or pick the ones that you like the look of the most. I don't know if they'll be back. That's all I can say. And they've all got a good saving on them.
We are. We're having a bit of a look. This is what's in the store. Let's move it on. Let's give her a reduction. So if there's something, as you said earlier, Julia, that caught your eye and you didn't get it at the time, but you're thinking, well, I'm loving that £11 reduction. I think I'll have a bit of that. Then
is that how much it is? £11.
I know.
Wow.
That's huge. We were hoping he wasn't watching earlier. did the bat phone ring when you were off air?
He's been quite quiet, actually.
Oh, well, let's not invite trouble. We don't want to do that. I'm not saying Mr. Martin is trouble, but we just don't want to invite it upon ourselves. So we've got some lovely sentiments there. Be your true self. You're already fabulous. Believe in magic and you will find it everywhere. Take time to do what makes you happy. So.
Yeah, so the dragonflies have got a subliminal message going through them.
Yes.
Whereas the Papillon Paradise ones, the butterfly ones, don't. But you'll see throughout that they've all got kind of different backgrounds going on with them.
Yes, they have, yeah.
And some of the backgrounds there will coordinate with the big backgrounds.
They will.
So you can see the elements in them.
Spotted the cogs there straight away.
Absolutely. And then you've got script in the middle one.
Yes. And then that would go with the clockage one as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other one has got like travel. Postage stamps to it. So that would go quite well with the travel background one. Yeah.
Yeah, fabulous. Let's look at some beautiful samples. Don't forget you're picking any three. $27.97. Let's have a little look there. So we've got some beautiful samples here. There we go. That's okay. And also, Julia, we used the fronds earlier. We've got those on the show, the dies as well, with those flowers that you can see.
We have.
I really like that idea of just a die cut to emphasise a focal
the middle
point.
section.
That's such a nice idea, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's called spotlighting.
Yeah, I love that, Julia. Another one of our dragonflies, another beauty, and then you can see there using the whole stamp and then using an element of it.
Well, that could be an element of it, but I think that's part of either the centre pieces or the corner pieces. I think that we do have the corner pieces for the dragonfly and for the papillon, the butterfly one, also on the show. So do have a look on the website because I think they might be there. Oh, there they are on the bottom of the screen.
Bottom of the screen. And
like
we've got
magic.
Those eyelet ovals as well. We were looking at those this morning on Rewind. On here we can see the lovely sentiments that I was introduced to in the negative, and you were talking about if you put the red card, the different colour card behind it.
Yeah, that's your stitch tabs there.
Yeah, beautiful. Let's look at some butterflies. So again, this is, oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? I love that.
Yeah.
That is fabulous. And again, look how different it is in the pink.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Ooh. No, you brightened up my day. That isn't that just in itself singularly. I love this sort of tattered edge.
Yeah.
To
So yeah, just tear your card.
Gorgeous, aren't they?
And then just pick out some elements, and you can see that there's a resist background going on there with the strips, and then some of the butterflies have just been cut out and raised there. Beautiful. And again, you've got the slim strips that are also on the show.
So get it while you can. We've got the Sentiments Duo there as well. So shop ahead on the web. All fabulous savings on there as well. Look at this £11 saving. Yeah, I mean, you can
that's just over £9 a stamp, isn't it?
I know. You could
£9.30.
Gift a dragonfly and a butterfly and gift one.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Great for Christmas presents, actually.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Gifting, yeah. Get a nice background to go with it, like the cogs, as Julie was saying. 114418, brand new today. Well, let's move to those background stamps. I know the script was proving very popular, and Julia's kindly lent us one of her pages, which now is one of my new favourites, because I just think you could make a whole journal. Stamping pages.
So we did think that the blank journal page wasn't available, but it turns out that we can get some.
Yay!
So that one's been added, and it is my stamp, so that's why it's looking rather grubby.
But we can still see it.
So you will get
brilliant.
a nice new one, but that is a super useful one to have.
Isn't it?
Because it's your blank canvas,
yes.
But obviously it's starting you off. It's got some splats on it, it's got the grungy edges to it, it's got the signature lines on it, and also the sort of tearing out of your notepad kind of thing. But this is just brilliant for adding extra elements to, and I do have a couple of samples here. I don't know if you want to come back to me.
Oh, yeah,
and
definitely.
see. So let's just see if I can find the other one. Yes, there it is.
Well, look at the overhead camera for you there, Julie.
Oh,
so
are
you
we?
put it in the
Right,
middle, darling,
okay.
yeah.
So obviously this is how it is when it stamps. So you've got all your lines and your interference bits and pieces on.
I like that.
But you can kind of dress it up a little bit. So pop a stencil in the background. You can stamp some. This is the Nouveau Flourish. Here's some stitched tabs in here. I mean, you can make those words pop even more by colouring those in.
I love
and that changes the personality of it completely. This one's a brighter one.
Ooh.
So this one I've trimmed down a bit, and this has got an AALL Create stencil on it. These are trio frame sentiments, but you could definitely use your stitched tabs, and then again the Nouveau Flourishes in there. But
Recognise that sunflower stencil from AALL Create.
It
I
is.
was talking about it the other day.
This is I think this one's Abundance, actually.
It's kind of got a sunflower and then something else above it, doesn't it? It's like is it one of the big A4 one stencils?
Oh yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yes, yeah, absolutely. So yes, so you can. It's just a really good starting point, I think, for any of your kind of.
It's my new favourite.
Journal pages,
script.
yeah, and I can imagine using this in the Happy Planner, because don't forget that you can actually stamp on the other side as well, because this one hasn't got a top and a bottom, so you can definitely change it so that this one, you know, you'd flip it over and you'd have your edges on both sides.
Yeah. Just make a nice journal book for yourself.
Absolutely, yeah,
Gorgeous.
absolutely. And of course, when you bring into the other backgrounds in there as well, then you've added a bit of interest. But I would definitely, if you can afford it, pop the blank one into your basket.
I'm sold on that. I want that one now. Let's carry on along, because this is the problem. You're going to be spoilt for choice. But we are picking and mixing any two and getting a £5 saving. So I'm turning them around just for you to see the sheer size and scale, because these are big stamps, aren't they, Julia?
They're just shy. They're called A5, and they will fit on your A5 blocks. They're just shy of A5. So if you want to put, you know, your black layer onto it or pop it onto an A5 card, it will fit.
Snuck those two in there, but I just wanted to show how
different
very
they look.
different. Yeah.
It can be masculine, feminine, young, old, however you want them. And you can see with the red numbers there, if you accent and decoupage on top,
Changes it up.
It just looks classy, but in a grungy way. It's really
cool
weird, but yeah, it's really cool.
Really cool way. Then we've got cogs. I know you love your cogs. We were just talking about this with our butterfly, weren't we?
Yes. So this goes really well with the moving mechanisms papillon strip, and we are going to be using that in our demonstration.
Yay! Then we'll move it on. Let's move on to a Christmas duo now.
Yeah.
Our snowflakes.
Yeah. So obviously you can get these separately. So this looks stunning if you stamp and emboss with one of the sparkly embossing powders.
Oh yeah. Got some beautiful samples there of that, and then we've got the stars as well,
which they were with the Christmas release, but obviously you can use stars for any celebratory event.
Any celebratory,
yeah.
They're a good all-rounder. They are. And then one of your favourites, and you used this in the earlier show at 9 o'clock. They're lovely daisies. Are they the daisies, Julia?
Yes, it's the daisies.
Aren't they lovely?
This is part of the Delightfully Daisy
beautiful
collection. Yeah, and I love the little butterflies in there. It's just a stunning, stunning background.
It is a stunning one. Look at that at the 9 o'clock show. We're going to go down, if that's all right, to the ledger. Another one of my favourites there. I don't know what it is. I just like script, and I like ledgers, and I like...
Yeah,
I don't know.
You can't have enough of these type of things, really.
They're
so
just
great
good
for your
all-rounders.
flowers. Obviously great for your backgrounds. You know, you don't have to use the whole thing. Use your slender dies to cut a strip if you want to. You know, they look entirely different if you have them with the charming dies. You know, you mat and layer them onto that. They'll work with Trudy's Fashionistas. Any of these will work with Trudy's Fashionista stamps. But they'll also equally work with the flowers that we were concentrating on in the first hour, but are also available as a pick and mix still on this hour.
Then we've got our lovely clocks. I'm going to bring in these two samples here as well.
Beautiful,
again,
aren't they?
looks so different with the white embossing.
Yeah, just add the odd little bit of colour. But yeah, all of the backgrounds look fabulous, just stamped and embossed.
Oh,
and you go onto your craft card, you go onto your luster cards, or any of your coloured cards, they just look absolutely wonderful.
There's so much detail in that.
Yeah.
I love the little hands.
And they feel absolutely ages to do.
Because they're packed.
They are packed. And the
Yeah.
more you look into them, the more you discover. And
true.
sometimes you don't discover things until you stamp them. And you know, like I'm still discovering different elements in them, and I've stamped them a few times, you know.
But that's the beauty of it. Like you said, you can just use part of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Moving across then, we
Travel.
have the only landscape one, I believe. Let me just get a
we
piece
done
of-
that? We have missed the travel
Have
out.
I missed the travel one? Oh, she'll kill me for missing
Get
that one.
on
That's
to
one of your
the
faves,
travel.
that.
Come on, you
Come
need
on,
the
Fee,
travel.
the programme.
Yeah, so
There we go, the
We were
travel.
saying in the previous hour, so this is going to be a great journal page if you want to do instead of a bucket list, do a living list. So it's a living list, perhaps of places you've never visited. So you know, you might want to go to Pisa to see the Leaning Tower, or you might just want a day in London. But you can just add your photographs into your memory books. Obviously, the Eiffel Tower is going to work well with any of your kind of love style, because obviously Paris is linked to the city of love, isn't it? So you could use that for your Valentine's cards as well. All round, this is one of my favourites, I think. Mind you, they're all my favourites.
Just even, like you said, your album, your photo album, your journaling, your little memory book. And then we've got the map.
The map.
Got the right way up for once.
Yeah, for once. Yeah. Aspie
There's the actual
destroys the
size.
entire set.
Boom, boom, boom. Goes down like dominoes. This is my job. That's why I'm here, folks. Knock things over. That's the lovely world map one. We
And
love
we'll have that
one.
one upside down, shall we, Fee?
There we go. I can't work upside downy. It gets worse. We haven't had a drink in the interval, honestly.
What, she said she was drinking tea, but I don't believe her.
Tea, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Now we're going to get, she moves swiftly on. Now we're going to get to another two of my favourites here. The vintage music. Look at that, I'm just going to point. 50, no, I can't resist. 50% of the music's gone.
It's beautiful,
60.
isn't it?
60%.
Yeah, I mean, use it for your Christmas cards, you know, pretend it's a Christmas carol in the background, you know.
It's a beauty.
But again, stamped and embossed on any of your coloured backgrounds. The whole collection's just fabulous.
They are, and as Julie said, so detailed.
And then the script. You cannot have enough scripts.
La la!
You can't have enough scripts in your stash.
Singing about it, I love it so much. 3/4 of it's gone, Julie, and once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
Don't
Probably
rest
won't
on your
see it
laurels.
again.
We warned you. We warned you, you lovely folks, we warned you. £24.98, pick any two while they are with us. Actually, I'm going to show you the beautiful card with the daisies, because she went to so much trouble, and it was so stunning. So this was this one.
That's from this morning. That
was
from
9 o'clock this morning.
9 o'clock this morning, yeah.
How beautiful. And she's using some beautiful card there. Can you see that blue iridescent claret card? That's coming up, brand new card colour. Just thought that was stunning. And that was also using some stamps we had. Who's the lady who designs the
That's
flowers?
Trudy Howard's daisies, that is. But you can still get those on the pick and mix in
Yes.
this hour if you missed out.
We're just trying to concentrate on different things.
We are,
so
yeah.
you pick and mix any three, which is a Billy bargain. So do have a little look on the web.
A what bargain?
A Billy bargain.
Oh, okay.
What did you think I said?
No, I didn't. I'd never heard that before.
A Billy bargain? Did you think I used a different consonant?
No,
there, did you?
I didn't. No. I've just never heard of a Billy bargain.
Billy
before.
bargain, really?
No.
We'll have a Billy bargain, don't you? Have you not, Taz? Have you heard of it, Mads? There we go. Yeah, Billy bargain. Right, moving on to another fantastic Billy bargain, because you end up with 60 sheets of this, and I am a little bit besotted with... These are the new colours, but there are other colours on the web, aren't
There
there?
are other colours on the website. I think this takes us up to about 18, I think it is, of the new luster card. So these luster cards this is the first time you're seeing them today on the craft store. They were launched when Phil opened his new store in Sheffield the weekend before last. Ooh. And so aside from Phil's shop, this is the only place you can get these.
Beautiful, and this is my favourite, claret.
So we've got claret, which is like a lovely, rich claret colour, you know, but it's got like undertones of blue in it
Blue.
when you wiggle it.
And I was rattling on about two-tone cars, so that promoted another discussion about what two-tone cars. Not with our Julie. She knew what I was all about.
I know
metallic
what.
cars.
Yeah, I know.
It was the others. It was the other naysayers not knowing what was
the youngsters don't know what
Them
two-tone.
youngsters.
This is your copper.
Yep.
Which is beautiful.
Oyster?
I think that's Phil's favourite. That's your oyster.
Ooh.
I don't know the full names. This is our
Moonlight Shimmer or
Silver
something?
Moon.
Silver Moon.
Yeah.
I know there's a moon in there somewhere.
And then this is our cool anthracite, so we're going to be
That's
using
lush.
that one in the demonstration, and we're using the pale gold, also
we've-
known as custard yellow.
Custard. We've renamed them all.
It is just pale gold. I'm in trouble for that.
I know. It'll be killing me as well, going all about things.
But you can also get on the website, there's also the same new 6 colours available as in a pick and mix of the luster papers. So if you prefer paper,
Yes.
or if you want to actually buy card and paper to match, but use paper perhaps for your flowers, then you know, it's there and you can choose it
You've
today.
got that choice.
Yeah.
So 60 there for £22.49, 692,269. You get 80 of the sheets of the paper, so choose any 4. So brilliant choice there, as Julia said. They've got glue, we've got everything on the website there as well, so have a little look. So we've got those new colourways in the papers, as Julia explained. Right, shop ahead, see what you missed earlier at 9 o'clock, see what's left. And let's join our, well, oh yes, I should mention as well, we've got our watercolour brushes as well. So Julia was using these earlier. Set 1 was your go-to if you've never used them before, because that's your comprehensive set of colours.
Yeah.
Set 2 was an extension of those colours,
Yeah,
just
and
more
it
ranges.
has
your blues.
2 really lovely blues. It has like
Yeah,
a denim
that
blue
you love.
and a pale blue, which are 2 of my favourites across the whole collection. Then set 3 has some colour, it has some skin tones in it. Set 4 is great for your Christmas cards because there's lots of greens in there and there's a good selection of reds. There are greens and reds in the other sets, but there's more of them in set 4.
And Julia's had her set for 2 years, and because we were working this out earlier, still using it.
Still using it, yeah,
They are
absolutely.
beautiful.
I've ruined a few on my prototype because I put them on a stamp that had got Versamark on it, so that was my fault. So don't do that.
Not the pen's fault.
No, clean your stamp if you're going to put it direct to a stamp that's had Versamark on it. But the pens are brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you, Julia. So where are we going now then?
We're going, first of all, we're going to the Moving Mechanisms Slim Strip, and we're going to stamp it onto a piece of the pale gold luster card. So I'm going to stamp and emboss, so we're going to dust with our anti-static bag, which may or may not be available somewhere. It might be an end of call. Sometimes it's on as an end of call item. Sometimes it isn't.
We'll have a gander.
Yeah. Okay. So because I want to make a good job of it, the slim strips I made a right mess of when I was stamping them in Phil's store in
Why?
Sheffield.
How?
I don't know. I think it's because I was using a block. I was using the A5 block instead of using my slim block.
Okay.
We have got blocks on the
We
show.
do,
We've
yeah.
got a set of 3 rectangle ones. They are the slim ones, but I was using my A5 one and I just made a mess of it. You need the right size block for your stamp.
DL, the border and the rectangle. That'll fit these ones, will it, Julia?
The border one will, yeah, absolutely. But I'm going into, because I can't, I'm absolutely hopeless. I'm looking forward to a few weeks when I'm not doing shows so I can try and tidy up at home. But I'm going to use my platform for this time. So
We found the anti-static bag as an end of call as well.
Oh, it is. Oh!
We'll have a look at there. We'll have a look at a few of those offers on the end of call.
Oh, what is there on end of
Let's
call?
have a little look. Well, you haven't heard, do you, till we get to
No,
the end
I
of
don't
call.
know.
So we've got the premium PVA, you used that earlier, that was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Diamond Dazzle glitter, the anti-static bag, you always need more than one of those. The Glitter Alchemy Crystal Aurora.
That's got interference in it.
Okay, we've got the premium Silky Smooth White Card.
Oh, that's for alcohol markers.
Right. Collector's Edition Radiance.
Oh, we've got,
Canvas.
there's the embossing powders, look.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to be using pure gold, and then later I'm going to be using the clear.
Lovely. Loads there, loads there. And don't forget with your Flex Extravaganza, you can spread the cost over November and December, no matter what the price of what you're buying, as it were.
So even with your add-ons?
Yes, because
well,
you can create the 2 flexi orders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Add on, add on, add on, and then create your flexi order, yeah?
Because you don't want to look that your main embossing powders, your gold, your silver, your clear and your white, you don't want to be running out of those.
No,
those
they're your staples, are they,
They're
Julie?
my 4 staples, yes. So we're using Versamark, and I'm giving it a real good inking it within an inch of its life. So I only have to do it once. Tap, 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 tap. What am I like? because there are ways round. If you miss a little bit, I mean, it doesn't matter because of the nature of the stamp, but if you miss a little bit, the best thing, and you don't discover until you've got your embossing powder on, the best thing to do is to heat set.
Yeah.
And as long as you butted the card up into the corner, you can then, after you've heat set, you can then put that card back again. As long as your stamp stayed where it is, you can then re-ink and have another go.
Oh,
so you can do that. It's not the end of the world.
Because that does happen sometimes, doesn't it, with the embossing? You think, oh...
Yeah, yeah,
And
because you
it's too
can't
late.
see your ink, you see.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was a dark ink, you'd be able to see it. I mean, the alternative is to actually perhaps stamp it in, like Versifying Clay, you could stamp it in something like Golden Meadow.
Right.
Which is a yellow, because of the colour of the card. You'd still see it. See, I've got a dirty stamp, so I can see it. You'd still see it, but... you'd be able to kind of know where you've missed before you put the embossing powder on. So that is a way of doing it, actually using a coloured ink. So we're using the pure gold. Gold on gold is lovely. So this works lovely on the new gold card as well, the original gold.
Pale gold. We renamed custard.
This is custard, yes, definitely.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. So I might have missed a little bit just up there, but that doesn't matter because of the nature of the stamp. They're very forgiving. Both the backgrounds and the slim strips are very, very forgiving. And I like that, especially on TV. So let's heat my heat tool. So when you're heat embossing... Oh, I'm not turned on.
You're not turned
Maddie. Maddie!
We need power.
First time I've used power. You're going to have to go in there, girl,
in,
because
go
I
in.
can't lean Dean down. Oh, there we go. Magic, magic. So we do have this argument, Phil and I. Phil likes heat embossing from underneath. I like heat embossing from the top.
Yes.
It is actually a fact that it is a little bit smoother if you heat from below. But I haven't got the patience, and I always burn my card as well, so I prefer to do it from the top.
Okay.
There's not a massive amount of difference. If I was using a mixed media embossing powder, or a ultra thick embossing powder, which has got bigger particles on it, I would definitely, even I would go from underneath, because otherwise those big particles go everywhere.
Right.
Same to be said with the your glittery embossing powders, your sparkle embossing powders. They're best from underneath, but most of the time I just haven't got the patience. and it's just so much quicker doing it this way around. But whatever you do, it's never wrong. You're just going to get a different result. And it never gets old watching it go.
No, it doesn't. And I've
never
enjoyed
gets
taking
old.
the time to look around that stamp as you went up it.
Yeah.
You know, the honeycomb.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Keys,
Absolutely
yeah.
wonderful. And it is really forgiving. And with the gold and with the silver, the coloured powders, you can definitely tell when they've gone. So if any of that was dull, then I know I haven't heat set it for long enough, and I just go back again. So now we're going to go on to do our background before we do any colouring in. Why is that wet there?
Which one are you choosing?
We're going to do the cogs, because cogs can be pretty too. And I think sometimes we look at the cogs and we think it can only be for masculine makes, but absolutely, you know, because we've got, you can see the cogs here, on here, so it just marries perfectly with the cog big background, so it would be rude not to use it, really.
It would.
But obviously, if you wanted to, there's nothing stopping you using one of the other slim strips and picking out the elements on the other big backgrounds to coordinate with them instead. So I have got my stamp on my block. Of course, this stamp's dirty as well, but we won't worry about that too much. It's clean for me. Just do bear in mind that if you're using a new Versamark and your stamp's actually dirty, then it does mean that you're going to get a dirty Versamark, because the ink gets picked up. Even though it's dry, it gets picked up. This is actually quite a new one. Phil gave me this one. I think he was disgusted with the state of mine.
With the state of yours.
Yeah.
I was
So
publicly
he
being
gave
shown
me
on
a
TV.
new one. Oh, it's so funny.
So where's the shop in Sheffield then?
It's in Sheffield. It's south of Sheffield.
It's not in the well-known shopping centre or anything like
No.
Sheffield.
It's on an industrial estate. Yeah. It's lovely, as you'd expect. It's huge. It's like, if anybody's ever been to his other Sheffield store when it was open, and the Nottingham store when that was open, because the Sheffield one is the only one he's got now.
Right.
Then it's like those, so it's all out in duck egg blue and the beautiful kind of units in there.
Just a bit of gorgeousness,
everything's just bigger.
Lovely. Yeah.
But it's the same kind of layout. And his sister Karen works there, and Joanne, who's on the design team, she works there. And his sister-in-law works there as well. So it's definitely a family concern.
Yeah.
I think his brother might be doing some work in there soon as well. So yeah, and it's really lovely that it's such a family.
Orientated.
Yeah. So we're just pressing all over, and I'm just picking it up very gently and just giving myself a little bit of insurance by very gently pressing over there like that. And now we can't see anything. It's on there. Fingers crossed.
Ta-da!
Fingers crossed. I do have one that I've done already though, just in case. It's good to do loads of them. When I get the backgrounds, I do actually stamp them out on lots of different colour card, lots of different backgrounds that I've made. I also, stamp them with different colour inks and put some of the twinkly embossing powders on. Cosmic crystals are definitely a go-to. Just to get, a start. There we go. It looks lovely, doesn't it? And it's not even embossed yet.
So much detail on there.
And this Pale Gold card is just so pretty. Custard yellow. Why didn't you call it custard yellow?
He should listen to you more, Julia.
He never does. No, he does sometimes. Not often, but he does. It depends what mood he's in. Typical man. Right. So we'll heat set this now. And then we'll have a pretty cog background. Obviously this will now start off a little bit quicker than the other one because the heat gun's already warm.
Yeah.
And it's always a good idea to warm your heat gun up before you get going. Because otherwise you wait ages for it to start to set. You can actually overcook embossing powders. So if you linger too long, once it's set, then you can flatten it out, which isn't a very nice look. So you just follow it around.
Are you all right to have a quick recap while you're in?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Because we're halfway through. So we're looking at some great savings this hour. Have a little look on the web, of course, for the dies and other stamps and other cardstock. Great savings. Once they're gone, they're gone. This is the Slim Strips stamp collection. So we're giving a big saving on this, £11. Pick any three. They are different. You've got three that are in a dragonfly mode. Be your true self. You're already fabulous. Believe in the magic and you will find it everywhere. And take time to do what makes you happy. Well, I do take time to do what makes you happy. We've got our heart. I definitely have one of the butterfly ones there as well. I'm loving the cogs that our Julia is using as well. But you can pick any three. You can mix and match. Yeah, I would mix and match with my butterfly and my dragonflies there. 27.97 114 418. Should just mention as well the dragonfly corners. Yes, we did mention. I think I've got some down here. They're the samples. Here we go. I can show you some. So while you're looking there, so these are also available. You get two A5 stamp sets, Papillon and the Dragonfly. So £24.98. Again, a £7.99 saving, 903-266. And if you have a little look, this is using those corners. This is using the Dragonfly corners. This is using your butterflies as well. So just to show you how it ties in with what we are using on the show in terms of the strips, slim strips. Beautiful, aren't they? Yeah, they work in perfect harmony. Gorgeous. So that's using both. Yeah, that's using the corners there. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. Right. Moving on, we've got the background stamps. So again, pick and mix any two. They are large A5 stamps. The vintage script. limited stock. Once it's gone, it's gone. I did try to warn everybody. That's a huge favourite of mine. Love the journal page. So this is the vintage script right here at the end. It is rather exceptionally gorgeous. Got the splodges, got the tattered edges there. You know, it's already sort of layered up and good to go. It's such a great all-rounder that. Even if you're just using a little sort of, I mean, I know they're big stamps, but you can just use a little nuance of it. I mean, look at that in the background there. Isn't that beautiful? Really gorgeous. Next to it is the gorgeous music. You've got the world map. You've got the travel stamping sort of themed one as well. You've got clocks. You've got the ledger. You've got the daisies, stars and snowflakes, cogs, numbers, and yeah, the ledger, like I said, which I absolutely adore because you just make journals out of the ledger page. So yeah, great starting point, as Julie was explaining. You know, not just for your backgrounds, but so I loved Julie's idea earlier. If you've got a pattern paper that you don't like, use these to stamp over with and just transform it. Yeah, just transform it. £5 saving there, £24.98, 867-146. Something the smaller Julia used was the sentiments. Yeah, they're a double duo, and I loved the negative there. And I showed you that red and white card earlier, that you could see the red card coming through there. £24.98. Some great sentiments on there, like "You're My Hero" and yeah, just different ones, just different sort of sentiments. Celebrate and "Sorry I Forgot" and "Party" and "Someone Special." Eat cake, definitely. 120520. They are, and they've got pointing in different directions. They look so sharp and pull the focus. They're brilliant. They are. And stamps by Trudy Howard. Yes, we looked at these at the Pick and Mix. You can pick any three. So we had the poppies there, and we had the daisy separate, and then you've got the blooms and the sort of meadows in the garden there as well. So Pick and Mix, and there on the front it gives you an idea about the colouring as well. So we looked at those this morning, so have a little look. Pick and Mix any three for a brilliant £25.97, 287-684. Also on the web you'll find the other card as well. We were just showing you the brand news today. Let's go back to Julia.
Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of colouring in now. So we're using the watercolour blending brush pens, and you can absolutely colour in on top of your lustre card. You won't be able to kind of have it move like it does on watercolour cards, so don't expect it to be able to do that. But it is very easy to blend the colours together. So when you're working, I always do a little swatch so I know how the colour's going to look on the card. So I've done a little swatch here on my my pale gold card. So I'm using the sort of mustardy colour yellow from number 4, and I'm using a bright yellow. Would you believe that is that one from number 1. So we're just going to do a tiny bit of colouring in. So we'll pick one of the butterflies and just add, I'm not sure how much this will show up on the screen because it is similar, but we are adding a bit of depth to the colours of the butterfly wings. So we can blend that out. Because does that show?
Yeah,
yes,
no, we've got
does.
that. We can really see that, Julia.
Yeah, so that blends it out. So that'll make the butterflies pop. Not too sure how well I stamp this, or whether the stamp's supposed to be like that. But it's nice to have the butterflies popping from your strip. And it will stay kind of wet long enough for you to, you know, blend it. Now, when you go over your embossing, it will do just like you'd expect. It resists, so you will have wet ink on there. So you need to remember that that's wet, and perhaps buff it up to remove it. Yeah. So that you're not going to transfer that ink anywhere else. So we're colouring that, and then also pick out some of your cogs. This is going to go on there when it's trimmed down. So you don't need to colour in that middle section there. You only need to do the edges. So just pick, you know, a selection of your cogs and add a little bit of colour there. And I think that this kind of makes them pop a little bit as well, and just adds a little bit of interest to your background too. You don't have to be too careful, but it just makes it a little bit more interesting than having it. I mean, it's beautiful just embossed, but you just add a little bit of colour to it. And I know the two yellows aren't showing a lot of difference there, but for me, I can see the difference between the mustard and the bright yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, So you carry on like that, blah, 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 blah. And then here's one I've got that I prepared earlier. So I've obviously trimmed these down, and you can see that I've got my cogs going on. They show it almost looks like craft card on the overhead because Taz has got it really close. So we're going to mat and layer this. So we've got some pure white card at the back, and just trimmed it down so it just about fits. You can see you've got that rulered line here at the side, and then you've got your torn strip at here. This is your cool anthracite, which I think goes really well with this lovely pale gold. It's almost like black and pale gold together, but it's not a proper black. It's like a really, really charcoal grey colour.
It's got that metallic, that's the anthracite, isn't it? It's like a really deep charcoaly grey black.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. So we're using some of the PVA. So we saw that you've got the PVA in the bundle, but then you've also got some PVA at checkout as well in individual pots. So it's really interesting, isn't it, to look at the end decor? I never think about the end decor.
No, and often there's loads there.
And
actually.
there is, yeah, because obviously we've got some
that's a great
cheaper
bundle.
items in
You've got
there.
30, 60, 120 and 100ml with the brush there. There's something for all sizes there, haven't you?
Yeah, and the brush goes right the way to the bottom of the tub. So you're not going to actually waste any at all.
Right.
It was one of Phil's customers suggested that to him.
Oh, yeah. Because often they're just short of, aren't they?
Yeah, so, and then you waste a lot, but the brush, I mean, I don't tend to use the brush very often. I ought to, really. It's very good for papers. It does, I think on air, it does take a little bit longer to cover all the area because you're making sure that it's all covered.
Yeah.
But it's the same glue as in all the other pots, but you've just got that brush applicator. So this is going to go on the middle there, and that's going to be set. So I'm just going to put a little bit of foam tape on there, so if there's anything else you need to say or do while I
was
foam
too busy
tape this.
admiring what you've created.
They're beautiful,
so far.
aren't they?
I just love that matching. So if you look at the slim strips, if we look at this one for instance, I'm going to reach in and ruin the display, and I'm going to go for this butterfly, this dragonfly with the travel log one, you see. Yes, I am, because I think that matches as well. Can you see how you got the Eiffel Tower in that one, and then you've got the Eiffel Tower in the middle there?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, yeah, I'll have a little bit of that going on.
Coordination, that's what Mr. Martin's all about.
Absolutely, tying it in. I'm going to lead from the masters there. Try and put it back. Of course I'm not. I'm going to knock everything down, aren't I? But it's not going to stop me, folks. That's what you love about me. It's not going to stop me. And then what else am I going to pick?
I think
that one goes with that one as well.
The butterfly goes with the same one.
With the
You can also
there.
use the timepieces with probably the middle one of the butterflies at the bottom.
Yes, let's grab the timepieces then, because that's a lovely one, that is. Yeah. So we go timepiece with this middle one, this middle butterfly there. Yeah,
perfect.
Loving it, rocking that look.
It's almost like he's taken some of the timepieces from the butterflies and put them in his journal background.
Do you know, it's almost like he thought about it. It's almost like he thought about it. Do you know what I mean? That there was a lovely cohesive collection ready to happen.
It's wonderful though, isn't it? That things that he's designed earlier in the year, because the Papillon Paradise strips were from the end of February show, so from the birthday weekends at the end of February.
Yeah.
And then I think the big backgrounds came out in about August, I believe, or maybe the first ones came out just before that. But it was a few months later.
Yeah.
And it's just wonderful that the back issues, if you like, all work with the current ones.
And,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe it was an unconscious thing. Anyway, got all there. Got savings. £5 saving on your large A5 backgrounds. Don't forget, we were moving towards the limited on that lovely script. And the music, you see, you're picking my favourites. I love you. You're picking my favourites. The script and the music, they are my favourites.
You're drawn to certain ones, aren't you? It's always the way, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
I have to make myself use different things and different colours. Because, if it's down to me, I'd do everything in blue or purple. Absolutely everything. But I've gone more orange nowadays. It's weird, isn't it?
Fab. Now, what are you going to use?
Right, okay, so I've got my mats and layers there. So my card's already coming quite rather lovely, isn't it?
Deliciously
rather lovely. So we actually want to do our sentiments as well. So we're going to go to the anthracite card, which I've put my little scrap somewhere, and it's there. And I actually got a proper size piece this time. This morning I was a bit rubbish at my pieces. It's not a very straight piece.
No, I can't say that was the straightest edge of it.
That's all right. That's all right.
I wouldn't be one to criticise Jules, but even I can see that's not going to happen.
It doesn't have to be straight because it's going to be cut out.
That weren't happening for me.
Right.
Yeah.
So this time we're going to the birthday one of the stitch tabs. And of course we have to have happy birthday, don't we? So you've got sentiments that are pointing. Do this properly, Julia, for heaven's sake. You've got them pointing both ways,
yes,
so pointing towards each other, and you've got positives and negatives. And by negatives, I mean you can see on the packaging they're black. So those are the raised parts of your stamp.
Yeah.
And the just for you is the thing that's cut out.
Yeah.
Whereas with the happy birthday is the raised bit, and the background is cut out. So you've got your positive and negative stamps, and you've got your left and your right facing. So it just means that you can get a different look. I mean, there's loads of stamps on here. This one set alone has got 20 stamps on it.
And you're getting two sets.
And the other one's got 20 on as well, I believe.
Brilliant.
So it's such good value. All your occasions are covered. So we are having a happy birthday. Do I want the same things? Who knows? If I can find them, yes. If I can't, no. Happy birthday, have fun. So that's my negative.
Yeah.
And we're going to have, let's have a great day because I can't find the other one.
These are great.
So this is the negative.
For me earlier, and I think they need to be seen because they just pop.
They're just
brilliant.
Wonderful, aren't they? Oh. Now, what have I done? I forgot my anti-static. Now, the powders are anti-static anyway, but it's just good, you know, once you've actually put your polymer on there, and if they're ones that you haven't used before, then you could have put some sticky residue on your card, or you could have handled it, you know, so you might have been making a bit of a mess. So it is always a good idea to anti-static. Do keep your powders in their pots as well, because the pots are anti-static as well. Okay. So don't decant them. I mean, Phil always used to have about 3 or 4 pots of embossing powder because he was greedy like that, and he used to keep them in a big tub all the time. But he doesn't now because obviously his powders are anti-static now.
Best in the little pots.
Yeah, keep them in the little pots. I mean, they are 20ml pots. Normally, embossing powders are in a 10ml pot, so they are in a very generous pot. So they are going to last you a long time, unless you stamp a lot like Phil and I do. So, remember your negatives, you need more ink on.
Yeah.
And because of that, and because I am using Versamark, I'm just going to cover myself and just stamp again and hope I didn't move. I am butted into the corner, so fingers crossed. I have got another one, so it should be all right.
Here's that one that we were talking about earlier, Julia. You know, you said about the negative and the positive there. We can see.
It's wonderful because you see the colour of the card through, and you will see this when we do this, because I'm obviously going to do gold on the anthracite, and this is going to pop.
Nice.
Yeah. So put my pure gold on again. So we're doing less of an inky kind of card here, whereas in the previous hour we did more of an inky card than an embossing card. So it just shows, I think, that your different techniques are going to work with these stamps. So you watch this now, it's going to be absolutely beautiful. It's quite dull at the moment because it's not been heat set. And there you can see, we can see the anthracite through the tab.
Looks like a brass plate.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Lovely. Just goes to show you the quality of the stamp, because you can those words are clear as, aren't they? Lovely.
So obviously, you know, it would be equally lovely if you used your pure silver on here as well. Not too sure about the copper. The copper might be a bit dark, but try it and see, because then that's going to coordinate beautifully with the copper card that we've got on the show as well. So when you cut them out, we've got these little stitch tabs here. They're very easy to cut out.
Lovely.
And then one more bit of stamping we're going to do, if that's okay.
Yeah. What are we doing for time? We've got about 10 minutes.
Oh, we should be all right then.
12. Oh, treat yourself. 12.
Oh. Live a little. Right, so we've got matching stamps and dies on the show for the flowers, and this is your elegance flower.
Yeah.
I'll just do, normally I'd do probably 3, and for mine I've actually done the same 3 sizes 4 times because I've made pairs of flowers. You'll see in a minute, but I'll just do 1.
Okay.
Because I can. What blocks with me? Where's my blocks? No, I'll do it in here because I can't remember where my blocks are.
Are these different to the ones you used this morning?
Yes, this morning I used the
yeah.
Sweetheart ones.
That's right, yeah.
These are your Elegance. So again, we'll butt it up into the corner. So you're going to get quite a few on here. What I tend to do is if I'm doing 3, don't do it, Julia, just say, because you'll make more sense if you do. It's me talking to myself, persuading myself. So do 3. In that size, perhaps, like so. Did I anti-static? Did I?
No.
No, I can't remember.
We've got the dies to correspond with these as well. So you've got 10 dies with the 16 stamps, and obviously the other set of stamps that and dies that Julia used this morning. That's the Elegance one we're using right now with Julia. Fantastic, £29.48. And then the ones we mentioned then at 9 o'clock, the Enchant. Oh no, it wasn't the Enchanting, it was a different one. Sweetheart, yeah. So there's lots of different ones.
We did use the Enchanting for the centres of the flowers.
That's the Enchanting.
Just cut the dies out, but not the stamps.
We'll get up the Sweethearts, and then there we go. That was the one we used this morning at 9 o'clock. Yeah, the Great Saving, and one more just to mention.
What's the saving on
Romance.
This? What's he put on the saving on that?
Oh, £7.98.
Oh wow!
£7 something. £7 saving here, yeah. £7 saving, Jules.
Wow.
25 dies and stamps there, yeah, on the Romantique. Brilliant. Now's the time to get it. 901739.
Right, so this one I'm actually Oh, move your magnet. I'm so special, aren't I? Right, so this one I'm using Nocturne Versafine Clair, so I'm doing it in black. Because we've got the anthracite, you're bringing the black in. So what I normally do is do that.
Yeah.
And then turn my card around like that. And then I can stamp again.
Ah, that saves a bit of repositioning, doesn't it?
Saves a bit, and then you can do that twice because I wanted 4 of each size. Okay.
Like it.
Like so. Move your magnet, Julia, for heaven's sake, twice. Let's just do that corner again while I'm there. Okay.
Perfect.
So now we're going to, because this is on lustre card and because it takes a while to dry, with this one we're going to put clear embossing powder on.
Okay.
So the superfine crystal clear, which we established was one of the end of call items as well.
This is one of your essentials as well. So they're in sets of 2, aren't they, at the end of call?
Yes, they are.
Duos, lovely dynamic duos. So, yeah, when you check out your basket, have a little look, as well as the anti-static bag and the glues and all sorts there. And don't forget your Flex Extravaganza. You can spread the cost over November and December, no matter what the purchase price there.
It's really cool, isn't it, to have that? Great for your Christmas shopping.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to finish on Friday. Finish on Friday the 12th.
Right, so like I say, I've done this more to do with the fact that I don't want my Versafine Clair to be wet when I die cut it. But obviously it also gives me that lovely glossy edge to the flowers and also to the little dots that are on there.
I've got to say that caught my eye on the flowers. I was like, oh, I like those edges.
Yeah.
It seems to make the sort of pearliness of that lovely pale gold really shimmer more, actually.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, these would be lovely as they are. I mean, I'm not going to cut them out, but it's really easy to match up your dies. So my dies are here. So I think this is one of them. So it's very easy to, you can see I use these so much, I keep all the stuff on already. You can match them up really easily and then just run them through and die cut them. But what I've done as well, because they're lovely as they are, they're nice and pastel and pearlescent. But if you actually take your 2 pens that you've used and colour in your flower as well, either before or after you die cut. I tend to die cut first and then colour afterwards. I always do that because if my low-tack tape slips or my die slips, I haven't wasted my time colouring in, only to find that I've ruined it when I've die cut.
You see, that's a sensible approach.
So that's what I always do. So just colouring these in, bringing exactly the same colours in.
Yeah.
What happens is that just the same as with your image, but it seems to be more pronounced with the flowers because we're shaping them. The flowers are the colouring in. You can see the pearlescence of the card underneath. I'll give it a wiggle in a minute.
It's still, you can, because even from across here, I can see it on the ones on the ones you've done.
Yeah.
You've already die cut.
Yeah.
I can see how much they shine.
Yeah, so if I wiggle that to the camera, can we
just get that shot now, Julia?
Yeah,
we can still see it, the pearlescence shining, can't
you can see the one I haven't coloured in and the one I have coloured in. You've got the pearlescence coming through. So it's almost like you've used something like a luscious powder or something like that, but it's actually the pearlescence from the card that's coming through. So it's just a really nice thing to do. So as Fiona said, yes, I've paired all mine up, and I've, you know, it just gives depth to it, and you've still got the tiny little border around the edge, which is uncoloured. So we're going to add our tabs and our leaves. These are the leafy fronds to our card, and we will be finished. So let's dress up our card.
We've got 5 minutes.
Have we? So what I'll tell you where I'm going to put them, and you can do a little recap.
Yeah.
And then I'll glue it while you're recapping. So
Okay,
we will do the top and bottom like so. We will bring in our happy birthday, just in case I don't finish. So our happy birthday, have fun, enjoy yourself, like that. And then we will bring in our flowers. So we've got 2 large ones and 2 mediums, like so, and we'll have our smaller ones up there like that.
Oh, they look beautiful.
Fiddle around a little bit and perhaps move those up a little bit, whatever. So I'm going to faff now anyway. This is why I wasn't going to stick it.
We'll leave you faff.
Yeah,
we'll leave a faff.
So, but it's you can see how it will be when it's finished. It's just
absolutely gorgeous, Julia, how it will be.
L there.
Love it.
It's rich, isn't it? Isn't it rich?
Beautiful, yeah. That's that pale gold and that lovely anthracite.
Yeah, but it
It's
pops,
stunning.
doesn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Got those new card colours on the show as well, don't forget. The background stamps as well. Look at these savings, been very busy. I'm not sure where we are with the lovely script. We've got the, handful left, first come, first served. Hey, annotate. Then we've got the music. Then we've got the world map. Only a few left of that one. Grab them, have it. And then you've got our lovely Julia's favourite, the travelogue one with all the landmarks and postage stamps. The clocks is a gorgeous one for all occasions. We've got that lovely ledger one there as well. Moving up then, you have got the beautiful daisies that Julia used this one at 9. You've got the stars for any congratulatory or Christmassy-fy. You've got snowflakes there, the cogs that Julia's been using. Those numbers are superb. And then the journal ledger one, which I think is a good firm all-rounder. Any 2 for £24.98. Big A5 stamps, 867146. The new cardstock, yes. Now you can pick any 3, so that's 60 sheets, 20 sheets of each. These are the new colours. Obviously, you can pick a mix with the other colours as well. Anthracite, which is, let's start with those 2 then. Our pale gold and our anthracite. It's like a graphite. That's the custard, the pale gold. I mean, it is shimmering. It is shimmering. Then you've got the anthracite, that gorgeous metallic. It's just beautiful, isn't it? That charcoaly grey. It's fantastic. Beautiful shimmer off it. I love it because it's not black. I love it because it's a little bit different to that. Then you've got the lovely moonlight, something shimmering moon, I think that one's called. Our lovely white oyster there. Our warm copper. And then my favourite, the claret, which has this 2-tone effect of sort of like a burgundy merlot and then blue. 692 269, 60 sheets there. Pick a mix, any 3. And we've got the papers of those as well. Same new colours as well. 80 sheets, pick a mix of 4. And again, with all the other colours on the website as well. At the bottom of the screen, you end up with 80 sheets, 120 GSM. Obviously, it's not the cardstock, but you can equally create those beautiful backgrounds. 747412. Last 2 minutes. Where are you at, my lovely Julia?
I'm still gluing. I'm still gluing. I'm still gluing.
Still gluing.
Yeah.
When are you with us again, darling?
I'm actually here on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll see you.
With 3 hours for Studio Light. It's a new Janine's Mindful collection. It's a new collection, and there's some products that I've never used before, so that's going to be quite interesting.
Look forward to that
on
Wednesday.
Yeah. And then Sentimentally Yours are back a week on Thursday, the 18th, with a brand new one-day special with Mr. M, and then I'm in on the Friday to do the last 2 hours.
Can you give us a clue what it's all about?
They're brand new stamps.
Go on, give us a clue. What's the theme?
I can't. No, I can't. No, I'm not
I'll
allowed.
have to talk to you in the break.
You will have to talk to me in the break. I'm not allowed.
I said torture you.
Torture me. Oh, I'm off. I'm off then.
For the info. No, we look forward to that. He'll be on the bat phone if we divulge, wouldn't he? Do you actually know? Having said
yes,
that?
I do know.
You
do know. I haven't got them yet because they're so new. We won't get them till later this week. So yeah, they are very new.
Yeah, fabulous. Oh, those lovely lush leaves. I mentioned them earlier because I just said they're on the website.
These are the leafy fronds, and they come with the lush leaves, so you get both.
There they are. £16.98 as well. 509149. Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you, everybody.
30 seconds. We'll look forward to seeing you Wednesday. We look forward to the new launch on the 18th.
Yes.
Mr. M.
Mr. M.
Mr. M.
Or Philip.
And you'll be and Julia, because she'll be finishing.
I will. Yeah, I'll be doing the 12 and 4 on the 19th.
Don't forget to check out your baskets. Don't forget getting limited on that script and that music. Oh, I'm just saying. Enjoy. Take advantage while they are still in stock. Let's see what's coming up. We've got boy knitting now. Our Jenny's up with every kind of loom imaginable. Then Ecoline brush pens and inks, and then the AALL Create Wonderland One Day Special.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hello everybody, it's a changeover of the guards. The afternoon and the evening shift are now in for the presenters. So yeah, my name is Scott, I'll be with you for the rest of the afternoon throughout there, which is always a pleasure. And always a pleasure, I'm really excited about this actually, always a pleasure when I have, now I've only done one show with Jenny before in the past, but I'll never forget it, and it's because it's a pleasure. It's just like royalty.
Well, that's
It's like
extremely
crafting
nice
royalty.
Of you. That is so nice of you, Scott. You may go down and bow down before.
Well, I would, at your command, I will bow away. I would indeed.
Thank you.
No, it's lovely. You're an absolute font of knowledge. I remember the show because you were doing a one-day special. And I had
That's right.
1 hour with you.
Yes.
And I know that you know, obviously when you do a one-day special, you have quite a few live shows. But I know you were still producing new facts and everything like that. You know, even like on your 4th show in, it was great because you're a font of knowledge. You're going to learn a lot. And the other thing about this, Jenny, which I love, is when there's certain things that come onto the show, and this you've done this once before, and it flew out.
Yes.
And if you are thinking about maybe a hat, a scarf, maybe slippers, a little brooches you might want to go, bags, for example, and you're not so great with the needle, this is your answer to get involved. I love the Lumen.
I think it's a really good idea because so many people can't knit easily.
Yeah.
Also, their hands maybe don't hold the knitting needles. This is great for children.
Right.
I mean, they're brightly coloured. You can play with them. You can use all sorts of different wools, and it is great fun to do.
Yeah.
I've only done it on a couple of occasions because I'm not a knitter. I'm a stitcher.
Right.
And I was asked to do it, and then I thought, hey. This is actually really rather good. So my youngest grandson wanted a scarf. And he said, Granny, and when I made it about that length, said, that's not long enough, Granny.
No.
So Granny had to make it longer. So dear little Harry, aged 7, he can wrap this round his neck. I won't do it because it'll upset the microphone. Several times. But it was so easy to do. And you know, it's wonderfully snuggly. It's lovely soft wool. And I know it's white and it'll be brown within seconds of being round his neck. But he wanted a white scarf. Okay, so he has a white scarf. And it's the long one he wants. So there you go. And it took few moments, well, a little bit longer.
Recreate one of the classic doctors of Doctor Who. You know, that's when long scarves really came into their own. Now, it is absolutely brilliant. So if you are a beginner, and we know we have, like myself, on so many different crafts, always starting for the first time. I've done my very first oil paints on the show, my first water paints on there, my first sewing as well, having a little go with the machine. You've got to have a go, haven't you? Dip in your toe and give it a try. This is absolutely perfect for a beginner to go at, I promise you. We're going to go through the options for you. I hear it's already busy. So, do grab in and get involved in this one. Let's start off with here, with the loom set you've got here, which includes your 22 centimetres, the 33 centimetre as well, the 43 and the 54, with that the largest that you were looking at here. Now, the other thing I want to point out, there are great savings on the show throughout. This £27 reduction here. It's £19.99 to go with this. 357,560. Now, I know we're going to be doing some demonstrations, but in principle...
Right, you've got all sizes there. That really long 54 centimetre one is going to make a shawl. So that will make a big shawl. You don't have to use it all. You can use some of it, or you can use the whole lot. And that'd be using all the pegs going down one side and back up the other. So you could make a shawl, you can make scarves, you can make, slippers, you can make bags. Anything you've done for knitting, you can do with this. And the thing that our viewers need to be aware of, and I happen to know, this is not going to happen again.
Oh, right.
All right, so when the stock is gone, the stock is gone. So I'm afraid, talking to the owner of the company, I twisted him arm to get these things back on again.
Oh, right.
And so I'm afraid that when it's gone, it's gone.
Oh, this is it. I did not
know
that.
He won't do it again at that price.
Right, OK,
Right, so you are warned, folks. But think Christmas presents. I mean, you could just, you don't need to do it yourself. Just buy it for a Christmas present. And it also, things to do in winter. Winter's coming. And you're going to be sitting there, getting nothing to do. You can watch us while you do it, you know, really easy.
No, I think this is absolutely brilliant. Under £20. Right, so there we go. When it's gone on these, so please don't get votes as well. Now, don't forget, we are doing the Flextravaganza, so we can actually split that cost for you twice to be working with, of course, so that is an even better opportunity for you to really help spread the cost interest-free. Now, 10% on the long loom set has already gone on that, 357560. OK, so let's work our way down to the next set that we've got for you here. Now, this is the assorted loom set that we've got for you here. So we have got some straight, but we've also got the round in here. $14.99, so again, even a lower price point than that. You've got a £9 saving on this one. You've got the 9, 14, the 24 centimetre. That's for the circular looms, and you're going to get in the 22 centimetre for the straight. So what can we create then with the circular one?
This then does hats and things like that. So this does your rounded thing. So it will do sort of sleeves that will do a cylinder because it goes round. I've got half a hat here, so if the camera can come to me, you can see that it's making into a round.
Got you, right, yes.
So this is on the big loom. Now, the second loom that we've got with the rounds and the long loom in there, if you were to buy both, you're obviously going to get the same thing twice, but it would actually make a really simple present for a child if you just gave them the little loom with some wool, showed them how to do it, and you know
That's a great idea.
You could just because you're not going to flummox them then with all those things. Just use one of them, and the kids will love it. It works on the same principle of French knitting. You may or may not remember, and I'm old enough to remember this: the cotton bobbin with the 4 little nails in, and you wound the wool round, and then you flicked it over the nails, and you got this loop came out the bottom, which was you didn't know what to do with. It got grubbier and grubbier and grubbier as it got longer and longer and longer. But this is the same principle. It's as simple as that we used to do it as small children. Many of you will have done that.
And the lovely thing is, like you say, it is child-friendly in that respect, because there's nothing in here that sort of is sharp or anything like that. So it's all made out of the sturdy plastic. That's great. And you don't know where this could start their journey onto within crafting or knitting as well.
Because I know my older grandson, he started knitting and he got a bit of it, and then he got in a muddle and he got the wool round the one way, he dropped a bit. With this you can't. You just wrap it round and flick it over, wrap it round, flick it over. It's simple.
Oh, right. We'll see demonstrations, of course, in this hour, but that one's got a £9 saving, $14.99. Great, actually, because you are getting the assorted. You're going to get the long and the circular. I should say also, it does actually come with all the tools you're going to be required.
Yes, it does. It comes with the little hooky tool, and it comes with the needles, so it's together. So you know you've got everything there to finish off the item.
945768 if you'd like to go for the assorted for you. Now, we have actually got here the circulars. This is all the circulars. This isn't the mix, this isn't the straight. This is going to give you all of the circulars that you're going to be looking on this one. This is 14, this is also 19, 24 and 29 centimetres. Again, you're also going to be getting your tools that you require in there. Now, if you are looking for, you know, the sort of the larger of the hat, for example, here, and you've also got the bag you can create from these. I love the idea about making your own slippers.
Oh, I know, it's a splendid idea, that. But of course, also, people are looking for things to do to sell.
Yes, of course.
Last time when we did the show, somebody sent us, and let's hope she's listening again, sent us a wonderful picture of a superb hat she'd made. Because you could do it out of some fabulous wools. You can sell them. Winter is a-coming. Who wants to have one of those hats that you know everybody else has got? You can have a special hat to match your outfit.
I like this.
So sell them, you know, make yourself the craft industry.
I suppose also it depends on how fast of a knitter you are, if you're using the needles, for example. But this sounds to me like this actually does speed up the process so much more.
It's really as fast as you can wrap it round and then flick it over, wrap it round, flick it over.
Right, right. And the yarn that they should be using if they're working, let's say they get this kit. I know we have got some wool in here.
They suggest double, but to be quite honest, I've tried with all sorts of wool, and the hat that I'm busy doing at the moment, I'm using 2 colours mixed together.
Right, oh, okay.
So if you use a thinner wool, you're going to get a thinner end product.
Right.
If you use a thicker wool, you're going to get a considerably more dense
nice
end.
snuggly hat.
So you're going to use perhaps one of the Aran wools or something like that. Or maybe you've got a whole load of bits of wool left over. Why not mix and match them as if you do a fair isle one? You just literally tie the ends together and keep on wrapping round and flicking off.
Sounds absolutely perfect. And a £5 saving on there as well. All your winter fun. $19.99 again. So there we are. Our third product we've got down here. And we still haven't got you a price over £20, but we've got lots of suggestions. 239746 if you'd like to go for those. Now, this, I think, is brilliant as well, to actually do your own sock loom that you're going to be getting with the kit. So, now, obviously, we've got a smaller instrument to work with, but principle the same?
Exactly the same principle. Now, where it is so clever, Scott, is that little, what looks like a comb there. Right, that slots into the centre bar to adjust the size of sock you want to make.
Oh, right, okay.
So you can make socks for size 10, 11, even 13 feet, I think, and you can make them for babies by simply positioning that extra little bar and using that end or using that part of the hooks.
Right.
So it's a multifunctional tool. You get again the same little hook to flick the wool over. You'd obviously be using sock wool because this is a much finer.
Yeah.
And if you're thinking about children, probably this is not for children. This is for somebody who wants to make socks and things. Socks are really not children things. Have the bright plastic ones for the kids, and then when they've got the hang of it, maybe the teenagers might want to make some funky socks.
Got you. £12.99. We've got another brilliant saving here. £9 reduction on this one. If you want to go for the sock knitting loom, that's £179,579. Only £12.99. Oh, I like that. You see, and who doesn't love a sock for Christmas? If I don't get a pack of socks.
Absolutely, and then you can have I mean, at the moment, because I've got a new flooring down, I walk around the house with bare feet. So socks, thick socks, are wonderful.
Yes.
I can now make my own socks.
Oh, very nice. You see, very nice. Right. Tell you what, this is, again, brilliant value for money. You might look at that as one kit and that you're getting both. Again, all of this, and look at that, £13 saving on here as well, actually, down to just £17.99. So you've got the whole project pack bundle in here. Let's just talk you through individually to start with. Let's look at what we're going to be getting here to start with, actually, because I know you were showing me the example that you're working with at the moment. How lovely. This is a really tactile, gorgeous pillow to make.
You hook. It's a latchkey device where you literally hook the wool into the canvas that you get. And I think where it's going to go is it's going to start you off on a completely new hobby.
All right.
You get everything in there to make a little cushion. So you've got the canvas itself, you've got some felt to back it with, they've given you some stuffing to put in it so you can have a padded cushion. You've got all the yarn, you've got the diagram, but of course you don't have to do that.
Right.
You can do something completely different. That diagram's quite good because you could colour in your own design. You've got the wools, it's ample wool to do the project, and it makes this wonderfully soft, touchy-feely little cushion. Once you've got the hang of it, then you are going to want to go on and do very much more. And there's a whole world out there of latch tool rugs and things that you can make.
Wow, this does it. Honestly, it really is. I know we're going to be looking at it in this hour as well. All of everything, your ingredients for this basically are all pre-cut and ready to go for yourself. So again, it takes away a lot of the faff and you get straight down to it.
And then you've got the other one with it as well that makes the flowers.
Well, here we go. We're moving on. So that's only the first part. I mean, that itself is a brilliant offer, I think, anyway, at £17.99 for all of this. But you're also going to be getting this as part of it to create. Let me show you. The best way to explain is to show you your own beautiful little elements that can go onto there as well, if you would like to make these either to go onto the cushion or for just great
decoration onto your woolly hat, things like that. You can put them on your clothes. You could decorate anything you like. It's just a bit of fun. Again, the children can do it. Now, I haven't seen that tool till literally I got into the studio. So it took me about 7 to 8 minutes to make one of those. Then I decided to have one with 2 colours in the middle, which is a grey and red one, because I'm a bit restricted, my choice of wools. Then in addition to the flower maker, you've got the ability to make cuffs. So this is going to do the cuff. So you can have, think the winter. Who doesn't have freezing cold hands and wrists? And if you keep your wrists warm, that doesn't half help your hands stay warm. So that will make cuffs. So what I liked about the project is they've also thought about the environment, because it's all environmentally packed in that super cardboard, which you can then just, when you've read the words, etc., you can then recycle. So, you know, the company is beginning to think recycling, think green. So top marks for them for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Really, really good. Both of those that we had to make. I mean, I think that's just a perfect addition to any of your crafting. You want to add those little moments. And again, you'll see really speedy. And you get all of that for £17.99 because there's £13 reduction on that offer. 248.
Sorry to interrupt. Go on, so say the number quick.
248 745.
Christmas presents. It's 2 Christmas presents, isn't it?
Yes, that's good. Yeah, of course. You got 2 there sorted.
So,
isn't it?
you know, we've got 2. And look what the price of the Christmas presents are.
I know. That is brilliant. In fact, what you could do, get them both now, that's Christmas, and then their birthday sorted out as well. Just hold one back. Just hold one back. 248 745. We've got all the ideas for you. Let's look at the website, thecraftstore.com. Have a look on there. You can shop ahead. If you're still there thinking, Oh, I don't know. Honestly, all will become so clear once you've seen us, obviously, I say us, when Jenny's actually going through and demonstrating how these work. And this is why I think it was so easy when you see these demonstrated. It was such a busy show that was on last time. But please remember that once these have gone, they have gone. When we are looking with regards to the assorted loom set, the round loom set, and we've got the long loom set for you as well. We have got some lovely yarn that's on there. We've got a bundle on there which will give you 5 100 grams. And that's at £9.99. And we've got all sorts of different colours on there for you to choose from. Have a little look on that on 215074 and all the different options. You've got your sky blue in there. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Your purple. What's like? Oh, lime. Dark grey is in there. We've also got dark green and amber. And we've got a lovely raspberry. Ooh. Very nice.
Very nice.
They're really nice. And with 5 of your 100 grams, that's going to be plenty in that for under a tenner if you want to start yourself off or extend on some projects that you're looking to work with. All on thecraftstore.com. Right, let's get straight into demo time. We only have 1 hour with you.
I know we've only got 1 hour. Well, let me just first of all start off with showing you my sock loom.
Oh, yeah.
Because this will explain where that little bridge goes. So here we have the sock loom. And I put the bridge very near the end here because I really want a very little sock. And obviously if you're going to do the sock loom, you will want to have thinner wool. So this is going to be, eventually, I have a new nephew or niece, the flavour has yet to be decided, coming along, so I thought I'd make some booties. I just sincerely hope I have the patience to make 2 booties, because my son always says, "Mother, the problem with my life is you never made me 2 booties the same colour. And when I was a baby, I had a pink one on one foot and a blue one on the other." Well, darling, it's boring doing 2 the same. But this is really rather nice. Well, absolutely, totally. He never forgets anything. Elephant is his middle name. So this works in exactly the same principle that I'm about to show you. It's just thinner wool. You will get the same hooky tool. So that's your sock loom. Multi-sizes, you can use multi-colours, you can do what you like.
I will tell you, the sock loom, we're already 40% of the stock has gone. And same rules apply for the sock loom as the other one. It's gone, it's gone?
It's gone, it's
gone.
Okay,
so grab it right now. 40% of the stock has gone. We've not really done any work on that. It's going to be going 179,579, only £12.99.
Right, coming on to the round ones, this is where you're going to make your hats. Now, I happen to be using 2 wools because I was very short on wool. You know, I haven't had a lot of time and there isn't a wool shop anywhere near where I live, so I had to use what happened to be in my sort of stash. And I decided I'd have yellow and black together. Why not? And literally, as I will show you, just wrap it round and hook it off. So it's getting quite big now, my hat. Now, the studio laughed because I put it on my head. So this is what it will look like.
But not at you, with you. We laughed with you.
Good. By the way, when you do make your hat, you actually take the loom off. All right? You are not required to wear the loom and the hat at the same time.
I don't know, but you carry that. Look, I did say at the beginning, it does feel like royalty. It's a crown for me.
There we go.
That's a woolly crown. Look,
I've got a bit more to go, and you don't. Obviously, I'd cut the ends off. I don't have to walk around catching 2 balls of wool at the same time.
Knit it as you go. Oh, great sport though. I love that. That's brilliant.
So what will happen in the end is when I've decided it's long enough to go over my rather big bonce, is you literally just thread a thread through all the loops and pull it tight. So you just gather it up. How it works, and I'll show you that in just a moment, because I'm going to show you how to cast on, is literally nothing more complex than wrapping it round the peg and flicking the wool over the wrapped round section. You flip the previous stitch over. But let's move on and look at this. My scarf for my dear little grandson who wanted yards and yards and yards of scarf. This was done on the longer loom, this one. Now, I could actually have taken this out and opened it out completely, so knit a considerably longer scarf. So you have the chance to open it out. If you leave it closed, and if you wished, you can do what's known as stockinette. And stockinette is with, put that back in a minute, when you have knitting both sides. So stockinette would look something like this. You've got the knitting on both sides. And that is done by literally linking the 2 sides together. Let me put my peg back in the right place. Put it back in there. I've got my glasses on properly today. It does go back in. There we go. So that's the peg back in. So it opens up to make it longer, and all of them open up. So if you're going for the set of the long looms, the 54, they all open up. So that will make straight things, or indeed stockinette. Here is your other round one, which obviously will make a smaller hat, or it will make a bag, or it makes whatever you want to do. So it's going to make a cylinder, and you think all sorts of things you can do with cylinders. To show you how it actually works, I'm going to do the littlest one, simply because it will show you how the whole thing works from casting on.
Okay.
Casting on is nothing more complicated than making a small loop in the wool to begin with, and just leave enough to weave in with a needle afterwards.
See, that's easier than a needle.
Absolutely.
I'm there already.
You just hook the little loop, and I'm using particularly fluffy wool here because I said my other wool's attached to that, over that little button that sticks out. Then all you're going to do is you're going to wrap it round. You're going to wrap it round. This is really complicated. Just wrap it round. Now notice I'm wrapping round, going round clockwise.
Okay.
Right, so wrapping round clockwise, there we go. And you keep on wrapping round until you come back to the beginning. Now that will be your first initial row. Incidentally, it's quite a good idea to put your wool in a box, because if you don't, the dog or the cat will chase it as it rolls all over the floor. When you've done that, start wrapping round again, and you literally want to push that first lot of wrappings round to the bottom, just flip them down to the bottom there, and now we're going to actually be able to start our knitting. So I'm wrapping round a second time. Notice that the little pegs have got a hook on the end, so it doesn't fall off, which is actually a very useful thing to do.
Oh, right,
so I've wrapped it round the once for the very first start off, which is much easier than casting on and knitting. Just move those down to the bottom. This is the fluffy wool from Harry's scarf. He wanted this fluffy wool, dear child. Right, and when you come back to the beginning, that's where you stop. Now, what I found was the easiest was when I came back to the beginning was to literally just do that first stitch, because it anchors the wool.
Oh, right, okay.
Then you just work your way around either clockwise or anti-clockwise, just putting the little hooky thing into the wool and flicking the wool over. What makes it even better is there's a channel here. It always feels a bit like the dentist, this, that nasty probe that they poke into your... No, we won't go there, will we? Because some of you are saying, oh, God, the dentist. Can't you have knitting reminding me of the dentist? So you literally do exactly that, and you just work your way around, getting your hook underneath that, put it in the little groove and flick it over. So when it comes to children doing it, you know, the kids will be... Their little fingers are just going to be ace at doing that. When you've done the first row, you'll never guess what you're going to do then. Sorry, Scott. I was interrupting you. You're going to wrap it round and go again. So I'm now back to the beginning again. There we go. And when you're back to the beginning, just push it down. You move it down with your fingers. And we are going to wrap it round again.
And that is really quick and easy, isn't it?
It's not difficult at all. So here we are back at the beginning again. This is, you can cut it off, but I leave it for the moment. So wrap it round again. Remember, we're wrapping round clockwise. So wrap, 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 wrap. I did enjoy this. It was great fun.
Yeah.
Wrap. It's just, you can do it with your eyes shut. So back to the stitch I've just done. Do the one you've just wrapped around the last, because that holds all the wool there. And then it really matters not which way you go round. You just go round and you just flick it over. You see? You can sit in the chair, watch us. You can do it in the car. Just be a little bit careful with the hook. Do it on the train. Just watch the ball.
So honestly, it's so easy, and I think, like you say, and it is sturdy. I mean, so if you're going to go for the round loom set, you know, you have got your larger sizes to choose from when you're going with that. But like you say, for children, or if you have your dexterity issues, you know, some people do struggle with needles. You know, this is something, it is easy to hold on to. It's easy to grip.
Yes, you can just push this down with the flat side of your fingers, and then all you're going to do is wrap it round. You just push it down there and then wrap it round. And you could use any wool you like. So if you're going to use a thin wool, you're obviously going to have a thinner end product. It'll be finer.
Right.
So here we are, back again. And then all I'm going to do is wrap it round one more time. So wrap, wrap, wrap. And that's it. The same thing works, exactly the same principle. So same principle with this one, same principle with the sock loom, same principle with this. It's exactly the same, only you would only knit one side, unless you want a stockinette, and there are full instructions where you actually knit across, and then you'll get your design looking like this on both sides, rather than looking like this, as I did, with what looks like knitting on the back and purl on the front.
Right. Honestly, it's one of those that you just think, if you're starting out as a beginner, I don't know how you could make it a hat or a scarf any easier. And it's there, and it is nice and sturdy. The plastic is strong to be able to hold on to. It's not sort of flimsy or anything like that. It's really nice and easy and solid to hold, whichever one you're working with. You can, don't forget, as you're going to go for the straight ones as well, they do open up as well, so you can get double that length on those. But think about the projects that you can work with regards to these as kits. If you are wanting to, you know, inspire someone younger in your family to have a go at doing it, or maybe you've thought about doing this, and maybe as new members of a family of yours, you know, we're going thinking, I want to do that scarf, I want to do the little booties, I want to do the socks, I want to have a go doing all those, the little bags that you can make, for example, the hats, again, that you can make. The lovely thing is, the tool is the same. Once you've mastered that, then what you create with them, of course, just goes down to your own imagination. If you are making, you know, to sell, the speed that you can do these, you saw how quickly then Jenny was able to go around 3 times as very quickly in there. So the speed, if sometimes you're thinking with regards to the needle knitting, you know, it's a little bit slower for you, this might put a bit of a pace on if you are selling for yourself or for charity or anything like that. You know, you're going to get a lot more projects out through the door for them, aren't they? Really, I think it's a genius. I can see why it was so busy and so popular, and very popular again this hour. But I don't know, well, last time they didn't have the message that this time, when it's gone, it's gone.
Yes.
Please do
Jeremy
take
said
advantage
he said he'd only do the show if he had stock, so he's obviously got enough stock, so there won't be any more. He's had his arm twisted.
Well, we have an update on the stock, the sock stock. The sock stock is technically sold out already.
Right.
So I did say it was going to get very, very busy on the show. The sock knitting loom technically is sold out. If it's in your basket, please make sure that it is checked out. £12.99, £9 saving on there, 179,579. Well done if you managed to get that. We have got the long loom set, the assorted loom set, and we've also got the round loom set for you to have a little look as well. Now, let me just give you the details on the yarn that we've got for you. I know we saw them on the website earlier on, but we've got them here, of course, in the studio. You're going to get 5 100-gram balls there for £9.99, and the colours are really lovely. So we got, this is our baby blue colour. It's a really lovely colour, actually, very soft. In fact, some of the projects we were looking at, so roughly how much could you make? In 5 balls here, you're going to have plenty to
Well, you
work
are,
with.
because I had 2 balls the same size here, and I've done all that, and I've still got all that left.
Yeah, so for a good couple of hats, for example, easy on this,
couple of
didn't you?
hats. I should think you get many hats out of
many
that.
hats.
Yes,
many hats
definitely.
out of these.
And particularly baby ones, you're going to get lots. Oh, just think, you could do them for little Prem baby units.
Oh, that's a lovely
because
idea.
they need the little hats, and you'd use the little small one for the little Prem babies, because they're always looking for little hats.
Of course, yeah. The proper
so, you know,
little...
contact your hospital and see if they want some of the little Prem baby hats, because, you know, those little babies, they need to get their little heads kept warm. Might be an idea.
That's a lovely idea. Actually, you're going to get plenty of little premature little hats for out of 5 balls of 100 grams in each. So this is our beautiful baby blue that we've got down here. This is a lovely, gorgeous purple, a little bit further down, all nice and neatly set out for you. Love a bit of the purple. Then, going on down, we've got the gorgeous limes in there, lovely and bright for your lime colour on those, 215074. Over here then, we are looking at, if you're going to be going for the top one, we've got our dark grey as your colour for them. So again, pretty universal, your dark greys. You've got all sorts. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of use out of the dark grey. That's there for you if you want to go for the dark grey. Working our way down, we've got the dark green, really lovely, very rich. In fact, it looks actually almost like black actually on there, but it's a really, do you know, it's like one of those sort of deep green school colourings you would have for the school jumpers in summer.
And again, it's ideal for out in the country.
Yeah.
It's ideal for all, both men and women can wear that. The same with the grey. The grey is a great hat, because people don't want to sort of be seen with a bright coloured hat coming along. A nice grey one.
You can't go wrong with that.
Nope.
You can't go wrong with that. And last but not least, down the bottom. Actually, I've got another one on the shelf over there as well. This is amber that we have, really lovely, almost rustic in colouring for the amber. That's very pretty. And then, last but not least, we have got the raspberry, which is just over there on that shelf, as you can see, getting really rich. Looks like a Merlot. I don't know why I always go back to them. 215074 is your item code there, £9.99. Now, Janet's been in touch. Good afternoon, Janet. Thank you for being with us. Now Janet is asking, can I make anything else apart from the hats, scarves and socks? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's missing in between there, I suppose, but I mean, there's all sorts, I suppose.
Well, you can do anything you like,
anything really, isn't
yes.
it?
You've
got shawls we mentioned as well.
Janet, it depends whether you want a straight piece or whether you want a round. I mean, you can, because the rounds will make cylinders, so you can do anything you like with a cylinder. So it could be a bag, it can be hats, obviously that it's aimed slightly at hats. This one will do literally anything that is straight. So there's no reason why you couldn't knit a jumper on the larger one here, because you can just literally knit the sides, because you can make jumpers out of panels. So this will make anything that is straight. Okay, so this, I know it's a long thin one, but you could have knitted it that way and had, if I wrap this round here, so you could actually have got very easily a shawl that would have been, that camera will have to go back a bit.
Got you.
Right,
Yeah.
would have been that length. So that would easily make a lovely, lovely, lovely shawl to wrap around somebody, and you just go on doing it. So straight things come from the straight looms, and anything you happen to can think of that's got straight sides to it.
We've got, if you're looking for more inspiration as well, Janet, on here, on the box itself, I think you can do the teddy bear, because obviously the body and all of that kind of
Yes, of
stuff.
course you can do, because,
stitch
yes,
them up,
when you
the
think
legs,
about it, the arm
arms.
is just a cylinder.
Yeah.
It's a stuffed cylinder, so
Yeah.
anything that's cylindrical can be done. So sleeves.
You could be turning out little teddy bears, also in the Prem unit. You never know as well in there. Much quicker as well, possibly, than working with the needles. But you've also got the different bags. You can see the different styles of hats. You've got the lovely slippers. That you can be just lots of ideas. So whether anything with a straight or that you're only making again with the cylinder, and then it's up to the imagination, the sizes that you need to dictate to as well. But the lovely thing is the tool will work for all of those, which is brilliant. We've got the the circular set there. 14, 19, 24 and 29 centimetre. You do get the hook as well, don't forget, that's all included in there, and that's got a £5 saving. 239,746 for all of the perfect circular looms to work with. Right, now how are you getting on there?
Right, what I'd like to do is one of those little flowers, but just as a top tip for you, when working with the circular one, start and end sort of somewhere near that little knob. And something I need to explain to you about the straight one is you wind clockwise going in one direction. When you get to the end of the row, you wind anti-clockwise going the way back. So the circular one goes roundy, 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 round, clockwise, clockwise, clockwise. When you come to do this one, you wind it clockwise on the first row, and then when you reach the end, you come back and wind it anti-clockwise. But it's exactly the same. Flick it over, flick it over. You've got the same ridges on here, the same little hook at the top there with a groove in it to stop the wool from coming off. So just be aware that this is clockwise one way, anti-clockwise on the way back.
Right.
It just happens automatically. You just do it. It can't be any other way but that.
Right.
And then this one is just roundy, 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 roundy. Start and finish in the same place, and you know when you've done a row. And even if you break off halfway round, you can see that whether you've broken off halfway round, because on some of the pegs there'll be 2 stitches, and on some of them will be only one. And you just keep going in the same direction, you'll know where you are. So you really can't go terribly wrong. But there's a little flower
thing.
thing.
Do you know what? I think this is the easiest lesson ever on any knitting. It's like someone's turned the lights on. This is, I like this. I like this. Go for that. Just to let you, the straight set, by the way, that's your 22, 33, 43 and 54 centimetre ones. That's got that's one of the biggest savings, actually. £27 saving on there, actually. And we're approaching half of the stock on that. But as I said earlier on, when it's gone, it's gone. £19.99, massive reduction. Do take advantage of those. 357560. Now, we're looking at making our little...
A little flower.
A little flower.
You've got my red and grey one there. Would you like to rescue my red and grey one?
The little red and grey?
Perfect.
Yes. Shall I bring it over to the side?
Would you like
to
to
show it
show
off?
everybody?
I'll show it over here.
Lovely.
There we go.
Super.
I might pop it on, really. There we go. A little poppy on. I've got my poppy there.
Yes.
There we go.
is if I had some black wool, if my black wool wasn't attached to my hat and I was loath to cut it off, I could have given it a black centre. But the flower loom is, again, a very simple thing to do. You get full instructions with all these looms, so and in various different languages. So if English isn't your first language, you have got, I think it's French, Spanish, and something else on it.
Double check those ones for you. Instructions.
Certainly French, and I'm sure the Spanish, it might even be German.
Spanish, yeah, French and Spanish, English.
French and Spanish, English. So we've got 3 different languages on there. So it's going to work for, hopefully, just about everybody. Right, when you get your flower loom, I don't know whether you can see it on the camera there, but there are numbers written on it. Can you get close enough for that? Can I get my head out of the way? There we go. Get the numbers on it.
Work.
The numbers, there are numbers on it. You can just.
Oh yes,
now you
on
can see
the
the
outside.
numbers. Or if I hold it like that, can you see all the numbers? Right. Well, the numbers are relevant. You've also got 2 little nicks here and here. 1 nick by the 6 and 1 nick by the 7. The instructions say, because I read the instructions, start off with about 18 inches of wool, because that's how you sew it together. Pop it into the nick by number 7. Take your yarn across to number 1 here, and you're going to go round and then back to number 6. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way around there. We're going to take it up to 1, there is 1, and come round here and then back round number 6 there, and you literally go, I'm doing it, I can do it standing up and doing it. Oh, go in the hole there. Why is it like children? What's it? So I'm wrapping it round in a figure of 8. So wrapping it literally round 2 pegs that are diametrically opposite each other.
Right.
And it's suggested 4 times. Actually, you could do it as many times as you like, depending on the thickness of your wool. When you've done direct opposites, wrap it round, and then you're going to go for the next lot. So round.
Oh, okay.
And straight across, and get that out of the way. Round. And what you're doing is a figure of 8 going either side of these little pegs in the middle here, and do 4 wrappings round, and then we're going to go to the next lot.
Ah, nice simple
Right.
again on this.
Let's go. There we go, round there, round there, round there. So my wool's a bit too close. There's all these pegs hanging around. There we go, round, 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 round. And then when you've done 4 on there, you go to the next one, round, round.
In fact, the more that's on there, the easier it is to see where you go.
Yes.
Rather than the first one, probably the most trickiest.
It is. It's once you sort of got it going, and they're going to go to the next lot, round the end there, round here, round the end there. And I found it was easier. Oh, I haven't got a box to put my wool in. It was easier to just push them down a bit so they were further down the bottom. And it's suggested 4 times, but hey, you could do it more times than that. If you're using thinner wool, do it more times. Now, it gives you 2 different flower sizes. And when you've done that, you do the last one here, round there, figure of 8. So you're going round the ends and wrapping it all around the other thing as well. There we go. You can all laugh at my expense. There we go.
Well, imagine if there was a cat in the studio or a dog as well.
Totally awful. Absolutely drop. Right, when you've done all that and decided you've had enough, all you simply do is you stitch across the gaps. Now, you take your wool to the very end and just leave it on the bottom there. There's a slot there, I can pop it in. It keeps it out of the way. Needle, and you'll get a needle, a plastic needle, which is nice and safe. Thread the beginning yarn, or indeed the end yarn. I found it just easy to use the end yarn. Right, I very often wrap it round the needle itself, so you get a little loop, and then tuck the loop through the eye of the needle. Because like so many things, I've got dry hands. Dear, dear, dear. Put this through the eye of the needle.
I spent 20 minutes trying to thread a needle for one of the craft alongs. It wasn't my proudest moment. 20 minutes.
Was it not going to go through? Why don't you tell them something's got rid of?
Well, yeah, I will. I can let people know where we are with this if you want to go for this. Don't forget, you actually get a massive bundle on here as well, because you're also going to make your wonderful cushion as well, which is all of that. It's all included in this brilliant bundle altogether with a £13 reduction in price. So you're getting both kits for $17.99. Both kits for that price, I think, is absolutely phenomenal, really. Everything you need for those is all included again. but to make your very own on those from the cuffs also, as well as a lovely little florals, which would be great for loads of products, especially if you want to add them on to your bags, to cushions, to soft furnishings, whatever it is. Really quick, really easy. 248745 with that £13 saving, $17.99. Are we all threaded?
We are threaded, yes, exactly. It went through as soon as you
of course it
went through.
yeah.
Right, bring your yarn up through one side in between the cracks, so to speak. So you're going to now go right across there to there. This is why you needed about 18 inches. When you've done north to south on that, move round to the next slot, come up here, go down. This could be done in a contrast wool. I did it twice. I thought it was better twice.
Okay, just a little extra security.
A little extra security. And then you just literally work your way round, coming up one slot, going down the one that's on the opposite side, and up again, and down, and it'll be, and then up this one. It's not exactly difficult.
Well, and I like that, because this is the most tempted I've been to get any wool in my hand and have a go at doing some, because I'll be honest, when I tried it with a needle and to do anything like that, I really was hopeless. But this is something that once you've actually got that, and it's once you know, you started with 7 and going across to 1, and then you're rotating it round, moving it on one.
Yes, you're just going literally directly across it. I mean, you probably once you've got the hang of it, you won't need to start at 7 and go across to 1. You start where you like.
Yeah.
It won't matter in the slightest. Now you can do a second flower. You can do a middly bit. I can just finish off there now. So what you could do now is take it off here and tie the ends off. Now I'm going to have to thread my needle again.
I think you've done one now, as far as I think this one's going to just fly through like this. Yes.
There you go. Right.
The
When you,
nature will with
when you come down to the back, then I would just literally go through the back several times and just finish it off. So literally just push it through there, finish it off, pull it through, and then that will be your flower. And all you've got to do then is just take it off. And the one I've got beside me, so she's making this. You know, it was amazing. When you haven't got the eyes of the world upon you, I was happily doing this totally by myself.
Yeah.
And it was just in the studio, and then suddenly you're under pressure. You've got the studio lights on you. Right, so this one's got a little middly bit. That I'm just going to cut off now.
We've still got 16 minutes, we're okay.
We're all right.
No pressure from us.
And then all you're going to do is take it off here.
How quick and how easy.
I thought that was rather good. Now, what I would like to do, and this is going to be an experiment, and it may not work.
Okay.
All right, so this is an experiment, but I'd just like to know what happened. Right, I've got the one caught around the bottom there. There we go. So, right, so there's your little flower. Right?
Lovely.
Sitting under the camera there. So I wondered what would happen if I cut the loops, just purely out of interest.
Oh.
And it would make a fluffier flower. I'm only going to cut the outside one. This one was a double flower. So I'm just going to cut the loops.
Oh, this is nice. I think this experiment is working.
Yes, I think that's rather nice.
Yes.
Hey, look at that. You've got a flower pom-pom.
Ah, I love this. Not branches as well, though, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's rather nice, that.
That is.
Yeah, so that was literally cutting the loops. I did on this one go over it several times. So I made the second flower in the middle by having, once you've done across, the 4 times that it recommended or whatever, then you simply come into the middle and you just go backwards and forwards a couple of times on the centre section.
Okay.
And that makes the centre little flower there. But I think that was rather nice.
It does. I really love those.
All right.
Again, great for the soft furnishings. Want to add a little bit of something different into there with those.
Yes.
And really quick. How long did that take? And that was demonstrated.
But seconds.
In fact, most of the time I was taking with threading a needle. And that was it.
100%.
So,
see, this will go on your scarf, it will go on your hats. It's just a bit of delightful nonsense. The children will love this. You could even stick it on your cards. You could put one of those anywhere you happen to fancy. I could have it in my hair.
a cheeky little fascinator.
Yes,
I love that. I tell you what, right, lovely. Let me give a little update, Webber. Thank you so much, DJ. It's honestly, it's so quick, so easy. And once you've got that tool, and again, it's like anything, is it? The more you do it, the more you exercise. You'll be picking it up, doing them in your sleep. You might want to sort of do a batch made of any of these as well. If you're sitting there watching your favourite box set or whatever it is of an evening, get them done. They could go onto your projects, they could go onto your clothing, onto your bags, for example, soft furnishings, whatever it is. Loads of ways to work with this. So let's just take you through the three options, starting with the long loom set that we've got here. Over half of the stock. Is that right? Yeah. Over half. Oh, is that the big orange one to go with it as well, the longest one? Over half of the stock has gone here. Now, that is going to give you the set. They give you 22, 33, 43 and 54, but don't forget also that these do open up, so you get double the length of those if you wanted to work them like that. It's got a massive saving on here, actually. £27 reduction, which is a huge amount, down to now the right side of £20, £19.99. Now, I must say, for this and everything else you're seeing, I'm talking you through, remember that it has been told us now that once they're gone, they are gone. There's no more of the stock coming back in. There's no extended delivery being added on. It literally is, when it's gone, it's gone. If you want to go for the long loom set, 357560. Great way, again, of either teaching somebody younger in your family, for example, or you just want to start out yourself. Maybe you've had a go at working with the needles and it wasn't quite for you, found it a bit frustrating, couldn't quite get it. This is it. It's nice and easy. Pick up, put down. And again, you can see some of the projects on here for shawls if you're working with that. You've even got some little belts on here for your scarves, for example. Loads of ways of working with these. Yeah, good.
Is it right or left-handed?
Of course.
Doesn't make any difference whether you're
it?
right-handed or left-handed.
That's a very good point.
So, you know, unlike knitting, left-handed people struggle terribly with knitting.
Oh, right,
And they have to go in the bathroom and look in the mirror or something like that while somebody shows them how to knit, because, it, you know, trying to swap it over. This is... It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
You can do it with whichever hand you want.
Calling all left-handed people out there now, if you've been frustrated at the time, this is the one for you. Right, so that's your long loom set. Let's take you on to the next one we've done. This is your assorted loom set here, and this is going to give you the I think it's a 22 for the long. Here we go. Yes, it is 22 for the long, which again, don't forget, it does open out to give you 44 on that one. But you're also going to be getting the 9, the 14, and the 24. For the circular. And just to reiterate again everything that Jenny was saying about, there's your starting point here, of course, that you just work on for as well. And then again, you've got your grooves on there to follow it through, because you do get the tools with this, and it will stay on. Really nice and simple demonstration. This one's got a £9 savings, so it's down to £14.99, and that'll give you the straight and the circular. That's 945-768. Oh, now, very quickly, Karen has been in touch and sent us through as well.
Well
Thank
done,
you
That's
so
one
much,
of those
Karen,
hats. Well done,
for
Karen.
being in touch. She said, what did she say? Beware. Oh, this is from Karen, so play heed, everybody. Karen says, beware, very addictive. This is, have a look at what Karen sent through to us. Oh, brilliant. Oh, you see?
She's right, because you just have to... we were having supper in the kitchen. I said, we can't do it till I've done another row.
That's it. I'll just get this one.
Because you've wrapped it
Oh,
round.
she used the chunky yarn.
Right, well done. That does look good. That really does look super. Like that.
She said actually using the chunky yarn, it does knit up very quickly.
Right, excellent.
Yeah.
Well done, you.
Yeah, really lovely.
Thank you for doing
Do you know
that.
what I could do with that with my head for this winter?
Yes, you could.
Definitely, definitely. Right. So, let's work on. So we've done the long loom set, we've done the assorted. Now then, if you want to work just purely on the round, so this is helping you make your teddy bears, your hats, your bags, anything, again, that does need that cylinder kind of feel, this is the one for you. You've got different sizes running again from 14, 19 centimetres, 24, and up to the largest size of your 29 centimetre. Again, you do get the tools that you'll require for that, but that is it. You know, it's so easy to work with. £5 saving, down to £19.99. That's 239746. And the beautiful thing is you can use any yarn on any of these, the long loom, the assorted, all around, any yarn that you've got. If you wanted to, just as Jenny was saying earlier on, if you've got some of your odd bits of your yarn, attaching them all together, making a bag, if you want to just sort of, or a nice multicoloured scarf, it could well be if you're working in with the longer ones, for example, or a nice multicoloured hat from there. So great way of using that up nice and easily. But again, like I say, any yarn that you want, we've got some on the show if you're still looking for some of those particular colours. 239746 if you want to go for the round loom set. The sock has sold out. The kits, the double kits, are still available for you, and so are all the different colour yarns. $9.99 for 5 100-gram balls. The website, if you want to find us, thecraftstore.com. Right, now then, I love this project.
Oh, yes, the latch thing.
Yeah.
Right, this comes with the same set that gives you the flowers. All right, so you get the two of them together, which is extraordinarily good. And if you didn't want, say, the flower one, you give that to somebody as a present. The latch tool one comes with the canvas to do it on. It comes with a pattern. It comes with also with the stuffing to put in it if you wish afterwards you're making into a cushion. It comes with some backing there, the whole lot, including a needle to stitch it together, and indeed the yarn to stitch together, is all in the kit. The latch tool itself, this is it, and it has this little strange latch here, and that's what pulls the wool through. Again, it's right-handed or left-handed, it matters not. How the tool actually works is take the end of it, the hooky end. Now, some people like to wrap the wool round beforehand. I tend to always forget, so I wrap the wool round after I push the tool through the holes in the canvas. So rather than work there, which you won't see, I'm going to push my hook through the canvas. All right, so it's gone through, and there is the little latch. You want to have the latch through, and the latch needs to be open. Take the yarn and wrap the yarn round the end of the tool. So you are the other side of this end, so the part of the canvas is in between. Hold the yarn with one hand and just hook the yarn over the latch. There is the latch, all right? The idea is that as you pull, and I'll do it again, as you pull the tool, the latch shuts, the wool is held by the hook, and it just pulls through the hole.
Oh, wow, that's, yeah.
So let me do it again. Push the latch. I found this, for me, worked the best. Is just flick the latch open, push it through, take the yarn, wrap the yarn around the base there, bring the tool back a bit, but keeping, there is a little latch, probably not terribly easy to see. Put the yarn over the latch, pull it down, and as you pull it down, you can see the latch shuts, trapping the wool in between the latch and the hook, and just pull it through, and there you go.
What a clever little tool.
Simple as that. Yeah. Yes. Now, what I did, and in fact I've gone slightly off piste here because I wasn't paying enough attention, was I was marked out a zigzag pattern on my canvas just using a magic marker of some sort. You could make the design up as it shows you on the front of the box, or you could do what you liked. You get plenty of wool that comes with it. You get loads of various different wools. There is ample wool.
And it is all pre-cut as well, isn't it? Which
all
is great.
pre-cut. And it's going to make this wonderfully soft, really furry cushion, or whatever you want it to be. It doesn't have to be a cushion. So latch, either wrap the wool round first or wrap it round afterwards, it matters not. And it's something, and I hate to say this, but there's a video on one of the, can I say YouTube? Well, I just have, haven't I?
I'll go with it.
On YouTube that shows about a 4-year-old child doing this.
Yours?
No. No. So I felt rather demeaned when I saw a 4-year-old child doing it, but it's extraordinarily simple.
Wow.
Push the latch through, wrap the yarn round. I prefer to go for that method. Pull the yarn up over the latch. It's grabbed there, and just put it through. There you go.
Honestly, that is so
It
easy.
is. It's extremely simple. I think it's one of those things that if you see it done, it's easy to understand.
Yeah.
If you have to try and read it through instructions, it's probably not so easy. But if you aren't able to watch the show on Rewind, then you can watch it on YouTube. And as I say, there is one with a 4-year-old child doing it. Seems like a 4-year-old child.
That puts me to shame.
So if she can do it, you can do it.
Yes, absolutely, you can. And you do get, just as Jenny was saying, you're getting everything you need in here, and all pre-cut. So you haven't got to think, oh, that's going to take ages to cut that. It's all done for you. And it really is, it's one of those projects, again, that as I'm sure that it's growing, as you start to see that fluffness of this sort of coming through, you know, and it's a real soft, squidgy, tactile project to work on. Perfect for these nights as well. Easy as well. Pick up, pop down. Really easy to work with, and the tool is there to do it. All the instructions are there for you. The grid to work from, etc. Everything that you need, and a £13 saving for you right now on the show on this. So great opportunity, because it's actually only £17.99. Now, if you are looking again for gift ideas, for gift inspirations, something like this, don't forget you're getting two, you know, in one with this, really, in the bundle, because you're going to be getting the kit you've just been looking at, but also going to be getting, of course, the projects that you can see there to make your little mini looms to work with. Now, if you're really thinking, I really want that mini loom, I want to do that for those projects that I've been working on, I don't necessarily need the other one. Okay, that's fine, but that's a gift ready to go then for somebody, isn't it? It's a present also taken care of, because you are getting that saving of £13 on there. So really, really good bundle. 248,745 that you're looking at there, which is a really, really good price point for both. I can't believe the value on that, actually. I think that's phenomenal. Really good. Now, also, you may want to possibly give them as a present. If you're buying them a gift, you might actually want to buy them the actual fabrics to be working with it as well, the yarns, just to get them going for that. Well, we have got some bundles for you. 5 100-gram bundles, again, we've got for you various different colours. They're all, though, just £9.99. So starting off with, over here on the shelf, we've got that beautiful raspberry colour. There are 5 of those. They are really deep, gorgeous, warm colours on those with those. Then we've also got, if you're looking at, again, Jenny was mentioning, you can't go wrong with the grey. We've got the dark grey, if you want to work with the dark grey itself there. Really lovely for those ones. We've got, staying with the dark, we've got the dark green. A little bit further down there, again, really lovely, gorgeous colour. I know it looks black on the set, on the screen, but it is a lovely dark, rich, deep emerald green. Working your way down, we've got the amber, which again, really lovely. A lot of very, very popular, the amber as well, actually. It's got a lovely rustic, autumnal kind of feel regarding those. So that's your amber, loving those. We've got, further across here, we've got the limes for you. If you want to go for the lime, looking for a really bright, gorgeous colour, then we have got the lime for you in that. Up from the lime, what's this one down as? Oh, it's just purple. Why not? Just purple. It's purple. Oh, that purple is the most popular, actually. Purple, really lovely. And if we go further up there, we've got our gorgeous, beautiful, soft baby blue colours in there. They're £9.99, 215074 is your item code there. Well, that's it. That hour has flown by.
Actually, I was thinking the grey and the bottle green are school colours.
They are, yes, they are, aren't
Certainly
they?
the grey is. So, you know, if you're thinking about knitting a nice woolly jumper for some child, that would work
nice scarf
really
to go
well.
with that.
Nice scarf to go with it. You could do it on the
nicely.
loom.
You're still busying away
Yes,
there,
I
aren't
know.
you?
It's like, they're both of them actually quite addictive.
Well, listen, Jenny, thank you so much
Thank
indeed
you,
for your
Scott,
hour with
too.
this as well. When are you back with us?
I'm back this afternoon at 5 o'clock
5
with
o'clock.
Sashiko stitching. Yay!
There we go. Right, lovely. Well, hang around, we'll have a brew. 5 o'clock, thank you so much for this hour. Thank you very much indeed as well. It's been absolutely brilliant to be with you for this hour. And I hope that we've introduced you to something that you thought, you know what, yep, I want to have a go at that. I've been waiting for something different, something that I can pick up and just get on with it. And I hope that this is the answer to that. So well done indeed if you have got that. Look forward to seeing some of your results being sent through, of course, on the shows in the future. But right now, from Jenny and myself for this hour, thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself a brew. See you on the side of this. Very dramatic music, isn't it? Yeah, very. Right, get ready, everybody, because we have got the Alkaline brush pens and the inks. Then we've got AALL Create coming up for you. And then So Easy, that'll be up later at 5.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Well, hello everybody and welcome. It is good to be back. I come back after a little break and suddenly we've got Flextravaganza. I get to work with the lovely Lou as well. We're going to have a great show. Can I introduce you to the lovely Lou? Hello.
Hello, hello.
Lou and myself were chatting just before we went live, and it's so nice to hear, because you are a crafter through and through, and I think a lot of our viewers already know that and follow you. But your enthusiasm for these pens, you really like these.
I do. They cover every sort of thing that I like to do, so I can go messy, I can go stamping, I can go art journaling, I can doodle with them. Yeah.
This is what we want.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what kind of crafter you are, the Ecoliner pens, they will serve a purpose for you. Now, we've got various bundles on the show. Just to remind you, because of our Flextravaganza event, it doesn't matter what you have in your basket. As long as you've got more than £1 in your basket of product, which obviously you would do if you put something in your basket, you can split the price in half. So do take advantage of the Flextravaganza, especially if you want to go for any of the smaller bundles. I'm going to introduce you to our mega bundle. I just want to point out, we're going to have, as we go down the counter, we're going to have 2 sets of 30 pens, separate items, but if you were to go for both sets, you would have the complete collection. So the mega bundle is not a complete collection, it's not far off it, but then we've got the 2 sets of 30 pens, so the 60 in total, which you were telling me, Lou, that's all the colours.
Yes, it is. It's all the colours, and you get a blender.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so we're going to get to that. Let's talk about the mega bundle, because at a first glance, it kind of ticks all the boxes. We've got our pastels here, we've got our brights, we've got our earthy tones. I'm thinking that covers everything.
It does. Ecoline, what they decided to do was they have got the bigger bundles, but everybody has a style.
Yeah.
And so they thought they'd embrace that. So if you were like, so you've got the skin tones there, so if you were using them to do more portrait work, you've now got a set for that. If you were doing more architecture, you've got like the grey sets. Yeah. If you were into your florals, so they actually broke the pens down to suit different styles and have a complete colour palette for that sort of style, if that makes sense.
And I've got some swatches which I'm going to show you. Now, one thing, we've just changed the details on the screen because we wanted to highlight to you how much you would be paying normally for one individual set. Regular retail price is £26.99, but you are saving £7. So today, special introductory price, you're getting them for £19.99. Separate options we are showing you here. But all of those savings, so you've got to think, £7 here, £7 here, £7, all the £7 saving carried across what you're seeing on your screen right now, that's £38 in total, and then on top of that, you're going to save a further £3. So it is a great, great saving. Shall I show you some of these swatches? Because it's nice to see the pens, and kind of highlighting where you're saying why you're such a big fan of them there.
It is. You can use them in so many ways. So you can use them so they can be dry. You can use them so you can colour block, colour wash with your water. You can do tip to tip. They're bright. They're vibrant. Water them out more, and you get a little bit more of a subtle shade. But they work so really, really well together. You can cut. Like I said, you can mix and match. You can put one colour on top of the other. Oh, they are. They're beautiful, beautiful pens.
I was always taught from day one of joining the craft store when we were Hochanda, these are your pastels, taught if you're going to invest in something, whether it is a die, a stamp, a medium, you want to invest in something that is versatile. And this is what we like about them.
It is. They're incredibly versatile. I mean, Ecoline, in one form or another, has been around since the 1930s. It started out with the ink.
1930s?
Yes.
I did not know that.
They started out with the inks, and then they realised that, you've got to move with the times, hence why the pens and the barrels came out. So it's the same quality if you're used to the inks, watercolour inks, in the pens there.
So ink in a pen, because you're saying they're dye-based.
Yeah, they're dye-based. They're slightly different to watercolour. Now, normally watercolour is mixed with a pigment and with the gum arabic. These are actually mixed with a dye base. So it makes them slightly a little bit more translucent, and they can dry just that little bit quicker. It doesn't take away any of the watercolour properties we like if you want to reenact, get them to work again or anything like that, and they still blend beautifully.
This is good. Okay, now I've got to tell you something. It's interesting because we're busy across the board, and a lot of you are shopping ahead, which is great. One thing I do want to point out, and I did mention this, if you wanted the complete collection, all the colours that Ecoline bring you, then we have got that for you. Now, we've got it in the form of 2 separate bundles with 30 pens in each. We'll go onto the website, actually, and we're going to have a look at these. The only reason I'm mentioning it is because so many of you are going for this option and getting the complete bundle. Now, Lou, I think, can totally understand this. There is something so satisfying about having a complete collection, knowing that you have all the colours that you needed. But equally, we have got something for every budget. So if you just want to go for a set of 5, give them a go. Why not? And that $10.99 you are splitting in half, courtesy of our Flextravaganza event. Pay half now, half in 4 weeks' time. So we've gone over to the set of 30. This is something that's very personal, but I find so much satisfaction, whether it's a collection with dies, stamps, what it might be, or pens. I like to have a complete collection.
I know, when this first came out, it was just the original 30 colours sort of thing. So when the second one came out, I was like, I got to have that. And that was before, I did work for them. But it's because if you're not confident with your colour mixing, you've now got lighter shades and darker shades of the same sort of colour family. But then you can still mix those together and create other shades. So it's a great way having that sort of, well, I'm trying to think of the reds. You can bring in the pinky reds, you can bring in the blue reds.
I'm just showing a swatch here, and Lou was mentioning about all the colours. Now, this is your first collection, so we've got details on the screen. Say they're 2 sets of 30. They have their own item numbers. So here we go. Look at all the yellows and oranges as we're progressing down into our pinks. You've got earthy tones. That's a lovely, what's that one described as? It's a burnt sienna. Beautiful. And then as we go through the blues in here, you've got, that's a nice one. That's your red violet. You've got your red violet, you've got your blue violet, more greens, more blues, greys in there as well. Imagine that for your shadows, Lou, would be great.
Great, yeah, I mean, we do use black, but greys are a lot softer.
Yeah.
Also, with a grey, you can build up the depth of the shadow. So black, sometimes we can look at the shadow and go, oh, we've done a little bit too much, and it's harder to wash out. Grey, you can build up that depth and add a little bit more of a subtlety.
Okay, so if you want to go for that first option, this was the original 30 that Ecoline brought you, 968420 your item number. You are saving £20. You've got your flexi payment in there as well, and you're getting 30 incredible pens. But, and I have to say, Lou, and we mentioned this in our production meeting, you've created some absolute works of art. That really is stunning.
It's a doodle with some stencils, and then I've coloured it in.
Well, you're too modest, because that is a work of art.
But yeah, but it's just to show that...
Look at it.
You can, so some of those colours in there have been blended out with water. Others have just been like one colour layered on top of another on top of another. So you can create your blends that way as well as watercolouring out. And that's the versatility of the pen, that you can use them as a pen and you don't have to bring any water in at all, or you can use them as a watercolour as well.
The more I see them, the more I want to play with them. What I would say, and I think a lot of crafters are going to agree with me, just please hold on, because Lou's going to be demonstrating them shortly, and when you see them, you're going to be blown away. Now, we're just going to show you the second release. So this is the next set of 30. If you go for the first set and the set that we got on your screen right now, you will have the complete collection. All the colours that Ecoline bring, and I'm just showing you another colour swatch here going through this, but you can see how the colours do complement. So going down, you've got lovely subtle tones coming through, pastel tones and hues in there. It's your pastel rose, your light rose, your fuchsia, your pastel blues, all of those. And I know Kim, my producer, is saying here she likes this one. I agree with you, Kim. And then over here again, some lovely tones. Your mahogany, I mean, how rich is that? Beautiful mahogany, your sepia deep. I want to do something, if you don't mind. I'm just going to hold up the two swatches together, so when you can see. I said, in my year, I heard the team like, what's he going to do? I'm just going to, well, what could I do? I'm just going to show you these. If you were to get the complete collection, those are the colours that you would have at your disposal, and you can see how well they complement and work together. They really are fantastic pens. So I'm going to pop that down because I don't want to confuse you. If you do want to go for set number 2, absolutely fine. £56.99 your price, saving £20, 890035 your item number. I've got to tell you something though. 10% of the stock for each option is gone. So what that tells me is a lot of you are going for that complete collection. I'm a little bit jealous. Little bit jealous. Oh, the complete collection. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit more because we've got. Now you were talking about mixed media. These are great for mixed media, Lou.
They are. So the Ecoline inks, watercolour inks, have been around since the 1930s, and the bottles have changed as our styles have changed.
Okay.
And the actual colours we've got there are, so they're a watercolour ink, they're exactly the same quality ink inside those as we get inside the pens. Which means then if you want to colour match your pens to these now inks, you can do as well.
That's good. Yeah.
So, but I love them because, I don't want to use the word type, but I suppose I am being. If I want to create a background...
Savvy shopper.
That's much better put, isn't it? So if I want to do a big A4 background, I would use the inks and do those, and then I'd bring my pens in on top. I can still watercolour with the pens, but also I'm a fast colourer, so that just satisfies that need inside me as well. But so you can use them in that way. You know, make all your different backgrounds, use them with your stencils, use them on your jelly plate, use them on top of textures.
You've just said one of the golden words here at the craft store. Jelly plate. I know how much you love your jelly plate.
Sitting underneath the counter there. But you know, so you can use them in lots of different ways. And they've broken the colour palettes down, you know, so you can do your primary, you've got your mixings together. You know, they're allowing you now with the watercolour inks to make your own palette.
That's so satisfying.
So you've got the actual quality of the pens, but some of us prefer, you know, dipping the paintbrush into the ink. Some of us prefer the pens. But now you create you're the master of your own palette. So you can take it wherever you now want to take it.
And say, when you start seeing these in action, I will try and speed up because I know you want to get to demonstration and see Lou playing with these. Very quickly, now we've got the details on the screen for the set of 10. Set of 10, you're getting everything that you're seeing in front of you here. $34.99, saving $2.99. But there are additional savings factored in, because if you just wanted to go for sets of 5, we'll bring those on your screen right now just to share that with you. If you do go for the sets of 5, you're going to be saving £4 on each. So those are carried across for our set of 10. And I will hold up the primaries so we can see some swatches, some beautiful drippy action here. So these are your primaries. That's, I think that's our bottom set that we're showing you. So here we've got our lemon yellow, magenta, sky blue, green and black. Beautiful. And then the additional colours, so the other set of 5, so if you go for the set of 10, you're getting them all. These are your additional colours coming through, but look how vibrant and punchy those colours are. They're stunning. So you've got your grey, your light orange, your vermilion, your ultramarine, violet, and your sepia. Vermilion, have I pronounced that right? I have, okay. Right, so if you do want to get hold of those individual sets, as say they're on your screen, Seems that a lot of you, though, are going for the sets of 10. So sets of 10, you're saving £8 already, and then on top of that, you're going to save a further £2.99. So you're saving £10.99 on that set. 610282 item number. 10% of the stock has gone here. As I said, the only way to really appreciate how good everything we have on the show is to see it in action, not to hear me yabbering on. So I'm going to hand over to Lou, and we're going to start having a play.
Right, you know, I didn't know where to start. I have got so many demos prepped, I didn't know where to go with it. What I want to do is, on the show, we have got one thing that I'm absolutely in love with, and that is the print paper.
Yeah.
Now, Ecoline have got their own paper, which obviously work with the Ecolines. Now, one of the things I love about this print paper is that suddenly, I love to do my doodles, so suddenly now I can actually put this through the printer, my line art shows, and I can start colouring straight away. So I've now got the benefits of a watercolour paper to work with watercolours, but I can use line art. So this one here is a digi-image from JMC Designs. So I've just actually put that through my printer, and I can make it work from there.
Now that's cool.
So, you know, if you're a card maker and you love watercolouring, and you've got digital images or you've got USBs, now you can incorporate both together. Now, this is done on an inkjet, so what I asked Ben to do very kindly for me was just to prove that, you know, that this is done on a laser jet. Now, we normally know that the laser jets set the ink a lot quicker. So to use that, people would go, I need a laser jet. Now, this is my standard cheapy chips inkjet, and all you need to do is just let the ink dry. If you're impatient like me, heat blast it, and it'll work. But so that now means that when I can do a doodle, I can do a doodle. Here's my scrappy doodle.
Did you do that doodle? Did you do this doodle?
Yeah.
Were you inspired by Ben, our floor manager, for this?
No, I don't know what I was inspired by, if I'm being honest.
Looks a bit like him.
Ben's going,
Luke,
I'm not so sure.
Just before we continue, one thing I just want to tell everybody is we have got extended delivery on the show, so forgive me, I should have said that a bit earlier on. It's going to be dispatched from the 22nd, so everything on the show dispatched from the 22nd of November, and I apologise I didn't say that earlier on. I'm out of practice, Luke.
But you see, so this takes a doodle I've done on a scrappy piece of paper, and I can now transfer it to my favourite, onto the printed, and I can now watercolour like mad. So that's a, you know, but the other thing that I love to do as well, so like I said, I did so many, I will get going, and move those out the way, and we'll get the pens going. Let's just move you. This is a photograph I took when I was recently on holiday visiting. So that's a photograph I've printed out.
Where were you?
Ireland, visiting my mum.
Oh, that's lovely.
So then what I've done is I've taken that and I've blown the photograph up, figuratively, and I've printed it off in grayscale on my printer. So now I've got this background here, and I can now start watercolouring from this. So I can use a reference photo if I wanted it to be alike, and I can bring all my inks in, and I can work that way. And that then, to me, you know, having been able that ability. So I thought we're going to have a play on that.
Very clever. Now, Lou, I know we're just about to use it, so I just want to share with you, because I have got different options with regard to the printing paper. So we've got the A3 pad that you've got here. Seeing the fact that we can put it through our inkjet, our laser printers as well, you are going to get 12 sheets of A3. You can always cut them in half if you want to get A4. There you go. Saving £5, £17.99 is your price for your Ecoline A3 liquid watercolour paper pad. Perfect to go with the pens and the inks. 530590 your item number. Now we do have A4 for you as well. Just going to show you here. We've got some A4. 75 sheets. I think that's here. It's this one. So A4, 75 sheets in total for £12.99. That's a very good price. Saving £3, £855,397 your item number. It's a good price, right? And remember, you can flextravaganza the price, which means that you can split it in half if you so wish. Okay, then we have our 24 by 30, so just another size option that might work for you. Details on your screen right now. You are going to get 12 sheets. They're £13.99 your price, £658,179 your item number. Personally, Lou, I think the real star of the show there has to be the 75 sheets.
I know, and it's also the bonus that I can then take it to different types of crafting that you want to. So like using your photographs and going wild and wacky. Or So I've got this part here, and this, as I said, this is done on my printer, so it's nothing fancy or anything like that. And I'm going to bring in a mixture of the inks and the Ecoline pens as well. So I just want to grab some colours. So I'm going from a mixture of the primary. I'm using both the primary and the additional.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to
So if
grab...
we went for the set of 10, we've got ourselves covered.
Yeah, we definitely have. So I'm just, sorry, I have to plan them out in my head how I'm going to use them. Okay. So all I want to do is, I will start in different sections, and I'm just going to add the water to my brush here. So, and I'm just going to lay down the water. And as we know with watercolour, where the water is, that's how far it will travel. So now I've just put a little bit of the colour going down there.
Okay.
And I'm just going to drop. Now we get a pipette with this. Now the pipette is fantastic. Is if you're making your own colours, and I've been really good and I bought a clean one in rather than my one. So if I was going to mix my own colours, and I know it's 1 drop of green to 2 drops of yellow, you know, you can start custom blending.
And this is saying about creating your own colour palette.
Yeah, sort of thing. So now I'm just going to drop.
Oh yeah.
And it's just going to move where I've got those colours, and I'm just going to leave that one there. I'm just going to be really good and tie the lid on. I made the mistake the other day of moving them. Well, yeah, it wasn't good. Well, I was more worried about what I'd wasted more than, you know, than... So now, this is why I love the inks here, because now I can really quickly create my background, and I'm not going for anything too spectacular.
No, that's ridiculous. That's so effective. You just literally just drop that on, the yellow and the green together.
And we can then do that there, and then I'm just going to do this colour here. So now, I'm doing this as a photograph. I mean, I've already thought for Christmas I want to find 1 or 2 photographs of people.
Yeah.
And you know when you can be inspired by certain pop art?
Oh, yeah.
You can suddenly do like a Lichtenstein or an Andy Warhol effect on someone's portrait.
That would be amazing. Lou, I'm absolutely going to try this, and I know so many viewers at home who are going for the inks will try this as well. Thinking about what pictures you have on your phone, if you've got any holiday pictures, can you imagine, like, say, Santorini or Canada? Or if you've got any pet pictures, doing that, or portraits, it's easy to do. So printing it off, blow it up, print it off, sorry, enlarge it on your printer, and then use a grayscale, and then just get your inks on there.
I mean, yeah, use the grayscale. I mean, I've made mine slightly darker so you could see what I was doing on air. I would probably go even lighter if I was at home. Yeah. So I'm just going to bring a little bit of the water in. I'm not worried if the green comes in, because this is like my path area.
Yeah, it's got a bit of moss on the path.
Yeah, and I want to grab this beautiful, beautiful, like a brown sepia colour, and I just want to add...
Now, one thing that you've got to applaud the paper for, it handles the water perfectly.
It is.
This is what you want for your, obviously being a watercolour paper.
But it will slightly buckle, but then most watercolours will do that, and then it'll dry flat.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to quickly, and as you can see, I'm not doing any. Yeah, I'm not doing any technical, you know, painting techniques. You know, when you just think, what am I doing? I'm not really doing anything painting. Right, I just want to grab my cloth a bit rather than, and I just want to dab some. Now, the only reason I want to dab some of it away is I want to add a bit of the yellow, but I don't want to lose all of the brown.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
And this is good showcase when you're saying you can layer up.
So I just want to add a little bit of the yellow to add some colour on. And I'm just using 1 drop at a time. I am being quite tight with it.
Okay, well, don't waste it.
No, don't waste it at all. So we've got... Now, so we've got that. So that's now my path. So this is just now building my background colours. Now, I could use my pens with it, but this is just speeding up the process just a little bit for me. And then I can start using my pens for when I want to put a little bit more of the detail.
Nice.
Right, so I'm just going to go there.
So do you always wet the paper when you use it? Don't have to?
Don't have to wet the paper. If I grab a piece of paper, it'll probably be easier to show, she says. I'll turn this piece over. If you don't... So this is wet the paper and you can see it flowing. If I don't wet the paper, it sits there like that, ready for you to actually wet. So I can put my paintbrush on.
Right. Oh, now look at that.
That's the cyan blue, isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, Lou.
So you can actually, you know, you can do that straight away. And that was the tiniest little drop. So I would have actually probably put that in the inkwell and pulled up.
That's the smallest drop.
Yeah, so you don't need very much to go very fast. So we'll let that dry and I can bring out the cyan colour.
Okay.
But I use this here. I'm just going to move a little bit of the green down. I'm not worried. because I can then make it look
Now, I've got to tell you, with regard to the inks, the majority of you are going for the set of 10. We've got the details on the screen, and we're up to 20% of the stock. Just to remind you, your total saving is £11 that you're getting there, because you are saving £8 on top of your £2.99, so £10.99 saving.
So we've got that there. So this now is going to be like my water background. And I can knock some of this colour back.
Is that classed as a wet on wet technique?
Wet on wet, yeah. So we've got that there. So now I've just taken it. So this, if you quickly look at the photograph, I'm not going identically the same, but there's like my path, there's the greenery, and there's the water in the background. So it's a great way to give you a little bit of confidence if you want to bring in.
Got to ask you, what part of Ireland was that?
Southern Ireland in County Carlow. Well, it's Wicklow where we went to here, sort of thing. So you know, I could have done this in pinks, you know, and really gone funky and gone to town. Now, I won't colour the whole of this part in, but if you imagine that this was all coloured in, if I grab, I'm going from set 1 now, so I'm going to go for the sepia.
So this is showing how well the pens work. And we've got options with the pens. I have to say, we're just watching the traffic of where everyone is going, and obviously the choice is entirely up to yours. We have got a mega bundle, but the majority of you going for the sets of 30. There are 2 sets of 30, and if you were to go for either set number 1 or set number 2, so set number 1 was the first, obviously, that was released, and then Ecoline brought out set number 2. But if you were to go for both, set number 1 that you're seeing here, and then the other set, the 60 pens in total would be the complete collection. That's every colour that Ecoline bring. I say Ecoline, Lou, and I'm catching myself saying it, and you say Ecoline.
I don't know which is the right way. I just say
it's like potato.
I think it's more because of used to sounding out at school. More than that. So I've dried. Normally I'd let this dry at home. So I want to grab a few of the colours. So I'm going for set 1, and I'm going to go to set 2 as well, because we've got that beautiful moss colour, and we've got a really deep yellow colour in the additional. And all I want to do now is, so if I'd have done the whole of this, it now means I can take my brush pens. And where I've got the trees now,
here we go.
I can use the brush pen, and we've got the most finest.
It's a beautiful brushstroke nib.
Yeah. So you can actually bring those in. I'm going to put a little bit of colour there. Now I'm using these on top of each other and blending that way. You could get your paintbrush out, you know, and blend along. But now because it's got that I can.
Oh no! Yeah, so fine.
I can actually have all that detail that I want to add.
So you can add
that you know you can take from there. I can then move those. So where I've got the tree here, I'm going to add.
You're saying we can do different techniques as well. The tip on tip.
The tip on tip. I'll get some. So
it's
now
a good tip.
Tip on tip. Well, the tip on tip is superb because it's a great way of just doing a quick colour blend. So I'm just going to put the dark green along there, and I want to add just a little bit of the yellow. Now, don't worry about colours going into one another because they clear out. So now I've got those pens there. So
don't have to worry about contaminating the pens.
No, they'll rub themselves, you know, work themselves out. So now I can add. I'll put some water on my brush would be a good idea. So I can use the pens now to add a little bit of extra shading and all the detail. So I've used the inks to create my quick background, and then what I would do is carry on building up with the pens. So as you can see, I don't think about my colouring. I just do my colouring. I know that sounds an awful thing to say.
Yeah. Well, no.
You know, I go with what I want to colour that day or that colour. So now, I can now start adding in the little bits of extra detail.
It's looking really good.
Even with the pen. So I've got a bit of a bush image there. I can bring in. Now, so I can bring that in there. I'm going to bring in a tiny little bit of the brown.
And what we're doing, and thank you to Kim, our producer, because she's kind of led by where everyone is going. We've left details for set number 1, which is at the bottom of your screen, so the first set of 30 pens that Ecoline brought out. And then the main details on your screen, set number 2, that's a second release. If you were to go for both, you would have the complete collection. That is every colour that Ecoline afford you. And I've got to tell you that 20%, and we had a lot of stock here, 20% of both options have gone. Let's just take a moment to pause and think about this. when they arrive, having the complete collection at your disposal, the amount of techniques and how fantastic these really are pens for crafters that you are going to relish and enjoy using. And you don't need me to tell you this. You can see Lou as she's working with them. And it's the techniques, because this is what we want, Lou. We want pens that we can work with in different ways. So go on neat, we can pull out that colour if you want.
Yep.
Layer up.
Layer up. Work wet on wet, so I'm putting the pens on top of wet, and you know, I'm carrying on from there. Like I could be on doing this forever and a day. But so you feel you can build up. So I'm just building up all the different layers and shading. It's similar to my photograph, but not. But it's also a great exercise to practice your light and dark, because you're using a reference point. So I did go ahead and carry on as you do. But I wanted to bring a little bit of me in. So I've carried on here, and I've gone a little bit dark, and then I've added in my own doodles and so the jelly pens on top. So you can then take it to add your own personality on top. So I've gone lighter for there, but I went slightly darker and more, more autumnal. So you can play with all the different. And that's one of the things I love about the printer paper, because that allows me now. That could be a picture for someone that you wanted to give. From a trip, like you were saying, and from everything like that, and suddenly you can take it a different way.
Do you know what I like about watching you, Lou, work in the demonstration you just showed? I'm seeing you do it, and I feel like I could at least have a go at doing that. I'm not going to be as good as you, but it's very achievable.
It is, because this is a nice way of doing it, because you've got the reference photo if you want that, to work from, to pick your colours. And being watercolour, it's a very forgiving. You can layer on top of it if you want to. I mean, I've gone ahead and just added my own little bits of doodling on, because that's what I like to do. And that would then fit in my art journal. But this could equally, I would carry on with this, and this could equally be a memory of a trip on holiday, whether it's a Sunset Beach or wherever you wanted to go.
So you've opened up the doors, and I'm just going to show you the paper here. Let's think about this. So if you have the papers, this is a printable paper brought to you by Ecoliner, and it works perfectly. It is best friends, playmates with the pens and the inks. So just following on what Lou just showed you, and I never thought to do this. Take a picture. If you have any pictures, and we're all guilty of this. I think a lot of us are guilty of this, having a lot of pictures stored on your phone. So imagine printing off that picture, or a picture. It could be a day at the beach, you could have gone abroad, you could have gone to visit family or pets. Then how about using the pens and inks, so you print off grayscale as effectively a reference, building up and turning it into your own work of art. Really impressed with the papers. What I do want to point out, 150 GSM with regard to the weight, and it takes water. You've seen Lou putting water on it. It will buckle a little bit, but then dry flat, but perfect for your pens and your inks. And look, 75 sheets in total for £12.99, saving £3. 855 397, your item number there. Okay, what we're going to do, I will whip down the counter just for the benefit of any new viewers who are joining us. We are celebrating Ecoliner. We've got so many goodies for you. This is a mega bundle. Mega bundle, we've got a lot of sets here. So you're getting 5 sets in total, and there is a big saving too. The actual saving is £38. So that's your saving, your total saving, because in each one of these sets you'll be saving £7. There, £32.32 is your payment. And also, can I just point out, with the flexi payment, 3 flexi payments on this, not 2. So great flexi payment as well. Today, £32.32, and everything will be sent out to you. 457 159, your item number. Oh, and just to remind you, there is extended delivery on everything. It will be dispatched on the 22nd of November, but really nice colour palette here. We're going to move on, and we are so conscious as a channel and a company to offer an option for every budget. So let's just say you wanted to go for a set of 10 of the brush pens. Now, these are not included in the mega bundle. So these are your set of 10, $19.99 your price. And this would, I would imagine, because there are 60 colours, this would finish off your collection if you wanted to go for the complete. But thinking about the pricing on that as well, $19.99 your price there. 043071 your item number, saving £7. Now as we go on, we've got our set of 15 pens. Set of 30 pens that we're going to say here. So 2 sets of 30. Oh, we got a set of 15? I apologise. There is a set of 15. We haven't got it on the counter, but we've got it on our website. So let's just show you a picture of the set of 15, and then we'll get onto the 30. So if you do want to go for 15 pens, details are, it's good to be back. Details on your screen there, £34.99 your price, saving £8, and you're going to get 15 pens in total, 591501 your item number. We have a set of 20 as well, and this is to say we've got lots of options for every budget. £45.99 your price here, saving £10, 20 pens in total, 821742 your item number. Right. Now we're going to talk about the set of 30 pens. So we've got set number 1. These were the first release from Ecoline, and then we've got set number 2, so the additional 30 pens. And if you were to go for both, you would have that complete collection. 968420 item number for set number 1. I will just hold up a swatch to give you an idea of the colour palette that you're going to be working with. So beautiful colours, and look, just in swatch form, you can get an idea of the possibilities of being able to blend, to wash out. This is obviously them neat, but you can draw them out with your brushstroke pens as well, or your brushes. £56.99 your price, saving £20, 968420 your item number there. And then we've got set number 2 for you. So say, and I apologise, sounding like a broken record here, but if you go for set number 2, you would have set number 1 and set number 2, you would have that complete collection. £56.99 your price here, saving £20, 890035 your item number there. And in the interest of fairness, I will just show you the swatch of all the colours that you're going to get. There you go. I mean, lovely colours. Your saffron yellow there, your warm grey. So if you were to get both sets together, it would work out about £113. Okay, so those are both sets with regard to pens, 30, sets 30. Now we've got some watercolour paints for you as well, inks I should say. With the inks, you've got options. You can go for the sets of 5 or both together as a set of 10 where you're getting all the colours that you're seeing in front of you. And as that set of 10, you will be getting the savings from the sets of 5. So £4 here, £4 here, factored into the price. So your actual saving is £10.99. 610282, your item number. I will just hold up the swatches so you can get to see the colours that you would be getting. This just dripped on. I mean, Lou showed you when, and obviously dripped and left, but if you were to put it onto paper and then wash it out, I mean, that sienna, was it sienna blue that we just saw? It's beautiful, the movement of colour that you get. £34.99 your price, proving very popular. And I think watching Lou, and Lou was saying, by the way, jelly plates. This is the way to go. Building up quick backgrounds, this is the way to go. And works well with your pens. So if you just want to save the pens for your more detailed work and your more expansive work, use the inks. They work very nicely together. 610282, your item number. We have got the paper for you. Now this is printable paper. So I've got to point out here with the A3, this is 290 GSM and you're getting 12 sheets in total, £17.99 your price. Perfect to put through your printer, but also to work on with your inks and with your pens. 530590 your item number. Then we have a 24 by 30. Just going to share that to you. And once again, I've got to point out this is 290 GSM, so thicker than the A4, which is at 150 GSM. £13.99 your price here, saving £3, 658179 your item number. Okay, we're going to head back to Lou and continue to have a play. If there's anything on the show that you're watching and you're like, oh, I'd love to see maybe this, try that, get in touch and we'll see what we can do. And that's the beauty of being a live show. So do feel free to email in studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay, Lou.
Hi. It always worries me when you say things like that. You just go, ooh.
Wow, we'll give it a go, Lou.
Give it a go. Right, I thought we'd just have a quick look at the pens. Now, one of the things we do have in set 1 is a blender. And a blender is, if you're new to watercolouring but you love the effects, the blender pen is absolutely superb. And it's just a little bit of glycerin inside here and a concentrated formula that gives you the effects of watercolour. So you can then learn about how to blend out without worrying about bringing in too much water. So if I take, I'm just going to take a letter I've done here. And this is that cyan blue. I just wanted to bring the same one in.
I mean, look at that. Now, you were saying with the blenders, we get the blenders in the sets of 30?
I believe so. And in the original, I believe, off the top of my head. So if I take the blender now, I could take my paintbrush because that's what I am used to using, but with the blender pen, I can now use it and it pulls the colour out as if I was watercolouring, but I don't have to worry about then keep dipping my paintbrush into the water. And it's a great way to start, with your watercolouring techniques. So see, I'm just sorry. When you're concentrating on colouring, I'm going
and I wasn't helping you out there because I was just trying to figure something out with the blenders. We were trying to figure out which sets
sorry,
are the blenders.
I thought it was set 1 of the original 30, or am I wrong?
Yeah, and I think you might get a blender in like the pastels of the set number 10.
Sorry.
That's okay.
But the blenders are absolutely brilliant for that.
Yeah.
So now I've got, I can do that straight away, and you can, bring that in.
Perfect.
Right. So if I then take, I'll leave that there. So we can put the pen down, and this is the cyan. I just wanted to show you how the inks can layer on top of each other, and I'll layer it on in a minute. So I can leave it like that and add more colour, but then I can bring my paintbrush and I can watercolour it out. And so you can use your pens as a watercolour if that's what you want to do. I'm going to...
As we're doing this, Lou, very quickly, I just want to tell everybody, because I did mention that if you went got the mega bundle and then got the set of 10, you would have, again, all 60. The reason we haven't been pushing it, and I've got to thank our producer Kim for this as well, it's actually cheaper if you go for the 2 sets of 30. So that's why we've been telling you, if you go for the 2 sets of 30 pens, you have the complete collection. It's cheaper than getting the mega bundle and then the set of 10 there. So we just wanted to share that with you, okay?
Now, you were talking about tip on tip. Yeah. I'm using a pen deliberately that the nib is grim. I didn't want to get a new pen. I want people to see that this is the one that I use all the time, and it's still yellow.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you've got a dirty tip, you still get the yellow.
And it'll still be yellow, and I just wanted to show, well, if I show the yellow straight away, because people think, oh, I'll just go and get another yellow out. Yeah. So the colour you put on top is the colour that will bleed into the colour down below. Right. Now, if I go all the way round, that will bleed the blue in. The longer you leave it on, the greater the colour as well. So now...
Oh, that's cool. See, Lou, I like that. And you see how it goes back to that purity and clarity of yellow? Yeah.
But where you've done that as well, I can now watercolour that out. So I've now got... I can bring my yellow greens, and I can bring my yellows up. So you've now created a quick colour blend just by doing tip on tip.
And don't be worried if the tip, if it is slightly discoloured, because it still works absolutely fine.
And that's why I've deliberately picked this pen, because it's the one I use. It's just to show that the pen is still yellow, rather than me just going to get a new pen each time and people going, that's all she's doing is getting a new pen each time. No. I didn't want to show that. But if I didn't want to water, so I've still got the vibrancy of the colour by washing that out, and I can layer it up more and more and more and more. So, you just put I'm going to put the lids on because I'm a...
Well done.
So what I wanted to do quickly, she says, I'm just going to grab this in. So taking that in, so we were talking about the pens and colour. So this is just some stamped images from Pretty Gets Gritty, and all I've done here is the grey is masking.
Oh, I actually saw that show with Lynette.
Yeah.
Beautiful, thanks.
And all I've done is I've masked off, it's the Royal Talens masking fluid. We did bring it before, and I don't know if we've still got it on. Right, I'm going to put and I can now create my background. So if you're into card making and you're not into journaling, and I appreciate that not everybody is, you can still do that. So now I'm just going to sit here.
Now, we've had an email in from Lynette. She said that she's watching from at home, watching the Ecoline Master at work. Lynette, thank you. Lynette, I was actually watching you the other week when you launched these stamps. So, sounds a bit odd. I was watching here at the craft store when you launched these beautiful stamps. Really nice.
So now, you see, so I can create quick backgrounds, and rather than now I can do with just 2 colours, I'm starting off creating, and nice. I love the pens because I am honest, I'm a very selfish colourer. In other words, I colour at speed and I put the colours down I like. Yeah. I do start off with some incredibly good intentions where I'll say to myself, oh, look, the light source is going that way. And then I get involved in the colouring and I'm like, I don't care.
As long as you're enjoying it, I feel you're winning.
So we've got that there, and I won't colour all of it because I've got one coloured in already. But so I've got those colours. I'm going to put the lids on because I'm dreadful for letting them roll off. And what I want to do is, even though I've got this yellow here, I just want to add in, even though this is wet. Now, you can't... There are techniques out there where people have actually taken the tip and put it in water and then done it that way. You can, but I wouldn't do it very often because all you're going to do is...
Waste a bit of the...
Also, it's capillary action. The water will go back inside and gradually...
dilute. Yeah. It's like with watercolour pencils.
Yeah.
Don't ever dip them into water.
Yeah. So I'm just going to...
Yeah, that's nice.
And I'm like, you don't... So with the pens, I can still, like I did with the inks, I can still create lovely, you know, watercolour backgrounds on a smaller scale, and I can build it up and up and up and up. So in good time-honoured fashion, I did do...
Lovely.
So all I've done then is, when this was dry, is I've just rubbed away the masking.
Yeah.
And then that's left me with that. So I've just done slightly different colours to show. So we can work on here. Now, even though I've got this here, I can still bring in other colours and I can still work on top if I wanted to. So I can still use the pens and work on top of the ink that's already down. So you can do and add those in. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the yellow.
With pens, one of my first thoughts go to, would they be good for skin tones if you're doing characters?
Yeah.
And the answer to that, I've actually got the answer in front of me, because you've done, I know this is slightly more a fantasy, but how beautiful is that? That really is cool.
But, so if you're into your skin tone and you're doing your real tones, you can do.
Yeah.
But the skin tone pack actually goes down from what I would call classic, porcelain, right down to the darker shades of skin colours, all the way along. But you can still blend them together to create your own as well.
The fact that it covers all shades of skin
all
colours.
shades,
Yeah, so
absolutely
that's
all shades within there, and it's a beautiful, beautiful set. But then also it's a nice starting point for a layering, because the skin tones can start you off with a lighter background. You can start lighter and get darker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
You could just go. I could. So now I can. This is where I love it. I can take my pens and I can go over the colour that I originally put down, and I can still colour blend out.
Oh yeah.
So I can still colour blend out. I can now go where I've got the dragon here. And I want to grab a deep orange. I'm mainly using set 1 here.
Yeah.
I'm being really good.
Right.
I'm trying to stick to the...
We're tending to find, because we are swapping between the two sets. Again, if you want to go for the complete collection, and the reason I'm saying that is so many of you are going for the complete collection and getting all 60 colours. A complete collection for you. So you just go for the 2 sets, set number 1, set number 2, you're covered. Remember, everything is on extended delivery and will be dispatched on the 22nd of November. Where is this year going, Lou?
I know, it's frightening, isn't it?
It really is.
So now I've just put a line of yellow and a line of orange next to each other, and I'm blending the 2 out to create my own.
That's
lovely. But because of the tip on here, if I can be more intense and I can go into this intricate detail.
Yeah.
And I can leave it intense as that colour. This is what I like about pens. You don't have to watercolour them out if you don't want to.
Yeah. It is a beautiful brushstroke nib to work with.
It is. It goes from thick. So we can go. It goes from. If I grab my piece of card, it's easier. I'm flitting. I do apologise.
Oh, not
sorry.
at all. This is what this show's about.
So we can go from very, very fine. And I can go down to really thick as well, or very. As I was showing on the trees, you can go down.
Very delicate.
So if you're into your brush lettering and everything like that, you can actually. I'm not very good at brush lettering. I don't lift. So you can start.
Now, you're being too modest.
No, I'm not.
So you do some brush lettering on your workbook, beautiful.
But I do this.
Oh, that's okay.
I print on top and then.
Well, look.
So you can go down really down, and then you could go back up and back down again. So if you can bring in your brush lettering skills. I tell you, Sam Green from Be Crafty is really good with the echolines and brush lettering.
Yeah.
So she's done some videos on that. But
Okay. Where would, if you want to try and find those?
that would be on the Be Crafty page. But
Okay.
she's actually used echoline pens and show people, you know, how to do the beautiful brush lettering and the gradiented colours. So I'll let Sam do that.
It's a good endorsement of a product when you see guests of loose calibre, and you know you've got these pens, and Sam, Lynette, you know they use these pens. That to me speaks volumes.
It does, but so you you can do all your beautiful brush lettering. We could bring in the colouring, so you can get the nice detail. So I can keep the intensity that I want to do.
Look, I'm
there.
pushing the time.
Oh, sorry.
Were we, and don't let me force you down this path if you weren't going to do
cool.
it. Were we going to use a jelly plate or not?
We can do. Let me
Should
just
we do
tidy
that?
up.
Yeah. Oh, just to let
You know when you
we
just go, I'm trying to be tidy.
We have got another hour at 7 o'clock as well, but the reason why I mention the jelly plates is, for me, I always get excited in different ways to work with your jelly plates. So finding the inks and creating some beautiful things. So we'll just show you that quickly. What we're going to do is, I think with the jelly plates, it's more using the inks.
It is going to use it. You know when you just go,
Could we use the pen?
You can do both. So I'm just going to put it on a piece of card because obviously you won't see what I was going to do.
Right.
And I want to grab some stencils. You know when you go, what stencils shall I use? I did bring a few because I didn't know what I wanted to use.
One or
so,
two?
There's about 3 packets of them down there. You know when you go, what shall I use? Let's grab that one. And I want to grab an open one. There we go.
Okay.
So now, if you use the inks, the only thing I'm going to say with the inks is when you use liquid inks, think of them like a river. A river always flows, has to find a way out, and has to flow somewhere. So that's the inks are going to be the same. So
path of least resistance.
Yeah, but then you only need a little because it's going to spread, if that makes sense. So I'm only going to put a couple of little colours on.
They're just small drops.
They are.
They last a long time.
So I'm going to make not an overly wet background, and then we'll spritz a background, and you can see the difference. Okay, so we've got a little bit there, and then I'm just going to, I'm going to grab a bit of the magenta. I'm just going to put a little bit on there. Now, my jelly plate has obviously been used with other things, so... Now, we can leave that like that, and we can let's grab some paper.
Right, oh, this is going to be interesting.
And now what will happen is I'm going to use the brayer on top. As with most liquids, they will try and find their way out, or like I said, think of it like a river. It flows out to sea.
Yeah.
So now I've got it. It comes out that way. So that's with no water on it at all.
I really like that.
But I can now sit here and spritz it, and I can make another background. Okay. So we can do it that way.
Perfect.
So now, if we do exactly the same again quickly.
You're the background queen.
You know, you just go,
Just while we're laying that on, just wanted to let you know we have got sets of 5 of the pens, and I'm glad these are busy. So I think a lot of viewers are like, okay, let's just dip our toe into the world that is Ecoline and see what it's all about. If you do want to go for a set of 5, they're £10.99. You're saving £3, but the beauty is, Flextravaganza, we can split that price in half if you want. So it'll be £5.50 today, and then obviously 4 weeks' time, £5.50. This is your greens, if you want to go for your greens. I tell you a set, if I'm going for a set of 5, greys would be very, very useful. Just thinking about shadows and tones, I like the greys. So these are individual options. Sets of 5, do have a look.
So we've got, I'm going to cut this piece of card in half so I can show 2 different ways. So you can do a subtle background. So now I've done exactly the same as I've done before, but if I spritz it, now I've got a little bit more liquid, and it will now travel. So if I put this on the top now, I can actually start to see it going around the edge. So I've spritzed it now with the liquid, and I've watercoloured it down. And I've created more of a vibrant background.
Like
so I went for the colours. So anything you've got like that.
And look how much is still left.
I can then bring, so you blot it away. So you can do it that way, and I've still got loads left. So.
I like how you blotted it with the texture of the towel coming through. That's nice.
But I always do that. You know, if you had little bits of odd cardboard, just leave a random selection along the top there, and you blot on top of that, and then
get that texture.
Get that texture down. So we've got lots of this going around here. So I've got a little bit of it left, so I can bring in here. So actually use it and do mop-ups. don't. So I've got a little bit of a mop up there. Right, so I want to do now, I'm just going to turn it over.
Okay.
So I'm going to get rid of the excess. That's about all I'm going to do.
Right.
That's all I'm going to do. Now I've got this on top of here, so I'm just going to put a stencil on top of there, well-used stencil, as you can see.
Yeah.
Now, with a stencil, when you're using the liquids like this, you're not going to get as if you were going to do for an acrylic.
The acrylic, like
yeah,
a proper
because it's
pour.
going to liquid will travel just that little bit more. So I'm just going to put, and I'm putting a random selection of colours on.
We have got details for the inks on your screen. The set of 10, £34.99 is your price. You're saving, because there's already savings factored in of £8. You're saving £10.99 there. And a quarter of the stock's gone. Lou will be back later on at 7 o'clock, but we've had a busy show.
All right, so...
You've been upgraded, Lou. You're going to be hanging out with Scott.
Ooh. So now you can see the rough stencil design through, but because I've put lots of water on there, I've got a totally different look to it all together.
That's really nice.
So if
It's
I
like
could take...
a bit like a batik.
It is. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've got bits of card everywhere.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put that on top of there and not waste it. Sorry.
So is this liquid watercolour paper you're using?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just put some down in different ways. So now, where I pulled it off, from that's the liquid water. So I've actually, you can still do all the resists that you would do with an ink pad.
Yeah.
As you can see, I've got two different ones there. So
Nice.
let's not waste it and see what's here. Nice. But the more water you put on, the more it will travel and the more blend you get. It's a great way, you were talking about the jelly plate here, of creating more free-flowing. You know, sometimes we're a little bit restrictive with ourselves. When putting it on the jelly plate, you don't know what you're going to get, and you get a different background straight away. So I've got, and that's just what's pulled over. So
now, you imagine die cutting into that, or cutting that
stamping on top of it. I mean, that would be leaves, that could be anything. And it is
doodling on top.
Oh, definitely doodling. Yeah. But this is a great way of bringing in the jelly plate if you can't make your own, you know, loose backgrounds, just by putting random colours, pulling them, spritz with water and pulling. You're not going to, you know, you're going to create something totally different each time you do it. I mean, that's that one there. But then, if that was just the drops, and I just spritz that afterwards, so...
There's no, there is no way you're going to get it this time and not have some fun with them. Now, unfortunately, time has beaten us. We've only got a couple more minutes left on the show. I do want to share with you, we're going to go to the complete in a moment. Just very quickly, we've got the mega bundle where you're getting 50 pens, 5 sets in total. So 5 sets of 5 sets of 10 rather. £96.95 is your price. What I do want to point out, if you go for this option, you will have 3 flexi payments. Take advantage there. Your first flexi payment is £32.32. Now, we're going to go to set number 1 of the complete. So when I'm saying complete is if you were to go for the 30 pens I'm about to share with you and then set number 2, you would have the complete Ecoline collection. All the colours that Ecoline bring you. Here, set number 1, it was their first release that they brought, and then they expanded on it with set number 2. You've got 2 flexi payments of £28.50. I will just share with you the colours and values that you're going to be getting. Look at that. Beautiful, warm, bright, vibrant, but versatile. And that is where Ecoline really come into their own. As a pen, they are dye-based. The pigment is dye-based, and that's what sort of differentiates them from others. Okay, that's set number 1. Now we've got set number 2 for you, just expanding on the colour range and the tones. Works harmoniously with the first set as well, so really works well. 890035, your item number there. So set number 2, set 5, oh, I tell you what, sorry. We've got the sets of 5 at the bottom of your screen, and the reason why we're doing that, we kind of shared the sets of 5 with you, and all of a sudden now they're really spiking. So a lot of people are like, hey, I want to have a go with the Ecolines. That is such a good way to do it. You're getting the saving, and you've got the ability to split the price in half. Lou, back at 7, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'm going to show you how different techniques to make some backgrounds, not necessarily the jelly plate, but then we can bring them into our card making, not just our art journaling and colouring.
Perfect. Please tune in. It's going to be Scott and Lou at 7 o'clock, and I guarantee it's going to be a fantastic hour. Thank you so much for keeping us company. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming up. So we have AALL Create Wonderland, our one-day special. After that, So Easy, Sashiko, and then Zuri, our one-day special, launches.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hello everybody. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, a little bit of piano. Yes, nice to be with you. It is 4 o'clock, which means it is final call for this today's, of course, brilliant one-day special. And I know it's been very, very busy. In fact, it's been busy across the board, actually. And if you haven't yet seen it, it is your final chance to see the live show, of course, of our brilliant one-day special from AALL Create. But before we do, the lady that's been guiding you through with loads of lovely demonstrations and how you can work wonders with what you've got in here is lovely Janet with us as well.
Hello.
You okay?
I'm
right?
good, thank you. Yeah.
Was that all right? Not enough of a build-up? An okay build-up?
That was fine. That was fine.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
good.
Because I can add more in if you've.
No, don't do too much.
All right. Well, it's been, yes, it is nice to be back with you because I recognise some stamps in here that we helped launch originally a little while back.
We did. We launched the one-day special when it was the original Alice and Oz collection.
That's right. That's right. You see,
we launched that, and then people were saying, "Well, what about this character? And what about that character? They're not in it." And so we've now done a little add-on collection.
We've added on. We've now got that the complete cast list basically through all of that, and it's been really busy as well.
Yeah,
I mean, all the characters are great, though, aren't they?
Sorry.
Limited, we're getting towards limited. We are getting towards limited stock on these. So if you haven't yet seen them, this is your chance. Let me just take you through. Start off with them. We're going to see some demonstrations, of course, working with these, as we can talk in more detail as well then. But just to give you an idea, the one-day special is if you have seen them from the previous set, you'll understand why these are there now and added on. You're going to be getting 5 of your A7 stamps. These are, and of course, you're also going to get in your acrylic block that comes included in here, so you can work with all those fabulous stamps and those sentiments that are all on there. And again, just as we saw in the previous set as well with these, Janet, they are brilliant because they capture obviously the sort of characteristics you'd expect, but in great ways that you could put these in some real situations as well, whether it's just a single stamp or you create a world around them, whatever.
And the design team have had a huge amount of fun with these. You can see when we start looking at the samples, you can see the little quirky touches they've put in place and the little humour that is in this. And fabulous for sending, if somebody's not feeling too good and you just want to send something to cheer them up.
Yes.
Fabulous for that. But they obviously they work in context with the Wonderland and Oz, but they also work as a standalone set completely individually, and you don't have to use them in that context. You can take them out of that context and they just work brilliantly well as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really have got, I mean, the characteristics that they've got about them as well. It doesn't really matter also what sort of sentiment you put with them. I bet you could find a sentiment that will fit that look, and you could sort of change the look. I'm going to show you straight away on some of these with regards to the samples that you can be looking at, because they're all so beautifully done and with real imagination, whether you're using the whole sort of cast list, for example, that you've got here, or this is one that really caught me, just taking that the main one there with that lovely little cat, and then of course then just repeating and repeating. But I mean, these are great as well if you love your colouring.
Absolutely, if you love your colouring, they're fabulous for colouring in, and just fun. They're just really quirky, fun little cards.
I mean, they are brilliant. Absolutely perfect. I love the one with the shoes. But I mean, they are. See, I mean, that's lovely again, isn't it? Just bringing that one bit of colour in for this one.
Absolutely, yeah, fabulous.
And that could be a sentiment, anything, whether it's moving house or whatever, you know, or maybe someone going off to university, for example, and you're going to miss them. I said, do a little bit of pressure on them. I like that. Yeah, a bit of guilt, making sure they come back, not just with dirty laundry. But some really lovely ways that you'll have to work with these. Now, this is a great option if you want to go for the one-day special. It's 906-550, and you have got that £5 savings. It's down to £39.94. But I will say, just on the one-day special, we are approaching limited stock on the one-day special. Now, if you're thinking about making this decision, hold fire for a second. I wanted to show you something else, because there's another option for you might want to look at. This is the original set. That Janet and myself were, we did a show. Now, how long ago was it now?
It could have been 5 minutes or 10 years.
I know.
Anywhere.
I really don't know where we are at the time, because it's been that kind of a year. But it's within my memory of it going. So I know as soon as I saw them, it came flooding back.
It was probably about July time.
Yeah, I think it probably was, wasn't it? Yeah, around that time. Now, if you saw the show then, you'll know that this is why it works so well as a complete, to go on that add-on with regards to what we got as a one-day special today, because these have got all of your favourite characters, as you'd expect, which is why it's grown to where we are. Now, you can get this on its own. This is also there for you, where you're going to get your 7 stamps, plus you're also going to get your acrylic block here as well. Now, if you're going to go for this, it has an £11 saving on here, which means that you're looking at $49.92 for all of that. But that is also on Flexi. We'll have our Flexis this week, and this is there for your 2 payments of just $24.96. Now, if you're still thinking, oh yeah, but Scott, I was going to go for the one-day special, I'm not sure, what else have you got up your sleeve that you could tease me with? Well, how about you want to go for the entire collection? If you missed out on this the first time round and you love what we got with the one-day special, then how about going for everybody? You will not want for anything. Those savings that you saw over the one-day special with that £5 saving, your £11 saving here on the first set that we looked at, they are carried over, and then an additional £10 saving again knocked off of that, taking it down to £79.86. Now, that is for everything. You can see you're going to get both acrylic blocks, and you're going to get all of the stamps in there as well. 201909. Now, if you are a Freedom member, whoop whoop for you here, right? Because you're saving a £17.99, and that takes it down to £71.87. So actually, your total savings with everything carried over is £33.99, which is a massive saving. And don't forget, that is delivered to your door for that price as well. And also for your Flexis, we've spread that over 3 payments. So again, you're only paying just £23.96, and 3 payments of those interest-free. It's a really good offer. Really busy for that as well, for the complete collection as well. 201909. Let me show you a couple more as well from some of the others, if you haven't seen the original set and how that can stamp out and work with it, because you've got all your classic characters, Tweedledum, Tweedledee, you've got the Flying Monkeys, I was going to say the Flying Pickets then, but they were, what year were they, Director? 1983, apparently, as well. It was a Christmas #1 that year. He's brilliant, isn't he? You never catch him out. But you have got all of your classics in there. You've got beautiful rainbows in there. We've got our lovely leading lady, of course, which is fabulous. Just follow the rainbow. I love the little doggy as well. I love little Toto in there, which is absolutely fantastic. Let me bring in there. Oh, look, Tweedledum, Tweedledum. I mean, those two are alone. You could create a whole series about those two,
yeah, they're
couldn't
just
you, really?
fabulous, those two. And if you've got like twin boys or something, they don't have to be Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
No, they
could
don't.
just be if you've got two little boys, or and we have got a set of sounds a bit gruesome, but we've got a set of heads.
Oh, that was a good shot. I'll knock everything out there. I don't get that at the Tom Bowler normally. Right, I'll just pop that back out. You you lost me at the heads.
Yeah, we've got a set of boys' heads that you could interchange with those. That would be in the pick and mix, the A6 pick and mix. So we've got all sorts you can do with those as well. So you can change them if you want to.
I really, really like them. I think they are just brilliant to work with. I love it. There we've got our lead characters there. The line we've got there called Scarecrow and Tin Man and our very own Dorothy and Toto. So you have a lot of fun. And again, if you do go for that complete collection, you've really got, I mean, I've just knocked it down the same one. I mean, what are the chances? Going well. But 80% of the entire collection is now also being allocated. So perfect opportunity now to get in quick. It is the final call, the last live show, of course. This deal takes us up till 6 p.m. Then your prices will go up at the launch of another one-day special that's kicking off then. The website, of course, I know you're going to be seeing demonstrations. Do be adding them into your basket at the same time while you're seeing Janet work with these, because I don't want you to miss out on them and when we do get them. And we are, of course, in the middle of, just going off with our Flextravaganza, which means up until Friday, if you've got £1 or so, just £1 in your basket, you can split the cost, of course, over those 2 payments. So, again, really helpful time, especially if you're thinking about buying treats and gift ideas and you want to spread the cost. Really good idea for those stocking fillers, or just to get, the stash sort of stocked up if you are going to be busy on the build up to Christmas yourself, but spread the cost right the way through. Loads on there. Got lots of borders. We've got lots of lovely stamps on there for you to look at, as well as stencils. You aim it, we've got them on there as well. So have a little look at thecraftstore.com and enjoy those and pop them into your basket. Right then, okay then, Janet, over to yourself for that one. What are you going to be working with to start with?
So I thought I'd do just some slightly different sort of cards today. I've got a set of 4 of these. I'm not going to do all 4. I've got this one. I'm going to do 3 different ones.
Oh, brilliant!
And just with the dies and just using the characters from both collections, as well. But before I start, could I just say 2 things? Huge thank you to the design team for all their fantastic finished samples.
Oh, yeah.
They just make the shows fabulous because the samples are so good. And also, I'd like to say a little hello to the team at AALL Create headquarters, who I believe are watching.
Oh, are they?
Hi, guys.
Hello. Hello to the whole of the team at AALL Create. Lovely to be with you. Do you want to drop us a little? Should we make sure they're watching?
Yeah,
if
I've
you're
been
watching,
assured they were, but yeah.
Oh, no, let's not doubt them now.
No, thank you for all your hard work behind the scenes.
If you want to drop an email, you can do. studio@thecraftstore.com. Just say, yes, we are watching. Yeah, we've got them now. We've got them.
If Abs knows they're doing emails when they shouldn't be, when they should be working, they'll be in trouble. They'll be in trouble.
True.
So I'm going to start by stamping out my characters. So I've done this one, which I'm not going to repeat. I'm just going to show this as an example. And then I've got some other ones that I'm going to do with 2 sets of different characters. So I'll just stamp those out. So I've got my 2 little card-playing soldiers, which are the little guys that had to paint the roses red because they were white.
Oh,
so
that's right. Yes.
These are them.
For the Queen of Hearts.
The Queen of Hearts. I don't know if they've sort of got proper names as such, but I can't remember what we actually called them in here.
I don't think they did. I think they're just guards.
Guardsmen, yeah.
I did a production of Alice in Wonderland last year. 2020, during everything, and it was an outdoor show.
Oh, wow.
But it was actually based upon, it was called Alice in Lockdown. You know?
Very
So
good.
it was Alice in Wonderland, but it was actually a disused, closed amusement park.
Oh.
But yeah, so that was quite an interesting little version of.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use my the Red Queen and my footman, frog footman.
Do you know what? It's the eyes on all of them.
I know.
Just absolutely draw you in.
It's the expressions. It's the expressions that happen on their faces which just really amuse me.
Yeah.
And the footman, if I'm honest, the footman wasn't my favourite when I first saw it. I was like, oh, okay, there's the footman. But the more I've used him, the more I just think, oh, he's so nice. It's really funny because you don't always, I think it was Adam said to me earlier, do your favourites change? And yes, they do. As you use stamps, you get to kind of get to know them and get to like them more somehow.
Right.
Like they're a little person. And then I'm just going for a little change as well because I can. So we've got, on the counter here, we've got Bad Bears. And this is a fabulous set, and I just thought this is going to work just as well as the characters do. So I'm going to include these in a version of the card as well. So these are by Louise Nelson. So I'm just going to...
Do you know what? I love these ones. I've got them here, actually, the Bad Bears. So we've got Bad Bears. So you actually get some of the wording with this. Bad Bears. We've got Bad Boy Bears. Love me some Bad Bears. I mean, that is brilliant. And those, but you've got the sort of stitched up with them, like well
They're
loved.
quite stitchy, yeah.
Yeah, I love
do,
that stitch working on that as well. But I mean, look, do you know, I think I've got a teddy that's a bit like that as well. That's seen better days.
Yeah.
But you still love them to bits. But I love them in situ. You can see them there. Look at them. They look great coloured. They look really good. Love me some Bad Bears. If you want to go for these, by the way, £2 on offer on these ones, so it's down to $9.99 at 017 728, separate set. If you want to go for those ones from AALL Create, yeah, they're fun. I like them. We've all got a bear like that somewhere in the cupboard, I think.
I'll just put these back on before I lose them. And I've also stamped the little hearts out. The little hearts come from the just come from the collection as well, so I've stamped those out too.
Yes. Yeah.
So let me just stick those out of the way somewhere. So that's my character. So I've got them all cut out and coloured and ready to go. So there's my little bears as well, so they look cool.
Oh.
They make me laugh.
They
so
are brilliant.
There's my bears, and I've got the other two somewhere as well. So, and I just, to be fair, I these are ones I coloured in for a demo last night, and I didn't actually use them all. So I thought, well, I might as well use them up. So that's those all coloured and cut and ready to rock and roll.
Great, great.
So we'll now do a bit of a background. So I'm using the stencil, not stencils, the dies, but I just want to create a little bit of background first before I do that.
Right.
So with any luck, I can find my brush. And I'm kind of sticking to browns with this one. I'm kind of going a bit brown. There it is. Right.
You've been cutting all the bits and pieces out as well, so between shows you've been busy.
I have been busy.
But is this one of those sets that you're going to work with, you know, that I don't think you can ever get bored of it, because you could put them in all sorts of situations anyway, create storybooks even with these.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. They are really good fun, and we've seen people, I know, we've got a web Facebook page called AALL Create Fanatics, and I know that the guys on there, the customers on there, will have all sorts of ideas already about what they want to do.
Right.
And people like those, you know, they know friends who like those particular characters.
Yes.
So yeah. So
well, the
very
lovely thing about
versatile.
I mean, certainly for the mix on here, you know, they are iconic.
Yeah.
You know, these characters are iconic, that have always, you know, sort of been around as long as I can remember in that respect, you know, and you could put, but again, they do seem to work individually, like you say.
They do.
Tweedledum doesn't need to be Tweedledum, etc. You know,
No.
they're all just, even the guards, you know, with their eyes just looking the way that they look, you know, could be looking at sentiment, could be looking at something completely different.
They
isn't
could.
it?
So they are really useful, and I think that's one of the things that's good about AALL Create is everything that it does work independently.
Yeah.
So then I want to use, I've got this nice background set called Background Noise. So this will be in the A6 Pick and Mix.
Okay.
This is very well loved for mine because nothing sticks to the plastic anymore because I've used it such a lot. But these are fabulous background elements, and I'm going to use this little splodge here because I like that.
That's, I tell you, I've just seen that deal. This is better than a half price deal on that.
Wow.
That is amazing. Pick any 5 on the pick and mix. There's a £30 reduction, so it's down to £29.95, but you are getting any 5 of those. You're getting an awful lot of stamps to work from. The website, of course, you see them all. They're all listed there. You've got images as well as the names of those to go through. Loads. And I like the gnomes. Do like the gnomes on there as well. They're all fun, quirky. I like the doodled numbers. If you're looking to get your numbers going for those, for anything, perfect for all occasions for those ones, aren't they, really? Look, tall cats. Look, why not? Why not have tall cats? It's brilliant. Tall cats, be happy, wash and dry. You've got dinos. There's a lot to choose from, so you might give yourself a little bit of time. Have yourself a brew while you're looking through. Wasn't meant to rhyme, but it did. We'll go with that. Yeah, no, great deal. That better than half price.
So I'm just stamping this kind of around the edge of the card, just to give it a little bit of a border. And I like to, when I'm doing this, always just turn the stamp and just make sure that it doesn't all look exactly the same every time you stamp it.
It could actually just be one long stamp by the looks of that, couldn't it? It could work like that.
Put a bit more in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that bit done.
Nice.
And then I'm going to use my dies. So I've got, again, these are, I'm cheating a bit here, but never mind. So these are from last night's. So I die cut these from craft card to use in a project. And I just thought I used them in a different kind of project last night, but I just thought I'd use them this way and just put them onto white. So we've got the moon stars there. I can't remember, is that checkered numbers maybe? And this one, I know this one's called cells. I can't remember what the other one's called. Let me find them.
Checkered figures?
Checkered figures. So this one's called cells. That one's called number crunching, and the other one's moon stars. And the one I've used on here is the checkered figures.
Nice. I like the stars and the moon.
So they are all available on this.
They're all there if you want to go for those ones. 49723 if you want to go for the moon stars. $11.99.
So I won't stick them down because it takes me a little while to get them all stuck together. And then, where have all my little figures gone? Oh, here they are. I get myself too organised sometimes. And
you can sometimes get too ahead of yourselves.
So then I'm just going to pop my little figures on top here. So I've got my little bears. They're going to just sit there. And then we've got sentiments from that. So I've got my Love Me Some Bad Bears. So that's going to go there. Bad Boy Bears.
I think that's my favourite sentiment ever.
Love Me Some
Bad Bears. Yeah.
That just needs the heart colouring in red there. So that's going to pop there. And then I've got my Queen. She's going to go on this one. Oops. She's going to go down there. The little footman, he's going to go up here.
Yeah, I think it's his costume, his outfit that he's wearing, isn't it? I think it's
his hair, actually. I think it's his hair that does it for me. I think that's what it is. And then we've got here Queen, just so that everybody knows. We've got this way. I can just go there. And then my other one is going to be here. So I'm going to use the two little soldiers.
Yeah.
It's going to go there. It's going to go there. It says,
what has he seen?
This way, that way, does it matter? So I'm late. So that can go there. So I just, that's all I'm going to do with those. Apart from to edge them in black. I would always edge them in black as well. But that's one. And then the two little bears as well, I've coloured my little hearts in, so they've got the little hearts that came with those as well, so they're just going to, I can't find the other one.
Really, really nice on them. I like, and these, I mean, you got something in, you got enough characters also. I love about this collection is, it's a male, it's if you're looking at young people, male or female, to be honest, in there, you know, whether you've got the Lion, the Tin Man, you've got something in here that covers all aspects, really, haven't you?
And
you
depending
certainly
on
got
what colours you do them as well, obviously
Yeah.
with the colours you choose, you can change them quite a lot, the look of them quite a lot, depending on the colours you use.
Yes.
And then that was my original one, and it does look much better. Just edging it in black. So for this one, I've used Alice and the Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
And then the mushroom and the thing all came. I think they're from the big bundle.
Oh, really lovely. Three. I don't hear the word cheap there at all. There, you've got three. You've reused, recycled. You know what I mean? From last night.
Repurposed, yeah.
Thank you so much, Janet. We'll come straight back to you in a
Yep.
second. As you can see, 3 great projects there already from this. Working with those stencils. The stencils, by the way, we do have for you. That's your moon and stars dice. Sorry, I said stencils. Dies on here. $11.99. That's $497,238. Is that 3/4? 3/4 of the stock there have gone already on this one. Really lovely that. 497,238. The checkered figures we're just seeing being worked with there, of course, on this die. Then this is 937,683. Again, £5 saving here, so down to just $11.99. So go for that, even if you're going to go for that one, and that's on its own in this one. Now, don't forget your Flextravaganza will still kick in. You can still split the cost, of course, for you. Number crunching die set here, $11.99, and that's got a £6 saving, and that's 045076. The set that we've got for you is cells here for you, down from $15.99 to $11.99 at the moment. So good chance to get that one. 839224. No excuse if you're not having enough dies in your collection at the moment to work with. We've got plenty. We've also got the bursting buds. Really nice, isn't it? £11.99 here. 297660. And last but not least, we've got Code, which is also now available for you if you want to go for that one. This one's got a £2 reduction, so that's under £10. That's $9.99, and that's 099444 is your item code for those. So if you are now looking with us, again, it is really busy. Again, really busy across the board. The one-day special is limited stock. So if you are watching and you're seeing how these work, I mean, the great thing is you've got so many options. Like I say, great for little boy, little girl to be working with, let alone to be making something for these, because you can put them in all sorts of situations. Of course, the starting point is that whole idea of the Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland. But your imagination, with your stamping skills and all your creativity, you could put these in absolutely any situation, collectively or together as a cast, or just taking one of those elements out that you might want to do and moving them onto something completely different from anything you might find from the Wizard of Oz or the Alice in Wonderland story. This is your 906550. I've got a couple more to show you. With some really lovely ways of working. I'm sure that some people would love to have had these in time for Valentine. Not Valentine. I looked at this and thought Valentine. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it looks. Look, it could be. Yeah, it's a witch. I don't know why. I wasn't thinking about Fee. I don't know. I was thinking about Halloween. Although Fee is playing a baddie at Christmas, so that's my way out of that. But again, put them in all sorts of situations. That would work in with the Queen of Hearts and the Hearts theme. But what about these? There's our favourite from there with our footman. Works really nicely. I do love that as well, though. That's brilliant. Look at that. The Cheshire Cat there with a big grin. And all the guards all laid out there. They're absolutely perfect. Loving this. Right, so one-day special. You've got a £5 saving on this as your one-day special. That's down to £39.94. But we are limited stock. It is on Flexi, so you can get that for 2 payments of just £19.97 for your one-day special. Now, of course, we are tying this in with where it all started from, basically, which was the original collection. Now, you can get the original collection on its own. 413612. The 20th, that from Anne. Hello, Anne. Thank you very much indeed for getting in touch with us. The 25th of July. There you see. Told you people to be watching.
And you're a worry.
See? How do we know these things? How do we know these things? And thank you very much indeed for letting us know. 49.92. See, that could have been used in a court of law. If someone said, where were you that day? Well, I was definitely in.
I was in.
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
Yep. And was watching. 413-612 if you'd like to go for the original there with your scarecrow, put 'em up, lion, of course, then all the other characters, and of course synonymous in there, of course, the white rabbit we've got with Drink Me, Wrong Way, This Way, That Way, Wonderland, Mad Hatter, Tea Party, all the elements, Tweedledum, Tweedledee, but again, doesn't have to be used in that context if you didn't want to. So that is it on its own, that particular original set. But you have got the option, if you want around then in July the 25th, seeing that, and you want to put them all together, we have an option for you to do that. We carry those savings over. We carry the £5 from your one-day special over. We carry the £11 saving as well from the original set, and then we give you a further reduction. In this case here, another £10 off. Or, if we're going to take that even further, £17.99 with your Freedom member takes it, I think, to £33.99 saving overall if you're going with your Freedom. And don't forget, that's also on Flexi, not on 2, but on 3 Flexis on that. So that's just £23.96, interest-free. And that, of course, is delivered for your directly to your door for that. Let's show you a couple more that brings some more of these sort of back in. And Joe's put this one together for us. I mean, they are brilliant. The characters are fun, aren't they? And I think when you'll really enjoy working with these and put them in all sorts of different situations, that they don't just have to be inspired themselves by the actual storyline that we've all come to know and love. I think you'll find that This Way, Wrong Way and all that could just be a card on its own, just using those, which would be fantastic. Do love that. That's really nice, isn't it, with the actual timings of that to work for you. It's nice, whichever way you're going to be late. And let me just show this one here with the Tea Party. Look at that. That's nice, isn't it? With all of those. So loads and loads of different ways of working with all of them. And of course, if you're going to go for the complete collection, then you're going to have so many stamps at your finger. Do we know actually how many stamps, if we were to buy the complete, how many that would be? Has anyone worked that out yet? How many stamps are in there?
A lot. No, I just...
Is a great answer. I like that. A lot. Oh, say that again. 57. 57, I've just heard.
Wow, that's a lot,
that's from Kim. She's a Kim. She's never
No,
calms down.
I think they did
Always
work it out
working.
last show. Yeah, no, but I didn't hear the result.
Thank you, Kim. She's again a phone a friend if you ever need somebody. 201-909 for all of that. But don't forget that one-day special is limited stock. So good luck. I'll give you another update as and when I can. Right then, Janet, how are we doing? Are we all good to go for another?
All good to go for another one, yeah.
Lovely.
So, and I have got a third one, so I will perhaps squeeze that in if we can.
And now, are these things that you did last night as well from Leftover Show, or are these original?
No, these are original. So what I'm going to do is a little scene from the Serengeti, or from somewhere in Africa, because we like the African scenes.
Oh,
so
nice.
I've done the background. So this is just blended ink. So I've used fossilised amber, I don't know, fired brick, and a sort of orange colour. I can't remember which one in the middle. And I'm going to just stamp out my little jungle characters. So we've got in the A6 collection, we've got a set called Serengeti. And I just wanted to use the flamingos, because obviously flamingos work in this situation. So I thought I would just use them with the little animals as well.
Right,
so,
lovely.
Ink pad. I'll stamp these out. Because again, I normally sort of stamp them out and then cut and colour everything in so that I can just use them as I want to when I'm building up a little scene. So we've got here a fabulous giraffe and a lovely little lion. So this is from the Serengeti set. And the giraffe's really cute because well, they both are actually, because it says hum along, and apparently giraffes do hum.
They hum?
Yeah, I didn't know until we did this and it said hum here, and we thought, well, perhaps they hum then, and somebody looked it up and they do. That's this kind of noise they make.
Oh,
they
wow.
hum. And the lion here says roar, which I think most people know. Lions do roar. I think we know that.
Yeah, they've got the roaring, but I didn't know the humming.
No, I didn't know that, but apparently they do.
Oh. I mean, do they hum a tune? I mean, I wonder.
I'm not sure they're that good that they have a tune, but
No, well, you never know.
No,
I
you
mean,
don't
no one's
know.
tall
No.
enough merely to hear them up close, I suppose, really, because they're quite high up.
Exactly.
The lion sleeps tonight. Oh no. Oh dear. What was that? 1982. Honestly, it doesn't matter what song we mentioned. He's just a whim away from saying something there. By the way, we have got a pick and mix option for you. 2 options actually. On the side of the screen you see we've got a pick and mix. If you want to go for any 5 from that whole collection, you can. That's 907998. Now that's got a £30 saving. That's your better than half price offer. Now if you're thinking actually there's only a couple in there that I really want to go for, then we've got another details for you as well, and that is going to give you a pick and mix of any 2 if you want. That's got a £6 saving, and that's down to £17.98. If you want to choose your 2, it's 788472 is your item code for those. So we've got something in there for everybody. Again, don't forget Flextravaganza. Even if it's just that going into your basket, you can split the cost of that over 2 payments if you wanted to also. Right. Back to our sort of
Serengeti.
African plain.
African plain. So, and then I'm stamping out my flamingos as well, because obviously they've got to go in as well. So they're fabulous as well.
Yeah.
They are
I mean, they could put them in all sorts of situations.
Yeah,
I love the sentiments with them, couldn't you?
They are just fantastic. And the sentiments are good. And there's the little hedgehog in here as well, which was, don't forget the little hedgehog's in here. I'm not going to use him at the minute, but he's in there as well. So you have to look at all the little teeny elements as well. So again, I've got all these cut out. So I've got my tree and all my flamingos. Oops. Cut out and ready to go. So, apart from my toucan, I haven't coloured him in yet. So they're all ready. So I'm going to just decide how I want things to go now. So I kind of have a little plan. So I've got my little giraffe and my lion here.
These are nice if you were doing any sort of like decor as well. If you were stamping onto and creating anything for a children's bedroom and things like that.
Yeah,
These are lovely
they
characters
work
to
really well
with
with that. Yeah, they do. I did kind of last time when I had them on originally. I kind of did a long sort of freeze with them, which worked nicely. And then there's my other flamingos there. So I have to decide how I want all that to go. So what I'm going to do, I just want a little bit of something for this flamingos to stand on. So I've got here a set from Adventurer. So this is in the A7 pick and mix, and I just like this little tree mound.
Oh,
so
right,
this is an early one by Janet, but it still works quite nicely with all the collection. So
that
when
one
you
is on the website, by the way, just to let you know that it is there on the website if you want it. Have you ever done a sort of safari or anything?
Yes, I have.
Have you?
Yeah. A couple of years ago, I went to Kenya.
Oh wow! Yeah. How was it?
Oh, just amazing. It was a friend. I know a guy in Kenya who I've been sort of support. A lot of people know him, Sammy, and he I sort of paid for him to go through school basically, and he was pretty much living on the streets. And when he'd finished school, he said, "I want to be a safari guide," and he does a lot of his own education, so he does a lot of reading and a lot of looking things up. He was very, very knowledgeable. So when we went out to Africa, he took us on a safari. Went to Kenya. It was absolutely amazing.
Wow!
It was just the best time.
What an experience!
Yeah. So we'd planned to go just as COVID struck. So we had to cancel, but planning again now.
It's back on the radar again.
Back on the radar. Hopefully January.
Oh,
so,
good.
So we'll go.
Yes, it's one of those on my bucket list.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth it. Africa's one of those places. A lot of people say once you've been to Africa, that's it. You're hooked.
Yes, yeah. Just I have done a little bit of time. I was in Tanzania for a little while. I went out to there and did some work out there for a bit, and it is fantastic. The plains, like you say, when you sort of see landscapes, and we were just not far off of Mount Kilimanjaro, and just absolutely amazing flew over some of the areas, and all the hippos are there in the waters, and all the animals. It is quite.
And you can't believe you're there.
No.
You sort of sit there and think, oh my gosh, I'm in the Masai Mara. I've seen this on the telly so many times.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in a film set with a big budget, massive budget.
It does feel like that. It's
yeah.
I
love the inspiration though for this. Yeah.
So I just want to do a bit of ground. I'm not sure I want that one actually. I think I'm gonna.
Were they the borders, you would think, was it?
Yeah, so this is the borders. I was going to use one, but I've changed my mind. I'm using border marks now. So I'm going to go back to the one I used before for border.
Okay, we'll put the details up as well for the... Oh, did it go, this one? Oh,
it's sold out?
It's sold out, but it is back in on extended, so maybe you didn't know, you didn't get that update, but it is. We did sell out. It is back on there as well. This is your 6 stamps, and we're looking at dispatch now from the 11th. £10 saving. When's the 11th? Is it really? Blimey, on Thursday. There we go. Right, dispatch for you, £10 saving down to £15.98, and you'll be getting 6 on those borders, which again, are all completely different in that respect. So I bet they're really useful to have that set. I've got that set here. Oh, hang on a second. I think I have. There we go. I'm just going to show them. Yes, yeah, you can see. I mean, these are going to be really useful to have, aren't they, actually? Really good size. In fact, if I just give a little flip round as well, to show you the actual size of the stamps themselves there. So, yeah, really good. 210178. If you would like to go for the borders, you'll be getting 6 of those. Lovely.
So then just to add a little bit of, just because I don't really like these being plain, so I'm using a set called Visual Ingredients, which is in the A6 Pick and Mix. And I'm going to, actually I've changed my mind. I keep changing my mind.
That's all right, we're allowed to change our mind.
I'm going to use these little dots again because I like them. We used them before. And I'm just going to do them in quite a pale colour. I don't even know if this will show. If it doesn't, I'll go a bit darker and see what this looks like. Yeah, that's actually enough. I know. Can you see that?
Yeah,
just about. So it's just enough to just to add. I don't really want there to be a lot of pattern in the background. I don't want it to be patterned particularly, but I just want it not to be plain. So we just put in a little bit of those. Oops.
Breaking it up.
Yeah.
Actually, that landscape works really well with those like that, with the tree in the middle of it. That's brilliant.
Yeah. So then we just come back and put me little people in place, little animals. So I think they need to have a tree kind of behind them. Put my flamingo up here. I think I might put him there.
They do. I'm sure those the 3 that you're just putting on now with them, that you could put them into some right situations.
Yeah.
Can you?
You could.
They're perfect for birthday, all sorts. Doesn't really matter. They just.
Whereas, yeah, and just nice for people, yeah. And then my little toucan's going to go there, I think. So we'll kind of do it like that. So I think that. And I've got a sun. So this is a flower. I can't remember where I got this from.
Oh.
It will be in one of the A7 sets, but I just it's one of the sun from the A7 sets. But
That's brilliant.
Can't remember which one I got that from. Okay. So yeah, so that's kind of pretty much it for that.
I love that.
I will just add a teeny little bit of. Oh, I won't use that one. Which one's not sold out? Oh, they're all
they're all back in.
Stock.
They're all back. Yeah, they're all back. That's good.
Okay, so I can use this one again then. So I will use this one that I used before, just with the black border, because I like this. Makes a nice edging. This one, I like this one for just edging.
Yeah, all from the 11th if you're going in for the organics and border marks. That will give you the 6. And that's us from Thursday dispatch. So not too long to wait.
That's not too long.
You'll be all right with that.
So I don't want it all. I don't want a lot. I just want a little bit of definition around the edges. Let me do it that way because I don't want. Oop. Yeah. And then just do one more along the bottom.
Like a set from The Lion King.
Yeah.
Hey.
That will do me. And then all I would do with that, when I stick everything down, I would shade round them just to add some definition, so I'd go around with a black pen or pencil just to highlight them. Probably colour that in just so that it looks a bit less yellow, and then
brilliant.
Everything there.
Absolutely fabulous. Love all those. And you can mix and match and put all those sorts. You never know. The lovely thing is you can just have fun with these characters. You can put them in all sorts of situations. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That's absolutely brilliant. Just give you the details of some of the border stamps that we have got for you. The ones that are on that we've just been looking at there does have a £10 saving for you, so down to just $15.98. Now dispatch is only a few days away on Thursday from the 11th, and that's 210178. If you'd like to go for those. We do have another set as well for you also. If you want to go for these ones, of course, with your border stamp sets, is your landscape lines and your quirky circles. You're going to be getting 8 stamps in total there. That's, again, £10 reduction for you here, down to $15.98. I will tell you, 3/4 of the stock there has been allocated, so if you do have those on your radar, I jump in quick. 177285 for those. We have another one, just to give you even more options to be looking through. This will give you your fabulous frayed threads, a really interesting stamp set actually. 3 stamps in total here, £3 savings, so £9.99. 712010. Now, the whole collection that we've been looking at here, which is everything what you're looking at now, of course, with the one-day special, with the set that was the original set, but all of that together has now also gone limited stock. So a lot of people are going for the whole collection. You do get a great saving. If you're a Freedom member, massive saving here with everything carried over, a £33 in real terms, £33.99 saving for all of that. And of course, that is then also on a flexi of 3 flexes. So that brings it right the way down for you. And your first of your 3 payments are just £23.96. And don't forget, that's delivered to your door for that, which is a phenomenal offer when you are thinking over 50 stamps in total that you're looking at here, plus you're also going to be getting your 2 acrylic blocks to be working from. That's also in there for you. 201909 is your item code that you'll need, and there is a huge array in here. I mean, just thinking about those characters that you've got, and the lovely thing is, whether you're making male or female cards on this, I think you've got plenty from all of these, and for all sort of ages. If you've got younger people in the house that love their stamping, that are just getting into it, I mean, these are characters they can associate, they can relate to, characters that they've already sort of probably know about from story time and being read to them, or films, etc., that they might have seen. But to be able to take them and use them with their own imagination and put them into their own situations they might want to. They might just have their favourite. It might just be Dorothy. It might just be Toto the doggy. Who knows? It could be the guards. The lovely thing is that they'll be able to have a lot of fun. Because actually, the other thing about these is, if you wanted to cut them out, they're not too fussy and not too difficult, because you've got some really nice shaped sort of characters here to work with. So if they are going to cut them out and work with them, it's one of those, probably some of the easier ones. If you wanted to work with that, then you can do. If you have already got the previous collection, of course, the one-day special is there, which is going to give you all these that you're seeing here, which, again, of your 5 of your A7 stamps, and you're going to get that acrylic block in there also. So that has got your £5 saving. So all of that, $39.94. That's also available on a flexi. We've got the Flex Extravaganza going on, so even if you've got £1 in your basket, you can split over 2 payments. This is split over 2 already, and it's £19.97. Now, this is also limited stock for your one-day specials. It's been a really popular one-day special, but I'm not surprised, to be quite honest, when you think of everything you've got, the complete collection or the one-day, you've got something here for everybody. When it was July the 25th, I think it was, we talked about when we bought you that original set together in the first place. It was really busy then, and it hasn't changed. And I think now the extension just gives you even more opportunities to really layer and build up with all those. 906 550. Right then, Joe, we have got 10 minutes. I think that's a lovely amount of time. Is that all right?
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Perfect.
So I'm just cheating again. It's the end of the day. So this is a background where I made earlier on in the show, where I was just waiting for it to dry. Obviously I used a different one at the time, but I thought I might as well use this one while we've got it here. So I'm going to use a a die. So this is the T2 die. It's not called T2, it's called Bursting Buds. So I just thought that looked really nice on there, so I'm going to just pop that on to, I'm just going to stick this one down. It shouldn't take too long to stick down. So when I'm sticking these, I just find bits that are sort of quite chunky bits.
Right.
And just
don't try and do it all in the really.
No, you can put glue on the back of your hand and dab it in, or put glue on the mat. I do that as well sometimes. But for now, we'll just do that.
I mean, when you said you're cheating, I mean, you really are cheating now. We're not even sticking down all of it.
I always cheat if you can.
What's the word?
Economy.
Yeah, you're being economical.
Economical.
That's the word.
Yeah.
So
I thought I wanted to do a sort of garden-y type idea with some flowers. So I found, I always like to have a little rummage. So we've got this set called Trois Fleurs. So Trois Fleurs, which is 3 flowers in French. And so this is by Janet as well. So it'd be in the A7 pick and mix. So I'll just stamp these on.
Why does everything sound better in French? Well,
I don't know.
That sounded really lovely and all, and we just go, it's 3 flowers.
Yeah, 3 flowers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Perhaps the French think it sounds good in English. I don't know.
That's true.
Perhaps
yeah.
they do.
Wonder.
To ask Abs.
If there's anybody there with French as your first language, let us know what you think about.
Yeah.
Maybe don't. Actually.
No, perhaps not. So I'll just stamp out my Trois Fleurs.
Sounded fluent then. That's good.
I can do 2 words fluently. Whole sentences, not so much.
No, I only learned. Well, yes, French certainly wasn't my forte. I know that.
I can understand it much better than I can speak it.
Oh, can you? That's good.
I can understand. I don't understand all of it, obviously, but bits and pieces I can pick up as I go along.
I think the only thing I learned in French I still use today, which is my name is Scott and I'm 11 years old. So
it's not so good anymore. Then
some things never change. That's it. Je m'appelle Scott. J'ai 11 ans. That's all you need, I think.
Yeah. So. That's my 3 flowers, so I've cut them out. I haven't got around to colouring those in yet, but I will would normally colour them in as well. So those are my 3 flowers, and I'm going to use my little Wicked Witch here. I just thought I'd pop her there, and we've got the Cheshire Cat, so I like him, so he's going to kind of go.
Yeah, that is a grin. That's exactly how it is.
I'll put my 3 flowers behind there.
She doesn't look too menacing as a little witch.
No,
either.
she's the nicest little witch you could possibly.
Yeah.
As an evil witch, she's not really that evil, I don't think. So I'll just do a little bunch of flowers behind him there, and then I'm going to put my Find Me in the Garden
I like
there.
her. Nice.
So that's kind of how it's going to come together. You could use any character. I actually did find another one. This is one I'd already got cut out and coloured in, and this is the little coffee. I think she's either with the tea or the coffee set that's in the pick and mix. So she could go there just as easily. I happened to colour her in the right colours.
Ah, yeah.
So she's there. Or I've got my little queen. She could probably go there as well. So obviously I was having a spell of colouring everything in those sort of colourways, so it just all matches quite nicely. So again, but we just have to do a little bit more to it, of course, because we can't just leave it plain like that. So I'm going to use, I'll just have to use the one that's out, I think, this is background noise again. And I just want to add a little touch of text or numbers around the edge for this one, I think.
We're on down to 7 minutes, so we've still got loads of time. We'll get another one in after that.
That met with a silence.
Yeah, the
silence was deafening, that one.
Yeah.
What we can do, we can have a little look through some of the samples if.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And an edge.
I mean, there is loads. There's loads here. We've got to show off, which is nice.
So it's quite nice just to do a little bit of edging. Oops.
I'm liking all the nice colours in the background there. The same as the African plain one. I love those.
Yeah, I kind of have little spells, and I'm obviously having a bit of a yellow and yellow and orange spell at the moment. So, and then I will just do a little bit more, I think.
We're going back to the borders.
Going back to my borders. Which one should we use? We haven't used.
Don't forget the details of your pick and mix. If you want to go for the 5 option, you've got your better than half price offer on those, so down to £29.95 as well. We've also got, that's the A6, we've got the A7 that's also available for you on the website. Now there you can go for any 8 if you wanted to as well. Brilliant price, down to $39.92 from $63.92 for your A7. I mean, there's a huge amount in here. We've got Bird Lover, Cat Love. We've got in here Pineapple Queen. There we go. Tremendous Friends, The Giving Heart, Simple but Significant, Adventure. All good things. The Flowers and Sunshine. I think that's where we've got some of these from as well.
Yeah.
For the Flowers and Sunshine set that's in the demonstration at the moment with Janet. No Rain, No Flowers. Another one that will work quite nicely with those as well. But loads and loads and loads that, again, you can pop into your basket. Don't forget, you've got the Flextravaganza with you as well. So whatever you put in your basket, whatever the amount is, gets to £1 or more, then, of course, you can split that cost over 2 payments. So a great chance to get some of that stock into there. Or if you are buying as gift ideas, spread the cost as well, so it's not all going out at once. If you want to go for those, you can do. They're all on thecraftstore.com.
So I've decided to use the little kind of leafy bit from this. Let me show you. So the middle one here. So I'm using this one down the middle, which is from the Organics set. And I'm just inked it up in the fired brick, which was one of the colours I used earlier. I'm just going to do myself a little edge with this. So I think I like the idea of the leaves just kind of tying in with the garden theme.
They're nice, them. They say just use them in all the different ways that you can. You get 6 in total, don't you? With the, I like this one as well that showed them all coming down as just almost like vines hanging down as well. If you don't want to use them just as the borders themselves, so many great ways of working with it. But that's the same one there that's being used. So not just border, but just parts of and building up. Another nice way of working with them. Yeah, really good those stamps. $15.98. Got a tenner off at the moment. £10 saving. 210178. Right.
So they are amazing prices at the moment.
They are really good.
We've got a lot
really
of
good offers.
A lot of bargains in place. So that's kind of how I'm going to finish that one. So I'm going to put my little lady here.
Ah.
She's going to go there. Put my little cat, my Cheshire cat's going to go here. Well, so this Find Me in the Garden comes from the same set as I got the flowers, so the Trois Fleurs.
Oh, right.
And then that's going to go there. Obviously, colour the flowers in. I just haven't had a chance to do those, but colour the flowers in.
Very nice.
We'll put another one there.
I mean, the lovely thing is that, if you're going to go for quite a few, I mean, if you've got all of these characters, under your belt and you've got them there, I mean, so many options to create some really mad and creative images.
Oh, absolutely, they're just fabulous. And then I would just always, I just run my pen round just to edge everything in black.
Yeah, really, really brilliant. Oops. Oh, I've got a couple more I've not shown actually as well yet. Get some of them. Yeah, lovely.
And then when you mat it all onto white, if I've got a piece of white card that's not been stamped on, it makes a difference. Once it's all on white card, it just all sort of ties in.
Yeah, yeah.
So there we go.
Now we
sort the flowers out.
He's trying to hide there in the flowers.
Yeah.
But really, really lovely.
And then again, as always, just to finish it, I would ground. So I would just go round with a black pen and ground her, and go round and shade with a black pen and do all of that as well. So.
Do you know what? Lovely. I mean, great ideas again. But the lovely thing is, you've got so many options with these. To be honest, you've had live hours all the way through, but
Yeah.
I reckon you could have gone on and on because you do get a lot in here.
A lot, yeah,
So,
and lots of use for them. You're limited by your imagination, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, thank you very much, Steve,
Thank
and
you.
for all your brilliant shows,
Thank
of
you
course,
very
during the
much.
one-day special, which has been lovely. Do you know when you're back in?
Yes, we've got a big weekend coming up, so I'm here for a weekend wow on, I think, the 18th or 19th, so
Oh, wow.
whatever the Friday is.
Ooh, now,
Yeah.
right, make sure.
But Abs and Tracy are going to be here as well, so it's going to be another big weekend.
A full-on weekend. Oh, that's great. The whole lot, the whole family. Listen, thank you very much indeed
Thank
as well
you very
for
much.
everything.
Thank
It's
you.
been lovely having an hour with you. Thank you very much indeed. Again, listen, if you're thinking about these and you want to be able to create your one-day special, we are limited stock. You have got until 6 o'clock, of course, to take advantage of these deals. You've got so many options with it, of course, with your one-day special. So if you can make sure you do get them in to your basket, I promise you, you will not be disappointed with these and enjoy them all the way. Thank you so much for your company for this hour. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got another great show for you lined up after this. So easy. See what they've done there? Coming up for you right now, we'll shake you, and then we've got the Zuri One Day Special, another launch at 6 o'clock with Catherine and myself, and then we're back as well with pens.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. We have got a very nice show lined up for you. We're going to be exploring Sashiko, but we're also joined by our resident expert. It is the lovely Jenny as well.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Well, lovely to see you
Yes,
too, Jenny. You were explaining to me, now I've been saying it wrong for a very long time. I say Sashiko.
Well, so have I. And it was pointed out to me that apparently it's not Sashiko, it's Sashiko. You miss out you go the first bit and the last bit and you miss out the middle bit.
Okay.
If anybody knows anything different, email in and let us know.
Do you know why this makes me feel even more awkward?
Why?
Because I went to university and a friend of ours was called Sashiko.
Really?
And I was, for 3 years, calling her Sashiko, where I should have been calling her Sashko.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I
wish she
understand.
told me.
Well, people are polite.
They are
don't-
polite.
I mean, if you were to call me James, I might say my name isn't James, it's Jenny.
In a very polite way.
In a very polite way. I would politely explain to you.
Oh, wait, don't worry, I'm not going to be calling you James.
No, don't call me James.
We're going to start getting into everything that we have, but if you want to explore Sashiko, this is the perfect opportunity. You get your template and you also get options. Now, we're going to offer you a pick and mix here, $9.99. You get to choose any two. We'll just tilt these forward. Oh, is it the top one? There we go. I'll tilt the top one forward so we can see these. I really like these templates. So how would we use these, Jenny?
Right, okay. These templates are traditional Japanese designs, and they're made from a flexible plastic acrylic type material. The holes, the round holes you can see on the four
it
corners
is flexible,
are finger holes. Yes, they don't break.
No. And these are finger holes?
They're finger holes. You can put your fingers in and hold the template down. Now, each of those slots represents a stitch. Because what Sashiko really means little stabs, little stitches. And because it is a very precise
little
art.
stabs, little stitches.
Yes, yes,
okay.
yes. So there's this little, and they meant to look like little grains of rice, or so I used to understand. And the patterns have to be accurate.
Yeah.
And this will give you the accuracy. So you can draw them out, stitch them, easy to do because all you do is sew on the drawn lines.
You touched on something that is so important with regard to sewing in general, but especially with the discipline of Sashiko. And I think Japanese culture, they invest a lot of time.
Yes.
If you're going to do something, do it right.
Correct, properly. And the actual craft has grown up over many, many tens of years. Yeah. And it came about through clothing needing to be patched. Cotton was expensive, so they would patch clothing. They stitched the patches in place using stitches, beautiful, neat and tidy stitches. Gradually over time they developed patterns so that their clothing was also decorative as well as repaired. And so much emphasis is placed on these designs that even in apparently marriage, supposing you were not very good at doing the stitching, you would have less value as a wife than you would if you were brilliant at it. You see, so you take your dowry with its beautifully exquisite stitches because you've learned how to do it properly. So, you know.
I've got to test my wife then when I get home on a Sashiko. see how much value I got there.
Yes, absolutely. See if she can do it. So you've got 3 there.
$9.99 is your price. Picking any two, go online and you see the options. 727066 your item number. Okay, we're going to move on. This is a bundle for you, a really lovely bundle.
Yes.
I'm just going to lean those forward so we can see it.
So you've got 2 more templates there. You've got the hemp template and the border template. And on the back, you actually get the sewing directions. Now, these will make not only good Sashiko designs, but you can also use the designs as a quilting template, because there's no reason why you can't machine those lines once you've drawn them in. As everyone knows, I am a machinist.
I like your style,
Jenny. I do like Sashiko because there's something so regular, satisfying about doing this rhythmic stitching. And of course you've got the lines marked for you. So you've got that pattern, which you can have multiples of.
Yeah, that's
and then you've got the border pattern, because going back to this, it has to be accurate. It would not be appreciated if you had a wobbly border and your stitches weren't the same length. And because you can mark them out, your stitches are going to be pretty near 99% the same length.
And they have got the flexibility that we were mentioning of our previous bundle with the pick and mix. You touched on something, and I love working with you, Jenny, because you describe things so beautifully. The rhythmic nature of Sashiko.
Yes.
Building up your designs and also getting it perfect. And this is what the templates allow you to do. $14.98 is your price. You're getting that beautiful hemp design that you're seeing here, and also the board design. I appreciate it and I apologise for it. I know it's not the easiest to see on your screens, but wait till you see Jenny in action. You're going to fall in love with Sashiko. 943112 item number. Now we've got an apron kit for you, and I like this because you've got all the components, and at the end of it, Jenny, we're going to have something beautiful to wear, maybe go to our craft class?
Absolutely. It makes a very nice little apron. I have yet to make mine up because I only got my set, where are we, on Friday, and I've been busy since then doing other things.
You've been very busy at the weekend, you were telling me.
Yes, I know. Zooming with Canada all day Saturday. So in that kit, you have sufficient fabric to make that apron. You have the template to do the design. You have the pen to actually mark the design in and note it's in navy blue. You have the needles in there. So you've got the whole thing and the thread just to literally get going. So you've got the design that's called 7 Treasures. Now, this is very much is a design that's used all over the world, but in Japan it's called 7 Treasures, or that's what the Japanese translate as. But it also has sort of Buddhist overtones and things like that. You'll see these circles, these concentric circles, in many different parts of the world. It's a really nice design to do.
In fact, do you mind if I'm rude and just pick this up? Is that
fine.
okay? Sure.
It's only held together with pins, so be careful.
Just having a look here, and you get to see the designs. I mean, that's stunning.
Yes,
really
and
nice.
It's great because it's the contrast between the navy and the white. And on the apron, you've got the navy stitch on the white background. So you have the reverse on the apron.
It's a bit of an optical illusion, because depending on where your eye gravitates towards, you can either see the petals, individual flowers, or suddenly the circles take prominence on there too.
And of course, if you then, when you've learned how to do it, you move on and use different coloured threads, because you can use any thread you like. In fact, we've got some threads on the show. You can emphasise different parts of the design.
Nice to expand on as well, easy if you want to make something larger. Perfect. Okay, I'm just going to pop that down. $17.99 is your price. You're going to get to make this. I'll just hold this up for the benefit of seeing. So that is the apron that you're going to be able to make. And of course, they're just talking about expanding on being able to enlarge the design. You're able to do that on the apron. Beautiful. There we go. If you do want to get hold of this, 739048, your item number. Now we've got a tote bag. Thing is, Jenny, we can have a tote bag.
Yes. Or we can have a tote bag.
There you go.
Got
you
it.
know where we're going.
Yes. So I have actually done the tote bag.
have a
I
look.
had time to do that. So here is the tote bag.
Wow.
Right. I did deviate slightly from the chosen path because on the tote bag it was suggested you just did straight lines of stitch down here. But I fancied playing with the template. So I played around with the template and created a different pattern, just to be a little bit different.
It shows you can get the most out of the template.
Totally. So in the kit, you will get sufficient fabric to make the bag, the complete bag, and it's lined. You'll also get your thread, you also get your needles, and you get the template. Now this is the waved template. So you will get the 4-inch square template here that you can use these designs. Very similar to the clamshell in the quilting world. But notice how regular the stitches, and I was sewing it and somebody commented, gosh, you're doing that very carefully, aren't you? No, I wasn't doing it very carefully. All I was doing was following the marks that I'd actually made with the pencil, and you get the pencil in the kit through the various slots. So, you know, it's user-friendly.
Yeah. And look, can we just appreciate that tote bag, how beautiful it is. It's the kind of tote bag, Jenny, you could take to a swanky place, maybe like the Royal Albert Hall.
Yes,
and
you could
go out
indeed.
for a
Yes.
fancy meal afterwards.
Absolutely, totally. And I could, you know, put my doggy bag in here and take it home.
If there's any food to take back.
There wasn't any food to take back, I can assure you, it was too good. But you can play with the design. You don't have to have what they say, but you could follow what they say and have something subtly different because you have straight pins.
I'm really glad you showed that, actually, Jenny, and that's because you'd be forgiven for thinking, okay, I'll just follow the design. I'll lift this up and show you, because this is the design we're given, which is beautiful, but you are the conductor of your own orchestra. You get to decide where you want to take it. It's you telling me your stories about the Royal Albert Hall. I don't know where that came from. $17.99 is your price, saving £3, 124508 your item number. You get a beautiful project. You get the needles and the template, though, to obviously continue your journey into Seshko. Now, we've got our next option, obviously thread, and thread's so important. There are 3 options. I'm going to share them. So this is your first, this is your white.
Now this is the real McCoy.
Yeah.
This is thread made in Japan. It's got Japanese writing on it. I'm afraid my Japanese is poor, seriously poor, so I really don't know exactly what it says, but I presume it says thread.
We've just, the team were like, well, we gather it'll probably say thread. Yeah.
It's cotton thread, it's 100% cotton, you get 40 metres.
So your Japanese is a lot better than you're leading us to believe.
Yes, absolutely, but I can see it says 40 metres.
So we've got the white. Now, whichever option you go for, you're going to get 3, would I be right in saying skeins?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
3 skeins.
The nice thing about that is, Yanis, is when you get the skein, and here I must show you this because I'm so impressed with it. You open out your skein, And ordinarily, when you open out a skein, you get in a horrible, horrible muddle.
Yeah.
But what they have done is they have tied the starting end and the end together with a little piece of extra string round it, extra thread round it, so that when you've cut one of the ends, the skein remains as it is. It cannot get in an absolute muddle. What I would suggest you do, if you inadvertently cut through that, is wrap it round a small piece of card to keep it sort of fairly skein-like, because if you just leave it in a skein, it gets in a muddle, but you can't because of this. So I think the Japanese have thought of everything.
Yeah. Okay, now this is the another option for you, because you've got 3 options. This is your ecru, so it's kind of like an off-white. Again, you'll get 3 skeins of the ecru if that's your option. And then finally, we have our blue, or navy, sorry, navy. Now, one thing, and apologies, I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier on, say $14.99. We're not breaking the bank to get this beautiful, authentic Japanese thread, but we can split that price in half, courtesy of our Flextravaganza. All you need to worry about is, as long as you have £1 or more in your basket of product, which obviously you're going to, you can split the price in half on anything. So do take advantage of our Flextravaganza event. Okay, we're going to move on.
Can we just pause and go back to the thread?
Of course we can.
Finding the thread is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And if you are into sashiko and you want to do it authentically, then you need the proper thread, and it's not easy to get hold of.
And if you were to ship it yourself, so
You're
buy
going to find it very expensive.
It would be expensive, and also the import. We've done it all for you. So would you... I don't want you to put more in your basket than you have to, but for me, if I was somebody who, you say, really loved sashiko and wanted to do more in the future, stock up now while we have it.
I would stock up now while we have it, because you can't get hold of it terribly easily. Japan is not letting people go in and out the country at this moment in time, so you can't actually go into Japan.
I didn't know that.
No, not at the moment. No, I don't think so. I might be wrong on that. So you can't go and fly there and go and get it without quarantining. You don't want to do that, do you? Mind you, you could have 14 days stuck in a hotel at your expense, which you don't want to do either. So no, I would advise people to stock up.
I think it's a good plan. So maybe go for one of each of the colorway options, and then that will keep you in thread for a good amount of time. Now, we're going to move on to some fabrics, because another key component, Jenny, we've talked about the thread, we've talked about the templates, you need the foundation.
Yes, and because it's classic, classical Japanese sashiko is done on navy. Once you've learnt the idea, you can do the stitch technique on any fabric you like. But if you like the simplicity of the difference between the navy fabric and the white thread, then that fabric is your traditional cotton fabric from Japan, your sashiko fabric.
And like the skeins of thread that we just shared with you, you have got 3 options here. We've got the navy out on display, but you also have the ecru, and you have your white as well. Shall I open this up, Jenny?
Yes, do.
Yeah, shall we see how big it is?
Yes.
You feel the quality. You know, with fabric. Oh, wow, we're getting an awful lot. I mean, that's actually sizable.
I think it's a metre by, it looks like 60, so it's 40 by 60, that sort of size.
Yeah. We've got, the size was, it's a metre by 1.42 metres.
I don't do that sort of metres, I can only do feet and inches.
Well, that's all right.
Yes, I should think it's about 60.
Yeah.
Go on, we'll agree it's 40 by 60, thereabouts.
Go with that. I tell you, we trust you, Jenny. Trust you a lot better than our
Shouldn't
judgment.
if I were you.
So there we go. That is your option for your fabric. I'll fold that up a bit better in a moment. $9.99 is your $9.99 your price. That's very good. 100% cotton, authentic Japanese cotton there as well. 467383 item number. Okay, what we're going to do now is just show you a couple of other items that are proving popular. We have a starter kit for you. Taking a look, $32.99, but you are getting an awful lot. I have to tell you, Jenny was really impressed by this starter kit. I don't want to speak for Jenny, we can talk to her about it in a moment, but you are getting your sashiko starter kit, so fabric, templates, threads, fabric pencil in there as well, and your embroidery needles. I believe we're getting 4 templates in that starter kit too, so you're seeing all those 4 templates for $32.99. And don't forget, we can split that price in half as well, courtesy of our Flextravaganza. So 629-866, your item number there. Okay, Jenny, I fear we should have a go.
We will have a
show
go.
Everyone?
Yes, most definitely we'll have a go. But coming back to that starter kit, you are going to get all of the 4 templates. You're going to get the 4 templates. You will get the fabric. You will get the needles. You also get a pen. It's a very useful pen because it actually does 6 different colours. So when you've done your designs on the navy fabric, you can use the different coloured chalks in the pen to mark different fabrics. So if you sort of hold it like that, well, you can see there are the different colours there. And you simply select the colour and then slide the little slider, for want of a better word, up and down to reveal the colour at the bottom there. The starter kit is ace if you wish to give it a go. Sadly, we haven't got one to hand. I think I probably used it, probably my fault, sort of have taken it apart. But all the things are there. And if it's, you could also consider this a Christmas present for somebody.
That'd be nice.
It would be a rather nice present for somebody because it's hand sewing, so it's relaxing. You can sit there and watch us on the craft store and just enjoy some nice hand sewing.
I apologise, I went a bit quiet there. I was trying to fold the fabric. That's why I went quiet.
Right, I can see why you went quiet. Okay, so what you're going to do, first of all, choose whichever of the templates you like. This is the waves one. This is
That's very classic. You can imagine Japanese fabric with those beautiful.
Lovely one. Cherry blossom here. And here we have 7 treasures. And I'm not quite certain where the other one's gone to. That is weights.
Okay. Have you ever been to Japan?
No, I haven't. No, I'm working on it. Hopefully I shall get to Japan possibly sometime next year.
Lovely.
Just to show you a few finished samples. So here we have cherry blossom done.
That's very
There we
pretty.
have the waves one. Now, of course, you don't have to do it in the white. You could use another colour once you've learned how to do it. You don't have to do it on navy. You could do it on another different material. And this is the one that's called weights. There again, we have our 7 treasures.
There is something so elegant about the navy and the white.
It's classic, total classic. If you wish, though, rather than thinking hand sewing, there's no reason why you can't actually machine it. You just draw the design and sew on the line, so you could machine it. The other one that we talked about the bundle, you've got the hemp one here, which here again I have also machined.
That's impressive.
To show you a few examples of, and before I show the example, I'm going to take you back in time to when I first started teaching City and Guilds. And we had to teach Sashko as part of it, it was in the course. And I can remember in those days forcing my students to make their own templates, which they then had to draw around. And of course, you weren't accurate. So there are more stitches on some of these lines than there are on some of the others, because I wasn't accurate. And that's a complete no-no when it comes to this form of stitching. So we've taken that away from you by giving you templates that are all marked out.
Jenny, you taught City and Guilds?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I mean, it's impressive enough when you hear someone's actually gone through the process of getting their City and Guilds, but the fact that you're teaching it takes a
I
whole
went
different
very
level.
far as well. I went round and examined the City and Guild tutors. Ooh, by jingo, if they hadn't got it right. Moving on to various things where I've used the patterns on. Here we have a little purse here where I've got the cherry blossom on the front there, and there's your weights there on there, and there's the 7 treasures on the back. Don't just think bags or cushions or anything like that. Why not, on a fairly ancient, very boring skirt, use the 7 treasures as a border?
It's lovely.
You could indeed use the ideas as cushions. If we just look at a couple of things at the back here, we have a table mat over there.
Oh, that's very pretty.
That's it. With the various designs. Now, those are the 4 templates you get in your starter kit. That's what they make into.
Good idea from the team. Emily, our producer, was saying you could have matching coasters as well if you want to.
Totally. Yes, just take one of the designs as matching coaster. There we have the 4 designs used on a cushion. Here is a traditional Japanese bag. The pattern for this is actually in a book called Stitch Bits that I've done, where I've used the hemp one there, the 7 treasures, and just used the border one to add some stitching around the top of the bag. I will show you how to make the bag on the 9 o'clock show. And there we have the hemp that I did on the machine. So the possibility for using these designs, is legion. You are limited by your own imagination. But
So
how
you
do
know
you
with
do
the
it?
hemp, when you start putting it together and, say, showing the machine form, it suddenly takes on a different dimension.
Yes,
gives
completely,
depth to it.
totally. You've got these stars are there. And again, if you were to use different coloured threads, and I know when I machined that, I actually use a trick of putting 2 threads through the sewing machine needle eye. So I doubled up on the thread. You simply do it by putting 2 bobbins on the top, or maybe 2 reels of thread of the same weight, and thread both threads through the same needle eye. Use a slightly larger needle than usual, and you'll get a thicker thread coming out. So it makes a more definite design.
Nice. Okay.
but we're going to do hand sewing. Decide on whichever of the templates you're going to use, and the round holes here are very useful as finger holes just to secure it in place. It matters not really which way up you have it. If you were concerned about it sliding, then you could always put something anti-slip on the back if you wish, but I found the holes there actually held it pretty well. It's a very light, flexible template. You're not going to break it. Taking your pen, and the pen that comes with the starter kit is this one. If you bought the tote bag or you have the craft apron, you'll get a different pen, but they've all got this nice lead in there that will mark the design very clearly. And all you do is you put your pen in the slot and just rub it gently, and that will mark the size of stitch. It's actually rather nice to do. You just literally keep going round and 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 round. When you've marked the size of stitch, you can see it's coming through there pretty clearly.
Perfect.
That's when you start to stitch it. Now, here's one I prepared earlier with the waves. Very frequently, I will do my sashiko with 2 layers of fabric, simply because my thread starts and endings can be buried within the 2 layers. Now, the thread that you're using is the authentic Japanese thread. And when you put it in the needle, don't have a lazy man's load. That is yards and yards of it. Have a reasonable length.
Is that official? I'd never heard that before.
Yeah, lazy
a lazy man's
yes.
load.
You get students. They've got a thread like this, and their arm goes in and their arm goes out. I mean, it's very good for arm exercises, but...
I always learn with you, Jenny. What do you do?
So have a smaller amount. Now, top tip when it comes to threading a needle. If you wet the eye of the needle, like the hand sew needle, moisture on your finger and thumb, put some moisture on that and cut your thread at a 45 degree. It will go through the eye of the needle much more easily. Okay, so I'm going to make a small knot there and put my knot inside. Now, on the back of the starter kit, and indeed all the various other ones, it does give you the order of stitch, because you can actually stitch it, and then you can come back and keep on going and going. But just to show you, I'm going to start up here. There we go. And just literally all you're going to do is go in and out.
Short stabbing stitches.
Stabbing stitches. And they are going to be accurate because you've marked it. And you just keep on going. I could now stand here quite happily and just happily sew.
Yeah.
While Giannis talks to you.
Pleasure to see it. I have to tell you, we're busy across the board, and Jenny touched on something. I genuinely have a huge amount I love working with Jenny, because I do feel, and I'm sure a lot of you at home will agree with me, I always feel I learned something from Jenny, but she touched on something. She was saying, with regard to the threads and the fabric, these aren't necessarily very easy to come by, and if you're a sewer who like, yeah, you know, I've tried to find authentic Japanese thread, it isn't easy to come by, or fabric. We are busy for both those options. So you can choose, with regard to thread, you've got 3 different colorways. So you've got your white, your ecru, which is kind of like an off-white, and then you've got your navy. You're going to get 3 skeins of each. You choose whichever you want for $14.99. Here's what you could do, though. Now, this is the thing. If you love sashiko, and this is something that you really want to explore, Jenny has shown, I mean, the amount she's brought in of different projects and versatility you can do with this. So let's say we get some thread. Stock up on your thread. That is really hard to find. And again, with the fabric, you've got those 3 different color options with the fabric as well. So you've got your navy, your ecru, and your white. You're getting a sizable amount of fabric. So it's 1 meter by 1.42 meters in there, 100% cotton, Japanese fabric there. So stock up on both, thinking what you're going to be working with. And the starter kit now has got very busy as well since we showed it to you. Now, apologies, we don't have it on set, but I will just show you what you're getting with the starter kit. It's good value for money, and it's another one in our production meeting. Jenny did point out this is a very good set, because we've got everything that we need here for $32.99. You're getting your thread, you're getting your fabric, you're getting all 4 templates, which obviously you're going to keep. You've got your needle in there, and you've got the chalk. So everything that you could possibly need to get started and enjoy sashiko. 629-866 your item number.
And full instructions on the back.
Brilliant.
There's some really good instructions on the back. So you've got, and all the back shows you, indeed like this one here, you can actually see the direction of stitching.
Yeah.
So
oh, that's good.
that will show you which way to do it, and it's on the back of the starter kit. Each pattern is identified with the direction of stitching and how you actually sew, so you go roundy, 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 and end up virtually back where you started.
Perfect.
So I do think the starter kit is the way you want to begin.
Now I've got to say the starter kit is the only way we can get the cherry blossom template as well. So if you do like, and it's a beautiful template, that cherry blossom. So if you do want to get hold of the cherry blossom, it's just the top left hand template that we have there. We've got it here actually, and if I just show you, that's your cherry blossom. Pretty, and you can imagine, even if you just want to put a little motif on something or create a border, very, very pretty.
And Julie, for those who are doing embroidery, you could also whip the thread, which is where you take a different coloured thread and you put it on the needle and you thread the eye of the needle through, and you actually can interlink a thread through the various stitches.
Whip stitch,
Yes, so you could do that and add yet another dimension to your sashiko.
Nice. Oh, very quickly, and we did talk about our pick and mix. We're just going to show you, if you do go online, you'll be able to see the 3 options you have for the pick and mix. And the beauty of the pick and mix is you get to zero in on the designs that really speak to you. Nice saving on this. You are saving £2, $9.99 your price. Now you've got the weights, you've got the waves, and then you've got the 7 treasures. And I like the fact we've also got the Japanese there as well. Shippu, 7 treasures. Very good.
No, it's good. See, this is you literally just do this. And you just happily go on doing it and doing it and doing it. So there isn't really an awful lot to demonstrate, but what I thought I would show people, because if you're going to do the box actually will come. Let's do the box first.
Okay.
So there we go. I'll just get to there. And you can see how simple and how easy that
it's
was.
nice. Well, obviously, you're building up that design. Looks slightly risque where we were going, and you left it there.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Not too bad.
It's eyebrows.
Oh, well, okay, that's what we're going for.
It's eyebrows.
Very quizzical eyebrows.
Eyes. There you are,
oh,
eyebrows.
That's the eyebrows.
Shall I draw an eye?
You've saved the day, Jenny.
Right,
anyone else all this?
Oh, it's even
That's
worse.
got worse. I didn't think that was possible, but we did get worse there. Jenny, I tell you, it shows the possibilities with sashiko and the templates.
Do pass me the box, please, Yanis. Little knowledge is a dangerous thing. This box, folks out there, has the various designs on 5 of the sides. Okay. I had to repeat one of them because I only had 4 templates in my starter kit.
Okay.
It actually is held together by pins because I've never got round to finishing it off. But I'm going to explain how the box works. So let me take the pins out. If I undo the bit at the front there, and I'm now all of a doodah. Nearly lost my job then.
We'd never get rid of you, Jenny, don't you worry.
Right, so the design is actually made up like this, like a T. So how did I do it? Well, if you're going to make a box, I would suggest that you have some form of firm card. And what I tend to do with the card is actually wrap it with wadding, batting, if you don't happen to live in this country, because that will give it a nice padded layer. Now, having cut the card, you'll need to make your fabric obviously larger because you've got to allow for seam allowance. And when you do sew the fabric, allow for the thickness of the card and the extra wadding. So what I would do is I would do my stitching. So I prepared a panel of the sashiko, something like, let's put that one to one side. Where are the panels gone to? There they go. So let's have one of those. Prepared a panel, laid another piece of fabric on the top, and then made it into like a little bag. So another piece of fabric on the top and sewed all the way around, making it like a little bag. So just turn this through, you'll see. Having sewed all the way around, clip the corners off. Now on one of the sections you will need to insert a tab, so pop a tab in. Having sewn all the way around, 3 sides and 3 sides only, if you then turn it right side out, you can stuff your pieces of card into the little pocket. And that will give it a nice padded edge. Having stuffed the pieces of card into the little pockets, then do sort of push it down really firmly and seal the gap. So it's going to look something like this one. So to actually create the box, you're going to want 5 pieces like this. One needs to have a tab. The bottom of the box basically wants to be a little bag with no design on it at all. You could, if you wanted to, you could have something on the inside. So we have one piece that's got nothing on it whatsoever. And you have the other sections. And they get stitched together by putting the sides on. This is the machined 7 treasures. And the lid goes on like that. Now, when you come to stitch them together, you could sew them together using some form of ladder stitch or something of that nature. I'm afraid I went for doing it on the machine, and I used a fine zigzag that zigged across the gap. And then when you sew them together like the little baby T, which takes us back to the box we had in the beginning, which is here, you could have real fun with your designs. So there's my box. Then all you do to do a box is join the side seams here and here and here, and then that extra piece forms the lid.
What a beautiful box, and
And
lovely.
it makes a really nice box. It's got
really
a little bit
nice
squashed.
way to
'cause it was-
display your sashiko.
Yeah, now, think on, what you could also do is you could have sashiko on the inside as well, but I didn't have the time to do it. But there's no reason why you couldn't put little pockets on here, which you could put small scissors and things like that in, or your threads or your needles or something of that nature. If, rather than sewing up the sides, why not consider putting a ribbon on the corners so that you could tie it together, and then you're going to have a version of a Victorian etui. And that could be a really nice Christmas present, because you can't go wrong with navy and white. You really can't. Everybody likes it. It's classical. It's absolutely super. It looks good on people. It looks good in the home. It's clean, it's crisp, it's distinct, and it's just, I think, 2 very nice colours together.
Got a question for you, Jenny.
Yes.
So you used 4 templates.
Yes.
One of those templates, I saw an elephant.
You saw an
Can
elephant?
you see
Which
an
one?
elephant?
This one?
It was that one. Can you see it? If you just take off one of the top bit off, you've got the 2 ears, the trunk and the eye.
Oh, yes, you have. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if
There
that's
you
going to
are.
help anyone, but I
No.
just saw it. I want to see if anyone else had seen it. Now, we're going to talk about the thread. Thread really busy here. Jenny touched on the fact it's the authenticity, the provenance of this thread. It's authentic Japanese thread, and it's hard to find. If anyone knows, it would be Jenny. I have to say, the white is extremely popular. Of the 3, all 3 are busy, but the white is in the lead. I don't blame you. Now, you just imagine that white with the navy, because we have got that beautiful Japanese cotton fabric as well. So the white with the navy will just work. It's a harmony. Now, you are getting 3 skeins for $14.99. That price, though, if you do take advantage of our Flextravaganza event, will be split in half. So you pay half now, half in 4 weeks' time. But it's a really, really nice thread. I am an admirer of Japanese culture.
Yes.
And I actually stumbled across a Japanese news channel.
Right.
And they just talk about, it has little snippets of the culture and talking,
Yes.
exploring Japan. And they say, like, in Japan, it's not about rushing. So, you know, we get lost in your day and you want to rush here or there. If you're going to do a job, they say you want to take your time and do it right. And I kind of feel that Sashiko embraces that whole ethos.
I would go along with that.
Yeah.
It is, it's a very, the designs have grown up over, as I say, middle of the 18th century, I believe, when they started patching their clothes together. And did you know that the firemen use layers, or used to use, they obviously don't these days, we've got modern fibres, used to use layers of cloth which they wet, so that when they went into a fire, they had this wodge of clothing, and the layers were held together with the various sashiko designs.
I did not know that.
So you would have, if you were married to a fireman, it would be important to you to make sure that when he went into the fire, his clothing was obviously wet and protective, but it also had the designs on that perhaps you wanted to have on. Because there's so many different designs there, once you start to really look at it as a subject.
You are such a mine of information. Now, that leads me back to what you first said. So getting married, you know, you were saying the value of somebody who knew sashiko. If you're a fireman, you want to make sure that your wife's sashiko is on point.
100%.
Yeah,
so you better get practicing, girls, if you want to marry a fireman out there.
Okay, so $14.99 your price if you do want to go to the threads. By the way, girls, you can be firemen too. I was going to say, in the interest of fairness, you can, and then you can sashiko your own uniform, or you can get your hubby to do it.
Hang on, yes, you get your hubby to do the sewing, quite.
Well, if that's the case, my wife married very very poorly. If based on my sashiko,
Well, you
I feel
haven't
sorry
really,
for my wife.
hang on, you haven't had a go. Be fair to yourself.
Okay.
You see, you could have the starter kit, and then you'd have everything in the starter kit to actually get
I'm
going.
going to train myself up and
Yes.
surprise my wife with a
Yes.
fireman uniform.
That's right, yes.
She's not in
All
fire,
with wonderful designs like the weights and the 7 treasures and
Yeah.
the cherry blossom, etc., etc.
Homework from Jenny, and then you can come and rate me, like you were saying, when you're City and Guilds. Okay, so now we are going to, what are we going to do now? Fabric. Let's have a look at the fabric. So just having a look at the fabric, and this is beautiful navy fabric. You've got 3 different options. You've got the white and you've got the off-white, which is the ecru. You choose. We've just got the navy on display at the moment, but I think the navy is the busiest. I won't open it up again because I had to hand it over to Harry, our floor manager, to fold it up, and he did a very good job. So I won't do that to you again, Harry. But it is very big. So if anyone didn't see earlier, it was kind of like this size. It's 1 meter by 1.42 meters. You're a good guy, Harry. Harry was like, open up. No, I won't do it to you. Let's just jump onto the website and have a look at everything on there. So lots of templates, lots of options. We've got pick and mix. We've got bundles for you as well. The starter kit is very busy. This is an interesting one. So we've got the Sashiko apron kit, which we had a little look at earlier on. That's a great little bundle as well. And in the apron kit, it's the only way where you can get the cherry blossom. I think I'm right in saying that? Oh, sorry, it's the starter kit. No, it was the starter kit. I apologise. It was the starter kit. And we've even got the Fiskars, little soft gripped thread snips as well. So lots to. This is the kind of show where I would say if you do have access to the internet, it's well worth getting online and seeing all the goodies you can discover, and especially with our Flextravaganza, I would be taking advantage. Okay, we're going to head back to Jenny, and just the thing with Sashiko, and you were saying that the principle, obviously, this isn't going to be a show where you're going to show lots of different variations, but it's the enjoyment of the process.
Yes, it is. It's just the in and out with the needle all the time, just following the little marks. So you really haven't got to worry about it at all. Now, you saw I did the tote bag, and on the tote bag description, or the picture actually in the kit, it did show the bag with lines. So let's move these things out all over and out the way. So here's my tote bag. It had the lines going down here. So all I did to do that was to literally take my waves template, trace it round, and then I just moved it over. Now, what is particularly nice about these templates is it is very easy to line it up because you've got exactly half the design there. You've also got a benchmark through the middle that will help you a guideline and another guideline through there. So it's very simple to get it exactly accurate, which helped when I did the 4 in the centre there. And that came about because I was idly thinking, ooh, I could use this as a quilting design. I could just draw around it. Well, if I drew around one, what if I moved it? And I moved it. And I thought, yes, you could play with this design.
That's clever.
So you don't have to use it as rows. You could take it out and actually play with it. And indeed, if you were to press your fabric into 8, so north, south, west and east, and on the diagonal, you could get them going round, and they'd make really rather a nice sort of 8-petal flower. You can sort of see the beginnings of it here. If I were to close these up, you would get a very pleasing 8-petal flower.
Lovely.
So it can be done. And when I chose to mark the fabric, all I did was I pressed my piece of material in half this way, in half the other way, and that lined up very neatly the creases with the marks on the template. So it's easy to line up, it's easy to move it across, it's easy to do a section, because you might not want to do the whole bit. You might only just want to do that part. Well, there it is in its little box, ready for you to copy. So all you do, and for those who just joined us, is trace through the little holes and use either the pen that comes with the starter kit, which is really useful because it's got a variety of different colours there, or if you've got the
it's a lovely little pen.
Tote kit, or if you've got the one for the craft apron, which has the navy blue one in it, then just simply pop the pen through the hole. Let me just mark it again on the back. Then literally all you do is that, and that will mark it beautifully. And then you sew on the lines, and you just keep on going until you've really had enough, get bored, it's supper time, it's tea time, it's going to bed time. And
Well,
I would finish my thread off inside the layers just to make me neat and tidy.
Jenny, just stripping it right back for everyone, because this might be a viewer or crafter's very first time with Sashiko. So the actual stitch, we go in, you know, where you might, the start of the line, you're going to come up and then come down the other side, right? I know that sounds silly to say.
No, I've not got a lot of thread on here, but let's do it very slowly. So there's my little line there. I'm going to come up here. So needle coming up.
Yeah.
And then all you're going to do is take the needle to the end of the line, where the line ends, go through the fabric. So I'm taking a small stitch, because technically these are supposed to be, I think, twice the size of the gap in between. Oh. So you take a small stitch, and this is where you might like a thimble. In fact, we've got a clover thimble on the show, haven't we?
We do, actually.
There's a really good clover thimble. Pull it through, and you're now at the beginning of the next stitch. So push it into the fabric, out again, push it through with that hand, and there's your stitches happening.
Perfect. And you did mention the clover thimble. Just going to show you here. It does come as a bundle. So that's your clover thimble in there as well. And you've got, look at the length of that needle there.
Yes,
so that's amazing.
those are the really long ones. So if you're going to be going through a lot of thick layers, you're going to want a long needle. And that needle is going to suffice.
It was interesting, Jenny, in our production meeting, this was another option where you said, look, this is actually a really good bundle.
Yes, it is, because you've got, these are the real McCoy, so these are from Japan, they're made by Clover. Those are your real Sashiko needles. You've got the long ones there, you've got a packet of the smaller ones, and that extremely useful thimble, because it will help you push your needle through all those layers. So suppose you're going to be doing some borrow. Now, borrow is patching. It's the art of actually stitching patches together. Traditionally, you then stitch the layers of borrow together using Sashiko stitch techniques.
Okay.
So as you'll be going through a whole load of fabrics, because you've got lots of patches together, you're going to want a long needle, and that's why. So borrow and Sashiko are very much linked. And indeed, when you look at, I mean, one of the top names that comes to mind is Susan Briscoe. She is the one that I've known for many years on the circuit. There's Jill Clay and various others who have really devoted their life to the art of Japanese stitchery, embroidery, borrow, fabrics, threads and things like that. And I know she's very keen on the particular thread that we're using here.
Okay, well, there you go. It just goes to show, if someone with that kind of love for Japan and really invests so much time into it, the bundle we just shown you is getting really busy. It's another thing with Jenny, I love working with Jenny because she really knows her stuff and saying, look, this is the real McCoy that you're getting here from Clover. These are from Japan. You've got that wonderful thimble. You've also got the needles, and the long needle especially are really going to be your friend here. So if you do want to go for this bundle, $9.99, but it's not $9.99 today, because you can choose to split the price in half if you take advantage of our Flextravaganza event. And the beauty of Freedom Member as well. Don't worry about that $3.95 postage and packaging, because Freedom membership is already covered. It's already covered in your Freedom membership. Okay, sorry, Jenny.
I'd like to show everybody how I made the bag up, because I slightly deviated from the. They don't want to watch me doing little stitches like that anymore. Do be careful with your needles, please. Don't leave them stuck in the furniture. I did on one occasion, and my younger brother put his foot on it, and we had a needle hanging out of his. Oh dear. Well, it was the arm of the chair, you see. I stuck the needle with its thread on it in the arm of the chair.
He shouldn't have had his foot on the arm of the chair.
Oh, small child climbing on the furniture, you see. So then he had suddenly, there was a needle or thread rather hanging from the bottom of his foot, which was not a happy experience.
No.
When you get your tote kit.
So you never climbed on any more of your
No, he didn't. And I never put a needle ever in the arm of a chair ever again. It explains how to put the bag together, but I'm going to show you a subtly faster method of doing it. So you would prepare your Sashiko front, and of course there's no reason why you couldn't, I just didn't, is do equally the same on the back. The choice is yours. It then explains how to put the bag together, and I'm going to show you a slightly easier and quicker way of doing it. So if you can imagine that I have some wonderful Sashiko designs on this piece of fabric, and if you want on that piece of fabric. These two pieces represent the outsides of my bag, the front and the back, and we'll write F for front on here and B for back on there. Okay. So having got the front and the back, you will need, and it says in the instructions, so I'm following exactly the same thing, is you want 4 pieces of fabric the same size, 1 for the front, 1 for the back, and 2 pieces of lining. You also need 2 handles, and there is enough fabric in the kit to make the entire thing, to make the handles, then I've got nice long handles on here, and to make the bag. It suggests making the handles in a certain way, but I would always make my handles like this. Taking your handle strip, press 1/4, half an inch over on one side, press the other side up by about 1/3, then repress it so this fold is in the centre. I would then do some form of decorative stitch down the middle, catching all the layers together, and then possibly tram lines up and down the side. On this small sample, I've just done a long stitch down the middle just because it's for speed. If you take one of the front sections, lay your handle on with the right side of the handle to the right side of the front of the bag and pin it in place. Now, when you come to pin it in place, keep your pins away from the seam allowance, because if you pin your handle down here, it stops it slewing. Lovely word, slewing. The handles want to go on at about 1/3, so 1/3 along there. It's quite a good idea when you've got one handle onto 1/2 is to put the other handle onto the other side of the bag at the same distance.
Did you say slewing?
Slewing.
Slewing.
It's a lovely word. Slew. He slewed across the road. The language is fascinating. Really is. There's some wonderful, wonderful words. Discombobulating I like particularly.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. And pusillanimous. Do you know what pusillanimous is?
No.
It means mean-spirited.
Okay. Like pugilistic?
Probably. That's a fighter.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I've got my handles on both sides, on the front, with the right side of the handle facing the right side of the bag. I would then stitch them on and go backwards and forwards a couple of times. So I'm just going to whack along the top here. I'm not going to do that stitch, which will be a bit daft. Let's go faster. So all the way along the top, attaching the handles and attaching the handles. Because when you've done your sashiko, you're going to want to get it into something so you can use it pretty quickly.
And it is so versatile, though, the different projects, and you've shown that. Just for anyone who's tuned in, if you look behind Jenny, she's created some beautiful things with the sashiko.
Now, it helps even more. Sorry, my
no,
machine hasn't got any thread in it.
Oh, okay.
So it's just pull the thread out.
We'll let you sort that out. We're looking
sort
at
it out
the samples here, so just a small collection of inspirations that Jenny's given you. So we're using the templates, the hemp, you've got the blossom, cherry blossom up there, the shells and the weights, waves as well. So the weight is weights, shells, cherry blossom, and
7 treasures.
7 treasures, yes.
That's right. Okay, well, we're back in business again now.
Well, that's very pretty.
Right, so stitch the handles on. I'd go backwards and forwards to hold the handles and keep the stitching inside the seam allowance.
You've won me over on the navy with the white, but equally I think if you had the white fabric with the navy thread, that would look quite interesting as a contrast.
Well, I'm going to hopefully have a go at that between now and the 9 o'clock show. So I can show everybody what it looks like. But you could use any embroidery thread.
Yeah.
Right, having stitched the handle on, backwards and forwards, take one piece of the lining, okay, and we're going to stitch the lining on this edge only, so the handle side. Your seam allowance now wants to be slightly bigger than the seam allowance you chose to stitch the handles on with. So I'm attaching the lining to the front of the bag. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing with the back of the bag. So there's that. We're only stitching it on the handle side only. So stitched on there.
Did you have one of the thimbles to play with?
No, I
You
didn't.
get that? Oh.
Do you want to open it up and show everybody? Because it really is rather a good thimble.
Oh, we'll just check. I might. Yeah, can I open it up? I'll tell you what I'll do. Shall I throw it or pass it gently your way?
Pass it gently to me when I've done my bag.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Right. Take your front and your back, open it out, marry up the fronts and the backs, and we're going to start stitching the bag together here. So not at the lining, that's the lining there. I'll put L for lining on there, and you know it's lining. You can start the stitching here on the front of the bag. So line your seams up. Drop your needle down, that will start the stitch. Less likely to have the thread pulling out the needle. Keep the layers together, pin it if necessary. Now whenever I'm making a bag, I'll do a very slightly roundy corner. So rather than having a nasty sort of sharp ear on my bag, I'll do a tiny weeny roundy corner. That's it, just sort of round there. And proceed along, keeping the edges together, pin them if necessary. Well, you would pin them, wouldn't you? Wouldn't be daft enough and do it like this sort of freestyle. Right, it's another slightly roundy corner. And I'm going to get all the other stuff in the way, move it out of the way. Now you're going to go up the final side of the front of the bag. And we're going to go into the lining. Now the seams are going towards the lining. There's no opening them up, they go towards the lining. As you come down the side for the lining, you're going to take a greater seam allowance on the bottom of the lining, because the lining is going inside the bag and therefore wants to be a little bit smaller. So partly along the bottom of the lining, stop, because you're going to leave a hole to turn it through. Take it out, flip the bag over, go back to where we first started doing the stitching, here. Again, drop your needle down, that starts the stitch. And down to the lining again. Remember, we're doing a bigger seam allowance on the bottom. Leave a gap to turn through. Sew it up later, if you remember. Right, I would again just cut any excess fabric off. Trim that off. Oh, I should have reminded you, you need a roundy corner on the lining as well. Find the little hole and turn the bag through the hole. Just beware the pins that we've still left in for our handles, because they are there. Because you don't leave the pins in the handles, they have a nasty habit of going sideways and getting stuck in the seam. So let's take the pins out there. Right, and this is just a little version of a bag, but it's the speediest way to make a bag. The instructions they gave you on the tote bag, you made the lining up and you dropped the lining into the front of the bag and you sewed all the way around the top. Sometimes it doesn't always fit, but if you do it my way, so follow their instructions up to exactly cutting all the pieces and then stitch it together like this, the Raymond way, and tuck your lining inside your bag. I would give it a good press around the top and top stitch it. And of course stitch the whole up. But there you are. There you have a very quick to make little bag. Beautiful. And if you'd done your sashiko on it, it could look exactly like this. And of course then you could go on, you see, because you could do one of the other designs. You had the other templates. You could do the hemp one, you could add the border one, you could have the 7 treasures, you could have the weights, you could have absolutely anything. You've got the starter kit, you've got 4 designs good to go.
And a lovely way to display your sashiko, because you're going to want to display it and you're going to enjoy the process as well. We are going to get to the tote bag. I just want very quickly, we were talking about the set of 3 with the thimble. I did open that up. So just to show you, there's the thimble.
You see,
it's
got a pushing device on it.
Yes.
So you can push, you can use the weight of your hand to push the needle through.
That's what I'm going to pass that over to you, and maybe you'll just put that on and show us. Now, well, we'll do that in the next show. So I'll leave that there. And then we've also got the needles as well. If I just show you here, so we've got the needles, and you're getting, so needles, you're also getting the thimble in there as well for $9.99. This is clover, and it's something that Jenny was saying. This is a good bundle.
It is a good bundle, because you've got your long needles, you have that particular thimble, which I will have when we're on the next show.
Yeah, we'll do that next show.
Yes, we'll
okay.
It's you and I together again for the next show.
It is. I'm sorry you're stuck with me again, Jenny.
Oh, no.
I don't know what you've done to deserve that. You're being punished. We're just going to say very quickly, we have got the tote bag as well. I'm going to show you, because Jenny has obviously given you an example. You don't be restricted to design. You can go freehand and then create your own designs. But that is the inspiration that you were given on the packaging. There is that beautiful tote bags, that wonderful sort of border design there, and then there's clean sashiko lines coming down. but you're not restricted to it. You can do whatever you like. So with this bundle, £17.99 your price, saving £3, you get the fabric, you're going to get the pen, and you're also going to get that beautiful Japanese thread in there as well. 124508, your item number. And at the end of it, you can have a tote bag you will use and love. And I'm telling you what, a lot of admiring eyes will be looking at that. And of course, you've got the template, which you're going to reuse again and again and again, and the needles. Right, speaking of thread, very busy for these, and I really, that to me solidifies exactly what Jenny was saying. It is not easy to find authentic Japanese thread. Now you imagine if you were to buy this from Japan and get it shipped over, the price that you're going to get. We've done all of that for you. You're going to get, you've got 3 different options. You will receive 3 skeins of the option of your choosing. So either the white, you've got your ecru, which is an off-white, that you can see here, or you can go for the navy. So be mindful of maybe the fabric you're going to work on. So we have got the navy here with regard to the fabric. Navy and white, it's such a good colour combination. It's classic. Jenny showcased how effective it works, or even the ecru. I mean, it's totally up to you there. £14.99 your price with regard to the threads. Don't forget, you can get fabric as well. It's a metre worth of fabric. Beautiful Japanese fabric, 100% cotton as well. So really nice consideration too. So you've either got that in the navy, the white, or the ecru. Jenny, it has been an absolute pleasure. Time has beaten us, I'm afraid.
It has, but we're back at 9.
Back at 9, lots more sashiko.
Right, what I'm going to do with 9 is explain how the Japanese bag goes together.
Lovely.
Talk more about doing the designs, possibly explain how you can do it on the machine and show them that. I'll put some white thread on my machine, and we'll just have fun doing a beautiful, classical Japanese embroidery.
Jenny, it's impossible to work with you and not have fun. So we're looking forward to that. Please make sure to tune back in at 9 o'clock. Grab yourself a nice drink, sit down with us, and we're going to have a great show at 9. If you have just tuned in though and missed this hour, as always, you can catch up via the rewind option on our website. So whether it's the app or our website, do have a look and catch up on all the shows. We've got the last 60 days on there. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, it's going to be special. Catherine is in the house and we're about to launch our Zuri one-day special. After that, the Ecoline brush pens will return with Scott, and then another look at our one-day special with Catherine.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information.